The male god raising system game that he has been playing for 3 years suddenly descends to the real world, together with his huge assets in the game. Elite Talents. Chapter 1, Game Pass. Yen Chang, Tianji Barbecue Restaurant. Tang Song patted his burning face and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air with a hint of alcohol. Turning on the faucet, he cupped the cold tap water and wiped his face, pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. 22:02. This departmental reunion that lasted all day is finally coming to an end. Back to the box. Pretend to quickly get into the conversation with your coworkers. Tang Song had a harmless smile on his face, and from time to time, he followed and chimed in with a few words. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Director Chen Yunting picked up the wine glass, red-faced, said a few words of scene, casually painted a big cake, but also for today's reunion drew a perfect conclusion. Walk out the door of the barbecue. A slightly chilly evening breeze hit the air as co-workers said goodbye to each other. See you Monday, bye. Remember to say something in the group when you get home. Take care on the road. Mr. Chen, bye. Together Tang Song, we just happened to be on the way. On the black Nissan Skyline, 2 female co-workers were chatting away in the back row. Tang Song leaned on the back of the seat in the passenger seat, his eyes half closed, his face expressionless. More than 4 months after joining Fairview Trading, his whole energy has been devoted to the development of the company's new version of SEM, Supply Chain Management, system. One person is multitasking, from requirements analysis, system architecture, to functional development and code deployment, all of which he has done independently. After the system was put online, it greatly improved the working efficiency and effectively reduced the cost of goods procurement, which was highly appreciated by the company's leaders. This filled Tang Song, who was a new employee, with a sense of accomplishment, thinking about the promotions and raises promised by his leaders. Yet reality hit him hard. The success of the SCM system ultimately became a credit to the department's director, Chen, with circular awards, grade promotions, and reportedly option incentives. The maintenance of the project was also transferred to the hands of Du Xiaokai, a colleague with Backstage. Tang Song, on the other hand, has been placed in the development of new projects and continues to shine for the company. A series of unfair treatments made him feel so bad that the idea of quitting a job arose, perhaps reading his thoughts. During the reunion today, Superintendent Chan said privately that he would apply for a 10% salary adjustment next month. Let him get down to work, and he will never be treated badly in the future. After struggling for a while, Tang Song finally accepted. Just turned 1 month or so ago, rented a room near the company, bought an electric car, and got acquainted with my co-workers. Sunk costs are too high if you leave now. Besides, the general environment is not good. Fairview Trading has been the best choice for him. 2 days ago, his mother called. The old side of the home opened a new property. Let him take the time to go back to see. While pondering, Zhao Yu in the back row suddenly patted his shoulder. Brother Song, it feels like you're listless today. It's not because you've fallen out of love, is it? Tang Song gathered his emotions and laughed to himself. First, I have to have a date. Zhao Yu covered her mouth and laughed softly. Brother Song, in fact, you're quite excellent. Outstanding ability, decent features, high height, just a little overweight. Hurry up to lose weight and gain muscle. Our company's little girls will surely rush to chase you. Tang Song touched the thick fat on his stomach and said helplessly, then I'll try. Go for it. Zhou Yu made a cute face with her fists clenched. Next to her, Hu Mingli blinked and appropriated the metaphor. Xiao Yu, Tang Song is such a good potential stock. Why don't you hurry up and take it? Sister Mingli, I suspect you're testing me. You don't have thoughts about Song, do you? Ha ha, why don't we play fair? Then I have to admit defeat. After all, you bear. The 2 slightly inebriated female co-workers nudged and joked with each other, though neither took it seriously. Tang Song people are really good, enthusiastic and sincere, progressive. Workability is not to say. Used to work in the empire of large internet companies, is recognized as the best technical backend of their departments. However, his family conditions are a bit poor. Ordinary rural youth. Yin City to buy a house is far away. There's not much to it in terms of appearance. With casual clothes, scruffy hairstyles, and a bit of chubbiness, it's absolutely fine to be treated as a coworker or a friend. As for going deeper, let's just forget about it. Qingxing Home's neighborhood. Tang Song threw the duffel bag casually and planted his whole body on the bed. The alcohol gradually rose to the surface, and exhaustion, loss, and hopelessness engulfed him in an instant. After a while, he turned sideways, opened WeChat, and said, arrived home in the departmental group. then clicked on the lucky red packet sent by Director Chen, received $3.20, and sent a thank you boss emoticon. Open your friends and swipe the screen aimlessly. He was like an outsider, silently browsing the movements of familiar and unfamiliar friends. Some people have a daily routine, some people have a date, some people have a good time, and some people are upwardly mobile. It seemed like everyone was having a good time except him. Unbeknownst to me, a familiar photo came into view. Deng Yaji, accidentally flipped through my high school graduation photos. Old classmates, how are you guys? The sliding fingers unconsciously stopped. Tang Song quickly found himself among them, his gaze slightly lost in thought. At that time he was about to enter college. Youthful, optimistic and cheerful, surrounded by white moonshine, and felt that life was full of hope. And the 25-year-old? Single and fat, no car, no house, work life a mess. Casually giving a like to this dynamic, Tang Song put his cell phone down, sat down at the computer desk, put on his headphones, and prepared to play a game for a while to relax. Every stage of life has something that can only be experienced at that stage. In the past few years since graduation, he has recognized the reality and has been smoothed by life. To put it another way, he matured, liking things still, but no longer forcing them, so he left the empire and said goodbye to white moonlight. The nastiness is still nasty, but tolerable, so he blends into the group and accepts the unfairness. The game Growing Up Male suddenly appeared on Tang Song's computer during his senior year of college. It may have been accidentally downloaded while browsing for study materials, because the icon was big and white. Tang Song clicked in with a critical attitude to find out what was going on. I didn't realize it was 3 years of fun, which was a major factor in his gaining weight. This is a game that focuses on simulation and management to raise male gods. The painting style is beautiful. The sound effects are top-notch. The setting is perfect. The gameplay is extremely unique, and you don't have to charge money. The plot of the game is set in the real world. This includes maps, events, financial markets, businesses, policies, environments, and more, all aligned with the real world. More crucially, the in-game timeline starts in 2016, being in the year 2020. With a search engine in hand, Tang Song has the golden finger of foresight in the game. He knows the trend of stocks and futures, the next industrial windfall, which companies will become unicorns, which movie and TV songs and artists will be a big hit in the future. And each character in the game has their own storyline, so players can see their growth, life and sorrows. The generation is pulled straight through. Tang Song in the game fulfills his dream of being a male god, and also properly experiences the fun of being a billionaire, surrounded by beautiful women, and at the pinnacle of power. But a game is still a game. In reality, he's just a miserable wage earner with no house, no car and no girlfriend, living a messy life and having to put up with it at work. Tang Song shook his head and stopped rambling. Enter the game, view unread notifications, collect quest rewards, buy new props. With some skillful maneuvering, return to the main screen. The mouse in Tang Song's hand paused, and his gaze went to the timeline within the game. April 1st, 2023, and the current internet time is April 1st, 2023 at 23:50. Due to the difference in the flow of time, the timelines of the game and reality are about to see an overlap. As a game set in the real world, Tang Song was curious about how the plot would develop next. Licked the corners of his dry lips, grabbed a bottle of fat happy water, called the beloved secretary Kim over for a debriefing. While drinking tons and tons of happy water, I was admiring the stockings and legs, waist and buttocks on the screen. All your worries dissipate and your mood brightens instantly. While everything in the game was fake, the joy it brought him was real. As the time crossed midnight, the rhythmic BGM in the headphones suddenly stopped. The date within the game followed the change. April 2nd, 2023. Immediately after that, a beautiful game animation began to play automatically on the screen. Starting with the story of 2016, a game character comes out, an exciting storyline is enacted, and earned achievements, titles, badges, and items slide by from time to time. Review the entire game's history. The scene fell silent, only the sound of footsteps from far and near. Player Tang Song walks slowly from off-camera. The suit is straight, the posture is elegant and proper, and the gait is confident and calm. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the building, overlooking the glittering city at night at his feet, and carrying an indescribable charm about him. The camera flows from top to bottom and the image eventually settles on his back. A striking line of text appears in the center of the screen. The story seems to have ended here, and you have awakened from a long dream to embrace the real world once again. Congratulations to the player. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not a pass, is it? It's ing over. Tang Song was so alarmed that his body leaned forward, picked up the mouse and clicked furiously a few times, and then hit the keyboard heavily. There are no changes to the game's graphics. Tang Song's heart went cold. He is deeply invested in this game. The real background and unique sense of immersion make it seem as if he is really cultivating elites, developing businesses, gathering wealth and improving himself. And from now on, the ups and downs of the game come to a screeching halt as a vivid character disconnects from him. A strong sense of loss and cutting came rushing back. Tang Song's breathing became heavy. Ding! A crisp beep suddenly sounded. The game on the computer screen disappeared straight away and the interface turned into a Windows desktop. Tang Song's vision blurred for a moment. Swish! A curtain of light filled with sci-fi colors unfolded in front of him. Confirmed player. System resources loading. 1%. 50%. 100%. Completed. Chapter 2, Male God's Aura, LV1. Immediately afterward, the familiar game interface appeared on the light screen. In the center of the screen is a 3D model of Tang Song himself, in perfect likeness, wearing only a pair of shorts. A line of eye-catching golden data, charisma, 24, hovered above his head. Tang Song rubbed his eyes vigorously, suspecting that he had drunk fake wine at night and was too sad to hallucinate. Yet the curtain of light was always suspended in front of him, even with his eyes closed. The Boy's Growth Program is essentially a boy-raising game, even though it's centered around a simulation. The main quest is to improve the charisma of the game character and become a real man of the world. The game scores charisma very comprehensively, a combination of appearance, aesthetics, grooming, literacy, ability, assets, social status, and more. With a charisma value of 24, it can only be described as very average. Tang Song raised his hand, wanting to touch his character model. Just as this thought rose, a clicking effect appeared on the character model, and the game interface jumped directly to the Personal Center. Player, Tang Song, 24 foot. Role, Fairview Trading Development Engineer. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 90 kilograms. Physique, 56. Endurance, 55. Agility, 48. Perception, 76. Status of assets. Balance, $45. 220. 31. Enterprises, none. Real estate, none. Driver, Yachty electric car. After briefly browsing through his personal information, the crisp beep sounded again. Ding! The main plot has opened. Immediately after that, a gorgeous progress bar appeared right above the Personal Center. There are 9 nodes evenly distributed on it. 24 foot, start charm. 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees, 60 degrees, 70 degrees, 80 degrees, 90 degrees, 100 degree. Starting at 30, a wobbly golden treasure chest hovers above each node, seemingly waiting to be claimed. Plot summary: when a player's charisma score reaches a certain threshold, assets and permissions will be unlocked for you in reality for the corresponding stage. Note 1: perhaps your in-game achievements are not illusory, and consistently completing system tasks and improving yourself will reap the rewards you've been dreaming of. Note 2: charm score reaches 30 to officially open the growth plan tasks. This is? Tang Song stared blankly ahead. After playing Growing Up Male for so long, he had certainly had similar dreams, and more than once, yet it has never been so clear and real. Who wouldn't want a gorgeous transformation if they could? A godly face, a healthy and energetic body, a free-spending fortune, a life without regrets. He wanted to. He dreamed of it. Try gently touching the treasure chest above, charm 30, with your consciousness. A system prompt immediately popped up. You're 6 charisma points short of unlocking the stage's bonus, so go boost yourself. It was at this moment that the beep sounded again. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Newbie Gift Pack *1. Whoosh! A gift bag with a beautiful golden glow jumped out. Tang Song gulped and touched it with his consciousness. The gift bag shook a few times and opened immediately. Ding! You have obtained the passive skill, Male Aura, LV1. Male Aura, LV1, optimizes the quality of sleep, helping players enter deep sleep faster and get a good sleep experience. Halo FX, your first smile of the day earns you a $200 cash bonus with a 0.1% chance of getting an extra blast bonus. Note: this skill can be upgraded. Passive skills? Cash rewards? Tang Song suppressed his exuberance, took a deep breath, and tried to make a smiling expression. Ding dong dash. The cell phone text message beeped. China Merchants Bank, your account with tail number 6800 earned 200 renminbi. 00 on April 2nd, 009. Seeing the bank's arrival information, Tang Song sucked in a breath of cool air. Are you for real? Bite your lower lip hard. Hiss. The pain was stronger than ever. Everything before could still be said to be a hallucination, but the actual gold dollar reward was in front of him, strongly confirming the existence of the system. The blood rushed up, and a violent heartbeat exploded in his ears like a heavy hammer beating a drum. Not to mention the huge amount of assets he got from opening up in the game. The passive skill of Male God Aura alone could make his happiness index skyrocket. That's $200 a day without working. $6,000 a month, plus his $8,000 monthly salary, for a combined $14,000 a month. Put in Yen City, a second-tier city. That is a proper high-income people. Buy a car and buy a house is not a dream. Simply take a shower and lock the door to your room. Tang Song, who had calmed down, began to explore the system panel in front of him. The overall style is the same as Male Growth Program, but there are many modules missing, such as the very important role management, asset blueprint, financial markets, and so on. The quest hall, mall, and warehouse were clean. The whole system looks empty. Returning to the main interface and looking at the eye-catching Charisma 24 at the top of his character's head, Tang Song shook his head mockingly. In Male Growth Plan, players create a character with an initial value of 30 points of charisma, and now he's not even at that base value. Turning off the system interface, Tang Song stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and carefully scrutinized his current self. The body was flabby, with a ring of fat wrapped around his stomach, thick dark circles under the eyes, puffy bags under the eyes, dull yellowish skin, dry frizzy hair, lines, corners of the mouth, double chins, and fat on the face make for a blurry jawline. There's really a lot of room for improvement from the outside. Combined with their own status quo, ordinary company staff, no house, no car, no object, life is a mess. No wonder the charm value is so low. Ding! You have triggered the challenge mission, Restraint and Persistence. Please go to the Mission Center to check. Tang Song froze, not expecting to trigger the quest so easily. View task information. Task content: obesity will greatly increase the burden on the body and improve the prevalence of various diseases. The challenge is to lose 9 kilograms of weight within 20 days and return to the normal weight range. Mission reward: Lung Strengthening Potion *1. Mission progress: 0%. View item details. Lung Strengthening Potion, when used, it can effectively improve the condition of the lungs, increase lung capacity, provide sufficient oxygen to the body, strengthen the body's resistance, promote metabolism, +2 to physical fitness, +1 to endurance. Note: what is the secret of longevity? Keep breathing without breaking. Game items that increase base attributes. Tang Song's eyes flashed with a burning light of stupidity. Lose weight. Must lose weight. Lost 18 pounds in 20 days. Almost a pound a day. The good thing is that he has a large base and it's relatively not difficult. There have been many times in the past when he has resolved to work out and lose fat and discipline himself, but it never lasts more than a few days before slacking off and slowly giving up. It comes down to a lack of sufficient motivation and perseverance. Now the gaming assets have come down to reality, setting a clear main line to success in his life. What reason did he have not to try? In addition to losing weight, you have to improve yourself in other ways. Get your charisma score up to 30 in the fastest way possible. Get the first stage reward. Unlock the main storyline. Start a new chapter in your life. Chapter 3. Rehabilitation through Persuasion. 8 o'clock in the morning. The curtains were pulled back with one hand. Tang Song stretched out a huge waist, only to feel a burst of refreshment. The quality of sleep was surprisingly good. The passive skill, Male Aura's sleep aid effect, was much more powerful than expected. It also gave him confidence in his next weight loss program. It is important to realize that the most important of the 3 dimensions of maintaining good health, sleep, exercise, and diet, is sleep. Boo! Tang Song stretched out his left hand and snapped his fingers crisply, while calling out to the game system with his consciousness. Swish! The flowing system light screen instantly unfolded, carrying a mesmerizing sci-fi feeling. Tang Song took a deep breath and opened his arms in a very neutral way, and the smile raised at the corner of his lips could not be suppressed by Manhwa Bridge. After a brief wash, I changed into a spring and fall sports outfit and started jogging around the neighborhood. The bright sunlight fell through the acacia branches and leaves, warming the body. Looking around, it was as if a heavy layer of dust had been brushed off his world. The sky is more basket, the trees are greener, and the air is fresher. Tang Song took a deep breath, feeling energized all over. There was even free time to say hello to the grandparents rummaging through the scraps. As the exercise progressed, though, his legs began to tremble and his body gradually bent over, slowing down. After gritting his teeth for a while, Tang Song sat on his butt on the stone platform by the side of the road, his face red and hot, huffing and puffing, breathing heavily, pulled out his cell phone and looked at the movement track. With a full 3.5 kilometers and an average pace of 7 feet 26 inches, you can say that it is extremely pulling across. It's not unusual to have this kind of performance after a long period of not working out and being overweight. After resting for a while, Tang Song dragged his tired body to a nearby breakfast place, ordered a cup of unsweetened soy milk and 2 poached eggs. After breakfast, back to the rental house, Tang Song began to formulate his next weight loss plan. He had some experience in this area due to a number of previous failures. Simply put, it's all about keeping your mouth shut and your legs open to create as much of a calorie deficit as possible and burn off excess body fat. But this time, after all, there was a challenge mission at stake, and a time limit, so it was important to go all out. Start by downloading a weight loss planner template from the internet. Next, open up Little Red Book, look for quality weight loss experience posts, and start organizing what works for you. The clock ticked down, and the form became richer and more detailed. Includes routine, type of exercise per day, water intake, fat loss meal recipes, milestones for weight loss, and more. In the process of looking up information on weight loss, a couple of big fire notes caught Don Song's attention. It's the listening to persuasion that's been exploding on the internet lately. The title usually contains keywords such as listen to advice and reform. The content is documenting the process of vegetarian bloggers rebounding through their own powerful execution of remodeling with the advice of a wide range of enthusiastic netizens. The strong sense of participation made the netizens feel as if they were playing an interesting game of raising a family, with high enthusiasm, incarnating the spiritual shareholders of the cyber world, and constantly putting forward professional and effective suggestions from various perspectives. There's weight loss, there's dressing, there's skincare, there's hair, there's makeup, there's posture. It can be said that it helps bloggers in all aspects to enhance their appearance and appeal. Many vegetarians have not only succeeded against the odds, but have also become little-known internet celebrities. The more Tang Song looked at it, the more he was impressed. In his current situation, the easiest and quickest way to boost his charisma was to start with his appearance. And as set up in the game, popularity and influence are also a big part of charisma. This model just happens to fit him perfectly and saves him a lot of development time in the early stages. Thinking of this, Tang Song finally made up his mind, took a serious shower, changed into an everyday outfit for the street, gathered my hair and adjusted the angle of the shot. Kaching dash. A no beauty straight out photo appears in the album. Tang Song swept a glance, instantly exploded with shame, and directly deleted the photo. Took a few more shots at different angles and positions and still ended up deleting and deleting. It's just not bearable. It's so bad. I have to say, it really takes a lot of courage to post your truest image on the internet in a dignified manner and be surrounded and mocked by thousands of netizens. After hesitating for a while, Tang Song took out a black molded mask from the drawer, put it on and looked in the mirror. The contours of the face remain clear except for the mouth and nose, which are covered, and should not affect the results of the makeover, and will not be recognized. After crossing that hurdle in his heart, Tang Song no longer hesitated and took a new full-body photo. Upload the Little Red Book and create notes. Title: Disappointed in my 25-year-old self. Seeking a makeover, listening to advice. Body: I'm determined to get better, but I don't know where to start, and would like advice. Topics: Hashtag vegetarian makeover, Hashtag listening to advice, Hashtag makeover, Hashtag reverse, Hashtag boys. After clicking publish, Tang Song sat apprehensively in his chair, refreshing the post from time to time. However, his account was very white and didn't have many followers, and was usually mainly used to admire pretty ladies. The views were in the single digits for a short period of time, and naturally there were no comments. One can only wait for the flowers to bloom. In a bustling department store supermarket, Tang Song pushed the shopping cart and from time to time scanned the list of fat loss meal ingredients on his cell phone. Lettuce, cucumbers, sweet potatoes, strawberries, oranges, beef tendon, fresh shrimp, chicken breast. Basically, I picked the freshest ones and didn't care much about the price. He used to live frugally in order to save up for a house. Clothes for daily use directly Poundland. Eating takeout coupons, fruit snacks almost do not buy. The extra $200 a day he now earns is an extra income, but it gives him a feeling of breaking free. No need to be calculating, no need to feel guilty about spending. No need to worry about losing your job and having no financial resources. For him now, it's a little bit of financial freedom. After purchasing, Tang Song returned to his residence with 2 full shopping bags. Soon, the otherwise empty refrigerator was stuffed to the brim. The house Tang Song is currently renting is a well-furnished 1-bedroom apartment. Convenient transportation, great location, fully furnished, $900 per month. The reason it's so cheap is because the landlord is his college friend Lu Ziming. Unlike small-town youths like him, Lu Ziming's family was very well off. The mother is in the system. The father is a corporate executive. The family has money and connections, and several suites. Currently in his 3rd year of graduate school, he has been placed in an internship at a large financial firm with a promising future. At 12:30 p.m., a carefully prepared fat-reducing meal was served. Sautéed chicken breast, brown rice, veggie salad, featuring lettuce, tomato, cucumber with low-fat dressing. Tang Song excitedly set up the plate, adjusted the angle to take a picture, and then feasted on it. The flavor was pretty good, except the chicken breasts were a little bit woodsy, probably because they were fried for too long. After eating lunch, Tang Song once again opened the little red book. A couple hours passed and he had over 100 reads on that note, gained 3 likes and 5 comments, clicked through the comments and basically told him to lose weight. A standard fat house. I'm sure you've been drinking a lot of happy water. Masks can't cover your double chin. It's useless to change anything if you don't lose weight. Lose weight first. Tang Song read them carefully and made replies one by one. Thanks for the advice. A strict weight loss program has been made and is being implemented. After swiping his cell phone for a while longer, Tang Song was just about to go back to his bedroom for a nap when he suddenly stopped again. Look around. The house is in a state of disorder. A variety of items thrown and put, the balcony piled up in a mess. Furniture and appliances on the fall of a lot of dust, dirty floor, toilet, sink yellowing and stinking. It's time for a good cleanup. Tang Song took a deep breath and began to move. A clean and tidy living environment and good living habits are a reflection of one's own charm and the basic cultivation of a man of honor. Change has to start now, little by little, on a daily basis. Chapter 4. Restraint and Persistence. Friday, April 7, 2023. Sunny, 6 to 16 degrees Celsius. It was 6 a.m., and the sky was just lighting up with the morning sun. Jingle bells dash, the alarm clock sounded. Tang Song got up sharply, made his bed, drank a cup of warm boiled water, and emptied his metabolic waste in the toilet, and his body's vitality was quickly awakened. Stand in front of the mirror with a genuine smile on your face. Ding dong dash. The bank's arrival text message arrived as promised. Start the day on a good note. There is a saying that true wealth is the smile on your face. Dan Song is deeply concerned about this. Open the system interface to view your personal information. Player, Tang Song, 25 foot. Role, Fairview Trading Development Engineer. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 86. 5 kilograms. Physique, 56. Endurance, 55. Agility, 49. Perception, 76. Status of assets. Balance, $46. 020. 80. Enterprises, none. Real estate, none. Driver, Yachty electric car. Today is day 6 of his weight loss program and the results have been great. Weight dropped to 86. 5 kilograms. Agility increased by 1 point. And charisma score reached 25. Touching her belly, she could clearly feel it was smaller and her body was lighter. Nice, snapped Tang Song pleasantly. No one can say no to getting better. And it's so heartwarming to watch yourself get a little bit closer to your goals. After putting on my workout clothes and doing a 10-minute full-body stretch, I started my 40-minute fasted cardio in the pale morning light and chilly air. After a long fast at night, the body has fewer glycogen reserves, and with aerobic exercise at this time, the body is more likely to utilize fat as an energy source, which is excellent for fat loss. Huffing and puffing, large beads of sweat rolled down his face, his clothes were soaked through, and his legs were shaking. The sound of footsteps, breathing, and heartbeats intertwined into a stirring concerto in his ears. One by one, thoughts of laziness, avoidance, and laziness come to mind. Tang Song struggled to adjust the rhythm of his breathing, painfully enjoying his own fat-burning moment. In fact, today has been much easier. In the first few days of exercise, the buildup of lactic acid in the muscles led to body aches and pains, and it was a struggle to go to the bathroom. So it was entirely through perseverance that I persevered. Back at his place, he took a brief shower and began to prepare his meal for the day. Breakfast is simple: low-fat milk, 250 milliliters, purple potato, 150 g, Poached egg *1. Apple *1. Lunch is a little trickier to make, steamed corn and squash. Winter squash and shrimp. Black pepper mushrooms. After breakfast and cleaning up the kitchen, Tang Song walked to work with his lunchbox. The main reason why I never left my job was to get the reward corresponding to Charisma 30 as soon as possible. According to the system's criteria for rating charisma, a stable job and relationships are very important until you have your own business. If one's character becomes a hobo, then the charisma value will definitely drop quite a bit. Being in the developmental stage, it was imperative that he unlocked the Stage 1 rewards as soon as possible. All for stability. 8:50 a.m. Lin Jean Building, 20th floor. Fairview Trading. Morning. Good morning, Chang. Good morning, little Song. You've lost a lot of weight recently. The person is also in good spirits. Tang Song had a warm smile on his face and greeted the colleagues he ran into from time to time. Putting my lunchbox in the fridge, I connected to a large cup of hot water, sat down at my workstation, opened my laptop and started studying. The quality sleep kept him refreshed and, along with the weight loss, made a noticeable difference in his entire being. A number of female co-workers even approached him for a menu of fat-reducing meals. He is now in a good frame of mind. Going to work at 9 o'clock every day and getting off at 6 o'clock on the dot. Work moderately, overtime that is absolutely impossible. The main focus on improving themselves. From time to time, you will also go for a few walks around the building to avoid being sedentary. During lunch, Zhao Yu suddenly came over. Glancing at Tang Song's lunchbox, he exclaimed, "Brother Song, your fat loss meals are getting better and better. They look appetizing. It's all about following a tutorial and fooling around. And the flavor is actually average. I don't believe it." Zhao Yu covered her mouth and laughed lightly, directly using her chopsticks to clip a piece of shrimp, throwing it into her mouth and tasting it. "It's not as bad as you said. The flavor is quite okay." After saying that, he took another cup of yogurt and put it on Tang Song's table, patted his shoulder and said, "Give it up for you, Brother Song, and try to lose weight as soon as possible. Pull the average face value of the boys in our department upwards." "No problem." Tang Song smiled and gave an okay gesture. Eyes locked, Zhao Yu seemed a little embarrassed, quickly averted her eyes and sat back at her workstation. Tang Song looked at her back and couldn't help but shake his head. When he first started, he thought the female co-worker liked him. After all, her mannerisms were quite intimate and she didn't seem to have much distance. But then a few things happened that gradually made him wake up to the fact that Zhao Yu was merely raising fish. The fancy should be that he has a good skill level and can help her at work. In terms of face value, Zhao Yu can't be talked about as pretty, and can be given a 6 out of 10 with makeup. Early 20s, outgoing, not too fat, not too thin, 6K a month. However, this is such a not-so-exceptional girl who is surrounded by a lot of suitors and dog lickers. I receive gifts and flowers every holiday season and have a colorful circle of friends. It also led to an inexplicable sense of superiority that was always present in her. Presumably, in her standards, Tang Song was lumped into that category of dog licker by default. Every now and then you throw a bone to keep the intimacy going like you just did. After 3 p.m., the body is once again in a state of fasting. Tang Song worked up a sweat on the elliptical machine for half an hour. Not long after returning to the workstation, intense hunger raged. His eyes unconsciously landed on the snacks of his neighboring colleagues, his throat rolling up and down. Potato chips, ham, pickled pineapple claws, dry noodles, chocolate. It's all his favorite food. Tang Song licked his lips and tried to divert his attention. The hunger pangs during this period are the hardest to get through, but once you get through it, your body will start to burn fat, stabilize your blood sugar levels, and your hunger pangs will be much lessened. After holding out for half an hour, the co-workers around us suddenly started talking about afternoon tea. Tang Song scanned the workgroup and saw the notification that Manpower had just sent. "Dear all, it's time for a delicious afternoon tea. Thank you for your hard work in your daily work. The activity area has prepared cakes and milk tea. Come and eat." There are also a couple pictures below. Fragrant buttercream, golden and crunchy croissants, large cups of pearl milk tea, waffles dipped in chocolate. A good item of employee welfare in Fairview Trading is the provision of free afternoon tea once a week on Fridays, which is a kind of humanistic care. Wang Chiang, the co-worker next to him, waved. "Go Tang Song. If you go late, you won't be able to grab the good food." Tang Song stared at the photo and swallowed heavily. Sweet and creamy cream, fluffy and delicious cake, buttered croissant. If it's just 1 or 2 pieces, it's definitely okay. Tang Song rose slightly, then bit her lower lip hard and sat down again. With difficulty, he spoke. No, I've been on a diet lately, so you guys eat and drink well. The desire to complete the task eventually overcame the temptation of the food. 6 o'clock in the evening. Tang Song closed his laptop and left work on time. Having survived that gripping hunger, it was now a lot easier instead. Walking out the front door of the office building, the April breeze hit my face. Tang Song took a deep breath and jogged against the orange sunset. Back at the Clearview home. Start preparing the long-awaited dinner. Boiled spinach, 200 g, plus steamed fish, 150 g, plus a bowl of brown rice. The sun was fading into the horizon and the night enveloped the entire city. The living room was lit. Tang Song sat at the dining table, silently feeling the satisfaction from the food and thinking about the future. Chapter 5, The Pretty Sister Who Invites You to Dinner. Big raps, sidestep stretches, squats with alternating knee touches, bent over mountain runs, open and closed jumps, huffing and puffing. Sweat soaked the speedo on his body and his heart rate spiked to 130 beats per minute. Tang Song felt his entire body burning, and his muscles couldn't help but tremble. The exercise called 30-minute sweaty fat-burning workout, which he has been sticking to for 5 days, is of moderate overall intensity and is perfect for him at the moment. Tick-tock tick-tock dash the countdown ended. As soon as his mind was relaxed, Tang Song directly lay on his back on the yoga mat, not wanting to open his eyes. In his ears was the sound of his own violent heartbeat. After resting for a while, Tang Song braced himself and picked up his cell phone to turn off the timer. Immediately afterward, I saw 2 unread messages. Xiaoshuyu, WeChat transfer 5,000. 00. Please collect. Xiaoshuyu, this is the end of the project. The small program is doing a great job. Seeing the content of the message, Tang Song couldn't help but have a smile on his face and replied, Roger, thanks a lot. Being a programmer at a good level, he occasionally takes on private work to earn some extra money. Xiaoshuyu is a quality client introduced to him by Lu Ziming, running a local chain coffee brand. Most of its coffee shops are in office building clusters, with a large proportion of corporate group purchasing business. Previously, orders were placed through WeChat and then delivered by the store clerk. As business expands, errors and omissions often occur, and statistics are particularly troublesome. For a better user experience, Xiaoshuyu then wanted to make a small program to make the whole ordering process smoother, and occasionally some lottery, coupons and other marketing activities. This was not difficult for Tang Song, who just happened to have a ready-made front-end template on hand, and ended up quoting 10,000 with 50% upfront. Everything is going well. It went live in March and has been operational for half a month now. Ding, the WeChat message beep sounded. Xiaoshuyu, it's been a hard time. Are you free tomorrow at noon? I'll treat you to a meal. Tang Song took a deep breath and hurriedly replied. I don't work overtime on weekends these days, so I'm free. Xiaoshuyu, Yanbanlu. Map. Xiaoshuyu, location sent you. See you tomorrow. By the way, remember to collect the money. Tang Song, okay, see you tomorrow. After replying to the message and taking the 5,000 yuan transfer, Tang Song's heartbeat couldn't slow down. Xiaoshuyu was supposed to be the best of the women he knew, outshining the white moonlight who had gotten into God's capital university. At the age of 32, she started from nothing and became a multi-millionaire, living in a big house and driving a BMW. The key is that the appearance is equally outstanding. With a tall and sexy body, fair and smooth skin, and dignified features, it's the center of attention of the crowd wherever it is. This kind of big sister with face, money and education, I believe that no one will not like it, and Tang Song is naturally no exception. Occasionally YA has been able to get the other side of the table. 10 years less of soft and hard work. Of course, in the past, he was self-aware and only dared to think about it in his mind. Tang Song still remembers the stylish and elegant figure of the other party when they first met to sign the contract. I also remember my embarrassment and low self-esteem at the time. At that time, he stood in front of Xiaoshuyu, a toad in the ground, dressed casually, bloated, stumbling over his words. He hung his head the entire time, daring only to steal glances with the rest of his vision. It's sort of a knot in his heart, and he blushes every time he thinks about it. Now that the game assets have come down to reality, life has turned 180 degrees. Tang Song hoped to improve Xiaoshuyu's impression of himself and cross that hurdle in his heart. Boosting self-confidence is also a way to increase your charm score. Thinking of this, Tang Song opened Little Red Book, intending to find netizens to ask for help. First, I looked at the note I posted earlier. 52 likes, 3 favorites, 74 comments. Very real numbers, not a huge hit, but it's getting some attention. I have to say that the basic fundamentals of the foster system's traffic are just solid. And even for a pure vegetarian like him, it's a good showcase. After thinking about it, Tang Song created a note again. The main picture is a comparison photo of myself before and after weight loss, in addition to all of the daily fat loss meals and exercise uploaded. Another very eye-catching headline: on day 6 of listening to advice on remodeling, the goddess suddenly wants to take me to dinner. Body, thanks for all the previous advice. I've lost 7 pounds so far and continue to work on it, but I'm having dinner alone with my goddess tomorrow, and I'd like to make some quick changes to make a good impression on the other person. So where do you all think I'd be better off starting? Topics: hashtag vegetarian makeover, hashtag listening to advice, hashtag makeover, hashtag reverse, hashtag boys. After hitting publish, Tang Song breathed a sigh of relief, took a brief shower and changed into dry, fresh clothes, sitting paralyzed on the couch. I watched the ladies' workout videos on Little Red Book while waiting for advice from my online friends. After more than half an hour, Tang Song once again clicked on the notes he had just posted. Perhaps it's the title, but in less than an hour, the number of views is already over 200, with 9 comments. Some praised him for his execution and perseverance, while others offered some suggestions. One of the comments that had just been posted caught his attention. Demonling, kudos for following along from the last note. I can see that you are a very sincere person. The execution is also very strong. Your question is quite a lot. You want to see immediate results, can start from the hair and wear. By the way, what is the height and weight of the blogger? I can give you a recommendation. Clicking on the home page of Demonling, Tang Song's eyes lit up. With over 1,000 followers and dozens of notes on makeup creation and dressing, it looks very professional. After casually clicking follow, Tang Song immediately replied, "Thanks for the encouragement and support. My height is 180 centimeters and I currently weigh 86.5 kilograms. After a few minutes a reply was received from the other party. Demonling, hashtag doghead, boys reveal themselves as 180, uniformly defaulting to less than 180. Plus this weight, well, it's really fat. Where to try a rushing jacket plus sweatpants plus canvas shoes can cover the shortcomings of your body type. Hair directly affects a person's image. Go to a good point of the barber store. Find Tony design a hairstyle. You have a good length of hair. You can try a micro-partitioned broken cover, and then repair the eyebrow. Come on. Wear case. JPG. Demonling's reply was very serious, not only with detailed advice, but also with a reference picture at the end. Black punching bag, white inner, black drawstring pants, light-colored canvas shoes. It looks layered and crisp and covers up the flesh. As for the explosive micro-division broken cap, he had naturally heard of it, and many of his classmates in college had done this look. Tang Song touched his hair. It was indeed time to take care of it. He hadn't really done his hair properly since he was a kid, so he could try it this time. Looking at the time, it's almost 2200 hours. Tang Song got up in a hurry and turned off the lights on time for bed. The night was cool as water, and the breathing steadied. Tang Song had a long dream in which he changed his appearance. Dressed in a dark tailored suit, he was tall and straight with no extra bulk, handsome features and clean, fair skin. He walked down from a Rolls Royce and stood in front of Xieshuyu. His pitch-black fine hair was gently ruffled by the wind. His eyes touched. He reached out and wrapped his hand around her slender waist and kissed her heavily. In the darkness, Tang Song rolled over, a happy smile on his face. The cell phone on the nightstand vibrated. China Merchants Bank, your account with tail number 6800 received 200 renminbi, 00 on April 8, 3/11. Chapter 6, Differential Shatter Cap? After breakfast, Tang Song opened the closet and started rummaging around. He didn't have a lot of clothes and quickly found the few he needed. White loose bottoms, black Antares sweatpants, gray and black Pathfinder jersey. Smell it, it's all clean and has no odor. Because there were no canvas shoes, Tang Song picked a pair of light-colored flip-flop sneakers instead and used them to see the effect. Changed his clothes and stood in front of the mirror. The overall presentation of a sense of slackness. The fat on the body is covered tightly. It is indeed very thin. Very nice. Putting on the mask and taking a few pictures, Tang Song became more and more satisfied the more he looked at them. Especially this punching bag. The fit suits him better than the one on the outfit picture posted by the netizen. Touching the excellent workmanship of the rushing suit on his body, Tang Song couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, this 3-in-1 punching bag was a gift from her on her birthday last year, and I haven't been able to wear it. Time has gone by so fast. I wonder if she is adapting well in Deep City and if her business venture is going well. Whenever he thought of this white moonlight from his student days, Tang Song would always be in a low mood. She's a true genius and has always shown since she was a child. High school always ranked in the top 3 of the grade, and successfully entered the Imperial University, which is a top 2 university in China. During his college years, he participated in the Internet Plus entrepreneurship competition and won the gold medal. After graduation, he did not choose to sign a contract with a big factory, but formed a team with his classmates to start a business together with this project and successfully got the investment. She has a clear and definite life plan for herself, is mature and rational in her thinking, good at thinking, and full of curiosity and exploration. Compared to her, Tang Song is much more ordinary. Learning can only be said to be quite good. After graduating from high school, the admission to the Yenching University of Science and Technology, a double non-1. Although he worked very hard during his college years, he mastered his professional knowledge well and got several scholarships. But when he came to the Empire and was really exposed to her work, life and circle, only then did he realize that the gap between the two had grown wider and wider, so big that no amount of effort on his part could bridge it. That was the main reason he finally let go of the relationship. Shaking his head forcefully, Tang Song no longer went on a wild goose chase. Right now, the most important thing for him was to improve himself, and only when he truly grew up would he be able to make up for his regrets. Qingxin Home is located in the center of Huaxin District, surrounded by complete facilities. Hospitals, supermarkets, parks are not lacking. There is a large commercial complex, Yunsheng Plaza, about a kilometer away. There is no shortage of upscale beauty salons of all kinds. Tang Song searched the review app and chose the best one based on word-of-mouth reviews. Just as I walked up to the door, I saw that it was full of people, probably because it was a weekend and the restaurant has a really good reputation. It was only just 9:30 a.m. and a long line started to form. The appointment with Xie Shuyu was at 12 noon, and there were only 2 more hours left. In addition to styling, he had to buy a pair of canvas shoes, and there was simply no time to spare. After thinking about it, I had to choose a less popular store near me on the map, and I thought that if I could open in such a place, I would be able to think of a couple of things. Upon entering, the pretty young lady took the initiative to welcome me. The attitude was very warm and sweet. Welcome. Hello handsome. Haircut or skin care? Tang Song swept a glance inward. There were only a few scattered customers. Absolutely no need to queue. I'd like to get styled and get my eyebrows fixed again while I'm at it. The lady pointed to the price list on the wall and introduced, for eyebrow trimming, it is a flat price of 79 renminbi. For stylists we have 3 grades in the store. 88 renminbi for an ordinary stylist, 188 renminbi for a senior designer, and 288 renminbi for a technical director. Which one do you choose? I'll go arrange it right away. Tang Song didn't hesitate and said dryly. Then let's try the strength of your technical director. The hairstyle is related to one's glamour score, so of course you have to choose the best one. He doesn't need to save for a house now, and with a huge asset waiting to be unlocked, there's no need to save money on it. Okay, la handsome. You first put your jacket in the locker. I'll take you to wash your hair. Walk into the shampoo room and lay down on the soft, cozy shampoo bed. The young lady thoughtfully put a towel around him and adjusted the water temperature for comfort. His hair was quickly dampened. The faint scent of his body came out, and his delicate and slender fingers with shampoo foam gently pressed and scratched his scalp, and from time to time, he would also massage his neck a few times. A bout of head-to-toe relief. I have to say, the service was really good. After cleaning his hair, Tang Song was brought to a luxuriously decorated private room. The technical director walked in right behind him, a handsome older man in his 40s, tattooed and studded, dressed in a new fashion. He walked to Tang Song's side and enthusiastically put his hand on his shoulder. Good morning, handsome. I'm Li Wen, the technical director of our store. Come on, say what you want for your hairstyle. Tang Song looked at himself in the mirror and asked with some apprehension. Ms. Li is a professional. What hairstyle do you think is suitable for me? Someone recommended a micro-parted broken cap for me. What do you think? Levin fixed his head with both hands and looked him up and down for a while. Seriously and seriously. It's not a problem. Your face shape is perfectly capable of handling a micro-minute broken cap. Hair is a little dry and frizzy but can be adjusted and repaired with a hair mask. I'll also redesign it to fit your features for more layers, and it will definitely take your face to the next level. Worthy of being a technical director? Professional. Tang Song gave a thumbs up then a compliment and was relieved in his heart. Everything is going according to plan and very smoothly. Levin raised his eyebrows confidently and casually drew out a barber's bib for him to tie. One hand picked up the scissors, the other gathered his hair and began to maneuver. The movements are easy to write. flowing, and you can tell at a glance that the level can't be low. Tang Song took a deep breath, closed his eyes, looking forward to the next transformation. Like that user said, hair directly affects a person's image and is no less important than the five senses. A hairstyle that suits you definitely adds to the glamour score. With the click of the scissors biting together, strands of hair fell. More than half an hour later, Levin stopped his hand, wiped the broken hair from his face, and said, "That's fine, handsome. Let's see if there are any adjustments to be made." Tang Song pursed his lips and slowly opened his eyes. Translucent light shone through the floor-to-ceiling windows. The booth was bright, and the mirror was extraordinarily stupid. Tang Song raised his hand in a panic and scratched his hair hard, as if he wanted to confirm something. Probably because of the hair texture, the hair at the top of the head falls naturally and doesn't have that poofy look at all that you see in the photos. It was thinned and cut short around the perimeter, with bangs just above the eyebrows and an overall potpourri look. Tang Song's eyebrows danced around for a while, and he hastily called up the system interface. Charm, 24, asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang Song's eyes were red. It was so damn hard to rise up one review score. How to dry it down again. Chapter 7. Director Lee, do you think this hairstyle is appropriate? Tang Song's face was ugly. Lee Wen hurriedly explained, "Don't get excited. Your hair is soft. You need to use hair clay or hair wax to assist. Otherwise you can't see the effect. Handsome man, you go wash your hair first. I'll help you do some styling." Hearing this, Tang Song was slightly relieved. Good. Wash your hair and go back to the VIP room. First, he blow-dried his hair. Then he mashed some hair on the top of his head, scrunched out the texture a little bit with his hands to create volume, and then finished it off with a styling spray. The overall look is kind of permed, and with the shape of his face, it looks but much smoother than before, or at least not ugly. Opening the system interface and looking at it, charisma was back up to 25. Seeing Tang Song's mood stabilized, Lee Wen said enthusiastically, "Your hair volume and hardness is really almost interesting. To be effective, you have to take care of it every day like just now, which is very time-consuming. I suggest you just do an airbrush so the fluffiness lasts a long time. Saves time and looks good. There is an event at the store today where you can get 20% off the price, and if you combine it with hair coloring, you can also enjoy." Before he finished his words, Tang Song directly interrupted, "I have urgent business at noon. I don't have time." Levin smiled awkwardly, "Then come back when you're free." "Wait a moment. I'll call the eyebrow trimmer over." Tang Song nodded and didn't say anything else. He had reason to suspect that this Tony knew from the start that his hair wouldn't hold up. The goal was to set him up with perm dye as well and make a hard buck. Zhao Yaqian is a cosmetologist who has just started her career. With little experience and average eloquence, it was hard to get a job. Counting base salary, commission, and performance, it's about 4,000 a month. It's not much, but with the convenience of my profession, I've been able to save money on skincare and cosmetics. It's also the bulk of her monthly expenses. I didn't expect to settle down for less than half a year, but the workplace is facing the risk of closure due to operational difficulties and capital breaks. The owner is still 2 months behind on his paycheck. Sister Lee, the beautician responsible for taking her, has already run off with a bucket and found her next home. As a newcomer, she instantly became the store's main force, responsible for the beauty section of Yitzi Beauty. In the recent period, the store business is getting worse and worse. She also tried to submit a number of resumes, but unfortunately, she has not been able to find the right one. Thinking about this month's credit card bill and the rent that was about to expire, Zhao Yaqian sighed. The expectation is that her boss will keep his promise and pay her back as soon as possible to give her a cushion. Ding dong dash, the cell phone screen lit up. "Mr. Li Yiqian, how's the consideration? The treatment I promised before remains unchanged. 15,000 per month, with food and housing." Seeing the content of the message, Zhao Yaqian's brows subconsciously furrowed. This Mr. Li was a regular customer of their store before. In his 30s, quite a decent guy, speaking in a conciliatory manner, or the leader of some large company. After hearing that she was looking for a job, she politely indicated that there was a shortage of assistants around and that she would like to try her out. At the beginning of the Zhao Yaqian did not react, thought it was really encountered a nobleman, but also to girlfriends to show off a lot, looking forward to entering a large company as a white collar. Then, at the prompting of my girlfriend, I asked about the requirements and perks of the position. That's when she realized that the other woman was trying to maintain her, seeing nothing more than the fact that she was young and beautiful and had exceptionally long legs. Looking at the seductive WeChat message, Zhao Yaqian bit her lip and replied seriously. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I'm not suitable. The message had just been sent out when I heard Sister Lin's shout downstairs, Shanshan. There is a guest in VIP room no. 2 who wants to have his eyebrows trimmed. Zhao Yaqian got up in a hurry, organized the small suit on her body, and carried the toolkit to hurry quickly. Pushing open the door, Zhao Yaqian had a formulaic smile on her face. Hello, I'm Chanshan, the store's beautician. I'll be trimming your eyebrows next. The client across from her was a 25 or 6-year-old guy. Out of professional habit, the first thing she observed was the state of the other person's skin. It can be very bad. Typical oily skin guy without any common sense or habit of skincare. Dull skin, enlarged pores, blackheads and pimples, and quite a few pimples. Rather a potentially big client. Okay. Tang Song nodded and couldn't help but look at this beautician a few more times. This would be the tallest girl he'd ever come in contact with, and looked to be about his height. The features are three-dimensional and beautiful, but there's nothing aggressive about them, and they look very comfortable. The body was also well proportioned, with extraordinarily long legs wrapped in black suit pants. Zhao Yaqian seemed to be very familiar with such a gaze, and the expression on her face did not change. Coming to Tang Song, he carefully observed his eyebrows. Brother, your eyebrows are quite thick, and the opposite is that the stray hairs are many and dense. I will first regularize the shape of your eyebrows, and then I will trim each one individually, to ensure that you are satisfied. Hard work. You're too kind. It's what I should do. As Zhao Yaqian spoke, she took out small scissors, a small comb as well as a razor blade from her toolkit and lowered her head to start operating. The faint perfume smell mixed with the body scent flooded into the nostrils, making Tang Song's heart beat faster, and his gaze would always unconsciously shift to the other party's legs. The thighs are plump and fleshy. The calves are slim and straight. Typical wine glass legs. It was hot to watch. Such beautiful legs were all he had seen on the internet, but those were with special effects. This is the first time it's been this real. The heart that had been broken by Tony healed considerably in an instant. It was at this moment that the system beep suddenly sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the player. The Little Red Book account has over 100 fans. Unlocking the achievement, a little prestige, and obtaining the special item, betting agreement. Tang Song's heart jumped. This was the first achievement he had ever achieved, and with the props reward, it was absolutely significant. Brother, don't move, Zhao Yaqian exclaimed, hastily putting away the blades. Excuse me. Sorry, Tang Song hurriedly apologized. He had just gotten too emotional and was a bit unable to control the expression on his face. Fortunately it didn't hurt you. Zhao Yaqian patted her chest. Then I'll continue. You pay attention to never move. Where you are uncomfortable you can tell me directly. Good. Tang Song agreed, closed his eyes, called up the light screen, and directly entered the system warehouse. Immediately afterward, the new props that were flashing with white light were seen. View details. Betting agreement. When used, it will generate a betting event based on the player's current environment and their own state of mind. A betting event? What does that mean? After struggling for a while, driven by his intense curiosity, Tang Song still couldn't hold back. Check, betting agreement, to use it immediately. Betting events are being generated. Participants, Tang Song, Zhao Yaqian. Contents of the bet, progress of the relationship between player Tang Song and beautician Zhao Yaqian. Conditions of engagement. 1. Within 1 hour, the player successfully added Zhao Yaqian WeChat. Betting on the gold * 1. 5. Failing to bet on the gold to 0. 2. Within a week, the player and Zhao Yaqian become friends. The betting money * 3. If you fail, the betting money goes to 0. 3. Within 1 month, if the player obtains Zhao Yaqian's favor, the betting money * 6, and if he fails, the betting money goes to 0. Please enter the amount of the bet, _______. Additional Article 1, no use of confusion, deception, intimidation, etc. To accelerate the progress of the relationship. Supplementary Clause 2, upon reaching any of the agreed conditions, the player may terminate the wagering agreement and withdraw the wagering money. Chapter 8. You're a friend I've made. After browsing through the contents of the parley, Tang Song pondered a little for a while and figured out the rules of play. Zhao Yaqian would be referring to Chanshan, the beautician who is helping him to trim his eyebrows. If you take the progress of the relationship between him and Zhao Yaqian as an item, Pari Mutual is an investment. There are 3 milestones throughout the project. When they become WeChat friends, that investment balloons to 1.5x. When they become true friends, that investment swells to 3 times that amount. When he gains the favor of Zhao Yaqian, This investment will swell to 6 times. Inflated investments can be withdrawn for cash, very similar to an investment agreement in the real-world financial markets, but with a much simpler exit. Go to Personal Center to view asset information. Balance $51, 020, 80. If he invests $50, 000, he will be able to cash out $300, 000 if he can get in the other person's good graces within a month. For him now, it was hard not to be impressed when he called it a huge amount of money, and his charm value could definitely increase. Thinking of this, Tang Song slightly opened his eyes. Nearby was a pair of long, slender hands with rounded, flat nails, free of calluses and dead skin, and very nice to look at. Through the clean makeup mirror, you can see Zhao Yaqian, who is working seriously, around 20 years old, full of energy, clean and neatly dressed, tall and shapely, with her hair coiled behind her head in a black hairnet. From the outside, this is a very remarkable girl. If it had been Tang Song a week ago, he wouldn't have had the courage to engage with the other side at all. The most you can do is shyly add a WeChat, and then slowly try to become friends with each other through sincerity and warmth. As for an ambiguous relationship, that's simply not possible. But now he is getting better and better. His life is about to take off, and it's the time to be hesitant. Without much hesitation, it was straightforward to enter $50, 000 with consciousness at, please enter the amount of the bet, ______. Ding! The betting agreement has been signed and the event is underway. Immediately afterward, the cell phone in Tang Song's pocket vibrated. Revisit the asset information. Balance, $1,020, 80. For a moment, Tang Song's heart was empty and a little panicked. He had been working in the empire for more than 2 years, and all the money he had earned in the beginning had paid off his family's debts, and the 40,000 or so had been saved with great difficulty. I'm really afraid that the system will run away with the money. Brother, I'm done with the rough treatment on my side. Do you have any specific requirements for your eyebrow shape? Zhao Yaqian stopped her hand movements. Tang Song looked at his eyebrows that had become very regular, feeling very nice, and laughed. I don't know much about it. Why don't you look at it? Just look good. Okay, then I'll fix a man's standard eyebrow according to your face shape. Zhao Yaqian picked up the small scissors and began to operate them, but her face wore a hesitant look. If Li, the one who took her, was there, she would have been chatting with the other person non-stop at this time. From the work-life chat, pull into the relationship, and then step by step to guide him to do card recharge. But Zhao Yaqian's mouth is stupid. How these words cannot say, which is the reason why her interview never went well. It was while she was frantically psyching herself up. Tang Song suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Miss, I want to improve my skin. Where do you think is a better place to start? Hearing that the other party actually took the initiative to talk about skin care, Zhao Yaqian almost screamed out in excitement, and the expression on her face immediately became vivid. Seriously said, the first thing is naturally cleansing the face. You are a typical big oil field. Rich sebaceous glands, thick horny layer, it will easily cause dull skin tone, clogged pores. So what do you recommend? You can use amino acid compounded APG cleansers, which last a long time for a couple bucks a pop online. Okay, I'll take note. What else should I pay attention to besides cleansing my face? Hydrate. Zhao Yaqian reached out and touched Tang Song's face. I suggest you choose a toner with the function of soothing acne and regulating water and oil, the kind that costs a little bit more, which can clean and regulate the skin's pH value twice. Feeling the warm touch on her cheek, Tang Song's eyelashes fluttered. Just had a chat for a while. Zhao Yaqian suddenly reacted as if she should be selling the store's business instead of selling her knowledge and teaching her experience. Biting her lip, she stiffly turned the conversation. Embarrassed. We provide professional skincare services over here. Just a course of treatment can see the effect. If you are interested, you can find out about it. There is an event that is especially suitable for the card right now. Why don't we add a WeChat, and you send me the event? Seeing this, Tang Song smoothly raised his main purpose. Could be. I'll sweep you later. Zhao Yaqian, finally relieved, wiped his brow with a moist cotton soft towel and said with a smile, done. Let's see how it works. Tang Song opened his eyes, and his originally disorganized eyebrows changed their appearance. It's appropriately thick and thin, with a thin brow, a slight upward adjustment in the back section, and just the right amount of twisting at the peak. The entire eye area has been upgraded a notch. It also looks more refreshed. Very satisfied. Tang Song gave a sincere compliment and successfully added WeChat with Zhao Yaqian. Ding! Betting agreement condition 1 has been met. The current parley is inflated to $75. 00000. The system beep arrived as promised, and Tang Song's entire body swelled with it. Netted 25 grand in less than half an hour. The game props are horrible as it is. The gaze towards Zhao Yaqian also became more fiery. This was a small treasure trove that could explode with gold coins. Paid $367 at the cash register and chatted a bit more with Alyssa Chiu. Tang Song left the hair salon and went straight to the shoe selling area of the mall. Quick and dirty. Spend $399 on a pair of light-colored Converse canvas shoes. The balance instantly shrinks to $254.80. Thinking about the betting agreement with Zhao Yaqian still has a long way to go, and this period of time is also less to spend. Tang Song directly opened Alipay and looked at the borrowing amount. 20,000 yuan. Without saying a word. Just extract it. You still need to rely on the old horse to pick up the slack at critical moments. Reopen the personal information screen. Balance, $20. 254.80. Debit of $20. 000. The word borrowing was also highlighted in red, apparently reminding him that funds added in this way would not count towards the charisma score. Back in the rental house at Clearview Homes, Tang Song stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and carefully surveyed himself. Weight down to 84 kilograms. Plenty of spunk. Passable outfit. Tousled hair. It's a lot better than it was a week ago. The only regret is that the face still sucks. Besides being fat, the biggest problem is the skin. In fact, the biggest influence on one's looks is the skin. Having clean, fine skin is the real-world equivalent of having beauty effects on to cover up a lot of flaws. Perhaps this is also an important reason why the betting agreement selected beautician Zhao Yaqian. Everyone has a different skin type and has to change their skincare regimen in stages as their skin problems improve. It's hard to get it done quickly by self-study and requires a lot of experience. With such a cosmetologist friend in the picture, his road to remodeling reversal will definitely be much smoother after that. Ding dong dash the WeChat beep sounded. Zhao Yaqian, publicity poster. JPG, Zhao Yaqian, the activity introduction has been sent to you. Feel free to contact me if you have any questions. #smiley face. Click on the promotional poster and look at it. Organize a card recharge of 1,998 renminbi. Enjoy 20% discount on all purchases. 3 times of facial basic care. 1 time of VIP care. Face price of 998 renminbi for designated products of your choice. Tang Song didn't hesitate and directly transferred $2,000. The message said, "Get me a card, and meet you at the store to get it when you're free. You're a friend I've made." Chapter 9, Xiashuyu. 11:40 a.m. Tang Song got out of the cab and first sent a message to Xiashuyu, then looked up at the banquet building in front of him. The street-facing, detached, 3-story, dark gray facade is accented with minimalist lines and geometric patterns for a very classy look. Inside the large, floor-to-ceiling windows, the decor is modern and stylish, and the environment is clean and tidy. It's no wonder it's become a popular Netflix hangout. Passing through the dark glass doors, he was confronted by a familiar figure. Zhao Yu in a long blue dress and a tall, thin boy. 2 steps closer, Tang Song also recognized the boy. Wang Yuba of the sales department is a quite honest spirit boy. The two seemed to be waiting in line for a seat, coming together to talk and laugh. Their movements looked intimate, like a man and a woman in the ambiguous period. Seeing Tang Song come in, the waiter in charge of welcoming guests quickly stepped forward and enthusiastically said, "Hello sir, how many? Gentlemen, it's already reserved. Table 10 on the 2nd floor. Okay, I'll take you there." Hearing a familiar voice, Zhao Yu's ears twitched and she turned her head this way. An embarrassed look flickered on his face, and he subconsciously let go of Wang Yuba's arm. Tang Song smiled and took the initiative to greet them both. "Good noon, Zhao Yu, Yuba." Zhao Yu smoothed her bangs in front of her forehead and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Hello brother Song, you're also coming over here to eat? Wow, that's a handsome outfit today. The hairstyle is great too." Tang Song in the company of our standard geek style. Hairstyle only long and short difference. Clothes 2 or 3 sets of backward wear. This is the first time I've seen this somewhat hipster outfit today, and it's really a sight to behold. Tang Song smiled and casually said, "This dress of yours is also very pretty today." The three stood together and exchanged pleasantries for a few moments before Tang Song waved his hand and smiled. "I'll go up first then. Bye." After that, he followed the waiter up the stairs. Watching his figure disappear around the corner of the stairs, Zhao Yu gripped the shoulder strap of her bag tightly, a hint of shame flashing in her eyes. Just now, he was worried that he would be jealous and have a conflict if he was bumped into by Tang Song. but after realizing that the other party didn't react in any way, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. There's a feeling that the fish you've been keeping in your pond have run away. It was at this moment that the waiter walked over quickly. Both of you. There's a place upstairs. I'll take you there. Went up to the second floor and sat down in a spot near the corner. Wan Yuba opened the QR code of the group's meal for two and asked the waiter to check the coupon. Zhao Yu, on the other hand, did not move and scanned the entire restaurant, quickly finding Tang Son's figure. Sit in the best seat in the restaurant, east side by the window, spacious and quiet. Banquet House is a very hot local online restaurant, and it's hard to get that spot on weekends, so you need to make a reservation in advance. Thinking again of Tang Son's dress and attitude today, Zhao Yu's eyes flashed and her heart instantly had a guess. Must have asked some girl out. Hu Mingli, Li Yan? A few names instantly popped into her head. All female co-workers who were on good terms with Tang Song at the company. Noticing Zhao Yu's abnormality, Wan Yuba followed her line of sight. Smilingly, he said, I didn't expect Tang Song, the technical geek, to have romantic moments. He's got a girlfriend, right? I'm not really sure. Maybe. This restaurant's wine-scented pork and steamed vegetables are especially great and beautifully presented. So I'll take your picture later. Yeah, I can trust your photo skills. Zhao Yu chatted with Wan Yuba while secretly observing Tang Song. Seeing the other man's eyes fixed on the stairway, he seemed to be waiting for something. She still couldn't hold back and took out her cell phone to send several messages to Tang Song in a row. Brother Song, Yuba just got promoted to a higher rank and said he wanted to treat me to a meal to celebrate. The two of us are good buddies and have always been on good terms. Ha ha. By the way, I just forgot to ask. Song, are you dating anyone today? So well dressed. Couldn't be one of our company's big beauties, could it? After a while, Buzz the phone vibrated a few times. Tang Song, indeed a great beauty, but not from our company, #smile. Zhao Yu took a deep breath, and her heart became even harder. Although Tang Song's condition and appearance are not very good, he has excellent technical skills and is the highest level programmer in the whole department. Apart from back-end, he is also good at front-end and helps her a lot in the company. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Yu continued to reply, Hey, that is not more beautiful than me? Otherwise why don't you see Song brother you take the initiative to invite me to dinner #sad, #doghead. Looking at the message sent by Zhao Yu, Tang Song cried and laughed a little. I really don't know how she can be so poo-pooed. Zhao Yu was not ugly looking at best, with a few small merits in her features, and through makeup concealment, she could barely be considered a 6-point little beauty. Maybe she took the face that had been beautified and retouched in the friend circle photo as her own. While pondering how to reply to her, a beautiful figure flashed across his sight, causing Tang Song's heartbeat to miss half a beat. Even though there were quite a few people on the second floor, you would still notice her at first when you looked in that direction. When she appeared, she was the center of attention of the crowd. This is the most visual manifestation of one's charisma. In addition to the face and body, there are outstanding temperament and aura. That's what he's working on. Tang Song took a deep breath and stood up from his seat with a bright smile on his face. Zhao Yu in the corner was still waiting for Tang Song's reply, and after realizing that there was no response, she glanced towards him once again. Noticing his movement of getting up in the first place, with a heartbeat, he followed the direction of his eyes. The expression on his face instantly froze. The woman who approached was a model figure, tall and thin, bright features, fair skin, dark and thick hair, a casual curry-colored shirt, a plaid A-line half-skirt, flesh-colored stockings, brown high heels, and a camel-colored coat with outstanding texture on her arm. It looks dignified, elegant, stylish and has a unique appeal. She looked thin, but her essence was exceptionally good, with a straight posture and sparkling eyes. It gives an impression of cleanliness and thunder, like a pretty female president on a TV show, and the clothes and accessories she was wearing were expensive at first glance. Although Zhao Yu didn't know what brand it was, she recognized the bag the other woman was carrying on her shoulder. The LV Gilt Sahara worth over $200, 000, known as the crocodile skin ceiling, is a luxury she has dreamed of. Watching the other party walk a little bit to the opposite side of Tang Song, Zhao Yu murmured dully, This is impossible, right? Chapter 10, When do we sign the contract? Dash heels pounded on the stone floor. Xia Shuyu's figure walked in a graceful manner, attracting all the eyes around her. Men admired her sexy beauty and women ogled her clothes and bags. But Tang Song could clearly hear his heartbeat, and his hands subconsciously squeezed. Despite all the mind building, you still feel nervous when you are actually face to face. There is both shame at previous displays of embarrassment and a desire for something better. In the final analysis, he was still an ordinary young man now, and although he had the system to back him up, his mentality and eyesight couldn't keep up. Sister Shuyu, Tang Song took the initiative to greet her. He could feel a complicated gaze gathering towards him at that moment. The pressure is on. Since the last time they met was at Xie Shuyu's cafe, it was far less intuitive than today. Sorry little Song, I'm late. Xie Shuyu raised her hand to look at her wristwatch, and with an apologetic look on her face, she said, there was a situation at one of the stores, and I went to take care of it. She is a very punctual person, and when she has an appointment with someone, she usually arrives 10 minutes early. It's okay, I just arrived too. Tang Song smiled coyly. Sit down face to face. Xie Shuyu put her coat and bag away and directly handed over the menu. See what you want to eat, no need to be polite with me. Tang Song waved his hand and said, I've been on a diet lately, so why don't you order first, and just add a veggie salad for me at the end. Xie Shuyu sized him up for a while and nodded gently. No wonder I think you've lost some weight. Keep up the good work. I have a very small appetite and have been on a controlled diet for years, so it looks like we'll be saving money on this meal today. She hadn't really paid much attention to the details of Tang Song's physical appearance, but out of emotional intelligence and politeness, she still complimented him. Fresh do beef tendon flour, sea emperor tofu soup, brocade field, a taste of cabbage, white seared sea shrimp. Well, that's it. Xie Shuyu casually closed the menu and flashed a charming smile at Tang Song. The calories are all very low. Just think of it as you're having a fat loss meal. The long, tousled hair falls from the shoulders to the chest and looks pleasing to the eye with the smooth curves of the waist. Thank you, Sister Shuyu. Tang Song tried to make his gaze clear and pure. It always felt disrespectful to be too overtly admiring in the face of a woman like her. Xie Shuyu raised her pretty face. There's no need to be too polite. This time it was supposed to be an invitation to dinner. The small program is doing very well. The background management is also very practical. I should be the one to thank you for taking the trouble to help me change my requirements quite a few times during this period of time. It's all I'm supposed to do. What's impossible? Hearing Zhao Yu's murmur, Wang Yuba asked in surprise. Then he turned his head back and swept along Zhao Yu's line of sight, and the expression on his face immediately became wonderful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's quick not to have Tang Song dressed so tight. Wang Yuba swallowed his saliva. His heart felt like a volcano erupting. Then, it shouldn't be possible that it's his girlfriend. Are you kidding me? These two don't go together at all. Okay? Although that girl looks young, but the dress temperament is there. A look is the top imperial sister. Height should be 175 centimeters, plus heels, over 180, and basically even with Tang Song. Compared to her, the beautiful co-worker in front of her, Zhao Yu, became unremarkable at all. This kind of woman is a pretty bombastic presence wherever she is. It's a world away from Tang Song, his dirt-poor co-worker. Zhao Yu bit her lower lip, her expression extremely unnatural. I don't think it's possible either. Odds are it's some kind of relative or friend. Wang Yuba said sourly. It's also a kind of luck to have such a friend. It looks as if he's very rich, absolutely quality connections. He was in sales and had come into contact with a lot of big and small bosses, so he still had an eye for what was going on. Immediately after that, Zhao Yu also reacted. Come to think of it, how could Tang Song have such a girlfriend? 220,000 LV Gilt Sahara in a luxury class outfit. Not at all in the same class as them. I'm afraid Tang Song can't even be considered a suitor. He's simply not qualified. After self-soothing for a while, Zhao Yu was finally much more comfortable in her heart. After calming his mood, he turned to ask, Yu Ba, you said last time that our company is going to transform its e-commerce business. Is that true or not? It was the subject of her greatest concern. Nowadays, Fairview Commerce is mainly engaged in offline clothing agency sales business, and their technical department belongs to the fringe support department, which is not much valued. If the company fully transforms to e-commerce, it is an opportunity for them. Business will increase, and so will the paychecks, and Fairview Trading is a very reliable program in this regard. Wang Yuba averted his gaze from Xie Shuyu's side and took a sip of water. Whispered, not transformation, is to put the main focus on the line, expanding the e-commerce business. This matter is true. A great impact on our sales department. Financing intentions have been reached. By the way, this thing you don't discuss in the company, it is estimated that it will be announced next month. Isn't that a good thing? Still need to keep it a secret? Zhao Yu was a bit puzzled. I'm not sure. It's rumored that the boss personally gave instructions that discussion of this matter is forbidden in the company. That's so, frowned Xiaoyu. And suddenly, a thread connected in her head. No wonder Director Chen has been so excited lately, desperately trying to paint a big picture for everyone, and taking sole credit for the SCM system. No wonder Du Xiaokai suddenly started working overtime, took the initiative to solicit work, and stole Tang Song's project maintenance job. If the company is transformed online, the SCM, supply chain management, system is the centerpiece of the entire company, and all business will be tied to it. There is a high probability that the technical support department will become independent as a business unit and expand. Director Chen also has the opportunity to be promoted to CTO and officially become a company executive. There will also be a lot of middle management positions open by then. Thinking about this, Zhao Yu only felt her blood boiling. This was a great opportunity. The meal was brought to the table one by one, with all the colors and flavors. Xia Shuyu's onion-white fingers held the chopsticks, taking small bites of the food, and from time to time, she chatted with Tang Song about some ideas about small programs and cafe promotion. Talking about her work made her whole body glow. Tang Song also understood why the other party had taken the time to accompany him for this meal. Tentatively, he asked, Sister Shuyu, what you're saying is, Amber Coffee's small program will continue to be iterated, right? Bingo! Xia Shuyu gave a rare playful look. Let's get down to business. Okay. Xia Shuyu sat up straight and her expression was much more serious, looking like a pretty female leader in an urban drama. I'm going to formally invite you to come to my company part-time, responsible for the maintenance of the website and small programs, 3,000 yuan per month, and free coffee and juice to drink. How about it? Consider it? Eh? A look of dismay appeared on Tang Song's face. He had thought it was still a one-shot deal like last time, but he didn't realize that this sister wanted to recruit him to her. But on second thought it made sense. This was the most cost-effective option for Xia Shuyu. Save your mind, save your money, be safe and be sustainable. Of course it's good for him too. It's a little more work, but it's an extra $3,000 every month. In Yancheng, a second-tier city, many people's salaries are less than $3,000. If it was the old him, he would have agreed without hesitation, but now he was already standing on the way to becoming a male god, with a bright and shining future, and the rewards gained from a single mission far exceeded this part-time fee. Tang Song weighed his words and said, when do we sign the contract? Chapter 11, Smile Holding. Xia Shuyu wasn't the least bit surprised by Tang Song's answer. There was not much work on her side and the money offered was right. There was no reason to refuse. I'll send you the company's address on WeChat later. Just bring your ID and bank card over there. I've been busy expanding my baking business lately, so I might not be over there. So you can look for the office manager. Okay, thank you for Sister Shuyu's trust. After a pause, Tang Song joked, wrong, it should be thank you for Mr. She's trust. Xia Shuyu let out a light laugh. You're only part-time. You don't have to be so uptight. Then we wish Shimmering Coffee great success and prosperity. The two men picked up their tea and gently touched it. Xia Shuyu brought a little bit of curiosity into her gaze towards Tang Song. With her experience and ability to read people, she's still a good judge of character. In her impression, Tang Song is a typical I-man, introvert, silent, evasive, prefers independent thinking and is socially inept. This time, we met but seemed much more confident and cheerful, and the whole person's essence was fuller. Sort of a little surprise. She prefers to communicate with people like this. It's much easier and more productive. Mr. Xia, it's really you. What a coincidence. A very magnetic male voice suddenly came out. Tang Song raised his head in surprise, and saw a man in his early 30s, standing next to Xia Shuyu with a surprised face. Black executive jacket, cardigan, suit pants and shoes, off-center hair, leather clutch, looks gentle. Xia Shuyu politely got up and enthusiastically said, Manager Wang, good noon. Manager Wang swept a glance at Tang Song and casually asked, and this is? Tang Song, one of my partners. Xia Shuyu smiled and introduced, this is the senior manager of Cloud Mirror Consulting, Wang Yunping. Wang Yunping took the initiative to extend his hand towards Tang Song. Hello, Mr. Tang. Hello. Tang Song hurriedly got up and shook his hand. Wang Yunping moved his gaze back to Xia Shuyu and sincerely complimented. The ghostly dream returns at the beginning of the day. The heavy shade is not yet opened, and the dawn color blows into a sparse rain. Every time I see Mr. Xia, I can always think of this song lyric. You are equally elegant and beautiful. Thanks for the compliment. Xia Shuyu smiled haughtily. Tang Song was slightly stunned, not realizing that Xie Shuyu's name came from here. It was indeed beautiful. Waking up from the dream, the sky was overcast, the clouds were thick and had not yet cleared, and the early morning shimmer was interspersed with a sparse drizzle. Maybe that's where the Shimmer Cafe came from? The two of them laughed and caught up a bit. Wang Yunping shook his handbag and said, "Our organization has recently investigated the current situation and investment opportunities in the coffee industry in Yan Province. Would Mr. Xia like to learn more about it? It might be helpful for your company's financing." Hearing this, Xie Shuyu's eyes instantly brightened, and then she looked at Tang Song with some difficulty. It's a bit inappropriate to invite people to dinner today, after all. Tang Song saw Xie Shuyu's concern and took the initiative to speak. "Sister Shuyu, your work is important. You don't need to worry about me." Xie Shuyu hesitated for a moment and gestured. "Manager Wang, please take a seat." Wang Yunping nodded and sat down directly next to Tang Song, his slightly burning gaze always on Xie Shuyu. The two began chatting about topics such as changing market sizes, supply chains, product innovation, and investment organizations. Tang Song listened quietly from the side, but couldn't get a word in. About 20 minutes or so later, the two stopped talking about investments and started talking about something else. "I can see that this manager Wang is a knowledgeable person. Coffee beans, luxury goods, and art know a thing or two." Tang Song looked at the laughing, gentle Wang Yunping beside him and once again realized his own inadequacy. Compared to such true elites, one's overall quality is far too poor. For a moment there was some loss of heart. Originally, he wanted to make Xie Shuyu change his impression of himself today, but he didn't expect to be cut off. The point was that right now, he had no ability to interject. By the time the two had talked about it, only then did Wang Yunping turn his gaze to Tang Song, as if he finally remembered that there was such a person next to him. He casually pulled out a business card and put it into Tang Song's hand, smilingly saying, "What industry is Mr. Tang engaged in? Which company do you work for? There is a chance that we can cooperate." Cloud Mirror is a professional research and consulting organization focusing on the investment field, providing enterprises with comprehensive and professional services of investment research plus due diligence plus post-investment management. That being said, but with his vision, he naturally saw some of Tang Song's roots, so the introduction was more of a tease. Tang Song was silent for a moment and said truthfully, "IT industry, currently working as a program developer at Fairview Commerce." "Oh," Wang Yunping raised his eyebrows, folded his legs and laughed. "Programmer? It's quite good. ChatGPT is soaring wildly, AI investment is surging, and the entire VC market is red hot. Scarce companies are unicorns in minutes. Excellent talents earn 5 million a year. Mr. Tang has a promising future." Tang Song pursed his lips. "Borrow your good advice." Immediately afterward, Wang Yunping clapped his hands, seemingly remembering something, and asked, "Jinxiu Trading? Is that the one in Linjin Mansion? Yanqing Jinxiu Trading Company Limited?" "Aha." Tang Song nodded gently. Xie Shuyu was surprised. "Manager Wang and Jinxiu have cooperation?" Wang Yunping put down his leg, smiled at Xie Shanyu and said, "That's not true. You may not know. The current Jinxiu trade is considered hot in the investment circle of Yin Province, and countless VCs and PEs want to flock to it." Xie Shuyu sat up straight, surprised. "How so?" Her shimmering coffee has been seeking financing lately, and has approached many investors and investment firms to find out what makes Fairview Commerce so attractive. Wang Yunping folded his hands and propped his elbows on the dining table and laughed. "It's simple. It's been spotted by Smile Capital." "Smile Capital," Tang Song blurted out, directly standing up from his chair with a horrified look on his face. Wang Yunping frowned, very much disliking Tang Song's unseen and shocked appearance. "Even if you know the company is going to be prosperous, you're not so excited as this, are you?" Xie Shuyu's eyes were filled with envy and shock. "It seems like Yen City is going to have one more listed company." Wang Yunping swept Tang Song, calmly said, "Not necessarily, although Jinxiu Commerce is the leader in the field in Yancheng, but put into the national market is simply not enough to look at. The current investment community is still studying the logic of Smile Capital's investment this time." Tang Song spat out a breath and turned his head to Wang Yunping, his voice trembling a little. "Then what is the relationship between Smile Capital and Smile Holding?" Wang Yunping frowned, somewhat unwilling to answer this lowly question. However, considering Xie Shuyu on the opposite side, he still said, "Smile Capital is the CVC, Corporate Venture Capital, organization under Smile Holding. As for Smile Holding, I don't need to explain more, right? There are very few people in our country who haven't heard of this name." Tang Son's mind buzzed, only feeling a heavenly rotation. The first business you created yourself in the game growing up male was Smile Holdings. The name came from the first extremely rare character card he drew, Secretary Kim, and her original name was Kim Me Smile. Chapter 12, Cognitive Awakening. I told you, there's no way there's some sort of boyfriend/girlfriend relationship. Nor are they dating. Zhao Yu covered her mouth and laughed. That big brother in the executive jacket is much more numerous than Tang Song. Wang Yuba nodded his head in agreement and lamented. It looks like a social elite with status. This pie is not small. It's quite impressive for Tang Song to be able to get acquainted with them. Zhao Yu's eyes rolled around and scrutinized Tang Song. A little thinner than before, a lot more refreshed. Starting to pay attention to what I wear, my hair, and such connections. What's more, Fairview Commerce is about to close its financing and transition online. As the department's technical god and the real developer of the SCM system, Tang Song will definitely be the #1 mainstay under Mr. Chen in the future. More than that, a future middle management position is expected, with a salary that is sure to exceed $10,000. Thinking about it that way, it seemed like Song wasn't as bad as he thought he was. If he could have been a little thinner, he would have been a very eligible subject. Then look at Wang Yuba in front of you. Though tall, thin and well-dressed, she is just average looking, and he is in a sales position. His income is unstable, and it's hard to say how much he will perform when the company's business is restructured. Zhao Yu pondered over it and sent Tang Song a message once again. Found out another new strength of Brother Song. Being able to talk and laugh with successful people older than yourself. So awesome. Learn from Brother Song. Little Song, are you alright? Xia Shuyu looked at Tang Song, who was in a state of stagnation, and gently knocked on the table. Wang Yunping shook his head and laughed. Mr. Tang, seeing how excited you are, is it possible that you still have shares or options in your company? Tang Song let out a long breath, resumed his seat, and asked nervously, then Manager Wang, do you know about Jin Mei Xiao? Wang Yunping seemed to have heard some bizarre joke and snorted. Mr. Tang, is it necessary to joke with me about this? Xia Shuyu frowned. Manager Wang, Tang Song is a standard tech geek. He probably doesn't know much about this. Don't think too much. Tang Song also realized that he seemed to have asked a particularly stupid question. Wang Yunping lifted his wrist and looked at the time, stood up and said, Mr. Xia, I still have to visit a customer in the afternoon. Let's talk alone some other time. There are still a lot of things I want to discuss with you about the future direction of the coffee industry. Today's purpose had been achieved and the process was quite smooth, so Wang Yunping did not intend to stay long with a thick skin. Pursuing a woman of Xie Shuyu's type requires moderation, gradual progress, and exuding charm. Excessive interruption will instead provoke resentment. Xie Shuyu stood up and politely said, Goodbye. Bye. Wang Yunping picked up his handbag, his eyes swept over Tang Song, and eventually he didn't hold back. Mr. Tang can contact more people outside when he's free, read more books, and improve his eyesight and knowledge. Seeing the other party leave, Xia Shuyu explained towards Tang Song, Wang Yunping is the senior manager of Cloud Mirror Consulting, mainly responsible for the investment section, and it's impossible for people who are engaged in this field to not know the executive director of Smile Holdings. Seemingly with a feeling in her heart, she said softly, I'm afraid it's just ordinary people who have more or less heard of this name. Founder of Smile Holdings, 2018 Entrepreneur of the Year, Fortune 40 Under 40, Times 100 Most Influential People of 2022, Forbes cover. The aura around her was too bright, so bright that everyone dared not look at her directly. As a career-minded workaholic, Kimmy Smiles is equally as hardworking and goal-oriented as she is. Walk out the door of the banquet house, witnessing Xie Shuyu disappearing around the corner in his BMW, Tang Song lowered his head, his mouth repeatedly murmuring, Smile Holding, Kimmy Smile, Secretary Kim. These words, which were originally only found in games, had actually appeared in the real world. Open the system interface and check the main plot description. Note 1, perhaps your in-game achievements are not illusory, and consistently completing system tasks and improving yourself will reap the rewards you've been dreaming of. So it is. Stock market, futures, entrepreneurship, investing. Your own struggles in the game are not illusory. Everything is well documented. Everything is solid and firm. As long as you can actually keep growing and unlocking rewards, you can make everything in the game a reality. It's not just the assets, it's the characters that have been developed by hand. In the game's plot, it's 7 years from 2016 to 2023. In his eyes, What characters such as Secretary Kim carry has long been more than mere data, but encompasses feelings, the past, and experiences. For a moment, Tang Song had mixed feelings in his heart. A scene from the game kept flashing in his mind. There is hesitation about the future and frustration about the present. Back to the clear and cozy home. Tang Song's restless heart never calmed down. He simply changed into a workout outfit and began jogging along the road outside the neighborhood, starting to walk when he got tired of running. I waited until I was too tired to walk, and then I returned to the rental house. Plunging headfirst onto the bed, he huffed and puffed. After waking up from a nap, and fuming for a while, the mind is then gradually restored. Now he was, in essence, still the same ordinary employee, Tang Song. Unimpressive exterior, mediocre core. Although this person Wang Yunping was a bit arrogant, what he said was right. One should reach out to more people and read more books to improve one's vision and knowledge. Only when he really grows up and gets close to the game's male god, Tang Song, will he be able to meet Secretary Kim and take over his huge assets. After figuring this out, Tang Song's entire body became relaxed, and his goals for the future became clearer. It was at this moment that the crisp system beep sounded again. Ding! You have triggered the side quest, Cognitive Awakening. Please go to the Quest Center to check it out. View task information. Task content. A person's cognition hides the books he has read and the path he has traveled. Please select 10 classic books that are helpful to your growth for effective reading. Mission reward, Enlightenment +1, Ginkgo bookmark *1. Mission progress, 0%. View item details. Ginkgo bookmark, crafted using falling ginkgo leaves. Clip it into the text of the book. Information, etc. that you are reading, and it can effectively increase your memory by 30% when reading. Note, you who love to read, just like this autumn leaf, even if your whole body is drenched in the frost of the years, you do not see traces of defeat in your posture. After reading the mission description and rewards, Tang Song's eyes glowed with excitement. Not bad for a side quest, the rewards are really rich. Gnosis, as one of the 4 basic attributes, is also one of the most important. Physique, agility, and endurance could all be acquired through acquired effort, but enlightenment was hard and difficult. It is mostly about the ability to understand and analyze things, and the ceiling depends on your talent. Even in growing up male, there are very few quests that increase enlightenment, and Ginkgo bookmark, not to mention the item that increases memory. With it, you can greatly improve efficiency and save time in your subsequent studies. Chapter 13 Can't Live Without Laughing Families. 6 p.m. Eggs fried and cut into large pieces. Oil hot onion and ginger burst incense. Add white jade mushrooms fried juice. Pour boiling water. Fried eggs. Bok choy. Cover and simmer for 5 minutes. Out of the pot. Soon, a mushroom omelette and bok choy soup was served. Take a sip and the flavorful broth is soothing. After dinner, Tang Song cozily leaned back on the sofa and opened Little Red Book. The fan count has reached 102. Check out the notes that were posted yesterday. Thanks to a great title, it has already had over 3,000 views, 210 likes and 78 comments. It's kind of hot for a new number. Check out the comments section. Most of it was advising him. Momo, looking at the top half of your face, your skin is pretty bad, so I suggest makeup goes on. Jukwan, pay attention to what you wear and keep your hair chopped. It'll be much better. Skinny Save, try the workwear style. I think it suits you. There were also a lot of eaters, asking him how his meeting with the goddess went today, and even sending private messages urging for more. That comment by Demon Ling has been bumped to the top, with quite a few likes and replies. Thinking about the achievements and props rewards he received for having a fan value of over 100, Tang Song decided to run his account properly. It's still only 100 powders. When it gets to 1,000 powders or 10,000 powders in the future, will there be even bigger rewards waiting for them? And with the increased attention, it also attracts more people to help transform themselves against the odds. 2 birds with 1 stone. Win hemp. Thinking of it, Tang Song first went to take a shower, changed into the suit suggested by Demon Ling, put on a mask, and took a full-body photo of himself. Dressing is not a problem. It suits his current body type, but without the support of hair clay and styling spray the hair instantly becomes a full plot potpourri of ugly chic. Tang Song's brain hurt when he looked at the words microdivided broken cover. It had to be saved, create new notes and upload photos. In addition to the comparison photos before and after his own makeover, he put up a screenshot of Demon Ling's comment. Title, Day 7 of the Listening to Persuasion Makeover. Dressing change, micro partition shredded lid cuts. Body, thanks for all the advice. Already finished dinner with the goddess, but the hair seems to be flopping a bit, hashtag crying. How do you think we can save it? Topics, hashtag vegetarian makeover, hashtag listening to advice, hashtag makeover, hashtag reversal, hashtag turnover. Click to publish. Tang Song put down his cell phone, sat down in front of his computer, and began to look up the classic works that were suitable for him. Reading is indeed a very meaningful thing, and it can even influence a person's mindset, thinking and outlook, and is an essential part of self-improvement. As a result, he doesn't intend to do this as a task to be accomplished, but rather to find books that he really enjoys and develop reading as a long-term hobby. Starflower Garden Subdivision. Building 8. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 hiccup dash. Yao Lingling rolled around crazily on the sofa holding her cell phone, her face laughing out of emoticons. Zhang Jiahong, who was reading Public Foundation, knocked on the table. Lingling, can we not be so alarmed? If I don't pass the public examination, you'll have to support me. I can't live laughing family. The hilariously Schumann scurried straight over. What's wrong Lingling? What's so cozy? Cecil. Cough cough cough. Yao Lingling tried to control her expression. Isn't the listening to persuasion body very hot recently? I followed such a blogger in Little Red Book, and yesterday I pointed out his outfit and hairstyle, and today he really did as he was told, and even went on a date with a goddess. That's it. Ha! Lee Sukman bristled and banged her on the side of the head. Waste of expression. Yao Lingling handed her cell phone over and said with a fluttering brow, let me show you the results of the remodeling. Li Schumann took the phone and scanned it. Buffed. Followed by haha laughing. This cool pothead is a little something. Zhang Jiahong, who had been concentrating on her book, didn't hold back and trotted up. After a while, Li Schumann slapped her butt and smiled. Lingling can be really harmful. Microsplitting broken caps is too much a matter of luck. Even if it's the same Tony, if it works this time, it might not work next time. Zhang Jiahong said wistfully, if people are disliked by the goddess because of this, you'll have to be responsible. Yao Lingling spat out her tongue. I also have good intentions. I've always heard that this hairstyle is very handsome, so I recommended it to him. But it's really my fault for not thinking about his hair type. It seems that I, Yao Lingling, must step in and help him change his fate against the odds. Sok Min, doesn't your family run a barbershop? Go to the posting and give him pointers on hairstyles. Jia Hong, didn't you take a form class? Help with some useful advice. This little brother is very obedient and well executed, so think of it as playing a game in the nurture department. The corner of Li Shumin's mouth twitched. Good man, it's kinda hot by your whole thing. I don't have time. I have to prepare for the public exam. Yao Lingling offered a big kill. I'll treat you to snail noodles tomorrow, plus fried eggs and grilled sausages. Deal. It's a deal. 9 o'clock at night. Tang Song stretched and craned his neck. After careful selection, the first 5 books to be read have been finalized. The Ravens, Alive, Cognitive Nature, The Moon and Sixpence, Influence. The word count is generally between 100, 000 and 200, 000 words, and if you're quick, you can read a book in a day or two, and it's all about what interests him. Standing up and moving around a few times, I opened the Little Red Book and immediately received a ton of notifications of follows, likes, and comments. Open the previously posted note. It's just been posted for 2 hours and surprisingly already has 220 likes and 101 comments. I'm on fire. Tang Song looked at his data incredulously. Tapping on the comments section and scrolling through it, Tang Song quickly realized why there was so much traffic. Foamy, differential shatter cap? Classic pot cover. Resells the cute, Tony. I admit I had an element of gambling, but unfortunately, it was you who lost. Momo, just love reading these flipping remodeling posts. Ha 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 ha. That photo of the remodeled pothead in the main picture has attracted a large number of fun-seeking internet users. A lot of the comments that play on the stems have more likes than his posts. Of course, there are genuine comments among them. Demonling, okay my bad. About the hairstyle, I helped you find a professional at Minmin. In order to help you win back your goddess, I decided to supervise your makeover from now on. Here's my advice. First of all, guys need skincare too. A clean face really sucks the girl's favor. Your skin doesn't work. My advice is, Minmin, this broken cap really doesn't suit you. Listen to me and go straight for the American front spikes. Just make a small change from what you have now. Fresh and manageable. Gradient on both sides. Blow dry naturally and scrunch it with hair clay as you go. American front spur. JPG. Tang Song clicked on the web image and looked at it. This hairstyle was indeed much more refreshing. and it was also very suitable for him who was in a period of weight loss. After replying to the netizens in the comment section for a while, Tang Song looked at the time, 21:40, put down the phone, wash up, turn off the lights, lie down, and stare. Through a search engine, he finally met the real-life version of Secretary Kim. It didn't disappoint him, and arguably even far exceeded expectations, matching the characters in the game very well. Golden ratio body, big boobs, thin waist, long ass, long legs. Tang Song just thought about her appearance. His breathing became smooth and even little by little, and he fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 14, My Beautician Friend, 2-in-1. Sunday, April 9th, 2023. Sunny, 1626 degrees C. Tang Song stopped with a gasp, rested for a while, and pulled his cell phone out of his arm bag. View the motion trajectory. Full 5 kilometers at an average pace of 6'34". A week had passed since he started working out, and after getting through his body's acclimatization period, his fitness had improved significantly. Open the Personal Information panel. Player, Tang Song, 25 foot. Role, Fairview Trading Development Engineer. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 85. 5 kilograms. Physique, 57. Endurance, 55. Agility, 49. Enlightenment, 76. Status of assets. Balance, $18. 294. 00, $20. 000. 00 liability. Lost another 1 kilogram in the fasted state. Gained 1 point in fitness. And everything is getting better and better. Immediately afterward, Tang Song's eyes lit up. The charisma value had somehow increased by another 1 point. You know, he was wearing a cool pot head without a stereotype, and he came with charm -1 buff. That is to say, if he changed his hairstyle to suit him, the charisma value would probably go straight to 27 points, only 3 points away from unlocking the first stage of rewards and opening the program mission. It should be that the series of recent events, especially crossing the hurdle of Xie Shuyu and his self-reflection after hearing Secretary Kim's news, had improved his mind and heart. Charisma increased by 1 point as a matter of course. After doing a few more sets of stretches downstairs, Tang Song returned to the rental house with excitement. While eating breakfast, I opened my little red book and checked the results of the battle. Over 600 extra unread messages in just one night. That note posted last night got a lot of attention. Likes, 412. Comments, 196. The fan count went straight up to 276. After quickly drinking the low-fat milk, Tang Song began to seriously reply to the netizens and collect suggestions. Don Song, thanks for the advice. I do have poor skin and have now started to seriously study and work on improving it. Tang Song, maybe it's because I'm constantly looking down at my phone and computer, which causes my neck to subconsciously tilt forward. Thanks for the pointer. I'll check out this workout. Tang Song, the hairstyle is going to be changed to an American front spike. Wait for me to update my notes tonight to see how it looks. The time came to just after 9 a.m. Without realizing it, buzz the phone vibrated and a WeChat message popped up. Zhao Yakian, good morning. Brother, I don't know if I've disturbed your rest. Your membership card was done yesterday afternoon. Remember to come and get it when you're free, haha. Thinking of the 180 centimeter wineglass legs and the ongoing betting agreement, Tang Song only felt a surge of emotion. Quickly replied, okay, thanks for the hard work, Chan. I'll be over to collect it at 2 p.m. today and ask you to do a skincare set for me, by the way. #happy. Zhao Yakian, good Lu brother. Your card comes with 3 times facial basic care and a VIP care. To the store directly, find me on it. A brief chat. Tang Song exited the chat interface, looked at the time, opened the review app, and started looking for a reliable barber store. After picking and choosing for a while, I finally chose an upscale hair salon chain 5 kilometers away. Perhaps because it was more expensive, the store wasn't really crowded. The man in charge of cutting his hair was a young Tony under 30. Not much of a talker, a bit high-strung, and quite good-looking. Tang Song learned his lesson and took out the picture of that hairstyle posted by netizen Minmin and double-checked with the other party to see how it worked and if it could be done. Mr. Tony scanned him briefly, pinched his hair again, and gave him an OK sign in the mirror. Absolutely no problem. Seeing that the other party looked like he had a plan, Tang Song took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Swish, swish, swish. The barber swept the sides in an American taper arc. Click, click, click. The scissors keep traveling, cutting the top out in layers. 20 minutes or so later, Tony blow-dried his hair again and began instructing him on how to style it. Tang Song looked through the mirror. observing the other's movements while memorizing the steps. Top hair is scrunched for natural volume by inserting your fingers into the roots, and the tip section is lifted upwards to create the textured look of a front spiked strand. Front side bangs are lifted upwards to add dimension to the facial contours. The back of the head is gently scrunched and fluffed to give the head a more three-dimensional and fuller shape. Okay, that will do the trick. Your hair is not very good, so if you want the results to be up to par, it's best to go with a matte texturizing hair clay. Tony made a final advice. Tang Song looked at himself in the mirror and once again realized how important hairstyles were. Having lost 9 pounds, he still has a lot of meat on his face, but under the influence of this fluffy and three-dimensional hairstyle, he looks fresh and stylish, and his face value has gone up a notch. Open the system screen. Charm, 27. Nice. Tang Song's eyes showed undisguised excitement, and he thanked Mr. Tony one by one, praising the other party's superior skills. It made the high-strung Tony blush a little, reflecting on whether he had just been less than enthusiastic. 13:50 p.m. As Tang Song approached Yitzi Beauty Salon, he soon saw Zhao Yaqian standing at the door. Small black suit, white shirt, flats, still in the same proper uniform. Being tall, she was very striking standing there. A pretty face with a formulaic smile and a shapely figure attracted the attention of many passers-by. Presumably this is a means of attracting customers to the store. Seeing Tang Song, who walked over, Zhao Yaqian hurriedly went forward to receive him. Brother, good afternoon. Welcome to Yitzi Beauty Salon. Good afternoon, Qian. Tang Song smiled and greeted. This is your membership card. The balance inside is 2,000 yuan. Zhao Yaqian pulled out a golden-colored card from her pocket and handed it over. There are also products with a face value of 998 yuan that are complimentary to you. I'll take you to the product section to pick them out. Good. Zhao Yaqian turned around and opened her long legs to lead the way ahead. The fresh, sweet scent of her body hit her. Her plump thighs folded back and forth, her hips gently swaying as they were wrapped in thin silk suit pants. At this moment, Zhao Yaqian carried an unspeakably enchanting and sexy body. Tang Song, who was walking behind, took a deep breath, his heart beating faster and faster. How could he not move his gaze? I have to say, my own beautician friend is a real looker. Brother, this row is full of products you can choose from. There are price tags on them, as long as they don't add up to more than 998. Zhao Yaqian stopped in front of one of the shelves and said enthusiastically, do you need me to recommend something for you? Tang Song didn't move to avert his gaze and spoke. You can just help me choose directly. I trust you. Zhao Yaqian froze and a happy smile appeared on her face. Then I'll get you a box of hair clay, another set of toiletries and a cleanser, all of which you can use. Okay, thanks. After picking out the giveaways, Zhao Yaqian took him to the beauty area on the west side. It's small, but fairly well stocked and every area is clean and tidy. Beauty beds, trolleys, wall mirrors, ingredient racks, tool kits, lighting equipment, sterilizers. There are also a number of credentials on the wall near the entrance. Sort of a miniature beauty parlor. Noticing Tang Song's sweeping gaze, Zhao Yaqian explained with an unnatural expression. Originally there were 3 beauticians, but they left due to some special reasons, and currently I'm mainly in charge, so there's no way for you to pick a beautician. I didn't realize that you're still the store's beauty supervisor. Amazing. Tang Song saw her embarrassment and made a small joke to ease the atmosphere. Zhao Yaqian laughed out. Looking at Tang Song's gaze is also much less polite. With all the bad things that have happened to her lately, she doesn't even care to patronize her favorite fried skewer restaurant. The trust and tolerance Tang Song had shown gave her tense and exhausted mind a slight relief. Wipe your face clean with a damp cotton cloth. Squeeze the cleanser and gently work the bubbles into your palm. Start rubbing from the chin, in order to pass through the corners of the mouth, cheeks, nose. Make circles from the eyes outward to soothe the eye area. Palm rubbing forehead. This step is a deep cleansing, mainly to remove the dirt and oil deep in the pores. You don't need to go through so much trouble to wash your own face on a daily basis. This is to exfoliate blackheads and make the skin smoother and brighter. Zhao Yaqian's movements were gentle and skillful, and her delicate and slender hands felt excellent to the touch. Tang Song lay on her back on the soft beauty bed, a clean white blanket draped over her body and a towel wrapped around her head and shoulders. From time to time, Zhao Yaqian's sweet voice came to his ears, comfortably drowsy. I don't know how much time passed, accompanied by a gentle facial massage. Zhao Yaqian said softly, brother, this set of facial VIP treatments for you is over. Tang Song slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing that caught his eye was Zhao Yaqian's large work badge with a charming arc. Looked at the LED spreadsheet on the wall. I didn't realize that an hour had passed. Like a nap. The greatest feeling is that the pores are unclogged. The skin seems to breathe and the face is filled with moisture. Sit up and look at yourself in the vanity mirror. My face is much cleaner, with fewer blackheads and pimples. It was as if there was an extra layer of something on the surface of the skin, and it was no longer rough and greasy to the touch, but tender and duang-duang. Thanks, great job. Tang Song sincerely thanked him. It could be felt that Zhao Yaqian had helped him do the facial treatment with great care, without a hint of perfunctory. As long as you are satisfied. Getting the customer's recognition. Zhao Yaqian's face showed a big smile. In the future, you can come once a week or 2 weeks, and on a daily basis. You should pay attention to maintenance at home. Adhere to 2 or 3 months, to ensure that your skin visible to the naked eye delicate, white, shiny, good. Tang Song nodded, clenched his fist vigorously, and took the initiative to open his mouth. We are also considered to know each other. You don't need to use honorifics all the time. Let's formally introduce ourselves. My name is Tang Song. Zhao Yaqian looked at him and smiled. Alright, then I'll listen to you. My name is Zhao Yaqian. Tang Song exhaled and pulled out a small dark blue box from his pocket. Put it directly in front of her. The next sure to often find you consulting skin problems. I'm a thin-skinned person. This small gift you accept. In the future I will be able to peace of mind on WeChat to bother you law. This. Zhao Yaqian hurriedly excused herself. This won't do. You are a member of our store. Maintaining customer relations is my job duty. You are welcome to find me at any time. I promise to know everything. Tang Song looked at her pretty face and smiled. Skin problems have been bothering me for a long time. I've always kinda wanted to have a beautician friend like you. This earring isn't too expensive. Consider it as a goodwill between friends. Don't reject it. Hearing the word friend, Zhao Yaqian froze and blushed slightly. She'd been out on the job for most of a year and had come into contact with quite a few people. Something, if anything, could also be seen in Tang Song's eyes and movements earlier. She wasn't too offended by the boy though. At least the other didn't act blatantly. Seemed polite and treated herself with respect, especially with the recent series of events that had left her in a very bad mood. This little gift that appeared out of nowhere was, in a sense, a rare stroke of luck and surprise, and one of the few bright lights in her gloomy life to cherish. After hesitating for a while, Zhao Yaqian spat out her pink tongue and whispered, "Then thank Brother Song for the gift, and you can look for me afterward if you have any skin problems. It's a deal." Tang Song pointed to the gift box. "Open it and see if you like it. I went out for a walk at noon and just happened to see this earring. It feels quite suitable for you." Zhao Yaqian pursed her lips and gently opened the small box. The first thing that caught my eye was a familiar logo. Swarovski. Below are 2 delicate earrings. The white gold plus rose gold color scheme is embellished with a ring of shiny crystals around it. The bling-bling looks very pretty. Zhao Yaqian surprised her by pinching it up and putting it to her earlobe, comparing it to the makeup mirror. With a big smile on her face, she said, "Thank you, Song. I like it very, very much. These earrings are kind of an online sensation, costing around 700, which is already considered a very expensive piece of jewelry for her. But such was her nature that there was no point in wriggling and pretending to be reserved when she had accepted. And Song said they were sort of friends. You shouldn't have to feel ashamed of giving something away between friends, right? The big deal is that when his own paycheck comes in for those 2 months, he'll just give him a gift of the same price back." Immediately afterward, Tang Song's spirit shook. A crisp system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Betting agreement condition 2 has been met. The current parley is inflated to $150. 00000 150,000. That's $150,000. You can buy a classic coupe with 20% down on a suite in your home county and over a year of your own salary. Tang Song took a deep breath. His mind instantly thought of many things. The next step is to draw closer to Zhao Yaqian with the topic of skincare, while trying to lose weight and transform herself. From the contact of these 2 days, Zhao Yaqian, this little girl is not complicated. It's not hard to get the other person's favor if you show enough goodness and gentleness yourself. It wasn't long before I returned to my home in Clearview, when there was a knock on the door and the 5 classic books he had purchased from KYC yesterday were delivered. The plastic is intact, the printing is crisp and clear, and there is a faint aroma of ink. Just after 3 p.m. The weather was sunny, with temperatures in the early 20s, and extremely pleasant to the body. Tang Song moved the ergonomic chair to the balcony, turned on the getaway mode, and half reclined on the back of the chair. In the ear is the wind blowing acacia leaves rustle sound, from time to time also mixed with bright birdsong. With skyscrapers and blue skies as a backdrop, he began to read The Ravens. Chapter 15, Du Xiaokai's Little Mind. Thursday, April 13, 2023. Cloudy to light rain. Fairview Trading Company. Good morning everyone. Guo Pon walked into the office area humming a song, his face carrying an undisguised excitement. Good morning Pang. I heard you took 2 days off to buy a car. Did you drive it here today? What kind of car did you buy? And I don't see you posting your friends. The words instantly scratched Guo Pang's itch. Hurriedly took out his cell phone from his pocket and shared the photo he just took in the morning with the group. Hey, everyone see if it's worth it. 13 years old Honda Civic, landed at 36,000. My cousin is driving a car repair shop. He helped me find the car. The condition of the car looks really good. Or the high-end version. It's worth the price. Pearl white with a classic color scheme. Not bad at all. Far away. The technical department staff are young people. Usually not a lot of discussion on the topic of the car. There is no lack of a lot of know-how. Have begun to discuss. Guo Pang smiled smugly. His eyebrows fluttered. Automatic transmission. Beautiful first-hand car. Gaga new. 1.8L displacement. 3 large screens. Leather seats with cruise control. Multifunction steering wheel. While saying that, he also sent a detailed photo of the car to the group. It was obvious that Guo Pang loved his used car very much. Scrubbed clean inside and out. Scented. Seat covers, cushions, and ornaments were arranged in a complete manner, and a red cloth strip was tied to the rearview mirror. Congratulations to Brother Pang on his new car. Tang Song followed suit with a sincere compliment, some envy in his eyes. He was also interested in cars and got his driver's license while in college. But after graduation, I prioritized saving up for a house, and I didn't even dare to consider a used car, so I could only get by on the internet. After Guo Pang finished chatting with his co-workers about his new car, his eyes instantly widened a bit when he turned around and saw Tang Song. Coming together in front of Tang Song, he said with a surprised face, "It's only been a few days since we met. Why do I feel that you've changed so much? You've lost weight and have a new hairstyle. Damn, why do I feel like you're a little handsome?" Today is Thursday. He took 3 days of annual leave, and with the weekend, it's only 5 or 6 days that he hasn't seen Tang Song, yet he can clearly feel the change in him. The original puffiness in my face has disappeared. My double chin has become very slight, and my stomach is much flatter. Physically the overall size is smaller, and with the cleaned up skin and new haircut, he does look better. Why don't I send you my schedule? It's actually not that hard. Tang Song winked at Guo Pang. No, I'm not as tough as you. 3 fat loss meals a day, climbing stairs, running, jumping rope, and fat-burning exercises. Guo Pang waved his hands repeatedly. The corner of Tang Song's mouth couldn't help but curl up without saying anything else. It is always you who can best perceive the changes in yourself. After getting through the adjustment period of his body, the rhythm of his weight loss became smoother and smoother. Daily routine, diet, exercise, and reading are organized and strictly enforced. The whole person is caught in a unique state of positive feedback, desperately trying to move closer to the target. As of today, the weight is down to 82.5 kilograms, a loss of 7.5 kilograms and 15 pounds. What is the concept of 15 pounds? It would take a long time to replace pork. Only the last 1.5 kilograms away from the target. Open the system screen. Charm, 28. Physical fitness, weight loss, and his charisma value increased by 1 point again. Just 2 final points away from unlocking the first stage of rewards. Enter the Task Center to view the progress of the task. Challenge task, restraint and persistence. Task content, obesity will greatly increase the burden on the body and improve the prevalence of various diseases. The challenge is to lose 9 kilograms of weight within 20 days and return to the normal weight range. Mission reward, lung strengthening potion *1. Mission progress, 83%, 8 days remaining. According to the current progress, it will probably be possible to complete the quest and obtain the long-awaited lung strengthening potion the day after tomorrow. The charisma value will definitely increase again then, which means that 30 points of charisma is within reach. Tang Song took a deep breath and tried to calm his exuberant mood. After lunch, Tang Song went downstairs as usual and began to take a walk around the Lin Jing mansion to kill some food. His mind was still digesting the skincare tutorial that Zhao Yaqian had sent him yesterday. After successful weight loss, this was his focus for the remodeling program. In addition to working out and getting in shape, the netizens also just gave him advice. The exact implementation was very complicated and had to be helped. Thinking of this, Tang Song took out his cell phone and sent a message to Zhao Yaqian. Qianxian, Are you free tonight? Invite you for a meal. And incidentally ask for advice about acid brushing. Putting away his cell phone, he was suddenly tapped on the shoulder. Colleague Du Xiaokai familiarly put his arm around his neck and said enthusiastically, "Old Song, I knew you were downstairs. Something to find you. Chat, you say." Tang Song's brows furrowed slightly, without much expression on his face. When he first joined the company, he was still quite impressed with this colleague. Both of them were graduates of the class of 2020 from Yenching University of Science and Technology, and although they were not in the same major, they were considered to be familiar with each other. Du Xiaokai looks handsome in appearance, and speaks with special warmth, and occasionally invites him to dinner, and for those reasons, Dan Song did him a lot of favors during his work. When he approached himself for advice on the architecture and data structure of the SCM system, Tang Song didn't hide anything. "I didn't expect to be stabbed in the back so hard instead that he took away the maintenance of the program." Although Director Chen said that it was for the effective division of labor in the team, this was something Tang Song didn't believe at all. People in the workplace understand that in order to stay in the company and not worry about being laid off, you have to be involved in a core and profitable business. And the company's new SCM system is certainly one of those projects. Du Xiaokai shrugged, smilingly said, "The Ministry of Human Resources to add a new module in the SCM. I have been too busy lately. Later send the requirements document to you. Take the time to do it." Tang Song suddenly stopped in her tracks and looked at him in amusement. "Do you think it's appropriate?" Du Xiaokai smiled disinterestedly. "With your ability, I think it's quite appropriate for you to work an extra shift on the weekend." Hearing this, Tang Song instantly understood his small mind. Du Xiaokai has been working in Fairview Commerce after graduation, and is only responsible for the maintenance of a few corporate stations, the level of which is actually very bad. If he is asked to do the secondary development of the SCM system, the duration of one module is at least 1 month, and in Tang Song's place, it would be a week at most. In Du Xiaokai's mind, it was only fitting to find him as a hard laborer. "How about I treat you to a foot wash at Cloud Idleness Residence?" Du Xiaokai raised his eyebrows. "I bet you've never been to a place like this. It's guaranteed to make you feel good, and the technician is at your disposal." "Ha!" Tang Song twisted a bit and took a few steps forward, shaking off his arm. "No time." Du Xiaokai's face expression slightly stalled, his tone slightly colder. "Lao Song, you can put the other work at hand first. This project has the highest priority. By the way, this matter is also agreed by General Manager Chen." Chapter 16, April Shimmer. "My first car." "Oh." Tang Song pulled out his cell phone and waved it at him. "Then I'll ask Director Chen in the big group now?" Hearing this, Du Xiaokai's expression completely collapsed. The one who is responsible for maintenance now is himself. If Tang Song really wants to do this, then he is messing up. In his impression, Tang Song had always been a good old office boy with a big heart, frugal in life, warm-spoken and introverted. "I didn't realize there was such a sharp side. Did you lose weight and get stupid?" He gritted his teeth and whispered, "Old Song, we're alumni, and we didn't take many big classes together during college. I know that you're the kind of tech geek that's a real workhorse. Our company is about to get a huge amount of financing. The development will get better and better. If you follow me honestly, I can help you to be promoted to the management post in 2 years. You probably don't know that Li Zhonghua, our company's vice president in charge of channel business, is my aunt." Hearing this, Tang Song suddenly realized, no wonder Chen Yunting would take care of him so well. "Well, I'm doing this for you," said Du Xiaokai just a couple of sentences ago, then he hurriedly closed his mouth again, eyes straight ahead. The originally cloudy expression on his face instantly brightened. Standing up straight, he waved his hand and smiled brightly. "Xiao Jing, hui hui, good noon. The two beauties are also out for a walk? Good noon." When Tang Song turned his head sideways, he saw 2 female co-workers walking towards him, Jing Tian and Wei Hui Lu from the Human Resources Department. Tang Song's gaze unconsciously gathered on the sweet-looking Tian Jing. Can't help but feel again that the skin is so white. Standard cool white skin, the kind that looks like it's glowing. If he had such a good skin, he could call it a handsome man. Of course, as a company goddess, Tian Jing's figure was also first class. To describe it with a popular term on the internet, it was, innate JK sacred body. The body is well proportioned and curvy with a slim waist and long, straight legs. The company's group of old men of color talk about her every day, but there aren't many who really dare to go after her. After all, people drive Audi A5s. Du Xiaokai couldn't care less about Tang Song at this time, walking a few steps quickly and standing next to the two, attentively said, "Xiao Jing, I wanted to praise you in the company in the morning. Today this dress is awesome. Very suitable for you. Thanks for the compliment. It's well deserved. Tianjing smiled and gave a scissor hand. Very sweet and cute. Her outfit today was kind of elaborate. The top half of the shirt is paired with a knit vest. The bottom half is a pleated skirt, and a trench coat in lotus root color is thrown over it. Standing there, a living, breathing anime-style beauty queen, it was eye-catching. Lu Huihui pretended to be angry. Excessive ah. Two girls praising only one. You're provoking our internal conflict. Be careful, I'll change your attendance. Hoshi, you're also. Just okay. I'll fight. Don't run if you dare. The three of them stood together and heckled for a while, and when they reacted, they realized that Tang Song had already walked away. Lu Huihui lamented. Tang Song is quite impressive. He lost so much weight without saying a word. This perseverance alone is quite remarkable. Du Shaokai let out a light laugh. Maybe he confessed and was rejected by the girl, and drank some chicken soup for the soul, and started to post dung to paint the wall. He deliberately aggravated the words hair and feces on the wall and made a gesture of smearing the wall. It caused Lu Huihui and Tianjing to flutter. Tianjing blinked and subconsciously looked at Tang Song's back. She didn't remember much about the somewhat silent co-worker, except that he was a bit chubby. He is always seen busy at the Friday afternoon tea, which he is responsible for himself. 16:20 p.m. Ding dong dash the WeChat beep sounded. Zhao Yaqian, sorry brother. I've just finished working. I'm free tonight. I know a really good fried skewer restaurant. Why don't I treat you to it? Is it good? Hashtag greedy. After hesitating for a moment, Tang Song still replied, okay, I'll get off work at 6 p.m. Zhao Yaqian, okay, then I'll wait for you in the store. See you later. Exiting the chat interface, Tang Song touched his empty stomach, somewhat distressed. If this goes to the fried skewer store, it's really possible that he can't control himself to have a big meal, and then he'll have to postpone his challenge task. After thinking for a moment, he simply ran downstairs to the Rosen convenience store, bought a carton of low-fat milk, a baked sweet potato, and a couple skewers of Kanto. Occupy yourself first. 6 p.m. Close the computer and clock out on time. Walk out the door of the office building. A slightly chilly breeze hit my face and the air was still fragrant with the wetness of the soil. Tang Song looked up. The sky was overcast with clouds piling up and getting darker and darker in color. It seems to signal a spring rain is on the way. The good thing is that this place is not far from Yinsheng Plaza, and it's less than 10 minutes in the past. Tang Song bet that he wouldn't be so unlucky. Wrapping his coat around his body, he jogged along the street sidewalk toward Yinsheng Plaza. The sky is getting darker, the wind is getting stronger, and the pedestrians on the road are in a hurry. Splat a cold forehead. Immediately afterward, drops of rain fell down, growing denser and denser. It started to rain. Bad luck. Tang Song gradually slowed his pace and couldn't help but sigh. Tick-tock dash, the honking of a car sounded from his side. A white Honda Civic slowly lowered its windows, and Guo Peng bent down and shouted at him, "Come on boy, get in." Tang Song let out a light laugh, opened the car door and drilled in. "Thanks for the ride brother Peng." "You're welcome. Where are you going?" "I'll give you a ride." "The pedestrian street at the west gate of Yunsheng Plaza." "Okay, go you," Guo Peng shouted. Released the brakes. The vehicle slowly started. Dense raindrops hit the front windshield and were carried away by the windshield wipers. Beautiful music was playing on the car stereo. All of spring in one morning. Shut the door on all the words you can't stop talking about and turn them into secrets. The inexplicable sentiment, ah please, who will take it away? Have a car on this benefit. The road has a shelter from the wind and rain tools, and girls' dinner do not have to be afraid of hitting the car. Guo Peng patted the steering wheel. Lamented, "I have saved enough down payment. Intend to go to the house next month to buy, also buy second hand. The community year bigger does not matter. 2-room on the line. This way the car and house are in place, and you can be a little tougher when you go on a blind date." "That's great. I wish Guo all the best and find a beautiful daughter-in-law soon." Hey, come on Song, you'll have your day, not far off." Tang Song looked out the window at the traffic in haste and nodded gently. Guo Peng is 30 years old this year. In order to buy a house in Yancheng, has been very hard, a lot of pressure, and now finally will be as desired. At one time Tang Song felt that the current Guo was his future. The two chatted in the car for a couple of minutes before arriving at the pedestrian street outside Yunsheng Plaza, a short distance from Yizi's beauty salon. Tang Song said goodbye, pushed open the car door and walked down, holding a hand through her hair. She ran forward a few steps to see the tall figure that was standing in the doorway. It seemed to have discovered the somewhat wretched Tang Song. Zhao Yaqian hurriedly opened a beautiful rainbow umbrella and stepped on her flat-heeled leather shoes to quickly welcome her. In the dusk of the rainy fog, the lights on the pedestrian streets suddenly lit up, and the evening wind wrapped in the fine rain through the streets and alleys. Occasionally, some rainwater bypassed the umbrella and slapped against Zhao Yaqian's small suit. Looking at her gradually approaching figure, Tang Song's ears rang with a crisp system beep. Ding! You have triggered the branch quest, my first car. Please go to the quest center to check it out. Chapter 17 Handmade Skewers. The greenstone paved pedestrian street is gradually covered by rain and fog, as if draped in a light veil. A light rain danced in the warm light, slapping against the umbrella and making a soft rustling sound. Zhao Yaqian held up her umbrella and stood next to him, blinking her big eyes. I was just thinking about calling you to ask if you brought an umbrella, but I didn't expect to see you. Thanks. Tang Song looked at her and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. You're welcome, eh? Let's get over there. The fried kebab store isn't far away. Just walk down this street to the end and turn left 300 meters. The pedestrian street was bustling with people, and there was a lot of noise and music. Tang Song, who was hiding under the umbrella, however, felt extraordinarily serene and tranquil. The nose is very uplifting with a fresh, sweet body scent mixed with a wet, earthy scent. With a slight sideways glance you could see Zhao Yaqian's exquisite three-dimensional side face. A full forehead with slightly angled bangs resting on her forehead, a high nose, and red, plump lips. The rain was blown by the wind onto her thick, slender eyelashes, and when they fluttered slightly, they were like butterfly wings dancing lightly. Tang Song's consciousness seemed to be in a trance for a moment, and his hand directly reached over and gripped the umbrella handle. The little finger of his right hand and Zhao Yaqian's index finger touched, as if an electric current tripped through. Zhao Yaqian looked over suspiciously. This umbrella is quite heavy and windy. I'll hold it up. Oh, okay. Tang Song exhaled as if he was relieved. If it was the old him, he would never have had this kind of courage. The name of the kebab store is plainly Handmade Kebabs. The store is small, just over 40 square meters, with 6 or 7 tables. Against the wall was a row of freshness coolers containing a variety of ingredients. This place's popping sauce is delicious. Have 2. 1 for each of us. Starch sausage and King of Kings both. Veggie steak is good too, as well as quail eggs and lamb kebabs. Oh yeah, and you can't go wrong with veggies. Cabbage, bean skin, cilantro, hash browns. Walking into the store, Zhao Yaqian looked like she had entered her home turf and began to open up and pick out skewers. It showed the spunk of a girl of her age. Soon the glass bowl in her hand was stuffed to the brim. Zhao Yaqian smiled with her eyebrows and said, "It's been almost half a month since I've been here. I'm going to eat enough this time. Don't be polite, Brother Song. Take whatever you like to eat." After all, he received $700 worth of earrings from this friend of his. Although Zhao Yaqian didn't have much money, she still wanted to endure the pain and splurge once. It's okay, there's really a lot of stuff. We definitely can't eat it all. Tang Song pointed at the glass basin. Zhao Yaqian licked her tongue. That's it for now. Order more if you don't have enough. Placing the skewers on the counter, the somewhat balding store owner took a calculator and did the math. 32 strings total. 115 pieces. Amidst Zhao Yaqian's sweet compliments, the boss atmospherically cheapened another $5. However, Tang Song detected that the beautician friend still showed a meaty expression when she paid. Obviously, that's not a lot of $110 for her. The two found a table by the window and sat down. Zhao Yaqian blinked her big eyes and sized up Tang Song for a while, and said in surprise, "Brother Song, are you on a diet? It's quite a bit thinner than it was on Sunday." She was impressed with Tang Song's face, and could clearly feel the smaller size. "Well, I've been losing weight lately, so you can eat more later. I have to control my diet." Zhao Yaqian spat out her tongue in embarrassment. "If I had known, I wouldn't have come here." "That's okay, I'll pick at the veggies." The fried skewers were quickly served, steaming and giving off a tantalizing aroma. Zhao Yaqian grabbed a serving of foreign cabbage and handed it over. "Try it. The ingredients in this one are fresh and the flavors are great. Especially the sauce." "Thanks, Cynthia." The rain outside the window came and went, and from time to time a customer broke in. Youthful and lively, with a hot body, Zhao Yaqian attracted a lot of attention. The two sat there, chatting as they ate their skewers. In addition to skincare, we also talk a bit about life and work. In the last few days, Tang Song hadn't missed chatting with her on WeChat, so it wasn't awkward for the two of them to get along. Try a mild acid first. Apply a small amount behind the ear to see if you get redness and irritation for 24 hours. Then go back on your face. Leave it on for up to 5 minutes for the first few days to make sure the skin. I live in Tianqua Garden, which is a bit far from here, but it's just a short ride on the 26. Perhaps it was because she had left the workplace that Zhao Yaqian's entire body had come alive. Not really caring about image either. He ate the skewers with a big grin and had a lot of seasoning stuck to his lips and chin. Walking out the door of the handmade fried skewers, the rain was much lighter. Zhao Yaqian shook the bag in her hand, a little embarrassed. It seems to have been eaten by me. The rest also let me pack. You have not eaten a few mouthfuls. Tang Song held up his umbrella and laughed. It's good to have a good time. I'm going to vomit from my recent fat loss meals. Chicken breast, oatmeal, eggs, boiled vegetables. I can't dare to think about it. I can't dare to think about it. When I get paid, I'll treat you to a steak dinner. Zhao Yaqian patted his shoulder. Comfort him while comforting yourself. After the other 2 beauticians in the store ran away, she did all the work by herself. If the boss keeps his word and pays out all the salary owed next month, she could come into a small $20,000 at once. The money would allow her to pay off her loans and pay her rent with $3,000 or $4,000 left over. The 2 chatted, and before they knew it, they were outside the salon. A man just happened to walk out of the hairdresser's and shouted in surprise, "Ya Qian!" Tang Song followed the sound and looked. It was a 35 or 36-year-old lightly matured style uncle. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, 2/8 side-backed hair, wearing an apricot-colored casual jacket, straight-legged pants and loafers. Zhao Yaqian's face changed and she whispered, "Mr. Li, good evening." Li Jingzhong nodded, his gaze sweeping to the young man standing beside her. "And this is? My friend, that, Mr. Li, are you getting a haircut?" Li Jingzhong looked up at the door of Yitzi Beauty Salon and laughed. "Forget it, your store probably won't be able to work for a few days, so I won't continue to recharge here." Zhao Yaqian's heart skipped a beat and used the rest of her vision to sneak a look at Tang Song's face. There was some panic and fear in his eyes. She had always known about the impending bankruptcy and closure of Yitzi Beauty, but when Tang Song ran the card to recharge, he did not inform himself, which is considered deception, but also failed the other party's trust. After a few days of spending time with each other, she truly considered the other as a friend, and was terrified that she would be disliked by the other for it. Noticing that Zhao Yaqian's expression was not right, Tang Song said with concern, "Is it all right?" "No, I'm fine." Zhao Yaqian was a little unsure of how to open her mouth to explain. Li Jingzhong watched the 2 small movements and raised his eyebrows. "Ya Qian, I really quite appreciate you and don't want you to waste away in the beautician industry. Seriously consider the offer I gave you. Don't let your future self regret it." "Sorry, Mr. Li, I won't consider it." Zhao Yaqian gently bent down. Then her gaze timidly looked at Tang Song again. "Brother Song, I'll go back to work first. You can use the umbrella first. There are still several more in the store." "Okay, bye." Seeing that she was rattled, Tang Song didn't say anything more. Zhao Yaqian whispered goodbye and jogged away. Chapter 18, Seat Gift Pack. Witnessing Zhao Yaqian's figure disappear, Li Jingzhong shook his head in disappointment, looked Tang Song up and down for a while, and suddenly laughed. "You're Zhao Yaqian's friend, right? Have the time to advise her. It's not easy to find a suitable job nowadays, especially for a young girl like her who hasn't been to college." Tang Song frowned and asked coldly, "What job are you referring to?" From the conversation the 2 had just had, it was clear that the job he was referring to was not innocent. Zhao Yaqian was the kind of person with a simple mind. If she was sincere in helping her, it couldn't be that kind of attitude. Li Jingzhong looked into his eyes and said lightly, "Of course it's the most suitable job for her. Forget it, too lazy to bother with a youngster like you. There are some things you'll understand later." After saying that, he skimmed his mouth, directly wiped his umbrella with Tang Song, and got into a treasure blue Mercedes by the roadside. Tick-tock dash came the shrill honk. The black tires rolled up and spun in the rain, and the Mercedes disappeared into the rainy curtain of the street. Tang Song retracted his gaze and had the intention to go in and talk to Zhao Yaqian, but after a moment's hesitation, he gave up. The 2 hadn't known each other very long and didn't know much about each other, so it was a bit presumptuous to ask such a question. Back to the clear and cozy home, Tang Song held the umbrella open and carefully dried it on the balcony. Sent a message to Zhao Yaqian, "Today's fried skewers are very delicious. Thanks. When I succeed in losing weight, I'll treat you to a big meal too." Putting down his cell phone, Tang Song sat on the sofa and looked out the window at the rainy night. Open the system interface and check the details of the quest you just triggered. Side quest, my first car. Mission, use your savings since you started working to buy your first car to your heart's content, and bring a friend of the opposite sex to hit 3 attractions. Mission reward, driver's gift pack * 1. Note 1, this car cannot cost more than $45. 220. 31. Note 2, having a car of your own is your dream since graduation. It is not necessarily how luxurious, expensive, beautiful, but can provide you with shelter from the wind and rain, transport your date, expand the radius of your life, self-driving tour, so that you can experience the fun of having a car. View award details. Driving gift pack * 1, open it to get a random car driving within $500,000. After reading the mission introduction and rewards, Tang Song rose up with an open mind. Nice guy. Straight up incentive for cars up to $500K. He's also a young man who is interested in and knows quite a bit about digital, cars, sneakers, and music. Having a car of his own is indeed his dream, but he used to suppress the desire in order to save up for a house. Nowadays not only can you buy a small car to your heart's content, the system comes with one. It's random, but even if you draw a $200, 000 to $300, 0001, it's fine. Besides, this task is not difficult, and can even be said to be very simple. As for the restriction that the price cannot exceed $45, 220, 31-inch, it should be because this is the real deposit before you get the system. It's money earned, dollar for dollar, with your own hard work. Although this money is now invested in the pari-mutual agreement, it has not disappeared. Tang Song took a deep breath, sat down in front of the computer, opened the car information website, and began to search for a suitable car for himself. There are very few new cars under $45, 000, all minivans and the like, and he's not really interested. If there's a familiar used car to consider, that's a lot of choice. I don't know how much time has passed. Ding dong dash the WeChat beep sounded. Tang Song raised an eyebrow as Zhao Yaqian finally replied. Tangkuku Garden Neighborhood. Zhao Yaqian opened the door and kicked out the flat heels directly under her feet, the bag in her hand hanging casually. Thump, thump, thump dash bare feet and long legs walked into the living room. Unbuttoning his little suit, he sat down on his butt on the couch and picked up the fruit plate on the coffee table to show off. Her best friend He Lighting, who was applying a face mask and brushing up on her dramas, swept her a glance and casually said, "This plate of fruit is 20 in total. Remember to transfer $10 to me later." Zhao Yaqian bristled as tears began to well up in her eyes. Seeing this, He Lighting hurriedly consoled. "All right, don't cry. I know you don't have any money. I'm just kidding." Zhao Yaqian squeezed her eyebrows in aggravation and finished dazzling the fruit in 3 or 5 strokes. His body loosened, and his entire body leaned against He Lighting's body. His eyes dull. "It's too hard. Tingzi, it's too hard for me. Can you not be so discouraged? What's the big deal? It's just that you haven't bought any new clothes for a month. You can't pay your credit card spending. You can't pay your rent. Your family is in debt. You didn't go to college yourself. Your boss owes you more than 2 months of salary and you keep on PUAing. Well, I can't go on. You're really miserable." Zhao Yaqian patted her chest a bit, forcefully holding back her tears. Picking up her cell phone, looking at the message Tang Song had sent earlier, she really didn't know how to reply. He Lighting came over to take a look and said curiously, "Is this the nice customer you mentioned last time? The one who gave you the Swarovski earrings? Yo, you guys had a date today? You ate handmade skewers together? That's a good relationship. You've only invited me out to eat 3 times. Hearing this, Zhao Yaqian's tears bubbled up. "But I feel like I've punked him, knowing that Yeezy Beauty is about to go out of business, but also charged people $2,000 to top up their cards. You're hard up, my ass. You're just an ordinary clerk doing what you're supposed to do, and it's not your fault the store went down. But, we're friends, eh? He should be mad at me, right?" He Lighting did not have the good sense to say, "Zhao Yaqian, are you really stupid or fake? Isn't it obvious that that guy is trying to pick you up? How could he be angry over this kind of thing? He would probably rush to comfort you and introduce you to jobs." Hearing this, Zhao Yaqian's face flushed red and she stammered, You're talking nonsense. Che, is it clear in your heart?" He Lighting sat up straight and curiously said, "Why don't you tell me about that boy's situation? If the conditions are right, you can simply follow him, so that, hey, don't tickle me." The infuriated Zhao Yaqian directly tangled with her best friend on the sofa. After a while, the two finally quieted down. He Lighting tugged at the mask on her face. "Tell me, even if you guys don't mean that, I simply want to know what kind of person he is. Pure curiosity." Zhao Yaqian lay on her best friend's lap and murmured, "He is quite nice. He speaks gently and kindly. And he does things. Stop. You said all this. I asked about his financial situation. I'm not sure about the specifics. I only know that he's a programmer. Rented a room in the Qingshin home next to Yunshang Plaza. Didn't buy a car. And looking at the dress code, he shouldn't be considered rich. That sounds boring. Got a picture? Zhao Yaqian picked up her cell phone and flipped through it, finding a photo taken at the fried skewer store today. And Tang Song just happened to be in the picture. He lighting took a look and sked. It's not particularly outstanding. And combined with his financial condition, you're not suitable. Can you stop talking about this all the time? Zhao Yaqian hit her without any good reason. Looking at Tang Song's photo, he sighed and opened WeChat and replied, Brother Song, I'm very sorry. Yitzi Beauty Salon did encounter business problems, and it was my fault that I didn't make it clear to you at that time. Chapter 19. Used Cars. Ding dong. Looking at the message Zhao Yaqian had just sent, Tang Song guffawed. From the beginning, he ran the card recharges not for what Yitzi Beauty Salon, but simply want to make friends with this beautician. And this friend of his was so straight and cute that it created guilt in his heart. After thinking about it, Tang Song smiled and replied, It's okay, as long as you're willing to instruct me in skincare and beauty care. That too, $000 will be taken as tuition. I'll always believe in Mr. Zhao's ability and character. The message went out and was quickly answered. And it was a voice message. Click to play. Zhao Yaqian, I'm fine with it. Feel free to look for me anytime. Brother Song, don't worry. Yitzi Beauty still owes me wages that haven't been paid. If it really closes down, I'll go pull the store's equipment and skincare products home. And then you can come find me and continue to give you treatments. I could tell that the cosmetologist friend was very happy. Tang Song followed suit with a voice reply. Remember to call me when you get there. I'll drive and help you haul the goods. Ding dong. Zhao Yaqian, that's great. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to move the equipment. Zhao Yaqian, moving. GIF. Looking at the emoticon she sent, Tang Song couldn't help but laugh out loud. Surprisingly, it's a selfie of her looking both pretty and nerdy in a sexy little bottom. Tang Song casually returned a juggling motion picture. The two just went back and forth for a while fighting emojis. It was obvious that Zhao Yaqian was also a pretty narcissistic girl. Most of the emojis are her selfies. After chatting and dancing fat-burning exercises, I briefly washed up. Tang Song leaned over the bed and watched Alive for half an hour. Sink into a deep sleep amidst feelings of Fugu's tragic fate and a familiar hunger. Noon the next day. Song, you're buying a car? Really? Guo Peng exclaimed. The roasted pork bibimbap in his hand couldn't even be bothered to eat it. Du Xiaokai, who was hugging a pillow and resting, laughingly said, Old Song, you won't really be stimulated by anyone, right? It's dieting again, skin care, and buying a car. Hearing this, the surrounding co-workers instantly strained their ears and came over. What price point do you want? Do you want me to recommend a few for you? I've been reading a lot of reviews lately, and I'm extra specialized. Tang Song laughed and explained, It's not that I'm a little tickled to see Brother Guo buy a car. Guo Peng looked at him and advised, Don't be impulsive. Think before you buy. Is not really useful. Car, this thing is bought depreciation. Not as good as first consider the house. Zhao Yu stood up from her workstation and curiously said, What kind of car is Song planning to buy? 30 or 40,000 used cars will be fine. Just as a practice. There are some bumps and bruises are not heartbreaking. Turn back and then change a new car. Tang Song patted Guo Peng. Brother Guo, don't you have a cousin who runs a car repair shop? Let him help me find one. Guo Peng's cousin in the west side of the bridge has a small-scale car repair shop, usually also part-time dumping used cars. His Civic is the other side to find. Guo Peng froze, smiled and said, That can be. This price of the car. Open half a year and then sell it will not depreciate much. I will go to call him now. Okay, thank you Guo. Turn around and treat you to a big meal. Hearing that Tang Song just wanted to buy a cheap used car, Zhao Yu's face showed a needy disappointment. In her consumer view, buying a used car of this vintage is really better than taking out a loan for a nice one. Not only is it reliable, but it's also a great way to look good when you drive it. On the surface, however, she still showed an excited expression, her eyes shining brightly. Brother Song will soon be a family with a car. Will a house still be far away? Go for it. House, it shouldn't be far. Tang Song half joked, half lamented. At one time, buying a home was an obsession for him, and his family, that was hard to shake. Now that the game system has come down, if you step up and improve yourself, everything will go your way. Du Xiaokai but laughed out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You two sing together. With the comic like, quite like that. Old song. If I say, you simply direct loan to buy a caravan, so that the car house in one step. Beautiful. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Yu skimmed her mouth in embarrassment and didn't pay attention to Du Shaokai's words. Du Shaokai is a local of Yancheng. Family conditions are very good. Have a house and a car is also handsome. When she first joined the job she chased each other backwards for a long time, carrying on WeChat every day and sending some coffee and snacks from time to time. Unfortunately, Du Shaokai is not a fan of her, and has his heart set on pursuing Tianjing, who joined the same batch as her. She admitted that she really couldn't compare to Tianjing in certain aspects, but she was self-conscious that she wasn't that much worse. The two had some bad blood as a result and their relationship never eased up. 3:30 in the afternoon. Tang Song gasped and got off the elliptical, and just as he returned to his workstation, Guo Peng came up. Xiao Song, my cousin's side sent over the list of cars, forwarded to you. Quickly see if there is a favorite. These are all fine cars. The price is right and the condition is reliable. Alright brother Guo, let me see. Tang Song answered and hurriedly clicked on the chat box. He still had faith in Guo Peng's character as the department's big brother. This is a 12-fit, with sunroof, 1.5 Earth Dreams engine, Space Thief, rear row can be flat, fuel efficient and durable. I also test drove before, especially good driving. The price is over $30,000 and can be negotiated. This one is an 18 Arizer 5, newer year, awesome condition, just over 40,000 miles, still automatic. I think this one is great too. This one is a bit cheaper. 14 Suzuki Rainbird, manual 1.3L displacement, fun to look at, also great for home grocery shopping for transportation, solid and durable. Tang Song's eyes shone brightly as he looked at a picture and introduction. There were 5 cars in all, ranging in price from $20,000 to $40,000, each one regulation and clean, and all seemed to be in good condition. The more Tang Song looked at it, the more he was impressed. This was his first car. How about it? Any favorites? Guo Peng came next to him, looking even more excited than him. He is also a car lover. In order to buy that used Civic, browsing the forum for a long time, checking a lot of information, the heart of that heat has not yet passed. Tang Song picked up the water cup and took a big gulp, excitedly said, all quite good. Or Guo you accompany me tomorrow to see the actual car and test drive it before deciding. No problem. Guo Peng patted his chest. You can check out these cars today. Don't worry about the price. It's definitely not pitiful. It's much more suitable than if you go to the peddler's side to buy. Alright. Thank you brother Guo. You're welcome. Just let me have a go when you buy the car later. Hey. The two were chatting, when Du Shaokai suddenly came over, enthusiastically patted Tang Song's shoulder and laughed. Old Song, Mr. Chen is looking for you. Quickly go over. Guo Peng looked in the direction of the director's office, hastily shrunk his neck and went back to his workstation to touch the fish. Tang Song frowned, getting a not-so-good feeling in his heart. Chapter 20, A Better Tomorrow. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. A very authoritative voice rang out. Tang Song pulled open the frosted glass door and greeted. Mr. Chen. Chen Yunting's eyes left the computer screen and lifted his head. Sit down Xiao Song. Tang Song nodded and sat down in the chair next to the desk. Chen Yunting is also a programmer by trade, and is not dressed to impress, with an autumn coat, jacket, and jeans. 35 or 36 years old, average looking, with messy hair. Outwardly, he seems kind and sincere. Little Song, I heard that your attendance has been a bit lax lately? Chen Yunting moved his office chair with a serious face. Mr. Chen, I've always strictly abided by the company's rules and will never be late or leave early. Tang Song calmly locked eyes with him, no flinch or scruples in his gaze. He chose to stay with the company, but only to have the role identity of Fairview Commerce Development Engineer. The probability of Du Shokai being laid off before he is capable of fully taking over the SCM program is extremely low. It's perfectly fine to just lie flat. Hearing Tang Song's reply, Chen Yunting's eyes flashed, and he said in a serious tone, Xiao Song, you should know that the leader of the back-end group has always been doubled up by me, and after a while, the company will undergo structural adjustments, so I should completely let go of my duties, and take charge of the management. To be honest, I expect a lot from you. Tang Song forced a smile and nodded. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for taking a fancy to it. If it was him when he first joined, he might actually believe it. But after experiencing a series of workplace bullying, He has thoroughly seen the character of this director Chen, the standard old Inbi, master of painting cakes. Even if they really had to choose a leader out of the group, it would definitely be Du Shaokai, and the others wouldn't stand a chance at all. Chen Yunting paused for a moment and continued, regarding your salary increase, I've already mentioned it to Manpower, and I'm currently waiting for news from Mr. Su. At this critical moment, you mustn't drop the ball. Work more overtime. Work more. Good Lu Mr. Shun. I'll go back to work then. Tang Song lowered his head to hide the sarcastic smile at the corner of his mouth. Promised myself from April 1st that I would get a 10% pay raise in May, but now it's been half a month, and Tian Jing, who is responsible for the payroll, still hasn't contacted herself to sign, even did not receive any evaluation email notification. Everything depends on the mouth of Director Chen. Knock knock knock. Chen Yunting gently knocked on the table. Right, there's something else. Recently, I've arranged a little too much work on Shaokai's side, about the development of new SCM functions. You help out more. We are all colleagues in the same department. One glory for all. One loss for all. Understood. Okay, you go back. Tang Song nodded without moving and went out of the office door. I had just returned to my workstation when a new notification popped up on my pin. It's a requirements document sent over by Du Shaokai. When Tang Song turned back, he saw Du Shaokai who was waving at him proudly. He laughed and simply deleted the email, ignoring the other man. Ding dong dash, the cell phone screen lit up. China Merchants Bank, your account with the tail number 6800 was credited with a salary of 6,224 renminbi, 84 at 1614 on April 14th. March's paycheck was sent. Normally it's the 15th of the month for the last month's paycheck, but tomorrow is the weekend, so it's moved up to Friday. When he opened his corporate email, Tian Jing, who was in charge of payroll, had already sent his pay stubs. Tang Song opened it and looked at it carefully. Salary is $8,000 with a meal allowance of $225. Since the company is fully paid 5 insurance and 1 gold, the personal burden of insurance plus provident fund is about 2,000 yuan. The math comes to over 6,200 with very little tax deducted. This is also the first time he got the full post-transfer salary. Once long awaited, the heart is inevitably a bit touched. For the company, Fairview Trading, he had no ill feelings and was even grateful. The company's management is humane, benefits are good, and salaries are paid on time. It allowed him to come back from the imperial capital and establish a firm footing in Yan City, with a stable income that reassured his parents and gave him a bright idea for the future. That's the main reason he still hasn't left his job despite the workplace bullying. However, a business is, after all, made up of one individual, mixed with too many personal interests and petty calculations. When the interests of certain managers and the interests of the business do not coincide, the odds are that their personal interests will prevail. After all, it's not like he owns the company, and with the company gone, he's perfectly capable of taking AN+1 and running, and the next one might be even better. Superintendent Chen, for example, is this type of manager. 9 o'clock at night, after finishing the 30-minute sweat blast fat burning exercise, Tang Song sat down on the yoga mat with a ragged breath. After resting for a few minutes, the body gradually soothed. Open the little red book, create a makeover day 10 note, upload your current weight, today's fat loss meal, comparison chart, and workout, and click publish. Tang Song scanned his fan base. Unknowingly it had risen to 661, but there was still a distance to 1,000 fans. Most of them were attracted by the pothead's note, and since then the notes have been rather bland and lacking in pop. Fan growth has naturally slowed down. Buzz buzz dash, the phone vibrated and a new message popped up. ONM, Guopeng, Shaosong. Send me your address. I'll drive to pick you up tomorrow. After thinking about it, Tang Song replied, no need Gua. Just send me the location of the repair shop. I'll take a taxi there. It's faster that way. Guopeng lives in Yuhua district. It's unnecessary to make a big detour if you come over. ONM, Guopeng, Mingjun Auto Body Shop. Map. The two chatted some more and set a rendezvous time. Tang Song put away his cell phone, washed up, stripped off his clothes and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, surveying himself after losing weight. In just 13 days, the body has been transformed. The original bulging belly disappeared, and while there were no abs, it was still fairly flat. Lose a layer of fat from your thighs, chest, and lower back. The face has changed just as much, with the normal double chin and corners of the mouth disappearing and the lines fading. The face is much more defined and the view of the neck looks much better. The overall appearance, too, was that of a decent, spirited young man. Not too fat, not too thin. The biggest problem is still the state of the skin. Skin color, blemishes, acne, blackheads, pimples, eye bags, puffiness. All of these things that affect the view he still has, and needs to improve a little bit under the guidance of Zhao Yaqian. Tang Song's looks are not bad. High nose, thin lips, double eyelids, plus enough height to be a very popular type of handsome male student in high school. Very teenage. When he went to college, though, he became quiet and hardworking in order to keep up with the white moonlight, and he didn't care at all about his outward image. The professional courses are better than anyone else. Scholarships, all kinds of certificates to get a lot, and even motorcycle license, teacher's license to take the test. Her senior year of college also went well and got into a big internet factory in the empire, and got back on her good side. But unfortunately, shaking his head, Tang Song bit his lower lip and forced himself to detach himself from the memories. Taking a deep breath, he opened the system interface and checked his personal information. Player, Tang Song, 28 foot. Role, Fairview Trading Development Engineer. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 81. 6 kilograms. Physique, 57. Endurance, 55. Agility, 50. Enlightenment, 76. Status of assets. Balance, $25. 250, $20. 000. Liability. Enterprises, none. Real estate, none. Driver, Yachty electric car. Agility increased by 1 point and weight dropped to 81. 6 kilograms. Only the last 0. 6 kilograms away from the finish of restraint and persistence. This amount of weight is part of the body's normal weight fluctuation, which is basically a matter of a nap and a trip to the bathroom. Lung strengthening potion, this prop that strengthens the body is right in front of you. On top of that, there's the soon-to-arrive first car and the accompanying seat gift pack. For tomorrow, Tang Song couldn't wait. Chapter 21, Tears of Fervor. Saturday, April 15, 2023. Cloudy to sunny, 822 degrees C. Strong UV index. Take care of sun protection. At 6 a.m. The red sun slowly rises and the sky is bright. Ding dong. China Merchants Bank, your account with tail number 6800 earned 200 renminbi. 00 on April 15 at 6:02. Tang Song violently got up from the bed and sharply folded the quilt. Open the system interface to view your personal information. Height, 180 cm. Weight, 81. 1 kilogram. Over the course of a night, the body naturally metabolizes 0.5 kilograms, which is a normal level. Just the last 0.1 kilogram away from the target. This was his first quest after obtaining the system, and there was a body potion reward for strengthening his body. Holding down his excitement, Tang Song dove headfirst into the restroom. Soon, the crisp system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, player! The challenge mission, Restraint and Persistence, has been completed. Immediately afterward, a faint curtain of light floated in front of his eyes, and lines of text jumped out. Reward settlement in progress. In the past 14 days, you have remained firm in your weight loss goal, never wavering, disciplined and restrained, and have successfully lost 9 kilograms and restored your body to the normal weight range. You have obtained a special item, Lung Strengthening Potion *1. In the process of completing the task, you did not blindly pursue rapid slimming. Maintain a healthy and reasonable diet routine, in line with the self-cultivation of the male god. Triggering the hidden rewards, you have obtained Primary Body Optimization Potion *1. Surprisingly, it triggered an extra bonus. Tang Song took a deep breath and pressed down his exuberance. Entering the system warehouse, 2 potion bottles that were flickering with red shimmering light were lying there quietly. View item details. Elementary Body Optimization Potion gradually optimizes body proportions after use, slightly adjusting bones, muscles, and fat to make the body look more harmonious. Awesome! Tang Song was a bit at a loss for what to say, and could only exclaim with a nationalistic exclamation. A person's body proportions, which belong to a purely genetic lottery, are fixed throughout life and almost impossible to change later in life. Well-proportioned and harmonized body proportions lead to a healthier, more energetic, balanced, and aesthetically pleasing body that looks better in clothes. Tang Song's height is decent, but his proportions can only be described as average, with a number of flaws, such as not long enough arms, not broad enough shoulders, and slightly shorter shins. Although this was only a primary potion, the effects were still worth waiting for. After quickly going to the toilet and washing his hands properly, Tang Song rushed out of the bathroom at the speed of a 100-meter race. Stand in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and take a few deep breaths. The body still shivered slightly with some control. Calm down. Calm down. The next moment is to witness a miracle. Select Primary Body Optimization Potion and use it immediately. Woo! A sudden cloud of liquid between his mouth and tongue, with a refreshingly sweet and delicious taste. Before Tang Song had time to feel it carefully, he swallowed it with a gulp. Gradually, a cold sensation covered from throat to gut, kind of like eating a concentrated mint. After waiting quietly for a while, there didn't seem to be much of a change in his mirror self, so it seemed to take a while to take effect gradually, just like the description said. Immediately afterward, Tang Song's gaze went to the next prop, lung strengthening potion. When used, it can effectively improve the condition of the lungs, increase lung capacity, provide sufficient oxygen to the body, strengthen the body's resistance, promote metabolism, +2 to physical fitness, +1 to endurance. Didn't you work so hard and suffer so much for it? There was no hesitation to use it immediately. It's still being shoved into your mouth out of nowhere, but the flavor is much heavier, kind of like cough syrup. The liquid rolled down the throat and down the esophagus. A faint burning aura spread through the body. The body was lighter and the heartbeat gradually slowed down. Breathing was getting thicker and thicker, and his chest as well as the small of his back began to burn slightly. He couldn't help but close his eyes at the comforting sensation. More than half an hour later, breathe. Tang Song began to silently feel the changes within his body. Long-term late nights, irregular work and rest. He has been a little chest tightness, shortness of breath, coughing, which is the biggest obstacle when he lost weight exercise. Surprisingly, it is all gone now, and the breathing is strong, powerful, easy and smooth. When you take a deep breath, it is noticeable that your lungs expand more fully and you are able to inhale more fresh air and exchange gases quickly. Open the personal information panel. Player, Tang Song, 29 foot. Role, Fairview Trading Development Engineer. Height, 185 cm. Weight, 81 kilograms. Physique, 59. Endurance, 56. Agility, 50. Enlightenment, 76. HM? Tang Song froze slightly and subconsciously rubbed his eyes. A +2 to physique, +1 to endurance, and a 29 to charisma are all to be expected. The problem is that his height has gone up by 0.5 centimeters. A flash of light went through his mind and his heart raced again. The primary body optimization potion was even more powerful than he thought. The so-called adjustment of body proportions was actually directly elongating him. I don't know if it was an illusion or not, but Tang Song felt that his calves had really gotten a bit longer, and his shoulders seemed to have gotten a bit wider. That was kind of the biggest surprise. Of the girls he was currently in contact with, Zhao Yaqian was 180 centimeters tall and Xie Shuyu was around 175 centimeters tall. It's a lot of pressure to stand with them. Today, it looks like there's a real possibility that he could make another run up the ladder in his 25th year. Excitedly doing a few touch jumps, Tang Song changed into a speedo and began his daily fasted cardio. Can't wait to feel how strong the optimized lungs really are. The air was warm and sunny on an April morning. The neighborhood was heavy with the faint scent of acacia flowers. 3, 2, 1, go! Start running outdoors. The rhythm of the breath is smooth and fluid, perfectly harmonized with the pace. Lighter and stronger on his feet, and his fitness has improved dramatically. By the second half of the session, although physical fitness is still rapidly declining, there is no more breathlessness or panting. It's definitely an incredibly healthy lung, efficient and strong and energized. You have run 5 kilometers. With the app's voice announcement, Tang Song slowly slowed down and stopped running. After feeling it carefully, my body didn't feel as drastically fatigued as usual. Even he felt like he could have lasted another kilometer or two. Pull out your cell phone from your sports arm bag and check your exercise track. The full 5K was paced at an average of 5:58 and took almost 30 minutes. The pace broke 6 for the first time. This was even before he had fully adapted to the changes in his body. With immense excitement, Tang Song trotted into the breakfast store at the south gate of the neighborhood. I ordered a drawer of fresh meat xiaolong bao, a cake with egg, a bowl of hoisin soup, and a small plate of free pickles, a whole small meat bun, chopsticks of pickles, and a mouthful of hoisin soup. Carbs, grease, chili, and spices explode between the taste buds. It's so delicious. Tang Song was in hot tears. The boss's wife, who was cleaning the table, saw this scene and felt that this young man was really handsome. Chapter 22: A Beautiful Woman's Car. The Wuling Hongguang complex amino acid cleanser to make a dense foam. T-zone, chin, sides of the nose, cheeks, in order to apply evenly. Gently rubbing, A full massage of the face. In the use of water to rinse off. Keep the entire wash to 4 minutes or less. Next, pat and smooth with a gentle toner to fully hydrate the skin and relieve tightness. Then use lotions and creams to lock in the moisture in your skin while moisturizing and nourishing it. A final spray of sunscreen was required due to the strong UV rays today. It is not easy to have fair and healthy skin. After Tang Song finished following the steps instructed by Zhao Yaqian, 20 minutes had passed. This was followed by pinching a passable American front jab as taught by Mr. Tony. Change into a spring outfit recommended by Netflix. Long sleeves plus printed shirt jacket plus straight leg pants plus board shorts. The dresses were purchased online, and they were only $500 or $600 for the set, and the quality was very good. Standing in front of the mirror for a while, Tang Song revealed a delighted smile. A real sea change from what he was on the first day of his transformation. It looks kinda hipster and fashionable. After thinking about it, I put on my 3D mask again, stood in the same position as when I first posted the photo, and took a full body selfie of myself, opened the Silhouette app, spliced 2 photos together, and then import the changes in scale values over the past 14 days. Daily fat loss meals, exercise, 1 photo at a time, with a couple of silky transitions and motion effects. And finally pick an inspirational BGM. Soon, a 90-second summary video was done and represented the official end of the first phase of his makeover. After watching it a few times over and over again, Tang Song couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction welling up in his heart. Without realizing it, he had actually done so much. After lamenting for a while, the video was shared on Little Red Book. Title: Listening to Persuasion Makeover Vlog Phase 1 Wrap-Up. Just finished posting. Buzz. Several WeChat messages popped up. In the small group of colleagues in the company, Guo Peng shared his own car photos, as well as the feelings of the last 2 days of using the car. I can tell that Guo really loves his little Civic, obviously a veteran geek. He drove his car to a country park early on a weekend morning and took a lot of hardcore pictures with a lot of meaning. Soon, other co-workers joined in, hotly discussing the topic of cars. Tang Song, who was about to own his first car, didn't hold back and chatted along. Guo Peng, at Tang Song it's almost time, get ready to go, right? Let's rendezvous at the auto body shop. Looked at my watch, 9:10. Thinking of his favorite car that he was about to meet, Tang Song was also a bit unable to sit still and quickly replied, departure. See you later. Wang Chaoyang, at Tang Song at Guo Peng remember to share the intention card to the group. We help you out. Li Jichao, you can't be ambiguous about something as big as buying a car. It's a group effort. Tang Song smiled and returned an okay emoticon. This small group of only 5 people are good relations in the company's colleagues, often order takeout together, play king. He bought a car. This matter is quite on the heart. Mingjun Auto Repair Factory is located in Xiaoxi District, 2 King Road. The roadside are some dilapidated 2-story buildings, a variety of auto parts, small restaurants standing, a glance at the township style. Tang Song got out of the cab and walked through the simple big iron gate into a spacious courtyard. The first thing that caught my eye was a dozen or so cars, some neatly arranged, others being dismantled and painted. A ring of red brick bungalows surrounded the area, which housed all kinds of equipment, lifts, tire repair machines, polishers, paint buckets. Overall, this is a less than aesthetically pleasing regular auto body shop. Tick-tock dash came the short honk. Guo Peng drilled out of a small car, followed by a man in a blue auto mechanic suit. After approaching, Guo Peng patted his shoulder, enviously said, good guy, today dressed up can be really trendy. Before really didn't see out. Your kid looks also quite good. The bottom is not worse than Du Shao Kai. It's not about buying a car, so naturally I have to dress up. Looks like it's a must-have. Let's go. Take you to choose a car. I happen to have a balloon in my car. I'll go to the roadside later to pick you a bunch of flowers. And we'll also follow the example of those 4S stores to organize a car pickup ceremony. Guo preaches about people. This can be had. Smiling and joking a few times, Guo Peng introduced. This is my cousin, Li Mingjun. This is the Tang Song I told you about. He's particularly truthful. Our company's technical god. Li Mingjun is 27 or 18 years old, with a small flat head, thick lips, and a kind smile. The two greeted each other as an official acquaintance. Then we went straight to the point and started to look at the cars and test drive them in turn. There are a total of 5 vehicles in the yard to meet his needs, priced at no more than $40,000. Fuel efficient and durable, and in excellent condition. Although I've seen graphic descriptions on WeChat before, it's still a different feeling to touch a real car. Exterior, interior, space, 3 Major. Under Lee Mingjuan's enthusiastic introduction, Tang Song had a detailed look inside and out, and had a complete knowledge of all the cars. After he got out of driving school, he rarely touched the car anymore and drove it with extra care. Wait until all 5 cars have been test-driven. Guo Peng came over and asked, "How is it? Have you decided in your heart, Brother Guo? Which one do you think is the best?" Tang Song was a bit indecisive. For someone who had never owned his own car before, he kind of liked each one, but to say that it was love at first sight and you had to have it, you really didn't. For his first car, he wanted to pick the car he was most comfortable driving, looked the best, and fulfilled a small wish he had always had. I think that the Arizer 5 and the Fit are both pretty good. One is newer and automatic, the other holds its value and is fun to drive. Those two you won't regret no matter which one you choose. It's pretty good. Tang Song opened the WeChat group chat and sent over a number of videos taken during the previous test drive, wanting to see the opinions of his colleagues. Li Jichao, the Rainbird is the best. I think this kind of small car is fun to drive. Wang Chaiyang, must choose Fido Ah. The engine is great. Space Magician, rear discharge can pull the refrigerator. The best choice for young people. Lu Mingfang, really to say space, it has to be the Wuling Hongguang. At Tang Song I see you shoot the video. The white Wuling is very good ah. Modified headlights, wheels, stickers, the roof and luggage racks. It is too suitable for going out to play. When this was said, the rest of the group was amused and started to play a stunt. Li Jichao, must be Wuling. Center rear wheel drive. Supercar layout, power unknown. When it meets strong, it's strong. Wang Chaiyang, it may not be suitable to accompany you in the scenery and dashing when you are successful, but it can accompany you to fight with you when you are starting out. Tang Song froze and turned his gaze to a white Wuling Hongguang in the corner. The car is plastered with a black and gray stripe, with rounded headlights and smoked wheels, and looks spiffy in the sun. Noticing his gaze, Li Mingjun laughed. This is a 20-year-old Wuling Hongguang S.1.5 manual high-end. The owner is my regular customer. The car has been maintained and modified over here. The condition of the car is absolutely no problem. This car is the 5-seater version and has amazing space with the rear seats down. Oh yeah, the owner is a great-looking woman, owns a clothing store, first-hand car, less than 50,000 miles. The car is mainly used on a daily basis to haul clothes and people, and is in very new condition. Because the business was just not working and her family was pushing her to go back home to work, that's why she consigned the car on my side. Chapter 23. That's it. The Wuling Hongguang S. Tang Song has certainly heard of it. In the domestic MPV field, sales and reputation are among the best. As a young man, he hadn't been exposed to a lot of terrain about Wuling, and wasn't averse to the brand, because it was his first car. Influenced by people around him, he had been considering a small sedan, and hadn't really thought about a microvan, MPV or anything like that. At this time, looking at the sunshine spirit of the Wuling Hongguang S, and really some heart, like finding a cabbage in a field of flowers, the picture is a bit skewed but surprising and unique. Tang Song walked up to the car and asked, "Brother Li, how much does this Wuling cost?" Li Mingjun hesitated for a moment and explained. "First things first, I'm not punking you. The owner has modified a lot of things, plus the car is well maintained, so the price is a bit expensive. The owner wants to sell it for $43,000, and I estimate that it can go down by $1,000 at most. This car landed over 60,000 new, and a used car 3 years old and in this condition is on the market for less than $40,000. That's why he didn't take the car in himself and just helped consign it. I've posted it to my friends before, and there were a lot of people asking about it, but as soon as they heard the price they all went off. Oftentimes, you spend thousands and thousands of dollars on modifications, and when you sell the car, you simply can't pay the price, and it doesn't even sell as well as a vegan car." The owner was probably also in a hurry and parked the car directly at his place 2 days ago, wanting to show the customer the actual car and reach an agreement as soon as possible. Hearing Li Mingjuan's words, Tang Song nodded. "Brother Li, I quite like this car. Tell me about the condition." The price was a little expensive, but it was within his acceptance. After all, the requirement of the system mission was 45,000. Hearing this, Li Mingjun patted the car's butt and began to introduce it. Licensed in April 20th. Exactly 3 years now. All original paint. Candy white color scheme. Comes with fog lights. Modified LED lens headlights are very bright. 3M car film is applied and luggage rack is added on top. Steering assist. Central air conditioning. 14-inch aluminum wheels. Power windows and doors. The rear seats can be fully lowered and the extended trunk, with a length of more than 2 meters and a width of nearly 1.5 meters, is perfect for carrying cargo. Then, Lee Mingjun pulled open the car door, revealing the interior inside. Covered in off-white leather overall, it switched to brown in areas such as the door armrests, gear knob, headrests, and center console. The two colors look stylish with each other. On top of that, there are bright metal patches dotted around the button area. The overall look is simple and generous, warm and upscale. Tang Song's eyes lit up. You can see that the original owner should love this Wuling very much, and the modifications are very much to his taste. A lot of things were about eye contact, and this contrast between inside and outside gave Tang Song an instant heartbeat. Lee Mingjun pinched the seat and laughed. The entire interior soft package, full wraparound black rubber mats, high-definition large-screen navigation, branded car recorder, upgraded audio. To be honest, the car cost me a small 10k before and after the modifications. The stuff is all good, and if you can look at the interior designed by the original owner, it's never a loss to pay an extra 3 or 4,000 for it. Tang Song pondered for a moment and said directly, "Brother Lee, do you have a key on your side? I want to try the car." "Wait a moment, I'll get it for you." Lee Mingjun hurriedly agreed and walked towards a hut. Guo Peng could not help but say, "Xiao Song, the car is good, but it is indeed a little expensive. And there is a key issue. You have reached the time to find a date. Buy a car to consider this aspect. You drive this car to pick up friends and brothers. Everyone laughs with you to grab open. But you really want to drive this car to pick up girls dating." Guo Peng did not look down on the Wuling Hongwang. In fact, since he came out of society, he did not look down on any car. But Dan Song is 25 this year and will soon be facing a blind date to get married. And having a nice-looking little car is a nice plus. Hearing Guo Peng's words, Tang Song nodded. "I understand. Thanks for the reminder, Guo. If it was the old him, the first car he bought would probably take a long time to drive. And there were really a lot of aspects to consider. But nowadays, with the system, you can acquire a car up to $500,000 just by completing this task." It left him without the slightest concern. As long as he liked it, then he would just take it. Lee Mingjun quickly walked back and handed over a key with a remote control. Tang Song said thank you and bent down into the main driver's seat, adjusting the position of the seat, which was very comfortable. Fastening his seatbelt and gripping the steering wheel, the corners of Tang Song's mouth rose slightly, and a sense of joyful satisfaction surged through his heart. Make sure the gear is in neutral. Press the clutch deeply. Insert the key and turn on the ignition. With the sound of the engine, the gauges and the car's engine were illuminated. Release the handbrake. Put it in first gear and start with the oil and clutch. With the test drive experience of the previous cars, this time it seemed very smooth. Handling is stable, with moderate steering feel and nimble steering. Acceleration is also good thanks to the lighter body and decent power output. It was a very smooth drive after a round of test drives. Look at the warm and stylish interior. Fresh and smooth body lines, spaciousness, oversized trunk, and spread wing Wuling logo. Tang Song took a deep breath, touched the rearview mirror, and said excitedly, "This is it." Guo Peng opened his mouth to say something, but held his tongue. Lee Mingjun froze, did not expect the other side so fast. "Okay, I will now go to contact the owner, and strive to give you the price down again. Today the first contract signed, the transfer to wait for next Monday. I help you to do on behalf of the line. With this kind of consignment car, all he makes is a brokerage and handling fee." "Okay, trouble brotherly." Tang Song smiled and gave an okay gesture. Things have come to this point. Guo Peng also put down the mind of persuasion, followed by Tang Song drilled into the car to feel a hand. "By the way, took some photos to share to the group." The message reads, "Congrats Song, about to pick up a 2020 Wuling Hongwang S." As soon as the message went out, the other three blew up. "Li Jiqiao, the interior is so damn beautiful. Drive to the company and let me test drive it, please." Wang Chiang, at Tang Song, "I'll look for you when we move back." The five of them were fooling around in the group when Lee Mingjun finally rushed back. He looked at the car. Some for a reason, on the price of the car. The owner can only concede up to $500. And finally it is 42,500 yuan. "Do you see if you can accept it? But the car's compulsory insurance and commercial insurance are still 6 months. Can be transferred together to you, so you can save a sum of money. 1,000 doesn't even give a drop?" Guo Peng frowned. "Junzi, talk to her again." Lee Mingjun thought about it and looked at Tang Song. "We should not wait any longer. The further back the owner is in a hurry, the price can definitely be discounted." "No need. That's it. Tang Song didn't want to delay any longer. Seeing that the business was reached, Lee Mingjun was also relieved. That's fine. The car owner will come over around 1 p.m. I'll prepare the contract for you first. Tang Song nodded, and his gaze fell back onto the Wuling Hongguang S, unable to move away. The first car of my life. I finally managed to pick the one I like, so I can congratulate myself. Chapter 24, Gao Mengting. At noon, Tang Song took the initiative to treat the three of them, and they rubbed their hands together in a small roadside restaurant. The four-course meal is affordable and the portions are generous. Not long after returning to the auto body shop, Lee Mingjun's cell phone rang. The female owner who had given him so much praise was finally going to arrive. The three of them waited in the courtyard for another 2 or 3 minutes before a shapely and beautiful figure walked in. Lee Mingjun hurriedly stood up and enthusiastically said, "Boss Gao can be considered to have come. Brother Lee, don't make fun of me. It's not like you don't know what's going on in my store." The girl's voice was very nice. Wu Peng touched him with his elbow and said excitedly, "It's really a big beauty. So pretty. I don't think it's worse than Tianjing. The body seems even better. Very pretty indeed." Tang Song nodded approvingly, and his gaze couldn't help but gather on the girl who was approaching. Early 20s with beautiful features and delicate skin. Her brown hair was fluffy and thick, and her face was covered in delicate makeup. Straight through split jeans, little white shoes, turtleneck cable jacket. The whole thing looks ambient. Lee Mingjun smiled and said, "Introducing, Gao Mengting, also the owner of this Wuling Hongguang S. This is the buyer Tang Song. I mentioned it to you on the phone." "Hello Mr. Tang." Gao Mengting smiled and greeted him, adding, "You're much younger than I thought." Her full apple muscles bulged slightly when she smiled, making her look a little cute. "Hello," Tang Song politely returned. The two men exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Lee Mingjun took out the 2 contracts. "Ms. Gao, you read these terms first. If there's no problem, we'll sign the contract now." Gao Mengting took it, sat down in the yard, and looked through it carefully. When you come across something you can't understand, ask for it right away and get an answer before you move on down the page. With only 2 pages of I4, she read it for a full 8 minutes. This level of seriousness made Tang Song very sweaty. He had just briefly flipped through it to make sure the model and price were correct. "I'm fine with that, Rico. Got a pen? There." Lee Mingjun took out a carbon pen and a box of sealing clay from his pocket and handed it over. Gao Mengting casually took it, swish 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 signed his name, and then used his thumb to press the handprint. In the sunlight, the fingers are slender and white, and the handwriting is beautiful and soft. "Here, it's your turn, Mr. Tang." She smiled and handed it over. Tang Song reached out and took it, signing and imprinting at the buyer's place, and the agreement was formalized. Gao Mengting took the car keys out of her hand and put them on the table. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke. "According to the contract, Mr. Tang needs to pay the 20,000 yuan purchase price within 24 hours, and settle the rest after the vehicle is transferred. If it's convenient, can you transfer it to me now?" "Yes, how do I pay?" Tang Song took out his cell phone and looked at her. People were always forgiving enough with beautiful women, and he didn't count that much. "WeChat it, let's add a friend. If there is any problem with the car you can also find me." While talking, Gao Mengting opened the QR code of WeChat. "Add WeChat." Tang Song directly transferred 20,000 yuan over the past. Remarks, the purchase of the car deposit. Gao Mengting immediately accepted it, a relieved expression leaking from her face as she gratefully said, "To be honest, I'm quite short of money lately, and I just happen to have a payment due today. Thank you Mr. Tang." "You're welcome, Brother Lee. Thank you for helping me before and after. I'll transfer the brokerage fee and closing costs to you later. I still have a use for my ID card. I'll definitely give it to you before the closing on Monday." "Alright, no problem." Lee Mingjun nodded with a smile. Gao Mengting looked at the time, picked up her bag and said, "There's nothing more on this side, so I'll withdraw first. Bye." Gao Mengting smiled and nodded, turning and striding toward the door. The shapely ass and slim waist wrapped in jeans formed smooth, sexy curves, and the long, slightly curled brown hair swayed from side to side on the thin back of a very well-built body. Tang Song couldn't help but look a few more times. Just as she was about to walk out the front door, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and jerked around, startling Tang Song, who was peeking. An embarrassed smile appeared on his face. Gao Mengting took a deep breath, tap 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 dash, jogged a few steps, and came to that Wuling Hongguang. There was a sad expression on his face that had always had a smile on it. Reaching out, he slid his hand along the headlights, over the beltline, and quietly caressed the body. Immediately afterward, she leaned over to where the car's A-pillar was and put her face up to whisper something, biting down hard on his lower lip. He took a deep breath, and the tears finally fell. She angled her delicate face and drew a tissue from her tote bag and wiped it carefully. Turning around, he once again came to Tang Song and bowed earnestly. The voice muttered, "Mr. Tang, I hope you treat her well. She's the high-end version. The rear suspension is semi-coil springs. She can only pull floating cargo. No problem with 1,000 or 800 pounds. Any heavier and she'll not be able to handle it. Don't ship aquatics or anything like that. It tends to corrode the floors, although I do protect them. The car is serviced every 5,000 kilometers. Well, that's pretty much it. Let's Microsoft keep it for now. When you want to sell it, let me know. If I'm not short-handed, I'll definitely buy it back. Thank you very much." She hadn't glanced at the car since she walked in the door, but by this moment, she was talking about the notes for 4 or 5 minutes in one breath, and her eyes glanced in that direction every now and then. Tang Song opened his mouth, sluggish for a long time, and whispered, "Yes, no problem. This is my first car. I'll treat it well. Thanks. She was also my first car and has been with me for 3 full years. It can haul people and cargo, and it's leathery and durable, whether it's a flat highway or a goat track. Whether it's..." Gao Mingting tilted her head. Sorry, I seem to be a bit excited. I should have known I wouldn't look back at her. This time it's really goodbye." She laughed and wiggled her beige tote bag away, seemingly very spontaneous. Witnessed her delicate figure disappear from sight. Li Mingjun lamented, "This sister is actually quite powerful. During the university by part-time work earned a lot of money. The 4th year on the purchase of this car, planning to do the clothing business. The beginning of the time is quite smooth. Earned a lot of money. The car is also that time modified. Then I got screwed by a partner, and that's how we got to where we are now." Returning to Qingshin home, Tang Song put the contract away and sat on the sofa for a while. "I finally took possession of my favorite car, and as soon as the closing is done on Monday, it will be completely mine. Originally, I should have been happy, but when I thought of the look in Gao Mingting's eyes when she left, I somehow felt a little sad again." Tang Song laughed to himself. In the end it was because the other party was a schoolgirl-level beauty, crying with pearly blossoms. If he had been uglier, he would have probably lamented a couple of times and gotten over it. Thinking about it, he somehow opened Gao Mingting's friend circle. The dynamic is mostly sales of clothes and shoes, interspersed with the occasional selfie or two. The top dynamic was posted 3 minutes ago. Gao Mingting, there exists in the world a sadness that cannot be shed, a sadness that cannot be explained to people, and even if it is explained, people will not understand it. It is always the same, like the snowflakes on a windless night quietly deposited in the bottom of the heart. Haruki Murakami, The End of the World in Cold Wonderland. Chapter 25, Charming 30. Unlocking Rewards. Monday, April 17, 2023. Cloudy, 12 to 23 degrees Celsius. 3 great things happened at Fairview Commerce today. The first thing that happened was that the Human Resources Department underwent an organizational restructuring and added several new subdepartments, including Human Resources Planning and Development, Training, Employee Relations, Compensation and Benefits, and so on. The second thing was that Tian Jing, the personnel specialist, was officially promoted to the position of payroll supervisor, and all the members within the company received the notification. The third thing, Tang Song took time off to buy a car to go, and a Wuling Hongguang. Of course, the third major event is only for the small circle of Technical Support Department. Old Song is really a maverick, mentioning cars that are so different. This kid is definitely stimulated by someone. Ha 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 ha. Du Shaokai laughed out tears. A Wuling Honda? Isn't that a van? What was Tang Song thinking? Song wouldn't be thinking of a part-time job, would he? Cargo pulling? You girls don't understand. That's an MPV. If you go out in this car, you'll make your brothers look good. I think it's good. It can carry people and cargo. Practical. Indeed. I feel that all 17 of us in the technical department can fit in it, and if we go back to the reunion, it will be enough to drive this one. Then if it flips over, we're a groupie. It was now, after all, office hours, and the discussion was fairly restrained. But the WeChat group is already buzzing with all sorts of bad stems and emoticons flying around. Gradually, I don't know who started it, but the group talked again about the restructuring of the HR department. Some well-informed people have revealed the news that the company is about to get financing, bluntly stating that this structural adjustment may just be the beginning. Next, The finance department, sales department, channel department, and even their tech support department will have to be restructured. Everyone got excited when they heard such news. The restructuring of the organization means that there will be a few more management positions. Isn't working hard in a company all about getting a promotion and a raise? Zhao Yu, who was sitting in the corner, however, looked sullen, her mind still thinking about the news of Tianjing's promotion. She wasn't even in the mood to drink the coffee she'd bought after receiving this message early in the morning. In her opinion, she and Tianjing were considered rivals, joining the same group of employees and both being popular big beauties in the company. Age-wise, Tianjing was even younger than her, 22 years old and less than 1 year out of college. Now the other person has turned out to be a payroll supervisor, 2 levels above her in rank. In the future, her salary and treatment will be controlled by Tianjing. Salary adjustment should be agreed by the other party. Her birthday should find the other party to sign and receive a gift, and the expense reimbursement should be audited by the other party. In a way, it had been considered her leader. The blow was a bit too much for her to take, and her chest ached with anger. Gritting her teeth, Zhao Yu directly in the department of the girl small group sent. The human resources department of the small Jing is so powerful. Less than a year after joining the bar, directly scuttled 2 levels, and now they have become a supervisor. She is simply a role model and goal for us girls. Although the technical department has been established for a relatively short period of time, there are a few female employees in it who have been working for about 3 years and have never been promoted in their positions. It was a little hard to hear that, followed by a few shady comments in the group. It could be something over the top. We don't know. People with such a beautiful face, and can also be pampered and cute. Oh, a promotion and a pay rise is justified. Following a few sarcastic remarks in the group, Zhao Yu's heart was finally a little more comfortable. Then he thought about Tang Song's used car and couldn't help but skim. She lives not far from Tang Song. Originally intended to rub the car every day in the future to commute to work. Did not expect the other side directly under the dead hand. Thinking that he sat in Tang Song's wooling bread to the underground parking lot. Just got off the car. Just ran into Tianjing who drove an Audi A5. Zhao Yu shivered. That scene was just, who understands? The DMV was crowded on Monday. The pent-up demand for closings over the 2-day weekend was largely concentrated on that day. Tang Song and Li Mingjun rushed over early in the morning, lining up for car inspection, numbering, removing license plates, filling out application forms, choosing numbers, transferring registration. By the time the new license plates were picked up, it was nearing noon. Li Mingjun shook the license plate in his hand and laughed. Nowadays it's all like this. There are too few pure numbers. This one of yours is okay. 1 letter plus 4 numbers. Well, I understand. Tang Song nodded. Immediately after, Li Mingjun took out the toolbox from the car and began to install the number plate. The action was so skillful that it was done in 3 to 5 minutes with a clunk. Clapping his hands and putting his tools away, Li Mingjun smiled. Don't worry about the insurance transfer. I'll go to the insurance company in the afternoon and call you when I'm done. There is also the final payment. Gao Mengting has been sending me messages in the morning, asking about the progress. She should be quite anxious to use the money. Okay, I'll transfer it to her now. Tang Song hurriedly pulled out his cell phone, almost forgetting that there was such a thing. Since he had all his cash saved in the pari-mutual agreement, this money was still borrowed from microparticle loans. There are friends with good relations who can borrow, but this kind of thing will affect the relationship. It is better not to ask easily. Waiting for Tang Song to transfer the remaining 22,500 yuan, Li Mingjun made a phone call to Gao Mengting, confirming that there is no error. The deal is considered completely closed. If anything happens to the car, just contact me directly. Pull out first. Bye. Li Mingjun waved his hand at him and got into his buddy's car. Bye. Tang Song retracted his line of sight, and his gaze went to the Wuling Hongguang that was waiting for him in the parked space. From now on, the car belongs to him completely. Smooth, fresh body lines, hexagonal grille, clean rear taillights, hard luggage rack. It's really how you look at it. Couldn't resist pulling out my cell phone and snapping a few pictures. Tang Song at this moment deeply understood Guo's feelings at that time. Putting his cell phone away, he pulled open the door and got into the main driver's side. Both hands had just gripped the steering wheel when the system light screen suddenly unfolded in front of his eyes and lines of text jumped out. On April 17, 2023, you owned your first car, and your ride was upgraded from Yadi electric car to Wuling Hongguang S. You have your own mobile private space. You can say go, without fear of the sun and rain. You will be more decent in social occasions. You can calmly pick up your favorite girls for dinner. Your charisma reaches 30 and you successfully unlock the assets and permissions for this stage. Immediately afterward, the gorgeous progress bar appeared. 24 foot, start charm. 30 degrees, 40 degrees, 50 degrees, 60 degrees, 70 degrees, 80 degrees, 90 degrees, 100 degree. The corresponding small treasure chest above node 30 is gulping red light, indicating that it is ready to be claimed. Tang Song's hands gripping the steering wheel exerted a fierce force, his body subconsciously leaning forward, and his eyes erupted with endless surprise. With the weight down to the normal range, the glamour stopped at 29 for a few days, and now it's finally broken through to 30 with the seat upgrade. It kind of makes sense that a residence, a car, a partner, a career, are all part of a person's charisma. Tang Song took a deep breath and then let it out in a long exhale. Excellent lung function allowed him to calm down quickly. Touch the treasure chest with your consciousness and collect it immediately. The eyes blurred for a moment, then returned to normal, accompanied by a crisp system beep. Ding! You have obtained the skill upgrade card, LV1. Ding! You've gained $1 million in startup capital. Ding! You have acquired corporate office space. Ding! You have unlocked the new function module, Dress Up Center. Ding! You've obtained Dress Up Cool Night. Ding! Growth Plan mission has opened. Please go to the Mission Center to check it out. Chapter 26, Dressing Up, the Night is Cold. Wait until the beat finally ends. Tang Song leaned his entire body against the back of the chair, his fingers trembling slightly, somewhat unable to speak. Charisma 30, sort of the initial value in the game. He originally didn't expect much, thinking that the rewards would be at the level of a newbie pack in the game. I didn't realize it was so rich. Pressing down his ecstatic heart, he entered the system warehouse and checked the details of the rewards in turn. Skill upgrade card, LV1, *1. After using it, you can choose one LV1 level skill to upgrade. $1 million startup capital *1. You can get $1 million in cash after using it, which can only be used for starting a business and investing in related projects. Corporate office space *1. Use of this space entitles you to the title of an upscale office space. Tick-tock tick-tock dash. The horn of the Wuling Honda was honked hard. Tang Song's face was flushed and his eyes were burning. Millions of dollars in startup capital. Office space with title. He knew that his life would undergo a complete transformation today. Always knew I had a dream come true, that I could inherit a huge amount of assets from the game just by boosting my charisma. But it wasn't until this moment that he really felt like he was out of this world. Tang Song just leaned back in his chair, looking out the window at the tumbling clouds, silently feeling the violent heartbeat. After a while, wait until you finally calm down. Check, $1 million startup capital *1, and use it immediately. Ding dong dash. The cell phone screen lit up. China Merchants Bank, your account with tail number 6800 received 1 renminbi, 000, 000 at 11:49 on April 17. Tang Song stared at the string of numbers for a moment and proceeded to check, corporate office space *1, to use it immediately. Ding! You have obtained a set of 200 square meter offices in Cloud Creek building. Please go to Cloud Creek Property Management Company to collect them. Yunshi Mansion, 200 square meters. Tang Song's pupils trembled slightly. Yunshi building he naturally knows. Yen City's top office building. 5A grade double first class. Located in the center of Yen City area. 5-star shopping district. Commercial flow of Gold Place. The surrounding administrative, financial, transportation, tourism, shopping and leisure atmosphere is mature, which is the most central business arena and business circle territory in Yencheng. Many top famous companies have their branches in Yencheng there. After returning from the imperial capital, he had interviewed once at Yunshi Mansion and was impressed with the environment there. Being able to own a 200 square meter office there is the equivalent of having a hen that lays golden eggs. Even if he doesn't do anything, if he rents out his office, he'll have over $40,000 in rent every month. He has been working for 3 years, and after deducting the money he gave to his family, he has saved a total of more than 40,000 yuan, and his biggest dream is to settle down and buy a home in Yencheng. Now inheriting game assets is a straightforward step. Compared to these two rewards, the skill upgrade card, LV1, was somewhat insignificant. However, he just happened to have the passive skill, Male Aura, which could be directly upgraded to LV2, and he wondered if it would trigger a new aura special effect. It is also a very important help for him in the early stages of development. Take a deep breath and use your powerful lung capacity to clear your head quickly. Select skill upgrade card, LV1, and use it immediately. specify, male aura, LV1, and confirm. Ding! The passive skill, male aura, has been upgraded to LV2. Male aura, LV2, optimize the quality of sleep. Help players enter deep sleep faster and get a good sleep experience. Excellent sleep can gradually repair damaged skin, prevent and get rid of dark circles and bags under the eyes. Halo FX, your first smile of the day earns you a $400 cash bonus, with a 1% chance of an extra blast bonus. Note, this skill can be upgraded. Awesome! Double the cash and 10x the chance of a blitz. And of course the features that come with it are much more powerful and useful. Due to a long period of inattention to skin care, coupled with his oily skin, Tang Song's face has some pimple marks, acne, pimples and other blemishes, and the only way to adjust them is by acid brushing, which damages the skin's stratum corneum. This restoration is a timely one. Dark circles and bags under the eyes have also been a headache for him. Only through long-term conditioning or makeup, and now as long as you ensure sleep, you can gradually get rid of them, saving him a lot of time and energy. After counting the 3 rewards in the warehouse, Tang Song immediately returned to the main interface and entered the new module that had just appeared, Dress Up Center. His own 4th reward, Dress Up Cool Night, was inside. The familiar flashy interface appears in front of you, with a set of costume risque cards being displayed in the upper left corner. Gently touch the card with your mind. The risque costume on it flickered and scattered and jumped out, hovering quietly in front of him, like Naked Eye 3D and Ultra HD AR. Every detail is clearly visible, and it can also rotate 360 degrees, which is extremely shocking. At the same time, the details of the dress-up were displayed. Dress Up Cool Night, +2 to Constitution, +1 to Agility, with a cold protection effect. Set consists of apricot knit cardigan plus white t-shirt plus gray and black slacks plus white shoes. Attached special effect, Cool Night, wearing this suit. When the player is in a windy outdoor area at night, a special aura will be triggered, making her look refreshingly serene and melancholic and sad. Note, players are requested to purchase and create the suit components themselves in the real world. The closer the style, color, and details are, the closer the effect will be. No wonder the display is so good. The feelings are for me to design drawings. Tang Song couldn't help but spit in his heart. Far from being such a hassle to have to find similar outfits on your own. In the game, just selecting the outfit and clicking on it to where it takes effect. The good thing is that online shopping is so easy these days that it shouldn't be too hard to get it together if you look hard. After admiring his first costume for a while, Tang Song tried clicking, wear. Ding! Dress Up Cool Night has been worn. Immediately after that, the light screen automatically jumped to the main interface. In the center of the screen, the 3D model, which was just wearing shorts, finally has its own clothes. Worthy of the system strictly selected. Wear effect cannot be said. More suitable for him than the netizen recommended. Looks very handsome. At the same time, there is a small additional line below the character. Current costume fits 10%. All effects take effect 10%. Tang Song looked down. His own today is also the pants color style close to the suit components. 10% is normal. Click on the 3D model to view personal information. Player, Tang Song, 31 foot. Role, Fairview Trading Development Engineer. Height, 181 cm. Weight, 81 kilograms. Physique, 59. 2, 59 plus 0. 2. Stamina, 56. Agility, 50. 1, 50 plus 1. Gnosis, 76. Status of assets. Balance, $0. 0.51 million. Investments, $1 million. Liabilities, $40. 000. Enterprises, none. Real estate, none. Driver, Wuling Hongwang S. Yachty electric car. Chapter 27 Planned missions. Ever since taking the primary body optimization potion, his height had been slowly growing at a rate of 0% over the past 2 days, and by now it had finally broken through to 181 centimeters. When he got dressed in the morning, Tang Song could clearly feel that his calves and arm span had gotten a little longer. The 200 sq ft of office space that was acquired remains still nil for the property portion as it has not yet been claimed. With that, Tang Song's eyes focused on the balance section. With $1 million of investment money, the units of calculation are changed to 10,000. Although the money can only be used for business startups and investments, just looking at it gives him a sense of solidity and security. After briefly browsing through his personal information, Tang Song returned to the main interface and clicked into the task center. The overall style of the interface remains unchanged, though there is a new panel in the center area with a golden glow around it, signifying its importance. Phase 1 Growth Plan Tasks. Role Leap, select a certain field of interest. Create an enterprise of your own, with an equity share of no less than 67%. To complete the upgrade of your role from employee to boss, incomplete. Company startup, build the core business for the enterprise. Formulate a reasonable organizational structure, salary system, and recruit no less than 10 regular staff, incomplete. Getting on track, developing the company's core business and achieving basic profitability. Unfinished, mission reward, growth gift pack *1. The Boy's Growth Plan is a simulation-centered boy-raising game, where most of the plan missions are related to simulation to help the player grow up. These 3 stages can be seen as the complete process of creating a business. It is also a big challenge for him. If he can be involved from start to finish, he will definitely benefit a lot. Thoughts tumbled through his mind. Tang Song instantly thought of many things. He didn't snap out of his thoughts until a violent grunt came. Looking at the time, I didn't realize it was already past 12. Concerned about rebounding weight due to rapid weight loss, he is still controlling his daily calorie intake and consumption, not eating much in the morning, and is hungry after a busy morning. Happiness of the first car in life. Charisma reaches 30. Unlocking the system rewards. Millions of dollars. Cloud Creek Mansion office. 25 years of life culminated at this moment, and Tang Song's heart was filled with infinite joy. I just felt an appetite and had to have a good meal. Celebrate. Open the review app and search for food. Ended up picking an upscale restaurant that averaged 500 plus per person. Not exactly close, but with a car he could walk if he wanted to. Set up the navigation and put your phone in the storage compartment in the center console. The engine of the Wuling Hongguang was ignited, and the car started slowly, merging into the traffic along the clean asphalt road, becoming a piece of scenery on the main road of Yancheng. The sun pushed through scattered clouds to envelop it in warmth and peace. Tang Song gently pressed down the window, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, feeling the wind drilling through the cracks. After some unskilled backing into the garage and making sure that neither right nor left crossed the white line, Tang Song turned off the engine and got out of the car. When you raise your eyes, you can see the main building of the Shangwei Go restaurant, the green exterior wall inlaid with a glass curtain wall glittering in the sunlight, refracting colorful rays of light. It looks very high class. Walking into the spacious and bright lobby, the handsome waiter boy immediately welcomes you. After hearing that he was the only one, he didn't show surprise and warmly introduced him to a seat. Receiving the beautifully crafted menu, Tang Song flipped through it from front to back and ordered a few of the dishes he wanted to eat the most. Crispy chicken with sesame, swan crisp, snowflake and beef tartar, braised pork with abalone, and stewed fish maw with tangerine peel. The restaurant serves the food at a good pace, with just the right amount of one after the other. It allows Tang Song to enjoy his food with peace of mind. Fresh from the oven, the snowflake wagyu tartare is savory, sweet and melt in your mouth. Sesame crispy chicken is tender and crunchy, with the aroma of sesame seeds blending perfectly with the flavor of the meat. Slowly simmered over low heat, the flour gums are richly layered, fresh and crisp. At some point, 3 stylish and sexy young ladies came to the table in front of him on his left. Only a few delicate desserts and drinks were ordered, and before eating, a burst of cell phone shots were pulled out. Then they began to chatter. Discussions are about clothes, makeup, bags, and the like. Tang Song just happened to be learning about dressing and makeup creation lately, so he was able to understand some of it. But they talk about the high-end, open-mouth LV, closed-mouth Bulgari, and now and then will involve the decoration and service of 5-star hotels. Combined with the outstanding texture of their clothes and logo-conspicuous bags, it is obvious that they are all standard white rich beauty settings. One of them stands out. I don't know if I've had plastic surgery or not, but my features have no flaws, and with the exquisite makeup, I look very much like a pretty female second in a Korean drama. Halter dress, thin high heel, long legs in front and back. The grooming was subdued and confident, and there was a great deal of goddessness about it. He just silently admired the beauty, felt the satisfaction and pleasure from the food, and enjoyed the moment that was uniquely his. Very comfortable and cozy. After paying the bill of 856 yuan, Tang Song walked out the door of the restaurant with satisfaction. Looking to the left, the spirited Wuling Honda was quietly waiting somewhere in the warm sunlight. Press the remote key lightly. The lights flash and the doors unlock. Tang Song smiled, pulled open the car door and got in. He wasn't in a hurry to get home, so he just leaned against the car, opened the window to let in some air, and swiped at his cell phone. It's nice to have a car and a little space to be alone whenever you want. Yuki, are you really not going shopping with us? The new short dress from Chanel is especially nice. I think it suits you. Some familiar voices came, and Tang Song followed them. just in time to see the three rich white women coming this way. Stopping in front of a red Porsche 718, the girl who stood out the most among them smiled and waved her hand. "I'm sorry to say, but I have 2 more meetings this afternoon, so I really can't keep you guys company." "Okay, I know you guys are busy people in the financial industry. We'll meet again sometime." The girl looked at the rose gold-colored wristwatch on her hand and smiled. "My friend will come to pick me up soon. You guys go ahead. Bye." "Is that your friend with the big Mercedes G?" "Yeah." The girl gently ruffled her bangs and covered her mouth with a light smile. "Then we'll leave you alone. Bye." The other 2 girls waved and got into the Porsche 718. With the roar of the engine, it accelerated away. Tang Song quietly watched the scene and couldn't help but sigh. It is true that they are all rich people. Porsche 718, this car he still recognizes, although it is an entry-level sports car. But the landing price is also to 60 or 70 million. Not the average person can afford to spend. The girl named Yuki stood in place for another 2 minutes before turning around and heading in the direction of the exit. She was wearing light gold thin high heels, walking elegantly and calmly, the dress on her body swaying gently, very aesthetically pleasing, like a model walking on a catwalk, gradually disappearing from his sight. "Time to go home." Tang Song laughed and started the car toward the exit, driving out of the gates of the restaurant's courtyard. He had just turned a corner when a familiar figure came into view. The girl named Yuki waved and got into a Corolla on the side of the road with double blinkers on. Tang Song raised an eyebrow. "Didn't we say a friend in a big G was picking us up?" Chapter 28, Entrepreneurial Direction. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After the car's insurance completed the transfer, Tang Song finally got his license, green book, ID card and other documents. Put my stuff away and did another half hour of fat-burning exercises. Tang Song, half lying on the sofa, opened the system interface and entered the dress-up center. While looking at the set components of Night Shimmer, he searched for the corresponding keywords in the online shopping app. It's a pity that you can't take screenshots or photos of the system interface, or else you could just search for the same model and be done with it. Or, if he had great drawing skills, he could just draw out the clothes and get them customized by a tailor. That kind of fit would definitely pull full circle. It was so busy for more than 2 hours, and after repeated comparisons, checks, and consultations, Tang Song finally put together a complete set of clothes. The style and color are close. I just don't know how it will actually fit. To be on the safe side, he bought 2 different sizes of each piece of clothing. He was a little impatient for his first costume. Unfortunately, it takes at least 3 days to receive it from the time it is shipped. After a brief dinner, Tang Song began to organize his ongoing tasks. Cognitive awakening is now 35% complete. Instead of being eager about this task, he allowed himself to fully enjoy the process of reading, to understand what these classics were saying, and to try to develop reading as a long-term hobby. My first car is halfway done, and all you need to do is invite a member of the opposite sex to hit 3 attractions together to get the coveted driver's gift pack, and drive a car that costs less than $500,000. It's a big deal on the horizon. There were quite a few members of the opposite sex he could hang out with in Yen City. University classmate, company colleague, and Zhao Yeqian, a beautician friend. Considering the existence of the betting agreement, Zhao Yeqian is undoubtedly the most favorable choice. The best way to get closer to a girl is to travel. And when you're in an unfamiliar place, you'll feel safer and more grounded with someone familiar. With a little romantic interaction, you might just get a spark of love. Thinking of that beautician friend's sexy long legs and the $300,000 betting against it, Tang Song took a deep breath. Picking up his cell phone, he sent a message to Zhao Yeqian. "The weather has been really nice in the last few days. It's perfect for traveling. If Ms. Zhao isn't busy, do you want to go out together? Take in the great mountains and rivers of the motherland and taste the specialty foods." Waited for a while without receiving a reply. Tang Song put down his phone and returned his attention to the system interface. Next up is the all-important Stage 1 Growth Program quest. With $1 million in startup money and a separate office space, growth quests were much less difficult for him. The main difficulty is still choosing the right direction and program to create a profitable business. As an ordinary person who had worked part-time for 3 years, Tang Song was still a bit clueless. There are quite a few students I know who are involved in entrepreneurship, but only a very small number of them are successful. Like that white moonlight far away in the deep city. After careful recollection, the other person did share a lot of entrepreneurial tips with him. According to her, the most crucial thing on this rocky road, apart from the hard work of herself and her team, is the supply chain. Being able to get something of about the same quality at a lower cost makes you more likely to be successful than others. As a simple example, If you have a relative who works in cold storage, the cost of opening a restaurant is lower than others. Tang Song thought carefully for a while, and finally took out a pen and paper. Seriously wrote 2 words: internet, clothing. Due to his career, he has some advantages in the field of internet, such as small programs and apps. He can quickly recruit a team to complete the development. In this regard, he himself can be regarded as a supply chain, which is a natural advantage. Unfortunately, now that the internet wind has passed, the market is a Red Sea, competition is fierce, and the business model is homogenized. With the exception of highly vertical industry software tools, the chances of success are slim. Another area is clothing. Jinxiu Trade is mainly engaged in the offline clothing agency business, which is a leading company in Yen City and is considered a head enterprise in the whole Yen province. When he developed the SCM, supply chain management, system, he interfaced with a number of high-quality domestic and international apparel suppliers, crawling a large amount of commodity information, do intelligent price comparison, supplier rating system, picking and supplying collaboration and other functions. In other words, if he was in the clothing business, he could definitely get cheaper prices for the same quality of goods. It is also easier to succeed than others. Tang Song looked up the information while recording his thoughts in his notebook. Recently, reading paper books and taking notes every day has made him grow to love the feeling of handwriting. Ding dong! The WeChat beep sounded. Zhao Yaqian, I'd love to go out, but I'm the only beautician in the store, and I only have a little bit of time on weekdays, so I probably won't be able to get together with you. #poor. Tang Song smiled and replied, the weekday scenic spots are less crowded and more suitable for playing. We can drive ourselves there, and it's easy to go back and forth. After sending the message, Tang Song put the notebook away, pulling Mons the Moon and Sixpence from the bookshelf. He read the book while waiting for Zhao Yaqian's reply. Entrepreneurship is not a matter of urgency. You need to do a detailed planning and analysis, but also consider the dividends and waves of the environment, not just based on their own preferences to determine. Tengkoku Garden Neighborhood. He lighting asked suspiciously, didn't you say he didn't have a car? How come he's traveling by himself? Probably borrowed a coworker's car. Zhao Yaqian scratched her hair. Tingzi, then how should I reply to him? He lighting's eyes blinked and laughed. Go, remember to bring a small umbrella. You, what are you talking nonsense? Zhao Yaqian's face immediately turned red, and she slapped hard on her bestie's butt. We are friends, which is as nasty as you think. Going to have fun is certainly fine. It just so happens that you've been having a rough time with everything lately, so consider it a break and a change of luck. And you don't have to spend any money on the road anyway. Zhao Yaqian nodded and took out her cell phone and replied, then thank you brother Song. I'm free during the day on Wednesday. As soon as the message was sent, there was an immediate reply. Tang Song, Wednesday then. I'll pick you up at Tianqua Garden. We'll leave early and we'll definitely be back by night. The main reason for this outing is to thank Ms. Zhao for her tireless help, so I'll cover all the expenses. Don't rob with me. Seeing this message, Zhao Yaqian was completely relieved and smiled as she replied with an okay emoticon. Qian. He lighting suddenly called out to her. What is it Tingzi? Zhao Yaqian asked suspiciously. You have just entered the society not long ago. There are a lot of things you don't understand yet. With such an outstanding appearance condition as yours, you will meet a lot of boys 100 times and 1,000 times better than him in the future. Don't make a decision blindly and let your future self catch up with you. Zhao Yaqian opened her mouth, somewhat unsure of how to answer. Lydia Ho is both her best friend and distant cousin, 3 years older than her. After she came to Yen City, the other party took the notice of many things. Looking at He Lighting's righteous appearance, her heart suddenly became disorganized. Chapter 29, Wang Yunping, a chill down his spine. Ding dong. China Merchants Bank, your account with tail number 6800 earned 400 renminbi. 00 on April 18, 6:01. The 1% strike bonus didn't trigger, making Tang Song slightly regretful, but looking at the freshly arrived $400 quickly became a frown of relief again. Starting today, even if you don't work, you'll have a net income of $12,000 a month and be really happy. Potty breaks, fasted cardio, stretching, skincare, fat loss meals, reading. At 8:30 a.m. Tang Song took a serious shower and changed into a more formal outfit. Gray shirt plus casual jacket plus suit pants plus leather shoes. He seriously dressed up in the mirror and snapped his handsome fingers. Fixing his hair, he grabbed his car keys and headed downstairs. Sitting on his beloved Wuling Hongguang, humming a song, facing the warm sunrise, slowly driving out of the Qingxin home neighborhood. Today's sunny skies, southerly winds of 1 to 2, and a high temperature of 25 degrees Celsius make it perfect for property inspections. Yunshi Building is a steel structure complex. The total height of the building is about 185 meters, with 40 floors above ground and 3 floors below ground, which belongs to the well-known super high-rise buildings in the province. When Tang Song drove into East Main Street, he saw from afar the towering building glistening in the sunlight. Pulling into the above-ground metered parking lot, he picked a parking spot with a shaded lot and carefully backed into the garage. Tang Song took the document bag, locked the car door, and turned toward the main entrance of the building. This time of day just happens to be the work point. A steady stream of men and women came this way, decently dressed and fashionably groomed. As the weather has completely warmed up, many girls are wearing very little, bare and slender thighs, with stockings of various colors, overskirts, look extraordinarily beautiful. Tang Song straightened his jacket and stepped through the translucent glass doors. The height of the hall is more than 10 meters, and various atmospheric ornaments and fashionable decorations are matched with each other, which makes you feel magnificent and stylish when you look at it. Coming to the front desk in the lobby, Tang Song politely asked, "Hello, excuse me, what floor is the property services department on?" The female receptionist in a black uniform smiled. "Hello sir, the property office area is on the 4th floor. What can I do for you?" Tang Song weighed his words and said, "I have purchased an office over here, and the handling of the relevant formalities has been entrusted to your company, and this time I am coming over for acceptance." Hearing this, the female receptionist froze and politely said, "Sir, is it convenient for you to leave your name? I'll contact the leader for confirmation." They are all employees of the property company and know the building very well. Cloud Creek Mansion has been built for more than 6 years. There are not many floors for sale to the public, and the buyers are all well-known companies, and there are very few individual buyers. Tang Song, yes, just a moment. The female receptionist picked up the landline and dialed out, giving a brief report of the situation. Then he said in a loud voice, "Okay, Manager Ma, I understand." After hanging up the phone, a vivid expression immediately appeared on her face, and she enthusiastically said, "Mr. Tang, wait for a moment. Our manager will be right down to pick you up. There are seats over here. You can come in and take a rest if you're tired." "No thanks." Tang Song waved his hand in a hurry. "Then feel free to contact me if you need anything." "Okay, thanks." After Tang Song finished speaking, he pretended to look around as if nothing had happened, really weirdly embarrassed by the other party's sudden enthusiasm. Outside the translucent glass curtain wall, a black Buick commercial vehicle stops at the drop-off area. Immediately afterward, a familiar figure walked down from above. Tang Song was slightly stunned. Wang Yunping? It was the senior manager of Cloud Mirror Consulting that he had met by chance at the banquet house last time. With a parted hair, a suit, and a briefcase in his hand, he has a calm and steady demeanor and looks like a successful man. Walking into the lobby, seemingly noticing Tang Song standing by the front desk, Wang Yunping's footsteps paused. Sweeping his gaze over him, he said indifferently, "Mr. Tang, could it be that General Manager Xie invited you over? I don't seem to remember you being on the guest list for today's investment fair." There had been a bit of unpleasantness that day, and Xie Shuyu had explained it to him personally afterward, and he knew about the other side. Standard tech geek, just a part-time job outsourced by Ember Coffee. Tang Song froze and asked, "Sister Shuyu, is she coming over here for a meeting?" Sorry, this is a business secret. It's not convenient to disclose." Wang Yunping shook his head with a light smile, although he didn't say anything excessive. The teasing in his eyes was not hidden. Tang Song looked straight into his gaze and smiled. Manager Wang deserves to be in the consulting business. Opening his mouth is all about business secrets. Wang Yunping raised an eyebrow and lifted his wrist to look at his watch. "My time is expensive, so I won't waste it here. Goodbye." Just as he was about to turn around, he saw 7 or 8 people coming from the direction of the elevator room. The one in the lead was a serious-looking middle-aged man, wearing the suit uniform of the property, walking towards this side with hurried steps. Wang Yunping took a deep breath, a decent and kind smile on his face, and took the initiative to greet him. "Manager Ma, long time no see." He still recognized the property manager of Yunshi Mansion. After all, there were quite a few companies over here that were their important customers and had to come and visit from time to time. Manager Ma smiled at him, but didn't linger much, leading the men straight through. The group arrived at the front desk. Manager Ma took a serious look at Tang Song and solemnly extended his hand. "Mr. Tang, good morning. I am the manager of Yunshi Property Management Company." "Ma Zijian." Tang Song pursed her lips and reached out to shake his hand firmly. Good morning, Manager Ma. Ma Zi Fitness Sun bent slightly and said enthusiastically. Mr. Tang, I'll take you to the acceptance inspection now. These are the heads of the departments of our property company. Lin Xingfei of the maintenance department, Wu Juanxiang of the security department, Sun Jiajie of the investment and development department. You can contact us anytime afterward if you have any questions, and we promise to take care of it for you. Thanks. Tang Song thanked him somewhat hastily. This was the general manager of Yunxi property. No matter where he was placed, he was considered a figure that could not be ignored. But now he was so polite to him. Looking at Tang Song, who was surrounded by a group of people walking into the separate elevator room, the expression on Wang Yunping's face shifted for a while, and he felt a chill run down his spine. This is a joke. I thought it was the programmer from Fairview Trading? I thought it was just a part-time outsourcing of Ember Coffee? To make Ma Zijian treat it so solemnly and personally bring his executives to meet it, it was at least the level of the head of a well-known enterprise. What is this Tang Song all about? You're not playing some disgusting trick of being close to the water and pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger in order to pick up Xie Shuyu, are you? With the winds and clouds in his head, Wang Yunping only felt that a thick layer of haze had covered his head. He was only the senior manager of Cloud Mirror Consulting, and in the end, he was only a hired hand. And on top of that, there was the general manager, the partner, and the senior partner. If you really piss off some big shot, you'll be fired in minutes. Chapter 30. Simulated Copy Generation Card. Manager Wang? What a coincidence. Did you just arrive as well? A gentle and pleasant voice suddenly sounded from behind. Wang Yunping's body trembled and turned around stiffly. Mr. Xia. Today's Xia Shuyu looked extra sexy, with delicate makeup on her face, a wrap-around skirt, a gray-bottomed tunic, and black stockings wrapped around her slender legs. However, Wang Yunping was devoid of any admiration and his eyes drifted. Xia Shuyu sincerely said, this time, we also have to thank Cloud Mirror Consulting for helping to matchmaking. If it really works, our contract can be renewed for another 3 years. I wish Mr. Xia all the best. Wang Yunping's tone was a bit tense, completely putting away his petty thoughts. Before he could figure out Tang Song's identity and what he thought of Xie Shuyu, it was better to avoid him. All people love beauty, but compared to his future career, he would not have the slightest hesitation at all. It's almost time, let's go in. Xie Shuyu took a deep breath. A dignified and elegant light smile appeared on her face, and she took large strides towards the front. The current shimmering coffee is in a developmental bottleneck. Upward there are nationally recognized brands like Rexall, Starbucks, and Cuddy, and downward there is a sea of smaller boutique beverage stores as competitors. With her personal ability and connections, it was hard to make another breakthrough, and she had to look for upwardly mobile resources and backgrounds to keep herself from being eliminated. In 3 months, she contacted more than 10 investors, but none of them succeeded in signing a letter of intent, TS, which made her, who has always thought highly of herself, suffer a lot of frustration. Now that it was hard to contact this well-known investment organization in the restaurant field and get this opportunity to approach, it is natural to go all out. Ding dash, the elevator came to a steady stop on the 30th floor. Manager Ma reached out. Mr. Tang, this way please. Tang Song nodded gently and stepped into the spacious and bright hallway. The floor is a polished, mirror-like marble, with each slab showing a perfect sheen and texture, and the unique veins are clearly visible. The sides of the hallway are painted with premium eco-friendly paints and soft, warm tones that are comfortable and eye-pleasing. It's your own office, after all, and it looks good anyhow. Manager Ma followed closely at his side and introduced. The set of office you purchased contains 2 large office areas, room 3001 and room 3002. The total area is 200 square feet, and we have repartitioned and renovated it according to your requirements. The one responsible for this is our partner, Huiguang Decoration. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, you can just bring it up. Okay, thank you Manager Ma. Tang Song's gaze flickered. He could feel that this Manager Ma was very respectful of him. His attitude was excessively good. So it seems that the system must be giving rewards in an unusual way. It should be. Manager Ma smiled and said, here it is. This is the room. An executive behind him hastily pulled out his access card and swiped open the light-colored glass door. Directly across the street is a front desk with minimalist styling and atmosphere. The floor is covered with a soft, quiet carpet that is very comfortable to step on. The ceiling features a simple yet stylish suspended ceiling design with a concealed lighting system. The whole office area is dominated by white tones with soft gray and dark brown. which looks elegant and cozy. The interior space utilization is extremely good and shows a high level of design. The 200 square meter rectangular space contains several functional partitions commonly used in addition to open workstations. Conference room, machine room, pantry, general manager's office, storage room, finance room, rows and rows of brand new desks and chairs, beautiful flower pots and plants, shelves dotted during the period. There are also a couple of soft cloud sofas with small coffee tables in the corners. It can be said that the sparrow is small, but it has all its organs. The overall decoration is high-grade and simple, focusing on both practicality and aesthetics, which not only meets the staff's working needs but also creates a comfortable working environment. Speaking of the office environment alone, Tang Song can throw his weight around and say that working here is a pleasure. It's so much better than the companies he's been with. Mr. Tang, is there anything else you're not satisfied with? Manager Ma asked in a low voice. Tang Song took a deep breath and swept his gaze across the entire office area. Very satisfied. That's good. Manager Ma took a thick file bag from an employee and smiled. The purchase contract, title certificate, property service contract, and other information are all here, so you can check if there are any problems. Thanks. Tang Song hastily reached out and took it. Pull a document out of it. The seller was Cloud Creek Real Estate Development Corporation. The buyer was himself, and the agent was a local law firm. Afterward, Tang Song looked at the property service contract and asked in a low voice, Manager Ma, do I need to pay the property fee now? Almost forgot there was this expense. According to the description on the contract, the property fee is 0.9 yuan/m2/day for 200 square meters, and you need to pay 16,000 yuan at a time based on a quarterly basis. He now has only a few $1,000s on his bank card, and his borrowing and microparticle loans have been cashed out to buy a car. It's simply not possible to get it out at a moment's notice. Manager Ma quickly waved his hand. Mr. Tang, your property fee has already been paid, and it was a one-time payment for 5 years. Okay, thanks. While breathing a sigh of relief, Tang Song briefly did some mental math. It was almost $320,000. It's scary as hell when the system dad strikes. In addition, there are 8 parking spaces reserved for you in B2, right next to the elevator room. The details are in the subsidiary page of the contract. Just let us know the license plate you need to enter when you turn around. By the way, this parking space rent is included in the property fee. You don't need to pay separately. Understood. Tang Song nodded heavily, took the pen handed by the staff, and signed the acceptance receipt. We'll leave you to it then. Call us anytime if you have any questions. Witnessed Manager Ma leaving with the executives of the property company. Tang Song gently touched the large red book representing the property rights in his hand. It's light, yet heavy. This is the CBD core area of Yancheng, as well as the center of government affairs, finance, science and technology, and is a real place of commercial flow of gold. It definitely means a lot to have a property here. He got up and stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. The view went from the top of a tall building, to the endless stream of streets, to the skyline in the distance. I only felt my heart open, as if all worries and constraints no longer existed. Swish! The system light screen unfolded before his eyes, and lines of text popped out. On April 18, 2023, you have your own office, and the entrepreneurial journey is about to begin. Standing on the 30th floor of a building, 120 meters above the ground, the cityscape unfolds under your feet like a miniature model. The skyscrapers, the roads and bridges, the trees and parks, the people and the traffic, everything looks so tiny and organized. You feel a perspective beyond the everyday. Important growth has occurred in your state of mind. +1 to charisma. You have obtained the simulation copy generation card *1. Chapter 31. What should you do with your beautician friends? Enter the system warehouse to view prop details. Simulation copy generation card. After using it, you can open a simulation copy of the plot. Players will enter the copy in the form of a dream, randomly assigning roles and exploring the plot. And after the copy is cleared, it will be comprehensively rated according to the degree of completion. And the higher the score, the more rewarding it will be. Tang Song was no stranger to the analog copy generation card. In growing up male, copies are a very important mechanic. In the copy, players can experience characters with different identity backgrounds, such as pianists, violinists, painters, fighters, feel their lives and experience their stories. In addition to increasing the fun of the game, there are also opportunities to obtain valuable skills, props, and knowledge in the copies. Versatility. Again, is the self-cultivation of a male god. However, to learn a skill from scratch, it takes years and years of hard work even when there is enough talent. Being a tomboy raising game, the copies exist to make up for this. Unfortunately, it's not available for the current Tang Song. According to his past experience, when the copy is opened, the system mall will also be synchronized with the new, providing some targeted props to help players pass quickly. And with only a few $1,000s in savings, he can't afford it now. Exit, System Warehouse, and enter, Personal Center. View personal information. Player, Tang Song, 34 foot. Role, Fairview Trading Development Engineer. Height, 181 cm. Weight, 80 kilograms. Physique, 59. Endurance, 56. Agility, 50. Enlightenment, 76. Status of assets. Balance, $0. 45 million. Investments, $1 million. Liabilities, $40. 000. Enterprises, none. Property, 200 square foot office space in Cloud Creek Building. Driver, Wuling Hongwang S. Receiving the office title, coupled with the mind enhancement, made his charisma value instantly reach 34 points. Charisma scores are more difficult the further back you go, and for him in the early stages, a quality piece of real estate brings a huge plus. For example, those female colleagues in the company, if they knew about this matter, Tang Song would definitely become the meat and potatoes, the popular candidate for marriage in their eyes. Zhao Yu, who has been raising fish, will immediately become a good sister, with daily coffee and snacks to care for. Greetings. If you can then turn that $1 million investment money into a sustainable and profitable industry or business, that brings with it an increase in the character's identity and status that would definitely push his charisma past 40. Of course, if the business fails, it's a different picture, so it's still important to do your market research first, define your business goals and plan well. Even if you really want to work in the apparel industry, you have to study the market trends, competitive environment, supply chain, etc. thoroughly. That's the main reason he hasn't mentioned leaving yet. In the next period of time, he intends to take advantage of the convenience of his position and colleagues in other departments to contact more contacts, a deep understanding of the entire apparel industry, and by the way, the quality of the supplier's information to organize. I ate a reduced fat meal at home for lunch and rested a bit more. Tang Song drove directly to a nearby auto beauty store. For $98, I gave my car a full car wash, from the body to the interior, from the wheels to the dashboard, from the engine compartment to the trunk. It took almost 60 minutes. The body is polished as new and gleams in the sun. Immediately after that, he went to the mall supermarket for a big shopping spree. Fresh boutique fruits, red-colored strawberries, large cherries, woks, prunes, a box of each, great snacks to pass the time, cheese popcorn, chips, cookies, shrimp sticks, seaweed meat loaf rolls, filled a big pocket. Zhao Yaqian's favorite drinks, lime juice, coconut milk, sparkling water, yogurt, 2 or 3 cans of each, travel essentials, disinfectant swabs, band-aids, sun hats, sunscreen, picnic mats, etc. all arranged. By the time Tang Song was fully loaded, the time was already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Packing all my stuff up and sitting down on the couch tiredly, I opened up Little Red Book and checked my posts from yesterday. Title, Day 15 of Remodeling. Going out on a driving trip with a girl I'm in a good relationship with. Body, currently just normal friends. Want to take this opportunity to perform well and bring the relationship closer? Is there anything I need to prepare in advance? Seeking guidance from all the dudes and dudettes out there to listen to advice. It's been 17 days since Tang Song uploaded his makeover post, and he's finally surpassed 800 followers, which is a very manageable following at the moment. This post went out for a day and garnered over 200 comments. Don Song's car wash and purchases today are derived from suggestions from the internet. Otherwise, he's a single 25-year-old geek who really doesn't have such a delicate mind. The most you can do is sell what you need now. Keep checking back for some new suggestions. Charger, charging treasure. This is available, but I use Type-C. Zhao Yaqian's Apple phone is Lightning. Need to buy another cable. I heard that the Apple 15 released this September will switch to Type-C. I don't know if it's true. Durax? That's excessive. Motion sickness pills. This will do. Go to the drugstore later and get some. Tampons? Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? How am I supposed to know people's periods? And I can't inquire about such things. As Tang Song scrolled through the comments and muttered to himself, he inadvertently saw another comment from an old acquaintance. Demon Ray, good brother. I am heartened to see that you are finally getting it on with a new girl. Seeing that you are also in Yen province. Try light-colored jeans with a white t-shirt for your outfit. If that girl is taller, she can properly wear shoes with height-enhancing effect, such as pops and air cushion shoes, which can make you look more boyfriend, whether it's hot or not. Put a jacket on the outside and help the girls put it on when it's windy. I can tell that Demon Ling is very guilty about the last pothead incident, and hearing that he has a new dating goal, he writes hundreds of words of advice on what to wear, and gives some tips on how to bring the relationship closer. Tang Song kept it firmly in his mind and gave Demon Ling a big nod. Zhao Yaqian is 180 centimeters tall and looks much taller due to her proportions. Currently 181 centimeters. Tang Song and her together really quite a lot of pressure. Wear some shoes with height-enhancing effect is also possible. Putting away his cell phone and changing into light blue jeans, a white tee, and a casual jacket, Tang Song arrived at Yunsheng Plaza. After looking around, I ended up with a pair of off-white Li Ning Beyond 7. Although they are casual shoes, the height increase is very good. 181 centimeters. He wore these shoes with this qualified outfit. From afar also looks like a standard 185 small handsome boy. Without realizing it, Tang Song came to that pedestrian street again. Today's Zhao Yaqian didn't stand at the door. She should be busy with work. Tang Song looked in the direction of Yitzi Beauty Salon, and a strong fighting spirit erupted in his eyes. Oh my beautician friend, how will your excellency respond when hundreds of my cyber warlords strike at the same time? Let's see if I don't blow your favor tomorrow. Chapter 32, Programmer Friend. I really didn't perfume you. Wednesday, April 19th, 2023. Sunny to cloudy. 1827 degrees C. Jingle bells dash. The alarm clock was ringing off the hook. Zhao Yaqian stretched out her hand in a daze and fumbled around the pillow for a while before finally grabbing the cell phone. The misty morning sun was just lighting up outside the window, and the room was still somewhat dim. The shimmering light from her cell phone screen illuminated her three-dimensional features. Casually pressing the stop button, Zhao Yaqian's eyes were still half-closed, seemingly still immersed in the dream she had just had. Soon, light snoring was heard. The morning sun was rising and the house was getting brighter. Knock, knock, knock dash came the knock on the door. After waiting for a while and still no movement, he lighting directly pushed the door in and saw Zhao Yaqian, who was sound asleep, half sprawled on the quilt, her long dark hair cascading out, a long snow-white plump leg exposed. He lighting raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, Xian, why aren't you up yet? I thought you had packed up. Aren't you going on a self-drive with that programmer friend today? Oh, Zhao Yaqian rolled over and lifted her head, misty-eyed. What? A driving tour? Did you forget? Zhao Yaqian blinked her big eyes and looked at the time. 8:04. Ah! Zhao Yaqian instantly came to her senses and directly jumped up from the bed, stepping on the floor with her bare feet, her hands grasping her messy long hair. There's only 26 minutes left. I won't even have time to clean up. What to do? What to do? He lighting didn't have the good sense to say. You have a big heart. Only last night you made an appointment with someone to pick you up downstairs at 8:30 in the morning, but you ended up sleeping until now. I'm not too sleepy. Zhao Yaqian's tone was a bit weak. She had always had a problem with sleeping in, and with the late hours at the barbershop, she had gotten used to sleeping until 8 or 9 o'clock. 10 hours a day isn't enough for you to sleep. I'm so convinced. No, I have to hurry up and wash and put on my makeup. Tinko, help me with my hair. He lighting bristled and shook her head. I still have to go to work. If I'm late my full attendance will be gone. Zhao Yaqian directly pounced up, hugged her hard, face on her head for a while rubbing. 10 minutes, just delay you for 10 minutes. Okay Sister Ting, please, it's just a casual friend. You don't want anything to happen with him anyway, just deal with it. Zhao Yaqian arched her eyebrows and pleaded. When you go out with a boy, putting on makeup and dressing up is the most basic respect. Sister Ting, when I get paid, I'll definitely send you a set of 9-color eyeshadow. He lighting sighed helplessly. Hurry up and go brush your teeth and wash your face. Aha. Zhao Yaqian nodded her head in a hurry, put on her slippers in a panic, and ran into the restroom with her long legs. It was a good thing she had just showered last night. Now all she had to do was simply wash up. Sitting in front of the dresser, Zhao Yaqian set up the cosmetics. He lighting took the straightening clamp and the curling rod, and the two of them began to synchronize their operations. It's definitely too late for full makeup, so just go for the lazy version of the 5-step everyday look. Mist your skin with 3 sprays of water to give your skin a basic moisturizer and a lip mask for your lips. After applying sunscreen, She used isolation instead of foundation to lighten her makeup and even out her skin tone. Because she has good skin and just a thin layer is okay. Slightly touch up blemishes with concealer. And to look unobtrusive, set your makeup with a powder with skin tone. For the brow section, go straight to the 3-color brow powder. Starting with the darkest color to fill in backward from the deepest part of the hair stream, combing it neatly, followed by the lighter color brow powder to touch up the nose shadow. For eye makeup, use only a single color eyeshadow with a grayish tone for a touch-up color. Too much color is simply too late. For blush, use an intermediate color and sweep it from your cheekbones towards your nose to give yourself an instant pop of color. Finish with a creamy matte lip glaze with a hint of red, applying thinly, smudging and deepening to give your mouth a fleshy look. 10 minutes. It only took 10 minutes. Zhao Yaqian's face had taken on complete pseudo-vegetarian makeup. Combined with her already fair and hydrated skin, she looked exquisitely beautiful. He lighting put down the curling iron and patted her hard on the head. I have to catch the 8:26 bus. I'm leaving. Look at how messy your room is. Remember to clean it up when you have time. Aha! Be careful on the road. Zhao Yaqian casually replied back and looked at the time. 8:20. 10 minutes to go. Opened the closet and threw out the ready clothes one by one. Underwear, white calf socks, denim skirt, apricot bottoms, pink sun jacket. Even though they were all cheap clothes, they looked gorgeous and sexy on her. It has a spring sweet cool style look to it. Finish it off with a light-colored muffin. Zhao Yaqian stood in front of the mirror in the living room and turned around, ruffling her long soft hair, her big eyes blinking, completely intoxicated by her own beauty. Sure enough, I'm already at the limit of this segment with just a slight strike. My programmer friend, Beauty Zhao really didn't perfume you. It's really compelling. Ding dong, the cell phone rang. Zhao Yaqian's spirit was shaken and she hurriedly connected. Hey, Song, aha, I'm packed and waiting for your call. I'll be right downstairs. Boom, the loud slamming of the door. Tap 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 dash flying footsteps, pushing open the front door of the unit. The 8:30 a.m. Sun was clear and bright. A white Wuling Honda was parked outside the door, looking clean and fresh. Tang Song stood in the front position of the car and waved at her with a smile. Following Demon Ling's suggestion, she sincerely complimented. Ms. Zhao's eye makeup today is so layered. Your lipstick color is also very suitable for today's outfit. And the curls are so textured. I can see that it's been carefully prepared. The expression on Zhao Yaqian's face stiffened, and she averted her eyes with a somewhat vain blush. Thank you. I woke up very early, and purposely put on makeup for a long time. Seeing the other party's shy appearance, Tang Song gave Demon Ling a nod in his heart. She was really an expert. Let's go, Mr. Zhao. Start today's driving tour. Tang Song patted his favorite car. Zhao Yaqian walked to the front of the car and looked at it curiously. This is a Wuling Hongguang? It looks like it's very loadable, eh? Tang Song smiled and said, Wuling Hongguang, yes. Just bought 2 days ago. Mr. Zhao, if you want to go to pull the equipment of the beauty store, remember to open your mouth at any time, to ensure that a car pulls through. You bought the car? Zhao Yaqian said in surprise. Sure, just closed on Monday. Hearing this, Zhao Yaqian's eyes lit up, and she circled around the car with great interest. This sticker is so cute, and the car is quite nice. The needle doesn't poke. I've seen the Hongguang Mini EV in Jian before, and I'm still thinking of buying one when I get rich. Tang Song pulled open the passenger door and winked. We should get going. Get in the car and feel it. Okay. Zhao Yaqian revealed a bright smile and bent down to sit in. Between the short denim skirt and calf socks, the snow-white thighs were glistening with flesh. The slim waist and high breasts formed perfect curves. Tang Song's eye swept over her outfit and felt his nose tickle. The outfit does suit her. I just don't know about the inside. After the two sat down, Zhao Yaqian touched here and there. Her eyes were full of amazement. The car can be really beautiful in it, and it's comfortable to sit in. Brother Song, did you do the modification? It's a used car. The last owner was a girl, and people changed it. That's a real bargain. It's equivalent to buying a second-hand house with fine decoration. Zhao Yaqian didn't know much about cars. She just felt that the interior of this Wuling was beautiful. Let's go to Hamby Garden first in the morning. It's almost 50 minutes in the past. Tang Song pointed to the storage box on the passenger side. There's a small snack for you in there, and there's a drink in the door storage slot on your right. It should be enough for you to eat on the way. Zhao Yaqian's eyes lit up and she hurriedly opened the storage box. Whoa! Popcorn, crispy rising potato chips, cookies, king ham, and my favorite little lime juice. Brother Song, you're my god. Chapter 33 Life If There Is a Switch. BGM, it's you. It's you. The youth behind you is all you. I've painted my mountains, rivers and streams, rain on my parade. The music jumped in his ears, and the sunlight dappled through the windows of the car. Zhao Yaqian sat in the passenger seat, chewing crispy potato chips in her mouth, her body slowly swaying along with the music, her mouth humming along with a couple of phrases every now and then. The car's sound system was carefully remodeled by Monte Ko, and the actual experience was great. Front sound field is a rainbow three-way frequency, the rear sound field is Audi Pi, and GLE10TW3 subwoofer, coupled with the door panel box sound insulation transformation. Listening to songs is a proper enjoyment. According to Lee Mingjun, the three-frequency articulation is balanced, and the original sound of the music is truly restored. It seemed to have noticed the gaze's Tang Song cast from time to time. Zhao Yaqian subconsciously stroked the bangs in front of her forehead, drank a mouthful of lime juice, and whispered, "Brother Song, am I a terrible singer? My girlfriends all say that I'm not a perfect pentatonic voice, and don't even take me with them when they go to sing." The corner of Tang Song's mouth lifted. "Your voice is very good. How you sing can't be worse. Much better than me." Zhao Yaqian moved over, embarrassed. "It's just okay." Ever since they met, Tang Song had been complimenting her. From her makeup to her outfit, from her food to her tone. This made Zhao Yaqian blush a little. This person alone say body looks that is indeed very confident. School when there are a lot of people chasing. Out of the work of this half a year there are also a lot. But other than that is no talent at all. Drawing, singing, dancing, elocution, all thinned out. Even if you go to be a webcam anchor, you can only get rubbers. A friend had advised her to do so before, but Zhao Yaqian had just graduated from high school at the time and couldn't wipe her face at all. And thinking about learning a trade to make a lot of money. Because I love skincare and cosmetics, this is what led me to the path of cosmetology. Brother Song, you're in IT. What's your daily work like? Is it very busy? 996? Zhao Yaqian folded her legs and looked at him sideways. Tang Song's eyes subconsciously swept over her legs. His throat rolled, and his eyes hastened to look ahead. It's not that exaggerated. There are times when I'm not busy, but rushing to get a project online. 997 is possible. When I first started working, I often stayed up all night in order to be recognized by the leadership and solve bugs. No wonder you have poor skin. This routine combined with lack of care hits oily skin like yours hard. Well, so what about trying to adjust now and needing Mr. Joe's help? In fact, my level is not really good and I don't have much experience. When I first joined the company, Sister Lee who took me on often called me an idiot, and my boss would give me a performance discount when he paid me. That's because they're jealous of your beauty. Zhao Yaqian nodded with a wide-eyed smile. I'm really the prettiest in our store, so the boss always lets me go to the front desk for part-time reception. BGM, relax and lift off. Dream a dream under the covers. There's too much noise outside. Don't wanna know. The song in the music player changed again. In the golden sunlight, the Wuling Hongguang turned a corner and drove from east to west toward its destination in the far suburbs. The unscented carriage was overflowing with the fresh odor of Zhao Yaqian's body. Tang Song followed the instructions of the cyber warriors and slowed the car down as much as he could, chatting with Zhao Yaqian about each other's work and past, enjoying the two of them alone. The scenery along the way swept by outside the car window as the hustle and bustle of the city faded behind. The smile on Zhao Yaqian's face grew bigger. From time to time, he pointed to a certain uniquely shaped building and asked what that place was. Having been in Yancheng for more than half a year, this was the first time she had come out to play. In the past, when they weren't busy, they used to go shopping, watch movies, and eat food with Lydia Ho and the others. It was a first for her to let go of everything and enjoy traveling like this. It seemed that every turn and acceleration of the car put her in a happy mood. Music and scenery are intertwined, and the cozy Wuling Hongguang seems to be walking through a painting. She turned her face sideways, looked at her programmer friend's side face that rose and fell like a mountain peak, and smiled. Song, this is the happiest day I've had since I started working. Just be happy. Tang Song pointed to a complex in the distance. Our destination is almost here. This site is very beautiful at this time of the year. You'll definitely like it. Aha! Zhao Yaqian's eyes shone brightly. After parking in the west side of the lot, the two men got out of the car one after the other. Zhao Yaqian, who was bathed in the sunshine, jumped in place and stretched a big lazy waist. Her slender waist was extraordinarily white and attractive. Tang Song picked up his travel backpack from the backseat and pulled out a small bottle of sunscreen spray from it, handing it over. The ultraviolet rays are pretty severe today. I don't know if you've sprayed it yet. Zhao Yaqian took it in surprise, and said joyfully, thank you, it's a big help. I really haven't made any preparations. When he finished, he hastily sprayed himself on his arms, his long legs, and his neck. She had been in such a hurry in the morning that she had only put a layer of sunscreen on her face and had been worried about tanning her legs. Song is a fine man. No need to be so polite. Let's go. Tang Song smiled and waved at her. It was after 9:30 and there was a steady stream of visitors coming from outside the park. The two of them just stride down the clean tarmac toward the south gate. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the complex full of ancient and elegant flavor is close at hand. White walls and green tiles with horse head walls, surrounded by green water and mountains. Scanning the code to enter the park, the two did not have any strategy route. Where to go where it looks good, completely depending on the mood. Stacked buildings, high ridges and flying eaves, winding paths and corridors, pavilions, flowers and grass, with a strong Jiangnan flavor of Huizhou Park a little spread in front of them. The sun is rising. Wow, that's a beautiful sun hat. I love it. Thanks for the gift, Song. I can't believe you brought strawberries. They're so big. So sweet. They walked through a courtyard and pavilion. Tang Song held up his cell phone in his hand and helped Zhao Yaqian take pictures from time to time, also including the beauty of this unique Jiangnan ink and water flavor. Excellent body proportions, beautiful face, bright smile, with point windows, flying eaves and tiles, emblem carvings, moon beams, column bases, bird replacement. His phone's photo albums quickly became colorful. Thanks to Song's pitch, this is the most flavorful meatloaf I've ever had. No, I've eaten too much. I'm going to get fat if I eat anymore. 0 sugar, 0 fat, 0 calorie sparkling water? Are you Doraemon? Song? Remote spell casting from hundreds of cyber army masters gave the fledgling Zhao Yaqian a little bit of a shock. It was the first time since she was a child that she had this warm to the heart feeling. Unconsciously, the gaze towards Tang Song was getting brighter and brighter, and the smile on his face was getting bigger and bigger. All the gloom and doom of this time is gone. She opened WeChat and found a few of the most satisfactory photos of the road, Tang Song, herself, and the landscape, and shared them directly to the circle of friends. Text: if life had an on-off switch, the presence of a friend would be a key to happiness. Chapter 34, a little bit closer. Pacific River Pleasure Island. Outside the parking lot, a white Audi A4L marched in line. The man in the driver's seat suddenly slammed on the brakes. What's wrong, honey? My girlfriend, who was sitting in the passenger side, asked, looking up in a hurry. The man pointed to a Wuling Hongguang in front of the side. His tone was quite emotional. Seeing the same car that Self used to drive, there is still some nostalgia. What's so nostalgic about that piece of car? Can't figure it out. The girlfriend beamed, a look of disgust flashing across her face. Don't look at it as broken. It carries a heavy burden. When I first started out, I relied on it to fight my way out a little bit. The man laughed lightly and shook his head, patting the steering wheel. That's how I got this Audi, and how I got such a beautiful girlfriend like you. He came from an ordinary background, earned his first money by working, and a friend to open a small company of their own. Bought a Wuling Hongguang S. He is the only one who has a good reputation, carrying people and hauling goods in the wind and rain. Last year, before the new year, finally the bird gun for a cannon. Bought this A4L, in the village scenery. 2 days ago also chased a long-desired high school female classmates. His girlfriend gave him a look and laughed. If you still drive that Wuling, I'm embarrassed to go out with you. You can't even meet me. Oh, it's all in the past. It's not reminiscing about the past. The girlfriend stroked her long hair, her legs slightly slanted, and said with a face of reason, can the passenger side of that Wuling Hongguang be compared to me? Like such a beautiful girlfriend, you can't bear to let her ride in that kind of car? Don't you think it's a kind of disrespect to her? The man hastened to curry favor and said, yes, Xiaoru, your legs are so long, at least it must be a B-class car to fit. Humph, count on you to know what you're doing. The girlfriend stretched her legs out straight with a smug look on her face. The man smiled nervously and said nothing more. This girlfriend of his is considered the white moonlight of his student days. Her looks are not pretty, but her waist is thin and her legs are long and her body is very good. It was also one of the driving forces behind his struggles over the years. Park your car in the tree-lined parking lot. The man quickly got out of the car and took out the grill, ingredients, and picnic mats from the trunk and put them in the camper one by one. This side of Pleasure Island is perfect for camping and barbecuing this time of year. The woman was carrying a bag in her hand, applying her own lipstick without the slightest intention to help. The next step is to look at your handiwork. First of all, I have a very picky mouth. If the cooking is not good, you have to immediately drive to buy me ready-made. Oh, okay, I'll do my best. The two had just spoken no more than a few words. A white Wuling Hongguang drove up slowly and stopped in the parking space next to them. It was obvious that the owner was a little unskilled at backing up, parked in a less than upright position, and was still stumbling around looking for a fix. The man didn't hold back and stood at the rear of the car, enthusiastically helping to direct. Forward, left on the wheel, okay, back to square, reverse reverse reverse, okay, stop, perfect. His girlfriend frowned, slapped him in the face without a good reason, and shouted, I'm hungry. Oh, right away. The man hurriedly continued packing. Charcoal, alcohol cream, paper drawers, beverage. Click dash the door of the Wuling Honda was opened. The man subconsciously glanced at it, and the expression on his face froze directly. A youthful and beautiful figure jumped down from the passenger side. Thick-soled muffin shoes plus calf socks plus denim skirt trim, a perfect pair of long legs. The top half of her body was wearing a pink sunsuit and a lacy sun hat on her head. Sexy body, three-dimensional and delicate features, skin in excellent condition. There's an ambient sense of pure lust. The girl smiled and waved at the two of them, handing over the bottle of yogurt in her hand with a bright smile. Thank you for your eagerness to help, big brother. It was only when this girl of pure desire stood in front of them that the man realized that the other man was quite a bit taller than he was. The girlfriend stood in front of her and instantly looked inconspicuous. Casual. No need. The man hastily excused himself. Tang Song also came to the rear of the car, took the yogurt in Zhao Yaqian's hand, and put it directly into the other party's camper. Laughing, he said, Take it, brother. Thanks. Zhao Yaqian swept her eyes around and said excitedly, It's so beautiful here. Let's quickly clean up. As she spoke, she stood next to Tang Song and helped move things out of the trunk. It's nice that the skewers and pizza are still warm. I'll just take this pocket drink. Song, you have enough stuff in your hand. It's a great car. It's amazing how much room there is in the trunk with all the stuff. Next time we can follow this big brother's example and bring a barbecue grill. Perhaps having completely unraveled the recent knot in her heart, Zhao Yaqian seemed particularly lively and talked a lot. The girlfriend next to him, perhaps thinking of the earlier taunts, shifted her face for a moment. Humph, she said, kicking the man in the calf and heading directly inside the park. The man's movements in his hands unconsciously stopped, looked at the Wuling Honda, then at the big sexy beauty, then at the Wuling owner. His head was a mess, and he didn't go after his girlfriend right away. 1 p.m. The two of them chose a clean patch of grass, spread out their picnic mats, and laid out the prepared food. The sunlight poured through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled light and shadows on the ground. Zhao Yaqian excitedly plopped down on the grass, starchy sausage and chicken skewers in her left hand, and cheese pizza in her right. While feasting on the food, he shared with Tang Song funny stories about his school days. Laughter abounds. After eating and drinking, Zhao Yaqian directly lay on her side on the picnic mat, resting on the pillow quilt brought by Tang Song, her white fingers fiddling with the emerald green blades of grass. The gentle breeze brought a gust of fresh scent that made her a little drowsy. Tang Song's gaze uncontrollably swept over her short denim skirt and unsurprisingly saw black bottoms. It then shifted to her plump, delicate thighs, which were beautiful. Noticing the gazes of some of the males around him, if anything, Tang Song decisively took off his jacket and helped Zhao Yaqian cover her thighs. In passing, he explained, It's still a little cold from the river breeze. Zhao Yaqian froze and seemed to realize something. Her face heated up a bit and she whispered, Thank you, brother Song. Leaving Pleasure Island, they drove to Yancheng Botanical Garden again. The botanical gardens are full of springtime flowers in April. They strolled through the forest paths, attended several interesting cultural exhibitions, and viewed cherry blossoms, begonias, peonies. Click. The moment before the shutter sounded, Zhao Yaqian took the initiative to tilt her head towards Tang Song, her cheek touching his shoulder. The two stood in front of a sea of blooming tulips and completed their first photo together. Missy is so photogenic. It came out super pretty. How do you take care of your skin? Needles don't poke. A few female college students who helped with the photo shoot were very enthusiastic and chatted with Zhao Yaqian for quite a while, gaining some skincare tips. Just after 6 p.m., music was playing randomly in the car machine, and Zhao Yaqian seemed to be tired, slightly half closing her eyes and leaning back in the seat. BGM, I've been in a good mood lately for some reason. I'm in a mood that I want to sing to you. The Wuling Hongguang slowly drove out of the botanical gardens, crushed through the dusk streets, met the magnificent evening sun in the sky, and merged into the city traffic. BGM, the distance between us seems to be getting a little bit closer. Do you have a special feeling for me too? Ding! Congratulations, player. The branch quest, my first car, has been completed. Chapter 35, actually quite handsome. Yenqing University of Technology, men's dormitory. Zhang Wensheng looked at the goddess's traveling dynamics in the circle of friends. His eyes were green, and he directly jumped up from the bed. After hesitating for a while, I still didn't have the courage to send a message. Gritting his teeth, he slapped the covers and opened the forum app. Posted a thread in the car section and relationship section. Sincerely asking, what kind of car is this? Let me die. Body, the high school girl I've always had a crush on turned down my invitation to see a movie and instead went on a driving trip with someone else, trying to figure out where she lost. Next, a photo containing the car's interior was uploaded. It's a photo taken by Zhou Qian of opening the passenger side glove compartment, which is full of small snacks. Perhaps it was the good photos and captions that got a lot of replies quickly. Needs to be conceded, nice legs. It deserves to be called a goddess. Ice cream, look at the length of the calf. This girl has excellent height, definitely no less than 175 centimeters. Suitable for basketball. Fitness Jifu, it's too bad you don't go pedaling with these legs. The following color is all about the legs. Although the photo only showed slim, straight calves, it still attracted the attention of a large number of old colorful people. Zhang Wensheng hurriedly replied below, family members, can you look at the main topic? What kind of car is this? It took a while longer, but finally some decent netizens clicked in. Rocket Husky, look at the interior is very strange. It should be modified. I have to say that the owner of the car is good aesthetics. It's quite beautiful. Almost convinced, strange. The interior layout looks familiar, but I just can't remember. High temperature, look at the B-pillar. Then look at the glove box. Isn't this my ING favorite car? The Wuling Hongguang S? Interior. JPG. Zhang Wensheng froze and immediately clicked on the photo to zoom in to view and compare. Sure enough, the overall layout was very similar to the one Zhao Yeqian had posted, so it was basically a sure thing about the model. Wuling Hongguang S? He opened the jitterbug and searched the details, and when he saw the model and the offer, his whole body instantly relaxed. Okay, definitely not in a relationship. Zhao Yeqian, such a prominent girl. When she went to school there were a lot of people chasing her. The vision is not low. This boy looks just like that. Not a big handsome guy, and drives a $50,000 Wuling Hongguang. How can he chase her? Zhang Wensheng, who clarified his thoughts, excitedly opened WeChat and gave Zhao Yeqian's dynamic a like. Commented, Xianxian is still so beautiful. Who is this with? Wuling Hongguang has a lot of space. Next time take me along. I recently took a photography course. Photo skills gaga good. After enjoying Zhao Yeqian's beautiful pictures for a while, Zhang Wensheng looked at the notification messages that popped up from time to time, and deleted the postings in the forum again. These old colorful bastards really haven't seen the world. They can get so excited when they see a leg. Tangkuku Garden Neighborhood. The Wuling Hongguang slowly parked outside the door of Unit 2 of Building 6. Zhao Yeqian, who had been playing all day, quietly leaned back in her seat with a smile if any at the corners of her mouth. In the darkness, Zhao Yeqian's exposed skin looked unusually white. The long, silky hair fell along her delicate face over her heaving chest, and she looked very sweet in her sleep. Tang Song didn't wake her up right away and moved the car around to make sure it didn't interfere with the other people traveling with him. Pull over and turn off the engine. The streetlights in the neighborhood weren't bright, and without the noise of the engine, the compartment instantly became dim and quiet, and you could even hear the slight snoring between her nostrils. Tang Song adjusted the seat backrest backward, breathing in the body odor of his beautician friend, and scanned the surrounding area curiously. It was a typical old neighborhood, not too large, all small 6-story buildings without elevators. The building is a bit old, and the landscaping, facilities, and property management are pulling across. The neighborhood is a mess of electric cars, bicycles, and motorized vehicles parked. Of course there are some advantages, belonging to the city limits, convenient transportation, mature surrounding facilities, or school district housing. A 100 square feet 2-bedroom apartment can be taken for almost $1.5 million. Tang Song's gaze was slightly lost in thought. Once his parents' greatest expectation of himself was to buy a suite in Yen City, settle down, get married and have children. With his salary level and family conditions, if all goes well, he can buy a second home in an old neighborhood like this when he's around 30% down payment and go for CPF loan. maybe even get another car if the family is in a position to do so, like Kwa did, provided, of course, that nothing untoward happens. For example, a serious illness in yourself or a family member, losing your job, getting a girlfriend, borrowing money and not paying it back, stocks, funds. His family background determines that he is not risk resistant, and whenever any ups and downs occur, the big house purchase will be postponed for a long time. For example, in my senior year of college, my father lost his job, my mother was suddenly hospitalized with pneumonia, and the family went into debt. He had to give up his dream of going to graduate school at Tudor University, submitting resumes, internships, working hard, transitioning, and taking on the burdens of family. It was also during those most difficult days that the game Male Growth Program appeared on his computer and became an important way for him to get rid of his depression and release his pressure. In the 3 years since graduation, he has worked hard, taken on private work, saved money, helped his family pay off their debts, and saved more than 40,000 in savings for himself. Mother's health has been completely restored, and the hardware store that father opened in town is gradually getting on track. And, of course, the distance from White Moonlight is growing. After recognizing the reality, he gave up his struggle and left the imperial capital, returning to Yen City. I found a good job, close to my parents, easy to take care of. The house price is still cheap, I can afford it. Just when he thought he would live a quiet, ordinary life, the game came true, the system came down, and his life was reversed 180 degrees. To this day, he was worried that it would be a vain dream, so the first thing he did every morning was to smile and open the system interface to take a look at it. Ding dong, ding dong. The phone rang suddenly, breaking the quiet atmosphere in the compartment. Aha! Zhao Yaqian slowly opened her eyes. His face was a little confused at first, then he immediately sobered up, and he hurriedly took out his cell phone from his bag and answered the call. Hey, Tinko, I'm in, said Zhao Yaqian as she surveyed the scenery outside the window. I'm downstairs, go up right now. Fine, I know, I really know. Zhao Yaqian secretly swept Tang Song's eyes. Bye, hang up the phone. Tang Song collected his thoughts and explained. Just now, I saw that you were sleeping particularly well, so I was sorry to disturb you. Thank you, brother Song. Zhao Yaqian turned her body sideways, looked at Tang Song's face, and said after a moment of hesitation, my room is a bit messy, and there's another roommate there. Tang Song raised his right hand and smiled. I know, I'm quite tired today, go back and get a good night's sleep, I won't go up and disturb. Zhao Yaqian exhaled as if she was relieved, picked up her bag, and pulled the car door handle. Then I'll go back first, brother Song, take care on the road, and remember to send me a message when you get home. Kata. The car door was pushed open. Zhao Yaqian waved her hand with a smile. Bye. Wait a minute. Tang Song followed and got out of the car, calling Zhao Yaqian, who was about to leave. Opened the trunk of the car and put the uneaten fruit, snacks, and drinks into a large bag. I've been on a diet lately, and I don't eat these when I take them back, so I'll trouble Mr. Zhao to help me digest them. Zhao Yaqian froze, quickly waved her hand and said, today it's all the money you spent. I was already embarrassed. How can I take it again? Take it. It was originally bought for you. Tang Song directly handed the bag to her hand. A tingling sensation came from the gentle touch of their fingers. Zhao Yaqian's face reddened, and she didn't continue to refuse, carefully taking it and slightly bending over. Thank you, brother Song. Tang Song waved his hand at her and dove headfirst into the main car. Clunk! The car door slammed shut and the window was lowered again to reveal his smiling face. Under the dim light, the 19-year-old beautician suddenly felt that her programmer friend was actually quite handsome. If you manage your skin with her help, you'll be a proper hunk. Bye. Be careful on the road. Zhao Yaqian said goodbye again and turned around to enter the door of the unit. Boom! A heavy stomping sound rang out, and the sound-activated lights in the hallway were illuminated. Chapter 36 BMW 330i Obsidian Night. Tang Song put his elbow on the edge of the car window and watched as the lights were lit up in layers. Finally stopped at the 4th floor. After 2 minutes of just looking quietly, Tang Song withdrew his gaze and stretched out in the car. I have to say, it was really quite a tiring day, either driving or sightseeing, but luckily I was accompanied by my beautiful beautician friend. The branch quest, my first car, has also finally been completed successfully, which is welcome. Condition 3 of the betting agreement remains unfulfilled, which is kind of expected. If Zhao Yaqian was really so easy to handle, then she wouldn't be single now, and maybe her boyfriends had changed several times. In terms of appearance, She is an extremely outstanding girl, with a body and face value much better than that of many Netflix models. Such a girl is not at all short of people to think about in her work life. For example, the general manager Lee who drove a Mercedes-Benz last time, and some of the classmates and colleagues mentioned in Zhao Yaqian's chat. It wasn't realistic to expect her to be attracted to her after knowing her for less than half a month and coming out for a day. Tang Song took one last look in the direction of the fourth floor, pushed in the clutch, and started the fire. The car's engine roared to life and slowly pulled away, illuminated by LED headlights. He lighting looked at Zhao Yaqian who walked in and complained, "But you said you'd be back at 6 o'clock, and it's all dragged out to this point. I thought you'd been kidnapped." Zhao Yaqian changed her shoes, happily swayed her body, and smiled. "Thank you for Tingzi's sister's concern. I'm not doing well. I was too tired from playing today and took a nap in the car. You guys didn't have anything happen today, did you?" Lydia pointed to her little ass with a suspicious look on her face. "Don't you dare point that out. Not happy that I have a good relationship with a friend of the opposite sex." Zhao Yaqian's face instantly turned red, muttered a few words, put the bag in her hand on the coffee table, and said atmospherically, "Eat whatever you want. Just take it as repaying the fruits that I owed you before." He lighting opened the bag and turned it over, surprised. "Good guy. So atmospheric? This is more than 50 pounds of red-colored strawberries, right? What a big cherry. Last time I saw it in the supermarket. Now it has to be more than 100 pounds. And this prune." Before she finished speaking, Zhao Yaqian had already pounced on her and directly wrapped the bag in her arms, exclaiming, "It's fine to treat you to food, but there's something I want to beg you for." He lighting blankly glanced at her without any good humor. "Look at that little bit of talent you have. It's not even a poor mess. Today is the 19th. Tomorrow is the credit card payment day." Zhao Yaqian seemed to have thought of something horrible and shivered. "How much difference?" 2,500. "I borrowed some from Xiao Yun and Zhang Wenxing 2 days ago." "Okay, I'll transfer it to you later." "Thank you, Sister Ting. I'll wash your clothes for you this month." Zhao Yaqian gratefully rubbed her hands together and enthusiastically grabbed a handful of cherries and handed them over. "So sweet." While eating a large cherry, he lighting curiously said, "Tell me what you guys did today." Zhao Yaqian took off her jacket, sat cross-legged on the sofa, opened the cell phone album and spoke with interest. The scenery on the road, the ink-style Hui Garden, the picnic at Pleasure Island, the tulips at the botanical gardens. Wait until Zhao Yaqian finally stopped. He lighting stared and asked, "Xianxian, do you really want to continue to develop with him? Told you it was just casual friends." "Oh, he carefully designed the travel route, bought your favorite snacks and drinks, and so many high-grade fruits, and cared for you. What do you think he wanted?" Two. Zhao Yaqian opened her mouth for a while, her gaze a bit averted. He lighting categorically said, "Charting your body." After a long moment of silence, Zhao Yaqian sighed. "Tingzi, I just think that Song is very nice, and I'm quite happy to be with him. I really didn't think that way. Even if you don't have this mind, he definitely has." He lighting pinched her cheeks. "Xianxian, you're only 19 years old. You just got out of the society not long ago. There will be more and more people chasing after you in the future. There will be people who are good to you and 100 times better than him." Zhao Yaqian opened her mouth, not knowing how to retort. "He drives a small car of a few tens of thousands of dollars. He can't afford a house in Yancheng. He's just a very ordinary boy." He lighting pointed to the fruits on the table. "If he invites you out, he might have to save his food for a long time." Zhao Yaqian couldn't help but speak up. "Song is a programmer. His salary is quite high, and he occasionally takes on private work. It's not as bad as you say." Okay, I'm not going to barf with you." The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. "I don't know how much time passed." He lighting rubbed her hair and said, "I'm also doing this for your own good. I'm afraid you'll be sad in the future. Your mom was swindled out of so much money. In the future these bad debts will still fall on you. If you really find a boyfriend like Tang Song, then you are also harming others. You can't go to the end at all. Then what should I do?" Hearing about the huge amount of outstanding debts at home, Zhao Yaqian's eyes gathered watery mist, and she looked about to cry out. He lighting hurriedly pulled out a tissue and handed it over. "Since you think he's nice, then continue to be friends, but pay attention to keep the distance. Don't let him have the illusion of ambiguity. If he asks you out again, you can find an excuse to put it off. Refuse once or twice, and he'll understand. Just like Zhang Wenxing and the others." Zhao Yaqian wiped her tears and hung her head. "I know." Ding, the WeChat beep sounded. "Tang Song, safe to home. I feel like my driving skills have been honed. Next time we can go to a more distant scenic spot. Zhao Yaqian bit her lower lip, and although there were many things she wanted to say, in the end, she just replied, "It's been a hard day." Qingxing Home's neighborhood. Tang Song took a seriously hot shower and sat on the sofa. Opened the system interface and entered the warehouse. There was already a shiny seat gift pack inside. What a car for under $500,000. A few of the most expensive models instantly flashed through Tang Song's mind. Mercedes-Benz E, Audi A6L, BMW 5 Series. Of course, since the models were completely randomized, the chances of him drawing the grand prize were slim without the added benefit of the lucky props. Taking a deep breath, with anticipation and apprehension, he selected Seat Gift Pack and opened it immediately. Model selection in progress. Congratulations to the player. You have won the BMW 330iM Sport Obsidian Night Set. BMW 330iM Sport Obsidian Package 2. 0T 245 horsepower, 8-head transmission, 100 km acceleration in 6.3 seconds, equipped with Harman Kardon audio, head-up display, incorporating the unique design of the M Sport Package and Obsidian Package. It brings a more passionate driving experience to the driver. Note, order information has been generated. Please contact Yancheng Bauta BMW 4S store for collection. Can specify the body and interior color? Chapter 37, Meeting at the Top. BMW 3 Series. Tang Song clenched his fist hard, his face filled with joy. It doesn't get the top prize, but it's a serious luxury brand and luxury model. I opened my phone and Googled BMW 330iM Sport Obsidian Night Package. The core difference between the 330i compared to the regular 3 Series is this longitudinal 4-cylinder engine. This powertrain explodes with a maximum of 245 horsepower and 400 Nm of peak torque. The official guide price of 381,900 yuan. Yancheng this side of the dealer offer is Bearcar 345,000. If you count the insurance, purchase tax, license plate, etc. Landing close to 400,000. Proper luxury car. Tang Song stood up directly from the sofa and walked around the living room excitedly. Most of the people in his social circle drive ordinary A-class cars, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars. For better families, it might be a B-segment car like the Maiden or Accord. A BMW that lands close to $400,000 definitely counts as a lot of branding. Then, Tang Song sat down in front of the computer and started browsing through the different colors of the BMW 330i. The hottest ones online are undoubtedly charcoal black, or white and skyscraper gray. Zoom in to view the pictures. Every color is beautiful. After agonizing for a while and watching a few car review videos, Tang Song finally settled on the classic combination color scheme of charcoal black, outside, plus volcanic red, inside. Looking at the streaming black night in the monitor, Tang Song's heart was a little restless and hard to rest. He was also a young man, and had no resistance to such handsome big toys. Clatter dash the window was pulled open with a hand. Tang Song stood on the east-facing balcony, letting the April evening breeze blow his hot cheeks. Less than 20 days after getting the system, his life has been turned upside down. Successful weight loss, strengthened lungs, 1 centimeter taller, 200 square foot office in Cloud Creek Tower, $400, 000 BMW 330i. For a moment the heart was full of hesitation and anticipation for the future. Looking at the hazy moonlight in the sky, he opened WeChat, took a picture of the window, and shared it with that white moonlight far away in the deep city. The message said, "To wait for the time to commend. Wait for the spring. I wish you all the best in your entrepreneurial journey and take care of your health in the deep city." Having just put down his cell phone, Tang Song picked it up again and called his mother 150 kilometers away. Dash. The phone rang not twice before it was answered. "Hello, you child. You finally thought of calling of your own accord." The familiar voice of his mother came from the receiver. Not exactly gentle, but exceptionally beautiful. Tang Song laughed twice, first caring about their health, then asked, "Right, Mom, how is my dad's hardware store doing now?" Mother suddenly lowered her voice and said, "I did some math with your father. According to the current situation, after taking out the bad debts, attrition, rent quality, we can have a net income of more than 6,000 per month." "So much?" Tang Song was surprised. He has seen the store with his own eyes. The area is very small. The location is not very good. A total of 4 sets of shelves. Because there is no money, the goods pressed inside is not much. It's hard enough to make money. I didn't realize it was a lot. Mainly rely on your dad's previous relationship saved up by doing renovation. There are a few acquaintances who often come to buy goods in bulk. By the way, son, how's your job these days? Still working overtime every day? Are you tired? It's kind of relaxing now that I'm idle and taking it easy every day. And I've lost a lot of weight. I'll send you a picture later. That's good. That's good. It's still the body that's most important. The mother's voice immediately became pleasant and she began to ramble on about her parents. Tang Song just quietly listened, echoing a few sentences from time to time. Wait until your mother finally stops, he said in a light tone. Mom, everything is fine over here for me. Now that I'm not busy with work, I'm going to use my free time to try to start a business, and I already have a good direction. When I get rich, you and my dad will just lie down and enjoy life in peace. Isn't my second uncle always showing off? When the time comes, I'll give you. Tang Song leaned his body against the window, looking at the crescent moon hiding behind the clouds, and told his mom about his bright ideas for the future. The mother on the other end of the line didn't interrupt, just laughed happily from time to time. After hanging up the phone, the excitement and joy that Tang Song had suppressed in his heart was also completely released, and the whole person loosened up. Ding dong dash the WeChat beep sounded. That white moonlight far away in Deep City finally replied. April 19th, 2023, Wednesday, Deep City. Thunderstorms and rain. The air is wet and stuffy. I'm sitting in the office working overtime, and I just happened to think of a certain idiot as well. You should also cheer up. Oh, take care of your health. Her words were like flipping a certain switch, causing Tang Song's eyes to lose focus slightly. After thinking about it, he went straight to the bedroom and pulled a modest organizer out from under the bed. After rummaging around inside for a while, he drew out a fine notebook, opened the first page. Above it are a few lines of soaring confidence. For my best friend Donsong, Saturday, June 6, 2015, night, a full year before the entrance exams. The person you are now is determined by the person you were 10 years ago, and who you are in 10 years is determined by who you are now. When your talent can't support your ambition, it's not a bad idea to be quiet and learn, to sink your teeth into your endeavors. Starlight doesn't ask for those who rush. Time doesn't disappoint those who have a mind to. All the unexpected encounters are still on the way, and the future will be what you want it to be. We'll each work hard and see you at the top. It was this passage that caused his academic performance to skyrocket during his senior year of high school. It sustains him to keep trying, keep learning, keep catching up. Today, 8 years have passed since 2015. Tang Song gently closed the notebook and put it back in its place, opened WeChat and replied in all seriousness. Let's each go for it. Another mental note, see you at the top. April 20th, 2023, Thursday, at 8:30 a.m. Tang Song put down the cognitive nature he was reading in his hand and dialed the phone number of the Yanqing Bada BMW 4S store. I think it was because I had just gotten to work, and it took a while for the phone to ring before it was answered. Hello, how are you? Baldwin BMW 4S, how may I help you? It was a dry-spoken female voice that spoke quickly. Tang Song weighed his words and said, Hello, I've reserved a BMW 330i and would like to get specific information about the vehicle. Yes sir, please state your name, cell phone number and ID number. Tang Song recounted the information clearly. Just a moment, I'm checking. After a few moments, the female customer service enthusiastically replied, Mr. Tang, check it out. You last night through the channels of our Dishing Auto Trade head office, placed an order for a BMW 3 Series 2023 330im Sport Obsidian night set. The total price of 360,000 yuan. The package, which includes the license plate, insurance, purchase tax and optional equipment. Toward the end, the female customer service agent sounded a little sluggish. This price, she really saw for the first time, counting those option packages, basically backward money and selling cars. Hearing the exact information, Tang Song breathed a long sigh of relief. Hello, I'd like to confirm the color of the car inside and out. Go ahead, I'll check the box over here. The female customer service tone became extraordinarily enthusiastic. The exterior is charcoal black and the interior is volcanic red. Okay, Mr. Tang, you really have a good eye. This color scheme beheads both men and women. Very beautiful. Then when can I probably pick up the car? Tang Song asked the question he was most concerned about. According to what he found out from the internet, the BMW 330i typically has a wait of more than 2 months from booking to picking up the car. The female customer service quickly returned. Wait a moment. I will contact the leadership to confirm the time to pick up the car. We'll call you back later. Please pay attention to answer. Okay, thanks. Chapter 38. It's you. Hang up the phone. Tang Song sat on the sofa and waited for about 4 or 5 minutes before his cell phone rang. Get on the phone. Hey. Sorry to keep you waiting. Mr. Tang. Normally, according to the scheduling progress and your optional equipment, it takes about 60 days. Female customer service paused for a moment and continued. However, our general manager Zhao applied to the headquarters. Can be transferred from the field for you to the existing car over? Color and option packages are consistent with your order. Next Monday can come to pick up the car license plate. She put extra emphasis on the word Mr. Zhao as if she was trying to convey something. Okay, thanks a lot. It should be. Your WeChat is the cell phone number, right? I'll add your WeChat and send you the car pickup later. And you can also contact me anytime if you have any questions. Yes. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Tang Song couldn't help but snap his fingers. It's Thursday, which means he'll have his car in 3 more days, which is much faster than he thought. Looking at the time, Tang Song packed up his things and quickly walked downstairs. The 3 days of annual leave I took has been used up, so I have to go to work today and perfect my business plan on the way. Driving in traffic, watching a small car that brushes by, Tang Song unconsciously compares them to the soon-to-arrive BMW 330i. It doesn't even feel as handsome as my own little 3. Another look at the steering wheel of the Wuling Honda held in his hand. Suddenly there was some inexplicable weakness, and it felt like a dangerous, somewhat scummy thought that I was having right now. Obviously after getting the first car of my life a few days ago, I was babying it. Now that you have a $400,000 BMW, you immediately start to be happy with the new and the old. And you go back to the old Limkin Mansion, underground parking lot. Tang Song parked his car and had just gotten out when he saw a pink Audi A5 slowly approaching, parked in a fixed space near the elevator entrance. No employee of Fairview Trading is a stranger to this car. The company goddess, Human Resources Department Tianjing's car, iceberry pink color scheme A5 coupe, 2-door 4-seat coupe, very eye-catching, landed at the beginning of 400,000 yuan. Click. The car door was gently pushed open. Tianjing, carrying a bag and wearing a pill head, walked down, her cold white skin standing out in the basement. She wore a knitted short sleeve with a bear print on top, a striped pleated skirt underneath and a pair of bape loafers. A metrosexual girl's outfit. Seemingly seeing her oncoming co-worker, she paused in her steps, holding her bag in her right hand and swinging her left. She said sweetly, "Morning, morning." Tang Song smiled and followed Tianjing into the elevator room, then kept silent in tacit agreement. The two didn't really know each other very well, and had only exchanged a few words at afternoon tea every Friday. Tang Song's biggest impression of her was her white skin and sweet looks. Ding dash, the elevator doors opened slowly. The two followed the thinning crowd. Since it was work time, the elevator was instantly jammed past the first floor. At some point, a delicate pill head appeared in front of Tang Song. Looking downward, there were delicate earlobes and a pale, slender neck. The light perfume smells like a very high-class scent with a fresh grassy aroma. Tang Song unconsciously took a deep breath. A little uptight, the elevator went and finally stopped on the 20th floor. The two of them quickly stepped off the elevator and headed towards the office area. Supervisor Tian, good morning. You look pretty today too. Sister Yuan, don't tease me. Just call me Xiao Jing. Good morning, Supervisor Tian. Morning. Along the way, every colleague Tianjing encountered greeted her warmly and proactively. Hearing the title of supervisor, Tang Song only thought of it as an afterthought. I did get a notification in my corporate email and pinned before. The Human Resources Department was restructured and Jing Tian was formally promoted to the position of compensation supervisor. Employee payroll, performance appraisals, and maintenance of the payroll system are all within her purview. To be able to hold a middle management position in Fairview Trading at this age, it was obvious that he was also a heel. Sit down at your workstation and talk to your co-workers for a good while about what it's like to drive a Wuling Honda. Tang Song opened his computer and began to seriously organize his ideas about starting his own business. Specifically, our company cooperates with brands and manufacturers, and after obtaining authorization, we act as an agent to sell their products. After more than a decade of accumulation and deep plowing into the offline field, there are more than 500 distributors throughout North China. Tang Song nodded thoughtfully, closed the laptop, and said, I understand, Brother Zhang. Then I'll go back first. Zhang smiled and patted his shoulder. All right, if you have any problems, feel free to come to me anytime. Okay, thanks. Leave the small conference room and return to your workstation. Tang Song looked at the Word document that had been organized in front of him. and was a bit headstrong, not knowing how to start, all day today. In the name of doing requirements analysis for the business system, he had an in-depth communication with several colleagues from the marketing, sales and channel departments. What we mainly understand is the current market situation, development trend, competitive landscape, and the operation mode of the company's business in the apparel industry. It turned out to be very unpromising, and he was still thinking too simply. Now the clothing industry is in deep water. Online and offline competition is extremely fierce, but also a big Red Sea. Every year the collapse of countless enterprises. Fairview Trading is engaged in the agency and distribution of branded apparel, doing channel and supply chain. Such a model relies entirely on the company's contacts and social resources, which he simply cannot draw on. If you want to do e-commerce or brick-and-mortar clothing sales, you still need to start from zero to gain experience and slowly mosey. It was really too much of a waste of time for him who had a planned mission in mind. Aside from that, there is a better option, and that is to get a partnership with someone in the industry to start a business. That's a great time-saving solution. He had $1 million in capital, ready-made office space, and access to a quality supply chain. When coupled with an experienced veteran trader, the probability of success is extremely high. In that case, the biggest problem is partner selection. Unfortunately, there are no friends around who are engaged in the clothing sales industry, and it's risky to work with people you don't know. Competence, experience and the like are fine, and can be verified, screened and evaluated in many ways. Tang Son's biggest concern was whether the partner's values matched his own entrepreneurial philosophy. Otherwise, there would certainly be a whole lot of trouble waiting for him in the future. Similar situations are common in various news reports. After gazing and pondering for a while, a name suddenly flashed through Tang Son's mind, Monty Ko. Although he had only met her once, the girl had made a strong impression on him. Conscientious and careful, calm and polite, affectionate, and exceptionally good-looking. It is a very good talent. Moreover, she has been engaged in the clothing sales industry for more than 3 years and has rich experience in the field, which fully qualifies her as a partner. Think of the tears on the day she sold her car, the words she said, the words in her circle of friends, and her own 500. Tang Song took a deep breath. Very good. That's you. Taking out his cell phone, he tapped on Gao Mingting's WeChat. The message said, Boss Gao, is it convenient to send me the address of the store? I'd like to go buy some clothes this weekend. Chapter 39, Popular Me. The days are getting longer and longer as we enter late April in Yancheng. At 6 p.m., the sun was slowly sinking toward the horizon, and the sky was tinted a gradient of orange and gold. Tang Song closed his laptop, tidied up his desktop, and left work on time. I had just finished clocking in at the front desk when I was tapped hard on the shoulder. Dushikai came over with a cheeky grin and played the card right after, winking at the company's beautiful receptionist. Yuing, next time your administration department gets together for a dinner, you must remember to inform me. I know a store that makes thievishly good barbecue meat. Yuing covered her mouth and laughed softly. Yes brother, do. When the time comes, we few girls without cars will rely on you to pick them up. Du Shaokai shook the Cadillac car keys in his hand. No problem. Old Song and I will withdraw first. Bye. Du Shaokai took Tang Song's shoulder and pointed in the direction of the building with a smile. Go Lao Song. Something to talk to you. The past few days to send you WeChat you do not reply. In the company some words are not convenient to say. Tang Song swept him a glance and nodded. Okay. During the 3 days he was on leave, Du Shaokai asked him every now and then about the progress of the project and told him to try to finish it this week. It seemed to him that he was 100% compliant in the face of Superintendent Chen's pressure. Squeak dash pushing open the closed security door. He stepped into the quiet hallway. Du Shaokai's entire body relaxed, pulling out a box of cigarettes from his pocket. He first lit them for himself and took a hard drag, then passed them toward Tang Song. Have one? I don't smoke. Okay. Du Shaokai leaned against the wall, exhaling smoke rings while smiling. Next Monday. That demand from the HR department should be done, right? Remember to submit it to the dev branch of the Git repository first. I'll merge it online. Isn't that your assignment? Tang Song followed his example and shrugged. I didn't receive a work order from the HR department. It has nothing to do with me. Du Shaokai's smoking action stopped. Old Song, I'll be honest with you. This module was added by Tianjing. You should know that I like her, and she's not a small person. We can't afford to mess with her. The past is the past, so I apologize for any wrongdoing. As long as you follow me honestly from now on, I can make sure you'll be comfortable in the company. Tang Song patted him on the arm and laughed. I see in the business system, the development duration is only half a month. Cheer up, little do. You don't have much time left. No wonder he's so attached. It's because of Tian Jing, the 22-year-old payroll supervisor. To put it mildly, is much better connected than Du Xiaokai's aunt, who was a vice president. Anger built up in Du Xiaokai's eyes, and his voice raised a lot. You may not know that at most next month, I will be promoted to back-end group supervisor, which is your immediate leader. It's best to think through the consequences before you say or do something. The last thing this society needs is people who can work. And if you don't, there are plenty of people who can take your place. Tang Song calmly locked eyes with him, not seeing the slightest fear or retreat in his gaze. Then congratulations to Supervisor Du in advance. I still have things to do. I'll leave first. When he finished, he pulled the fire door straight open. Snap! Du Xiaokai flicked the cigarette in his hand out, hitting the fire door. His tone completely cold. I will communicate with Mr. Chen about this matter. The team doesn't need a prick like you, and Jinxiu Commerce can't tolerate a big god like you. Tang Song paused in his footsteps and turned back. I found that you're particularly hypocritical, comparable to Chen Yunting, obviously for your own benefit, but you have to hang on to the team and the company. After saying that, he didn't care about Du Xiaokai's reaction and directly walked out. Now he has no pressure at all to take pay cuts and layoffs without fear. Xingxing Home's neighborhood. Tang Song swiped the short video while gorging on his fat loss meal. Although the dish is very vegetarian, the lady in the video is very down home. Ding dong dash, the WeChat beep sounded. Gao Mengting, Meiting Clothing Hall. Map. Gao Mengting, there just happens to be another batch of goods for men's clothing. The versions are all good. Mr. Tang can come and choose, and sell them to you at cost. Tang Song replied. Okay, I'll see you this weekend. Exiting the chat interface, he tapped on Zhao Yaqian's chat box and looked at it. 2 hours had passed since the invitation to go shopping had been sent out and there was still no reply. I don't know if it's an illusion, but he feels that since that driving trip, Zhao Yaqian is kind of avoiding him, and his motivation to chat is not as high as before. After a moment's hesitation, he didn't continue with the message. It was at this moment that the system light screen automatically unfolded in front of him. On April 20th, 2023, you achieve your goal of over 1,000 followers on the Little Red Book platform. Although insignificant, but you effectively become a qualified Netroots blogger, your voice in a small range of influence. Your remodeling experience has attracted a lot of people's attention. You have the opening of the Dandelion platform access. You can dock advertising to realize cash. You've earned the title Popular Me, to be worn immediately, yes. No. Tang Song's heart was happy. The fans had finally passed 1,000. It's not in vain to update your notes and interact positively every day. But what he didn't expect was that the reward this time was a title. A title is a mark of honor in the game, and in addition to displaying it, it also comes with some special effects. For example, attribute value bonuses, temperament, skills, and so on. Click to wear. A golden light flashed before his eyes. The system automatically jumped to the main interface, and a golden title was added to the 3D character's head. Click for details. Popular Me, wearing this title, you will be rewarded with 100 times the equivalent cash value for each additional follower you add to your account registered on commonly used social media platforms. Note 1, the use of all marketing and promotional means to gain followers is prohibited. Note 2, your common platforms include Shake, Zaya Hongshu, current cash incentive, 102,000 yuan, total 102,000 yuan. Be rich. Seeing the contents of the title, Tang Song sucked in a breath of cold air. He's gotten quite a few of these titles with cash prizes attached to them in the Men's Growth Program game. For example, with The Power of Breathing, the character gets a $5 bonus for every breath. This kind of title was a complete chicken rib for him who had a golden finger and was forming a business empire at a rapid pace, and basically never wore it. But when put into the real world, for the current self, this is a complete and utter killer. 1 fan is $100. 10,000 fans is $1 million. Tang Song now only hated that he usually didn't play much Weibo, Shutterbugs and the like, or else there would be more than these two commonly used platforms. But it's okay, Shakeology is a lot easier to get followers than Little Red Book. Even if you can't have any promotion, as long as you insist on posting videos, the rate of powder increase is definitely faster than Little Red Book, and the system is really atmospheric, directly counting his existing fans as well. Tang Song lifted his cell phone and checked his fan count. Little Red Book currently has 1,001 followers. Jitterbug has a follower count of 19 because of only a few simple daily shares. The total number of fans is 1020, so the amount that can be withdrawn is $102,000. Chapter 40, Fill up your Wooling with gas. Looking at the bright and shiny $100,000 withdrawal limit, Tang Song shook his fist and directly withdrew the cash. Ding dash, the text message beeped. China Merchants Bank, your account with tail number 6800 earned 102 renminbi, 00000 on April 20th, 1839. Awesome, Tang Song blurted out, his eyes blazing extraordinarily. Open the personal information screen. Player, Tang Song, 34 foot. Role, Fairview Trading Development Engineer. Height, 181. 5 cm. Weight, 79. 5 kilograms. Physique, 59. Endurance, 56. Agility, 50. Enlightenment, 76. Status of assets. Balance, $104. 100. Investments, $1 million. Liabilities, $40. 000. Enterprises, none. Property, 200 square foot office space in Cloud Creek Building. Driver, Wuling Hongwang S. For the first time in my life, my bank card balance surpassed $100. 000. Looking at the red indebtedness information, Tang Song did not hesitate, and first paid back the $40,000 of the borrowing and microparticle loan. The total interest is just $100. The balance has shrunk to $63. 000. But it's debt-free and cool, with the title, Popular Me, in place. As long as he operated his accounts on both platforms properly, earning money wouldn't be difficult at all. Thinking of this, Tang Song was somewhat unable to sit still. Open the album and check out the Listen to Persuasion Makeover Vlog Phase 1 wrap-up video you made earlier. Even though it's said to be a video, it's still essentially a picture stitched together. Combined with the fact that he wasn't paying very close attention at the time, the viewing is actually pretty average. That's why, obviously, his remodeling contrasts well. But this Totals video just didn't catch fire. After thinking about it, Tang Song quickly walked to the computer and opened the computer version of the editing software. I imported all the material from my phone into my computer and carefully combed through it in order. The best of these photos were selected to create several step-by-step remodeling comparisons. Take each day as a point to combine daily weight, fat loss meals, and exercise for a silkier display of your transformation process. Then, we referred to the transitions, copywriting, and BGM of several similar explosive videos, and borrowed all the ones that suited us. Busy until 9 p.m., a well-crafted vlog of a vegan blogger's makeover reversal came out. Tang Song watched it a few times over and couldn't help but nod to it himself. The transitions, the motion effects, the BGM, it's inspirational. In contrast, I was still too inattentive before. Sure enough, there is incentive to be motivated. Open the Jitterbug app, import the made video footage and click Next. Synopsis: Life requires the courage to build yourself from an NPC to a protagonist. Topics: hashtag wearing, hashtag listening to persuasion makeover, hashtag vegetarian makeover, hashtag reverse, hashtag inspirational. Double check it a couple times to make sure it's okay. Then hit publish. Tang Song breathed a long sigh of relief. The next step was to think about how to make the video good. It would be best to take the time to learn in depth about video editing and production. Due to the limitations of the system, he can't use any marketing and promotion, and the only way to win is by the quality of the video. If a line pops up like the last hair makeover flop, the incremental increase in followers that would bring would be very objective. Thought about it for a while. By the time Tang Song came back to his senses, the time was almost 2200 hours. Patting his burning face, he went to the toilet and washed himself, which gradually calmed him down. Sure enough, he still wasn't calm enough to be swept away by a small title reward. Actually, when you think about it, the reward isn't that much of an exaggeration. Relying purely on natural traffic, a vegetarian blogger with little talent is going to have a hard time increasing her fan base, no matter what platform she's on. It took a full 20 days for Little Red Book's 1,000 fans, and that's still because his track was well chosen, and at the same time came out with a potpourri of pop notes. After thoroughly suppressing his excitement, Tang Song changed into a comfortable nightgown and leaned over the bed to read Cognitive Nature for a while. Drift off to sleep in contemplation of the contents of the book. Friday, April 21st, 2023. Rain, 6 to 11 degrees Celsius. Today's temperature in Yencheng plummeted, with dark clouds and rain. After getting up, Dansong completed today's portion of fasted cardio with a 40-minute climb in the hallway. Standing in front of a mirror, wearing snug-fitting workout clothes and a mask. I adjusted the angle, lighting, and position several times to make a satisfactory video of the material, took a shower, changed into something dry and warm, and started making today's portion of breakfast. Poached eggs plus low-fat milk plus boiled corn plus a cucumber. He has now incorporated self-discipline into his life and has begun to enjoy this healthy lifestyle. He's currently at a normal weight, dresses normally, and looks like a spiritual guy who isn't fat or thin, but with little muscle on the body, little definition, and a body fat percentage of roughly 20%. There's a lot of room for improvement in the charisma value of the physique. His next goal, as suggested by Netflix, is to get his body fat percentage down to 15%, which is a slight abs. The whole person will look more proportional and harmonized. After finishing breakfast, Tang Song opened the system interface and checked the details of the title, Popular Me. Current cash award, $4. 100, total $106. 100. Over the course of the night, only 41 followers were added. When I opened my phone to check, I gained 27 followers on Jitterbug and 14 on Little Red Book. That's kind of a normal figure, within his expectations. Sitting down at the computer, I organized today's copy of the remodeling material into videos and uploaded them to 2 separate platforms. Tang Song packed up his things and took the car keys and umbrella downstairs. Buzz the Wuling Hongguang started slowly and gradually disappeared into the hazy rain. Since it was still raining, the cars on the road were driving extra slow. Sitting in the car, Tang Song once again realized the benefits of having a car. Looking out the window holding an umbrella through the rain of pedestrians, the brain cannot help but think of Zhao Yaqian. This beautician friend of mine is not financially well off and usually takes the 26 bus to work, but in this weather, traveling is a hassle. Came to the office and looked out the window at the rain that was getting heavier and heavier. Tang Song clicked on Zhao Yaqian's chat box again. The message is still the one he sent yesterday afternoon. Do you want to go shopping together on the weekend? It won't take up too much of your time. It's at Yunsheng Plaza. I want to hear your advice on what to wear and help me pick out a dress. It was this simple invitation that Zhao Yaqian never replied to. After thinking about it, Tang Song left a message. It's windy and rainy today. Be safe on the road. The message hadn't been sent for long when the phone vibrated. Zhao Yaqian, rainbow umbrella. JPG. Zhao Yaqian, don't worry. I'm protected by a big umbrella. The rain can't get to me. Receiving the beautician's reply and looking at the familiar umbrella, Tang Song couldn't help the corners of his mouth from rising. After a moment's hesitation, I sent her a small red packet of $20. Continuing, last time, this umbrella of Mr. Zhao shielded me from the wind and rain and escorted me home. This time I'll ask it for a taxi. Zhao Yaqian, no, I can't have this one. Tang Song, it was issued to the rainbow umbrella. It was too windy today and I couldn't bear to see it suffer. Zhao Yaqian was silent for a while before she took the red envelope. After another while, the other person shared over a drop-trip order from the Tianqua Garden neighborhood to the pedestrian street entrance. Zhao Yaqian already escorted it to the car. Thanks. When I get paid, I'll fill up your Wuling with gas. Seeing this message, Tang Song snorted out a laugh. It seems to have become her mantra. Since we met, I've heard her say when I get my paycheck, so and so at least 7 or 8 times. Chapter 41, Setting the Course. After chatting with Zhao Yaqian for a while, the worry in Tang Song's heart was put down. So far, nothing has gone wrong in his relationship with this beautician friend. As for why she didn't respond to her invitation to go shopping, it was probably out of some kind of girly little mind. He had never been good at this. Just like when dealing with White Moonlight, he could never guess what she was thinking either. Shaking his head, he pushed the tedious thoughts away. Tang Song opened the system interface again, his gaze fixed on the balance column. Balance, $63,000. Investment, $1 million. No more debt. A net worth of $1,063,000. And the ability to generate new income every now and then under the title, Popular Me. Sort of a real sense of achieving some degree of financial freedom. The feeling is truly wonderful. Money is not everything, but it can solve 99% of the average person's worries. After staring at the asset information for a while longer, Tang Song suddenly slapped his head. By the way, it's time to change mom and dad's cell phones. I'm still using a low-end Honor from a few years ago, and the Kirin 710 processor is too much of a strain, and my dad complains about the lack of RAM every now and then. Tang Song immediately opened his computer and picked on Jingdong for a while. Ended up placing an order for 2 Honor 80 Pros. The body is thin and light, the system is familiar and quick to use, and the screen is relatively eye-friendly. Picked up black for dad and pink for mom. Both top of the line 12 plus 512G for a total of $7,600. After buying this cell phone, Tang Song looked at his balance again, still somewhat pressed. The family refrigerator has been used for more than 10 years, or he went to junior high school to buy. 185L capacity, cannot meet the desire of the mother to cook. The noise is also particularly large. Parents are used to leftovers and the microwave is just what they need. Then there's the TV at home, with its small screen and low definition, which isn't kind to your parents' eyes. Tang Song graduated just in time for a change in his family, and life has been tight. After paying off their debts, they have to save up to buy a house and get a wife. The appliances and furniture in the house have been making do, and it's long overdue for an update. Now that there is no shortage of money, it is natural to put an end to this wish first. Sweeping the goods after the calculation, the total cost of almost 20,000. Looking at a large series of orders, the heart is full of a sense of accomplishment. Picked up his cell phone, sent a WeChat message to his mom. Mom, I recently took private work to earn a sum of money, bought something for the family, these 2 days should be able to arrive. Remember to receive After doing this, Tang Song stretched out, leaned back in his chair, and opened the little red book. Intended to collect the netizens' suggestions and make a simple plan for the next is video production. This matter, after all, is related to his current main source of income, must be taken seriously. Open the notes posted in the morning. The views are just over 500 and the likes and comments are in the single digits. After carefully skimming and replying to the only few comments below, Tang Song's brows furrowed slightly. It seems that the data has gotten worse over the past 2 days and the comments from the users are not very positive. Tang Song clicked on the recently released notes and analyzed them for a while, gradually realizing the problem. He basically works on a daily basis in order to attract fans and gain attention. Aside from the occasional styling, meeting the goddess, and outings, it's basically a way to keep track of your 3 meals, exercise, and weight. After the initial novelty, netizens are becoming less and less interested in prying into this content. In the realm of vegan makeovers, there's only a market for content that's truly watchable, conflicting, and contrasting. Thinking of this, Tang Song's thoughts were instantly threaded through. If he wants to accumulate followers through natural traffic, he has to go the boutique route, target one shortcoming and make a targeted remodel, making content with strong contrasts, interspersed with sharing of remodeling experiences. This satisfies the desire of the netizens to feed and also has a certain science tutorial nature, which is what really suits him in the long run. Then, Tang Song began to carefully rummage through his previous notes comments. He's been advised on skincare, some on hair care, some have told him to try makeup, and there's quite a bit of advice on what to wear. Scrolling through one of the posts, a long comment caught his attention. Little Red Riding Hood, bloggers, good posture is very important to make you look more toned and upright. Your neck tilt forward is a bit severe, and at the request of a demonling, I've put together a tutorial to correct it. Stand up straight, cross your arms behind you, and lower your shoulders. There are hundreds of words sprawled out below, with a couple of pictures, very well thought out. Looking at the date it was posted a few days ago, when he was too busy buying a car, repossessing a house, and taking a drive to notice the comment. Physical corrections are really a good direction to take, and his previous selfies and videos show him in his truest everyday state. Slipped shoulders, hunched back, shrugged shoulders, and a forward tilt of the neck. All of these physique hiccups are real and affect his appearance. It would be nice to correct that and do an installment of before and after state comparison videos, which should be very effective. Tang Song copied Little Red Riding Hood's comment to a memo and left a message. Roger, thanks for the great God's guidance. I'll start practicing today. After sending the message, Tang Song was surprised to find that there was a familiar ID underneath this long comment. Demon Ling, this is the god I spent a lot of money to help you hire. Practicing dance since childhood. Listen to her will be right. Now that's a real quality fan. Not only do you help with ideas yourself, but you also mobilize the forces around you. Tang Song couldn't help but give her a nod and replied, "Thank you very much for the beautiful woman's constant support and encouragement. You can contact me if you come to Yanqing to play. Take care of your food and accommodation." In the afternoon, Tang Song submitted a vacation request for Monday in the OA system. Then they took the excuse of doing a needs analysis to have a good chat with a few colleagues in the sales department, mainly for online distributor channels and e-commerce companies' mode of operation, for a simple understanding of these in the front line of the sales staff. And these channels' customers have the most contact with the most, but also understand the most. Returning to his workstation, after organizing what he had learned in the last 2 days, Tang Song became more and more certain about the direction of his business. Apparel live e-commerce. This is one of the industry models with the highest survival and success rates available. The e-commerce platform breaks the geographical restrictions, reduces operating costs, reduces intermediate links and improves operational efficiency. Through big data analysis, potential consumer groups can be identified more accurately, inventory management can be optimized, and the risk of inventory backlog can be reduced. With his current situation, if he had the help of Gao Mengting, an insider in the industry, the feasibility would be very great. Chapter 42, 95 plus full. 6 p.m. The rain was still pattering outside the window. The rain, which lasted all day, made the whole city damp and slow. Tang Song was just about to close his computer and leave work when a notification suddenly popped up on his corporate email. OA alert, your request for leave on April 24, 2023 did not go through. Please revise and resubmit for review. Tang Song raised his eyebrows. This was really the first time he had seen this. Open the OA website and go to the vacation module to view the review information. Reviewer, Chen Yunting, finding, rejected, opinion, the description of the reason for the leave is not clear. Tang Song's reason for the vacation is sort of a generic template for company leave. Something came up at home. Taking a day of annual leave. Fairview Commerce manages one very loosely when it comes to vacations and rarely cards employees for this reason. This Superintendent Chen was obviously targeting him. As for the reason, naturally it had nothing to do with what happened to Du Xiaokai. Tang Song was also too lazy to go back to Chen Yunting for a private chat, and couldn't stay for more than a few days anyway. Submit again and clock out. The Wuling Hongguang slowly pulled out of the underground garage and merged into the slow city traffic. Stopping the car at the parking lot of Yunsheng Plaza, Tang Song held up his umbrella and got out of the car. There are very few pedestrians on the road, and from time to time there is a sound of thunder in the sky, and the rain hits the surface of the umbrella, making a clattering sound. A quick walk to the familiar handmade fried skewer store. Tang Song picked up the glass pot and clip and began to pick it out. Popping sauce camembert comes in 5 skewers. King of King's ham 4 skewers. Starch sausage. This or forget it. I don't know what brand I dare not buy. Vegetarian steak 3 skewers. Quail eggs. Lamb. Pancetta. More vegetables if you want. At the checkout, the balding store owner was all smiles and offered to wipe out the change for a total of $180. Tang Song thanked the boss, picked up the insulated bag and walked out, and bought 2 more cups of hot pearl milk tea in the next door. Not long after turning the corner, the sign of Yitzi Beauty Salon came into view. Just as he walked in the door of the store, he saw Zhao Yaqian, who was wearing a small suit and standing in the cash register. Song, brother Song, you're here, welcome. Zhao Yaqian hurriedly walked out quickly and looked at him in surprise. Tang Song put the umbrella aside and asked, I haven't done my facial yet this week, so you should have time in the evening, right? Can be, today so heavy rain. The store. Oh. Zhao Yaqian lowered her voice, almost nothing customers. Cashier Sister Jin directly did not come to work. The boss are in the WeChat group fuming. That's just right. Tang Song held up the 2 insulated bags in his hand. I bought your favorite handmade fried skewers. Let's eat and then do nursing. Hearing the 4 words handmade fried skewers, Zhao Yaqian's eyes instantly lit up and she nodded repeatedly. I was worried about what to eat. Thank you, brother Song. Walking into the staff lounge in the beauty area, Zhao Yaqian unfolded a folding table and carried 2 small stools over. Sitting back down, she couldn't wait to unwrap the package, stretching her body forward and putting her whole face on it. The secret sauce, chili peppers, cumin and the ingredients' own flavors mixed together, and an indisputable tear instantly escaped from the corner of her mouth. Isn't this portion too big? I can't believe there are 5 servings of camembert and so many meat skewers. My God, the skewers that she usually couldn't spare to order unexpectedly appeared in front of her in large quantities. Zhao Yaqian was dazzled by this sudden happiness. Tang Song inserted the milk tea with a straw and handed it to her, smiling, I'm still on a diet. The main focus is you. Eat more, then I'll be polite. Zhao Yaqian licked her lips, grabbed a bunch of camas and took a bite. Her eyes instantly narrowed into 2 crescents. It's so delicious. In the quiet lounge room, the 2 ate and chatted as they had done while traveling. In addition to skincare, we occasionally talk about our friends around us. Tang Song also learned that the beautician's shared roommate was her distant cousin, said to be a bit of kinship on her mother's side. This cousin in Yanchang read at college. After graduation in a small company to do operations, the salary is not high work but a lot of work. Weekends are still overtime, and is also considering jumping ship. Want to find an easier job. Zhao Yaqian is actually quite envious of this cousin. Many white-collar jobs in office buildings are card college diploma. She had only graduated from high school and had very few options for jobs. The confined environment, the beautician's friend's beautiful face close at hand, the moist and full lips, and the sexy curve of the waist. It made Tang Song unable to shift his gaze at all, and his heartbeat never slowed down. I'm so full. I just can't eat anymore. Zhao Yaqian stood up, rubbed her round belly, and said with a satisfied face, Brother Song, I'm going to go brush my teeth first, and then we'll start nursing haha. The taste in my mouth is a bit big. I'm afraid I'll smoke you. Tang Song clenched his fists, pretended to come to her as if nothing had happened, took a deep breath, and laughed. It's quite fragrant. I don't mind. Zhao Yaqian froze, her face turned a little red, and her eyes averted. It's all the fried skewer flavor. I'd better go take care of it. Wait for me for 2 minutes. With that, he turned and walked away at a brisk pace. Deep cleansing, exfoliation, serum treatment, nourishing and moisturizing. This facial was even more elaborate than the previous one, with each process taking a long time. While applying the moisturizing mask, Zhao Yaqian even gave him a 10-minute head and neck massage. The hand is gentle and skillful, and the touch is delicate and warm. Put Tang Song in a comfortable daze. By the time the care was over, it was 8:30 p.m. And the rain was still falling outside the window. Tang Song looked at Zhao Yaqian, who was cleaning up the sanitation, smiled and said, Is it almost off duty? Just in time. I will drive you home. Zhao Yaqian's movements paused, and whispered, No need. I don't live close by. A round trip will take half an hour. It's too much of a delay for you. I just picked up my car and my hands are especially itchy. I always want to go out for a spin. So make it happen. Looking at Tang Song's sincere eyes, Zhao Yaqian bit her lower lip hard and gently nodded her head. Thank you, Brother Song. I'll pack it up right away. She also finally realized that Tang Song bought fried skewers and milk tea and came over to find her skincare because she was worried that she wouldn't be able to get home on a rainy day. Like using the rainbow umbrella as an excuse to give her a red packet in the morning. The Wuling Hongguan ran over the wet pavement, splashing a fine mist of water, and drove in the direction of Tianqua Garden. Zhao Yaqian in the car was somewhat silent, seemingly pondering something seriously. Tang Song didn't bother her, and took advantage of waiting for the stoplight to click on the music player. A translucent guitar intro plays. BGM, there's a lot of stuff in the world. You can't take it with you. All you can take with you is yourself and your temper. You had the most beautiful love. Looking through the front window, a single headlight twinkled in the rain, adding much to the hazy beauty of the city. The two of them just quietly listened to the music as they traveled through the layers of rain and drove through the streets of Yanqing at night. Here it is. Tang Song parked the car outside the door of Building 6. Unit 2. Zhao Yaqian opened her half-closed eyes and whispered, Brother Song, I really thank you today. Giving me a red envelope in the morning, buying me so many delicious food in the evening, and sending me home all the way. I actually feel quite guilty in my heart. It's okay, we're good friends after all. And Shanshan, you've done me a lot of favors. Zhao Yaqian raised her head to look into Tang Song's eyes and asked, Brother Song, we will always be good friends, right? Tang Song froze and nodded. Of course. Zhao Yaqian clenched her hands and lowered her head and whispered, Then I'll go upstairs first. You also go back earlier. It's not safe if it's too late. She got out of the car with her bag and umbrella, walked a few steps, then trotted over to the main driver's window. Tang Song lowered the window. Zhao Yaqian seriously said, When I get my paycheck, I'll first fill up your car with gas. 95. Then I'll invite you to eat the steak buffet at Wanda Plaza. And I saw a watch the other day that looked good, so I'll give it to you then. When she finished, she slipped into her flat-heeled leather shoes and dug into the door of the flat. The familiar cries of the building were punctuated by the lighting of the building floor by floor. Chapter 43, Miet's Discount Clothing Store. Saturday, April 22, 2023. Overcast, 6 to 10 degrees Celsius. Hands crossed behind the back, shoulders down, in a completely open state, lower teeth biting the upper lip, eyes to the ceiling. The neck broad muscle appeared to be a clear sense of stretching. Hold for 20 seconds. The eyes slowly move. After training the body correcting maneuver off and on for 5 times, Tang Song stopped and felt the changes in himself. Ding dong dash, the text message beeped. Tang Song picked up his cell phone and scanned it, a smile on his face. The last piece of clothing for the Dress Up Cool Night corresponding kit has finally arrived. Putting on his punching bag, he went to the neighborhood's rookie station and picked up the 4 deliveries he had accumulated together. Soon, a courier was unwrapped. apricot knit cardigan, white t-shirt, gray and black slacks, white shoes, except for the shoes. The other 3 pieces of clothing are in 2 different sizes. After all, you can't try on clothes online, so it's hard to guarantee that nothing will go wrong. Tried them in order and finally got a set together that was the right size. Finish it off by putting on the little white shoes. For a moment, a magical feeling came over me. This time of the year Yenching has stopped heating, and with the sudden big drop in temperature, it was originally still a bit cold, and now it feels all warm and fuzzy. Tang Song briefly moved around, feeling lighter and more energized. This would be how physique +2, agility +1, with a cold protection effect, would look like in the real world. Swish. The system interface unfolded in front of him to view the information. Current costume fits 90%. All effects take effect 90% of the time. Physique, 60. 8, 59 plus 1, 8. Stamina, 56. Agility, 50. 9, 50 plus 0, 9. Gnosis, 76. Sure enough, even though he had tried to make sure the fit, style, and color were as close as possible, there was always a margin of error. This kind of thing, unless he could get drawing type skills later on, and then teach himself a bit of clothing design, and get it customized by tailor stores and factories, otherwise it's really hard to restore 100%. As for the dress-up's accompanying special effect, Night Shimmer, you'll just have to wait until the evening to experience it outdoors. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror and looking at it, Tang Song couldn't help but give a nod of approval. I have to say, the outfit suits him, and his face has been raised a few points. When shooting a corrective body image video, you can use it as a post-corrective outfit to better complement your body shape and increase contrast. I admired it for a while and took another picture to share with my mom. Tang Song looked at the time, just at 10 o'clock. Grab your car keys and head out to meet your future partner. Treasure Luck Center is a mid to high-end commercial complex. The interior brings together hotels, offices, and retail. The location is very good. Downtown area with easy access to public transportation. Miet's Discount Clothing Hall is located in the podium of this commercial complex. Tang Song navigated to the above-ground parking lot, parked his car, and looked around. At a glance, he saw the imposing Yunxi mansion, which was not far away. Walking out of the parking lot and down the clean stone path for a while, the front of the clothing store came into view. Miet's Discount Clothing Hall. The light sign is simple and stylish in design, lit with a translucent white light, and the entrance is decorated with beautiful greenery and decorations. The entrance is not really spacious and you can see that the area is small. Entering the store, Tang Song's eyes lit up. The overall color palette is soft beige and white with soft and bright lighting. The layout of the store's display is very lifelike, and the hangers are made of a combination of metal and glass, which is stylish and highly textured. The only thing that seemed incongruous was one red promotional sticker. Buy one get one free, 20% off, 50% off. Welcome, specials all around, and you can help recommend what to wear. Mr. Tang, it's you. The voice was clear and pleasant. Wearing black pencil pants and a white sweater, with her hair tied up in a ponytail hanging at her side, Gao Mingting looked sexy and capable, though her face carried obvious fatigue. Good morning. Tang Song smiled and waved his hand at her. The two men exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Gao Mingting asked with an expectant gaze, "So, that Wuling Hongwang drives okay?" "It's very smooth. Don't worry, Gao boss. I bought it purely for transportation, not pulling heavy loads, and washed the car often." "Thanks." Gao Mingting bent over. "To be honest, I'm quite attached to it. I bought it the year I was a senior and it accompanied me all the way to start my business." "So," she took a deep breath and smiled shyly. "Enough about that. The men's clothing is on the second floor. I'll show you." Now that there were no other customers in the store, Tang Song was not polite. The stairs are a bit narrow and cramped, but it can be seen that Gao Mingting has used her heart, all kinds of soft cushions, handrails, and protective measures to do very well. "I'm sorry, the goods on the second floor are a bit messy as it's too late to freshen them up. Which type of clothes you want to buy? I'll help you pick directly." Gao Mingting smiled in embarrassment. Tang Song scanned around. Although it wasn't as clear and crisp as downstairs, it was still clean and tidy. It seems that this high boss is a very serious nature. Tang Song couldn't help but substitute himself into the perspective of an investor and boss, always wanting to examine this future partner. "Help me put together a seasonal outfit. You're a professional. Surely it's better than me picking it out myself." Gao Mingting stared at him for a while and said, "You are great in this outfit today. It's almost May. I'll help you choose a set of clothes for the summer. Your body is quite proportional." The standard size will do. Just a moment. With that, he turned and walked into the hanger area. She seems to be able to memorize where each version of the dress is located and is very goal-oriented. In less than 2 minutes, he was carrying 2 pieces of clothing. This solid-colored medium-sleeved shirt and this light gray slacks are perfect for commuting and match your figure. There's a small fitting room over there, so you can change into it to see the effect, and I'll go back and pick it out if you're not satisfied. Thanks. Tang Song smiled and took it, changed into it in the fitting room, walked out and looked in the mirror. The size just fit. A navy blue mid-sleeve shirt interspersed with white irregular stripes is breathable and cool with a stylish fit. Pair it with a pair of slightly more subdued slacks for a look that's both unassuming and stylishly handsome. For a moment, Tang Song looked at her with a more satisfied gaze. A partner of this caliber, with a wealth of experience in the field, who is well-dressed, and at the same time sexy and beautiful, is simply perfect. Very nice. How much for the set? Count you $300. Gao Mingting explained. This is a serious branded clothing, although it is the withdrawal of the tail goods, but the quality is very good. We live in the room to engage in seconds is also this price. Tang Song finished paying the money and was surprised. Are you doing live e-commerce too? Gao Mingting pondered for a moment, her expression unnatural. Before the main business is the e-commerce business. This store is also a live venue. And then there was a change. Great, Tang Song blurted out, noticing the other party's strange look. He hastily added, Boss Gao, why don't we sit down and talk? I'm very interested in live e-commerce and would like to learn something about it from you. Okay. Perhaps because she had a good impression of him, Gao Mingting did not refuse. Coming to the first floor, the 2 men sat facing each other on a stool in the corner. Gao Mingting tilted her legs together slightly to the right. The curve of her buttocks outlined by the pencil pants was perfect, both needy and beautiful. Tang Song collected his sight of the chaotic drifting, weighing his words and said, Is it convenient to briefly tell us about your previous experience in starting your own business? There's nothing bad to say. We're leaving anyway. Gao Mingting smiled to herself, her eyes sweeping over the modest clothing store as she began to describe it in a calm tone. Chapter 44, Can you help? Gao Mingting made a lot of money as a punter during her college years, and even had an independent product guide website. A punter refers to a profession that earns commissions by helping sellers on e-commerce platforms promote their goods. Since the beginning of 2020, the live streaming bandwagon industry has suddenly witnessed a major outbreak, and the interactivity, presentation, and convenience of live streaming has prompted a change in users' shopping habits. Her Poke business has taken a huge hit and her promotional earnings are getting lower and lower. After careful study and research, she chose to follow the trend of the times and cut into this popular track, bought a Wuling Hongguang used for hauling goods, rented the store, and started the business in partnership with 2 classmates. She has a personal stake of 80% and 2 other students have 10% each. They use offline stores as the basic disc and expand their business through online channels. With the hurricane of live bandwagon, the business is getting better and better, but disagreements and contradictions are also born as a result. The 2 partners felt that they were getting too little, out of all proportion to what they were giving, and asked for a redivision of equity, with each of the 3 taking 33.3%. This is obviously Gao Mingting cannot accept. The store operations so far, most of the funds are out of her. The store source is her find. Lifestyle and rhetoric is also her design. The 3 broke up as a result, and the other 2 partners took some of the cash flow by offering to withdraw their shares in accordance with the self-employed partnership agreement. One of the partners in charge of the live broadcast used the store's certified account to post a small essay, leading fans to cyberstorm her. The owner, the small store suffered a wave of complaints, returns, and ultimately banned by the platform. Another partner, who is in charge of fan maintenance, fires up the small number he has been running and turns it around. The 2 men had started another business doing the same thing, completely emptying her side of the table. The online platform suffered a devastating blow. The cash flow was broken. The offline customer source was insufficient. The inventory backlog could not be digested, which directly led to her deep in the mire. Of course, even more unacceptable to her was the betrayal of her 2 best friends. From time to time, a customer or 2 walked in during the chat. By the time Gao Mingting finished talking about her entrepreneurial experience, the time was close to 12 noon. Tang Song was silent the entire time, looking at Gao Mingting with some heartache. It was supposed to be a good intention to bring good friends with employment difficulties to become rich, so the conditions in the self-employed person's partnership agreement were very loose and gave them the ability to turn the other cheek and backstab at any time. No wonder she was so chewed up about the used car purchase and sale agreement earlier. Doesn't it feel like I'm quite stupid in some ways? Gao Mingting shook her head mockingly. The three of us were college roommates. The kind of relationship that was so good that we could sleep crammed under the same comforter. But I still underestimated the greed of human nature and overestimated my own personal charm. Tang Song pursed his dry lips and said, I can only say that you are too kind. Gao Mingting stood up and pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the cash register and handed it to him. In the future, if you start a business, you must work on the agreement, and it's best to find a professional lawyer. It's not to take advantage of the situation, but to make sure others don't have the courage to betray. Tang Song held the mineral water she handed him, stood up and locked eyes with her, and said sincerely, Ms. Gao, I have indeed made plans to start a business, and this time I came over to invite you to become my partner. Gao Mingting froze, incredulous. Me, partner? The two of them have only met twice, not even acquaintances. How did they get into the business partnership? Tang Song drank a large mouthful of water and said, I have a wealth of complete information on clothing supply chain channels at hand, and I can quickly find the lowest price for the same quality, but I have no experience in the field, so I need your help. Gao Mingting pondered for a moment and shook her head with a bitter smile. To be honest, I owe a lot of money now. I'm burnt out every day. I simply don't have the heart to start from scratch. It's too hard. My upfront investment is $1 million. Tang Song stretched out an index finger and said with a serious expression, I also have a 200 square feet independent office under my name, which is located in Yunxi Mansion. He laid out his greatest strengths in order to recruit this quality talent. It was at this moment that the sound of hurried footsteps came suddenly from the doorway. Montin, Mang Ting, a 20 jangling boy ran in from outside the store, wearing a shirt and suit pants, quite sunny looking. He also wore a sign around his neck that read Love Home Real Estate Agency. Gao Mingting turned to look at him and said suspiciously, What's wrong, Yongming? Li Yongming gasped loudly and said, I just received the news that the leaders of the property company are having dinner at Juhue De, and the head of the investment and development department is also there today. Hearing this news, Gao Mingting instantly perked up and said with some urgency, Wait for me, go over right away. She bit her lip and explained towards Tang Song, Mr. Tang, I'm in trouble right now, so why don't we talk about starting a business later? Right now. She didn't have the heart to explore whether what Tang Song said was true or false. She only wanted to get through the hard times first and pay off her debts. Besides, starting a business is not a trivial matter. Partners, sources of goods, capital, windfall, there are too many influencing factors. Even if she was allowed to do it again, the chances of failure were not small. Tang Song could see her mood and knew that this matter really couldn't be rushed. Frankly, he said, I understand. Boss Gao, reconsider. Regarding entrepreneurship, I am very serious. If you are willing to join in, we can register a formal company. I'll contribute the actual capital, the shareholding can be negotiated, and find a lawyer to formulate a complete company constitution to avoid unnecessary problems. Li Yongming looked at the eloquent Tang Song and couldn't help but open his mouth and ask, And you are? Tang Song. Tang Song nodded towards Li Yongming as his gaze continued to look at Gao Mingting. Li Yongming frowned. Let's go, Mingting. Business is important. He had been pursuing this university classmate for several years, and knew that the current Gao Mingting was in the most vulnerable and helpless stage, which was why he would try to do everything he could to help her, wanting to try to see if he could impress the other party. However, the boy's first words were registered company, partnership and paid-in capital, which were clearly aimed at Gao Mingting's heart. This, coupled with the fact that the other party was of good height and looks, instantly made the alarms go off in Li Yongming's heart. Gao Mingting and Tang Song locked eyes and nodded. Okay, Mr. Tang, then let's communicate again on WeChat. I do have something urgent to take care of today, and the store has to close for a while. Do you need help? After all, it was a partner he had circled, so Tang Song was still quite attached. Seeing Tang Song has been grinding Gao Mingting, Li Yongming still did not hold back, did not have the good taste to say, we have to find the property leaders to negotiate the withdrawal of the rental contract. Told you. You cannot help? Yongming, you speak properly. Gao Mingting frowned and explained. I'm sorry, Mr. Tang, my friend's words were a bit unpleasant. I signed an agreement with the property company when I rented this store, and if I back out of the lease before the lease period is up, I need to make up for the remaining months of rent, and the security deposit will be forfeited. You also know my current situation, so I wanted to apply to the property company's leadership to see if I could solve the problem in a different way or ease the situation. Understood. Tang Song nodded. He had heard of this kind of thing. Many shopping malls would set similar thresholds during the peak rental season in order to prevent merchants from running away and stores from becoming vacant. Gao Mingting looked at the time and said, Mr. Tang, that's all for now then. We have to take a taxi. Tang Song took the initiative to speak. Why don't I drive you there? I hope that Wuling can bring you good luck. Hearing the word Wuling, Gao Mingting's eyes instantly softened and she gently nodded her head. Okay, thank you Mr. Tang. She then pulled out a beautifully wrapped belt from a drawer and handed it over. This is a gift from a previous event. Consider it a cab fare. Thanks. Tang Song smiled and took it. Li Yongming opened his mouth, but finally held his tongue and didn't say anything. Who let him not buy a car yet? Chapter 45, Mr. Huang. Meng Ting, let's sit in the back. The front row is sunnier. It's okay. I put on sunscreen. That's fine. Gomontin pulled open the passenger door and got in. I haven't seen this car in over a week, and I'm weirdly missing it. Look at the clean interior with the original wood and stickers. A faint joy came into her eyes, and she lovingly touched and squeezed here and there. Even the gaze towards Tang Song was much softer. The vehicle started. Listening to the familiar sound of the engine, Yao Mingting squinted her eyes and leaned against the back of the seat, unable to resist raising a faint smile on her face. The Juhue de Hotel was not far from the center of Bowen, and the car drove for about 10 minutes to get there. Thank you Mr. Tang, goodbye. Gao Mingting took a deep breath, her face tightening as she looked in the direction of the hotel. Surrender is imminent and 4 months' rent, plus security deposit, is nearly $60, $000. Too heavy for her at the moment. Tang Song pondered for a moment and pointed to the restaurant. It's just meal time. I'll eat at this Juhue de at noon. You can come to me directly after your talk, and let's talk while we eat about the business partnership. If you have any doubts, you can also bring them up in person. With words like this, Gao Mingting didn't refuse anymore and nodded her head. Good. The expression of Li Yongming, who stood by the side, instantly collapsed, but he was also just an ordinary friend of Gao Mingting. There was no reason to stop him. He could only be dry and anxious in his heart. It was 12 noon on Saturday, just about the time the crowds were at their peak. Walking through the doors of the state-of-the-art restaurant, I caught a glimpse of the line waiting for a table. Gao Mingting said goodbye to him and followed Li Yongming quickly towards the upper floor. Tang Song took his number, sat down on a rattan chair in the lounge area, surveyed the character-filled decor for a while, and pulled out his cell phone to open Little Red Book and reply to the comments of enthusiastic netizens. This Tang Song is deliberately approaching you. What with starting a business and eating? It's all just fooling people. Later on, after we talk about things, just leave directly. I know a good Hunan restaurant nearby, and I've been wanting to take you there to try it. As the two of them made their way to the box, Li Yongming kept complaining with his mouth full. Gao Mingting's brows were furrowed, and she was completely uninterested in ignoring him. Li Yongming is not a bad person, but his personality is a bit problematic, too small-minded. That's why, with the same undergraduate degree in marketing management, some of my classmates can wind up in big corporations. Instead, he was laid off multiple times and ended up working as a real estate agent, or the bottom kind. Gao Mingting had also politely advised him quite a few times, but to no avail. Here it is. This is it. The two of them stood outside the door of a box called Moonshadow. Li Yongming rubbed his hands a little nervously and whispered, Meng Ting, don't worry ha. Our company in Yunxi Property has always been a strategic partner. I know several of their supervisors and can talk. These words were more of a self-encouragement than a comfort to Gao Mingting. He, a small agent who has been on the job for more than half a year, has only met with the property leaders a few times when he took his clients to sign the contract, and he can't even talk about being familiar with them. Aha! Gao Mingting gripped her bag tightly, her heart sinking. Li Yongming straightened his hair, leaned forward and put his ear to the door, first listening to the movement inside, then gently knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. It could be that the sound was low and didn't elicit any reaction. Knock, knock, knock dash again. There was a gentle knock. Gao Mingting, however, was made even more nervous and apprehensive by his actions. Raising his eyebrows slightly, he directly stretched out his slender fingers, knocked hard, and pushed the compartment door open, a not-so-small gap in the process. Li Yongming was startled and subconsciously dodged to the side, then immediately stood up straight again, came to the position of the doorway, and said apprehensively, Good noon, leaders, I'm Shali from Ijia Real Estate, Tungyin Branch. Oh, Love Family Real Estate. Li, hello, what can I do for you? A tall, thin man sitting near the door turned around with a faintly puzzled look on his face. Li Yongming instantly recognized him. Wang Dongrui from the engineering department of Yunqi Property. Opposite him, there was also a majestic-looking middle-aged man, wearing a casual suit and looking imposing. The other party's gaze swept in, and Li Yongming felt like he was meeting a big leader of the company. He carefully put half of his body inside and smiled. That, Supervisor Wang, there's something I want to talk to you about. I don't know if it's convenient. It's inconvenient to have an important guest in today. Supervisor Wang shook his head perfunctorily. Li Yongming's face reddened, wanting to say something, but afraid of offending the other party. After all, this is their company's customer. But with the goddess right behind him, he was in a real dilemma. Gao Mengting, who had been waiting all this time, was a bit unable to look on, and directly opened the door and appeared in the box, with a warm and sincere smile on his face. Good day to you, Supervisor Wang. I'm a merchant of the Baoyun Center. Because of a business situation, I want to return the rent early. About the contract and the security deposit, I hope to talk to your company. Supervisor Wang frowned, somewhat unhappy. I'm only in charge of the engineering department. You can contact our company's investment and development department or the legal department for this issue. Gao Mingting looked into the box and did not see that head of the investment promotion and development department. Son, biting his lip, he asked. I contacted your company's staff before, but the conditions they gave were a bit harsh, and on my side, I did. Supervisor Wang raised his hand to stop. Our company has rules and regulations, and it's impossible to change a signed contract. It was at this moment that the middle-aged man in a casual suit suddenly spoke up. Old Wang, don't say so serious. This is not your office. It scares other little girls. Supervisor Wang froze and said with a smile, Mr. Huang is right. Mr. Huang looked at the soft and sexy Gao Mingting and smiled. Hello, I'm also a merchant of the Baoyun Center. Old son of the merchandising department went out to pick up a friend, and will come over in a while. Why don't you guys sit down and wait for a while? This is Huang Yangming, the owner of Yunli Hotel. Mr. Huang. Supervisor Wang took the initiative to introduce. Then thank you, Mr. Huang, for your kind words. Gao Mingting took a deep breath and sat down on an empty seat, her full breasts rising and falling. Yunli Hotel was located in the building of Baoyun Center, occupying 3 whole floors of space, and it was a star hotel that was quite famous in Yancheng. This Mr. Huang is a real big shot. As a real estate agent in this area, Li Yongming naturally knew what it meant to be the owner of such a hotel. Carefully following, he sat down next to him, and his whole body became taut, not daring to take a breath. Huang Yangming looked at Gao Mengting's beautiful face and asked with interest, seeing that you're not very old, what kind of business are you in? With a standard smile on her face, Gao Mingting said, opened a clothing store, small business, can't compare to you, Mr. Huang. Clothing, pretty good. Speaking of which, I still have shares of Huashan Clothing in my hands, so we're kind of related. Huashan Clothing? Gao Mingting crossed her arms together. This is the leader of the clothing production industry in Yen City. Like thunder. On the side, Li Yongming hung his head slightly, shrinking like a small transparency, and followed with a dry laugh from time to time. Chapter 46 Fu Guang and Moon Shadow. Demon Ling, good guy. I'm straight up good guy. So you're in Yen City too. You said you'd take care of the food and shelter. Good brother. Turn around and wait for me to lose my job. Directly to find you ah. Seeing this enthusiastic netizens reply to his message from yesterday, Tang Song froze. I didn't realize it was kind of fate to be in the same city. Smiling, he replied, no problem. Even though I live in a 1-bedroom apartment, a 1 meter 5 bed can perfectly sleep the 2 of us. Back to the main screen. Just about to go to the next note. A voice rang in his ears. Mr. Tang, good noon. I didn't expect to run into you over here. Tang Song raised his head in surprise, looked at the chubby man in front of him, stood up and said with some uncertainty, you are the son of Yunqi Property. Right. Old son from the investment promotion and development department. Sun Jiajie. Sun Jiajie had an enthusiastic smile on his face, and his meaty face looked a bit naive. Hello Supervisor Sun. The last time he was in the Yunqi building, Manager Ma directly brought 7 or 8 people over to receive them, many of whom he didn't remember the names of. Sun Jiajie patted the gentlemanly man with gold-rimmed glasses next to him and introduced, Mr. Tang, this is the director of the sales department of Huiguang Decoration, He Zhanglei, and it was Huiguang who did the decorating work for your set of offices. Hello Mr. Tang. Although He Zhanglei didn't know the identity of the young man in front of him, But looking at Sun Jiajia's attitude, he knew that it must not be low. Tang Song politely shook his hand. Hello director he. Mr. Tang, are you waiting for someone? Tang Song raised the number plate clutched in his hand and laughed. There are more people at lunchtime. They're lining up. Sun Jiajia's small eyes lit up and immediately spoke. Why don't we join together? We mainly came over this time to talk to a client about the renovation and remodeling of the hotel. Tang Song shook his head. No need. There are other friends coming later. Next time then. Sun Jiajia pulled out a card from his pocket and shoved it into his hand. Mr. Tang, Juhui de Hotel has business cooperation with our company. This is the Platinum VIP card here. There are special reserved boxes upstairs. Thinking that he was going to talk about cooperation with Gao Mingting next, the box was indeed more suitable. Tang Song didn't refuse. Then I'll use it first, and return it to Supervisor Sun when I get back to Yunqi Mansion. Sun Jiajia quickly waved his hand and said, Don't. Mr. Tang, you're joking. It's just a card. There are still a lot of them on my side. Just take it and use it. After that, he walked over to the front desk and exchanged a few familiar words with the lobby manager. Mr. Tang, it's already been arranged. There's still a box on the third floor. I'll take Director He there first and go toast you later. Thank you. If it wasn't for Supervisor Sun today, I might have had to wait a long time. You are too polite. Just call me Old Sun. This is my personal business card. You can contact me anytime if anything happens. The three men talked their way up the stairs and parted at the passageway. Tang Song was brought to a private room called Fu Guang by the waiter. The decor is classical and atmospheric, with separate restrooms and lounges. Very upscale. Witness the other man disappear from sight. He Zhanglei asked in a low voice. Old Sun, what is this Mr. Tang's origin? Sun Jiajia stretched out his fingers to point upward. Our head office Yunqi Group personally arranged for the customer. Self-retained office area hard cut down a piece of the transfer to others. You think? So it is. He Zhanglei's expression stagnated. It was nothing more than power or wealth that could make Yunqi Group do this. There were a few guesses in his heart instantly, and he somewhat regretted that he hadn't taken the initiative to give his business card just now. Let's go. Let's take care of General Manager Huang first. This is a big deal. Sun Jiajia patted his shoulder and pushed open the door of the box with a smile on his face, shouting, Long time waiting for Mr. Huang. Ha ha, I've grabbed the old he from Hui Guang decoration. What are the requirements to mention directly to him? The price guarantees your satisfaction. Immediately afterward, he saw a pair of strange men and women in the box suddenly stand up and look at him lustfully. Sun Jiajia raised an eyebrow and didn't bother with them. Bringing He Zhanglei to Huang Yangming's side, the three exchanged warm pleasantries. Huang Yangming pointed to Gao Mengting and casually said, Old Sun, this MS. Gao is looking for you with some urgent matters. Why don't you guys talk first? Gao Mengting quickly spoke. Supervisor Sun, I'm a tenant of the Baoyun Center cluster building. Because of the business problems, the store needs to surrender its lease, but the previous contract states that it needs to make up the rent for the rest of the lease period, minus all the security deposit. Indeed, Baoyun Center has an office building, business, and a hotel. The location is outstanding, so the lease is relatively strict. Seeing Huang Yangming's face, Sun Jiajia's attitude was quite good. Gao Mingting bit her lip and whispered, I'm having financial difficulties right now, and for the 4 months of rent that I need to make up, can you see if you can reduce or waive some of it? Or postpone it for a while? Sun Jiajia was a bit embarrassed. MS. Gao, this is a company rule. Huang Yangming took a sip of white wine and laughed softly. Old Sun, this Miss Gao is my friend. Gao Mingting's heart jumped, knowing that things had taken a turn for the worse. This, Sun Jiajia is, after all, a person who has been mixing with society for many years. Naturally, he can see Huang Yangming's meaning. Okay, since Mr. Huang has opened his mouth, then I'll turn around and communicate with the legal department. Full exemption is impossible, and the security deposit won't be refunded, so you can postpone the replenishment date for a couple of months. Delayed a few months. Supervisor Wang of the engineering department spoke up at the right time. If you surrender the lease, you don't have to restore the store to its original state. Some bumps on the walls and floor are fine. I'll say hello during the acceptance inspection. Hearing the words of the two leaders, Gao Mingting was instantly relieved. Although it wasn't the best outcome, it was still a cushion. After thinking about it, he carefully asked, Supervisor Sun, then it would be appropriate for me to go to the property company to look for you next weekday? The night was long, and she didn't want any more changes, so she set the time first before the other side pushed and didn't care. Next Wednesday, I think, after 10 a.m. Sun Jiajie said an exact time. Gao Mingting took out her cell phone and set an alarm clock, and said seriously, "Thank you very much for the two leaders' understanding, and thank you for Mr. Huang's help. Then we won't bother you all to talk about the big event." Huang Yangming casually pointed to the cell phone on the table. "Ms. Gao's ability and qualities are very good. I appreciate young people like you. Add a WeChat. We can talk when we have time. Thank you for Mr. Huang's recognition." Gao Mingting's expression could not be seen as anything unusual, and she smiled as she swept the code to add her friend. Walk out the door of the box. Li Yongming let out a long breath, not knowing what to say for a moment, looking at the ceiling awkwardly. He hadn't really been much help with this today, and had seemed a bit redundant instead. Gao Mingting looked at her cell phone and asked, "Tang Song just happens to be in the Fu Guang box on the 3rd floor. Do you want to go there together?" Li Yongming immediately said, "Meng Ting, this Tang Song looks like an unreliable person. Since the matter has been settled, we might as well just withdraw." Gao Mingting frowned and said, "Since you've already promised someone, you can't break the promise. If you don't want to go, then forget it. Go, I'll go." Li Yongming nodded his head in a hurry. "Let's go, Meng Ting. I'll take you there." Gao Mingting took one last look at the door of Moon Shadow's compartment, gripped her cell phone hard, and took a step towards Fu Guang. Chapter 47, Mr. Tang, you continue to pretend. Knock, 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 come in. The compartment door was slowly pushed open. Gao Mingting came in a graceful figure. "Mr. Tang, sorry to keep you waiting. Ms. Gao, please take a seat." Tang Song stood up and said, "I haven't been here long either. The food hasn't even been served yet." "Thanks." Gao Mingting smiled and sat down. Li Yongming surveyed the surroundings of the box for a while and sked inside. "It's just a lunch. You're so generous. Juhuida's box low consumption is $1,200. Tang Song is clearly rushing to rip off Gao Mingting. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know that his goddess wasn't a flamboyant nature and didn't like this kind of wasteful behavior. That's how a lot of rich kids who pursued her during college were eliminated. Tang Song didn't bother with the conspicuous bag and handed over the iPad with the order. "I ordered a few signature dishes. See if there's anything else you want to eat." Gao Mingting reached out to take it, briefly swept it, and laughed. "It's already a lot. We can't even finish these. How are the rent talks going?" "It went pretty well, I guess. At least it can be pushed back a couple months, and I'll be able to make up for it when I get rid of the goods in my warehouse." Gao Mingting put her bag on the chair next to her and leaned back as a whole, her eyes looking up at the dazzling chandelier on the ceiling. "Then it's good that the hardest time is over. From the first day I met her, I sensed that her entire being was in a state of tightness and exhaustion." Seeing her finally relax, Tang Song was also happy for her. Li Yongming looked at the two men who were talking and laughing and raised his eyebrows. Couldn't help but interject. "Today the property leader happens to be entertaining a big client. With this big shot present, Meng Ting's matter can only be resolved smoothly." He raised his voice a bit when he said big shot. "Yunli Hotel, you listen. Young Min." Li Yongming wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Gao Mingting's serious voice. Seeing the goddess's eyes, Li Yongming smiled awkwardly and forced himself to explain. "It's not that I want Tang Song to grow up." Gao Mingting pursed her full lips, and was really a little disappointed in this old classmate of hers. "This was the case in college, and now that it's been 3 years since I graduated, I still haven't improved my mental and personal skills much. The point is that it doesn't listen." While this was going on, the waiter with the trays came in and served the rest of the food. Tang Song reached out toward Gao Mingting. "Let's eat and talk." "Okay, to be honest, I'm kinda hungry. I haven't eaten much since last night. I've heard that this place has the best Sichuan tripe. Try it. The texture is so nice and tender and bouncy. Yummy." The two chatted briefly, and the atmosphere gradually became pleasant and harmonious. Gao Mingting got up and picked up the teapot, taking the initiative to help Tang Song pour a cup of tea. Li Yongming, who was sitting on the sidelines, froze and his face became ugly. Gao Mingting pondered for a moment and said, "Why does Mr. Tang suddenly want to start a clothing e-commerce business? You can tell me a little bit about your idea. Even if you can't cooperate, I can still provide you with some reference suggestions." She wasn't an uneducated person and had a few eyes for people. Tang Song bought a car to pay cleanly, and today came to support his business. Drove them to Juhuide, but also deliberately opened the box, ordered so many signature dishes. The fact that he can do this at least shows that he is sincere, patient and confident. Now that a stone in her heart has fallen to the ground, She doesn't mind listening to the other side to talk about the business venture. Whether or not it will work is another story. At least the attitude should be correct. Tang Song weighed his words. The company I'm currently working for is engaged in the clothing channel trade, which is the main reason I chose this industry. Oh, is it convenient to say which company? Fairview Trading. Gao Mingting was surprised. This is the big brother of Yanqing's clothing trade. I've been in contact with your company's agent before. Tang Song gently nodded his head and described the advantages in suppliers and source data. The eyes of Gao Mingting, who was quietly listening, grew brighter and brighter. Cannot help but lament. My initial sources are in the 1688, love to buy and sell. More and more platforms to find. One by one contact. A piece of test comparison. It is not easy to run through the channel, because the genuine goods cannot get a competitive price, so mainly to do the withdrawal of the tail list. After talking about the supply chain, Gaomont has set her mind right. I can see that Tang Song has really put in the work and isn't kidding. The two then talked about platform selection, payback cycles, after sales, and pre-start number ideas. When he heard Tang Song mention $1 million and Yunqi Mansion office again, and sent out an invitation for cooperation, Gao Mingting hadn't had a chance to speak. Li Yongming could no longer sit still, laughed softly a few times, and asked excitedly, taking the liberty of asking, which floor is your Yunqi Mansion office on? How many zeros? 30 floors, 200 square feet of office space combined in 3001 and 3002. Li Yongming excitedly slapped the table and smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Big brother, can you know the truth first when you are blowing up your power? I could have laughed at your comment just now about having $1 million ready to go. But the 30th floor of the Cloud Creek building is the real estate company's own office space and is never rented out. Don't be sophomoric. I'm a housing agent for Love Home Realty, and I'm also currently acting as an agent for the external rental business of Cloud Creek Mansion, so I know the place very well. I didn't say it was rented. Tang Song frowned and said towards Gao Mingting, the office is my own property right. There's no pressure of rent. This, Gao Mingting froze, somewhat unresponsive. Li Yongming gave a thumbs up. Good guy. It's getting more and more exaggerated. Why don't you just say that the entire Yunqi Mansion is yours? Or exaggerate a bit more and say that you're the boss of Yunqi Real Estate. Then I have to address you as Mr. Tang. Hey, Mr. Tang, you continue. The box was instantly quiet, and a faint awkwardness lingered in the air. Gao Mingting bit her lip, wanting to say something. She naturally knows that Yunqi Mansion and Baoyun Center are both projects developed by Yunqi Real Estate. And the property is also the same set of team. Very few of the titles there are for sale to the public. Knock, knock, not dash. The knock on the door suddenly sounded. A somewhat familiar voice came from the doorway. Mr. Tang, is it convenient for you now? Chapter 48. The compartment door was gently pushed open. The chubby Sun Jiajie and the tall and thin Wang Dongrui walked in. Immediately afterward, he saw two familiar people. Wang Dongrui was stunned. Sun Jiajie subconsciously blinked, looked at Tang Song, then looked at the sexy and beautiful Gao Mingting, and seemed to have guessed something. A fine layer of sweat instantly dipped from his forehead. Just now he and old Wang hadn't helped Huang Yangming brush this Miss Gao's favor in the box. It's just so ing that it's lying down. He swallowed his saliva and hurriedly said enthusiastically, Mr. Tang, I didn't expect that the friend you were waiting for was Ms. Gao. This is really too much of a coincidence. Hearing this, a bright light flashed in Tang Song's head. Gao Mingting came over today to find the property leader of Baoyun Center to talk about the matter of surrendering the rent, and at that time, Li Yongming also seemed to have mentioned the investment promotion and development department, only that he had not been thinking about this aspect. It appears that Baoyun Center is also the responsibility of Cloud Creek Properties. After a moment's electric thought, it seemed that the cooperative venture was a sure thing. He glanced at Li Yongming and Gao Mingting, who were in a state of stagnation, and laughed. Quite a coincidence indeed. Both of them were veterans who had been in society for many years and quickly reacted. Sun Jiajie hurriedly raised the glass in his hand and said in an apprehensive tone, Mr. Tang, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Thank you for supporting our work. I'll toast to you as well. Wang Dongrui followed closely behind. After saying that, the two of them simply drank it all in one go. Tang Song followed and took a sip from his teacup. Sitting on the chair, Li Yongming only felt a rush of hot blood. His face red, biting down hard on his lip. A sharp pain hit him. What the is going on? I was just teasing Mr. Tang, and you guys really picked up on it? What the hell? It's not like we're hiring extras, is it? He stared wide-eyed toward the two men, who were indeed the leaders of the Cloud Creek property. For a moment, his mind buzzed, and the high-grade solid wood seat underneath him was as if it were on fire. Sun Jiajie spat out a breath and looked at Gao Mingting with some apprehension. "Ms. Gao, I hope you'll forgive me if I was wrong before." No. Supervisor Sun has already helped me a lot." Returning to her senses, Gao Mingting immediately stood up and looked at the property leader in front of her, her gaze still somewhat incredulous. Sun Jiajie's eyes flashed, and his tone was sincere. "Mr. Tang, before we were unaware that Ms. Gao was your friend. Regarding the matter of returning the rent, everything is fine, and we guarantee to satisfy you. Ms. Gao, we will refund your security deposit in full. In addition, the rent for the remaining lease period on the contract doesn't need to be paid. I'll make arrangements for this matter right away." Hearing this, Gao Mingting's mind was confused for a moment. Compromising so readily on his rent refund, he treated Tang Song with obvious respect. That general manager Huang of the Yunli Hotel was present, and none of them had such a low profile. The implications of what this represents can be imagined. She didn't move and swept Tang Song's eyes and said softly, "Thank you for Supervisor Sun's help." "You're welcome. If Ms. Gao encounters any problems in the future, just come to us," Tang Song asked politely. "Why don't you two sit down and have some together?" Sun Jiajie quickly waved his hand and said, Don't bother. We still have work to talk about over there, mainly with old Wang over to toast you. This is withdrawn. Next time then." "Okay. When Mr. Tang is free, I'll make the arrangements. Bye. Click. The door to the box was slowly closed. Tang Song's heart instantly loosened up a lot. Just now, in order to maintain the image in front of the two property executives, made his face a little stiff. He looked at Gao Mingting, who was still standing there, and smiled. "Boss Gao, now you shouldn't doubt what I said, right?" Gao Mingting blinked, a bright smile blooming on her face as she walked quickly to him. Raising her eyebrows and eyes, she stretched out her slender and snowy hand and said, "Mr. Tang, let's formally get acquainted. My name is Gao Mingting, a native of Wushan City in Yin Province, a graduate of the 20th grade of the Marketing Management major of Yenching University, so you can just call me Mingting. Thank you very much for your endorsement, and I'm sure we'll have a great time working together next. Our business will surely blossom into a shining light in the industry as well, and I won't let you down." Tang Song froze and reached out to shake her hand. Happy cooperation. The delicate warmth of his touch into his hand and his eyes meeting each other made his mind tremble slightly. It felt like there was a strong shadow of Xie Shuyu on the Gao Mingting in front of her. There is indeed a unique charm and confidence in a business elite who earned over $100,000 on the side while in college and started his own e-commerce business from zero. Previously, she was betrayed by two close friends, suffered from pressure from all sides, and her entire being was in a state of depression. Nowadays, this self-confident and high-spirited look may be the real Gao Mingting. The two men let go of their hands. Gao Mingting smiled. "Mr. Tang, I have a lot of ideas about our company's incorporation, business planning, and future outlook. Let's talk while we eat." The opportunity was right in front of her, and as an entrepreneur who had struggled in the community for years and was hungry for success, she knew better than anyone what the right choice was. At this point she had a strong premonition that she would experience a different landscape. Tang Song looked at the glowing Gao Mingting and nodded with a smile. "Good." Sitting across from him, Li Yongming clasped his hands together, his face flushed white and red for a while, worried and apprehensive at the same time. It was as if 10,000 straw horses were running wild in my heart. Gao Mingting turned her gaze to her fidgety old classmate and said, "Yongming, aren't you going to take your clients to see the house later?" "Yes, it's to look at the house. I almost forgot." Li Yongming took out his cell phone in a panic and looked at it. "It's almost time. I'll leave first. Bye." After saying that, he directly trotted away from the box, not even bothering to close the door. Gao Mingting sighed, got up and closed the door behind her. Embarrassed. "Forgive me, Mr. Tang, his personality is indeed unpleasant, but he really isn't considered a bad person. And what we're going to talk about next is rather important. It's not too convenient for him to be present." Tang Song saw her meaning and smiled warmly. "I'm not as petty as you think, and I didn't take his provocation to heart." Gao Mingting laughed softly. "Rather, it's me who has taken the heart of a small woman for the heart of General Manager Tang. There's no need to keep addressing me as Mr. Tang, we're about the same age. Just call me by my name." "That won't do." Gao Mingting shook her head and said in a serious manner, "When our company is established and my shares are in my hands, I'll call you Old Tang or Little Tang at that time. But right now you must be Mr. Tang. She laughed at herself as she said it. The two of them joked with each other for a few moments, and the atmosphere instantly warmed up as they began to get down to business. Gao Mingting has obviously considered converting her individual business to a limited company, and is very clear about the business registration process, contractual statutes, systems and management systems, and speaks with confidence and insight. Tang Song just quietly looked at him, her mind suddenly in a trance for a moment. The scene of recruiting elite characters in the game seemed very similar to the scene in front of me. I wonder what they are like in reality. Swish! The curtain of light suddenly unfolded in front of him. On April 22, 2023, you have successfully recruited your first quality talent, who has demonstrated integrity, responsibility, self-confidence, communication and execution skills, all of which you are very satisfied with, and you believe that she is the entrepreneurial partner you are looking for who shares your outlook, and that you will work together to realize your personal dreams and pursuits. You've completed the hidden mission. It's not you. You have obtained the special item Project Feasibility Report. Chapter 49 Sung Mei Clothing. From the buyer's order to the system settlement process is more. The initial payback cycle is about 20 days. Due to the relatively large cash flow requirements, peers are basically in the bank to do business loans, mortgages. The risk is actually not small. We can consider focusing on a single category in the early. In the quiet box, Gao Mingting was still talking non-stop. Tang Song closed the system interface and listened attentively. He had been learning about it on the internet in recent days, but it was far from as clear and concise as what Gao Mingting had said. Soon he had a complete orientation of his startup, and his original disorganized thoughts were gradually straightened out. After lunch, I walked out of the front door of the Juwide and re-stood in front of the Wuling Honda. Gao Mingting's gaze showed a strong sense of love and gratitude, and she couldn't help but reach out and stroke the car's rearview mirror. It's been a real blessing, accompanying me on my eastward journey into the world when I first graduated, and pulling you, a nobleman, to my side when my life was in the mud. Tang Song patted the body and laughed. Maybe it's fate. Thank you, Tang Song. Gao Mingting turned to look at him, her hands behind her back. The cool wind blew her bangs and high ponytail out of her face, and her pretty face smiled like a flower. At this moment, Gao Mingting displayed the vigor and temperament that she should have at her age. Tang Song was silent for a moment and suggested, "Partner, should we go inspect the company's office?" "Yes," Gao Mingting immediately answered. "You're driving? Please." Tang Song pulled the car keys out of his pocket and shook them, throwing them directly at her. Gao Mingting caught it accurately, the corner of her mouth raised in a big arc. "Depart." Lights flashing, car unlocked. Tang Song leaned on the back of the passenger seat, breathing in the faint fragrance, and opened the system interface to check the item information. Project Feasibility Report. Write the project content, planning, positioning and other comprehensive information you want to implement to the above. You can automatically carry out a comprehensive feasibility analysis of the project to generate a project feasibility report for project decision makers to provide sufficient basis, planning and data analysis to ensure that the project can be implemented. Note, the more detailed the information you provide, the more accurate the feasibility report will be generated. Seeing the contents of the introduction, Tang Song's heart instantly became much more solid. It was a godsend for him who was starting his own business. Dependable partners, quality supply chain, enough upfront capital, no rent office, plus a feasibility report from the system. If this could still fail, then he could simply lie flat and eat low. Park the car in the underground parking lot of the Cloud Creek mansion. The two took the elevator and went straight to the 30th floor of the building. Pushing open the brightly lit glass door, Gao Mingting stepped on the soft, silent carpet and turned around the office. From time to time, hands brush over desks, walls, potted plants, sofas. Tang Song quietly followed beside her and didn't make any introductions. Finally, she stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of her office area, looking down at the miniature view of the city outside. Rolling overcast clouds made the sky a little dim, but it didn't dampen her bright mood in the least. Gao Mingting took a deep breath and lamented. "It's even better than I imagined. And the decoration specifications are very high, although the area isn't that big. This is Yunxi Mansion, the top office building in Yancheng, and what I once thought of for the future. At one time, her plan for Miet's clothing store was to convert to a limited company as soon as possible, rent another office, and try to scale up the team and the business. One day it could have its own place in the core business circle of Yancheng." After chatting for a while about their dreams, the two leaned back on the macaroon-colored cloud couch in the corner. Gao Mingting stretched out her slender legs and folded her hands on the small of her back. talking about some interesting stories on the road to entrepreneurship. The undulating dress outlines the curves of a sexy body. Tang Song turned his face sideways and secretly admired the beauty for a while. Gao Mingting suddenly twisted over to meet his gaze and curiously said, "By the way, what is the name of our company?" Tang Song froze and said, "It hasn't been decided yet. How about calling it Ode to Beauty? Ode of Praise, Beautiful Beauty. Sanmi? Ode, Beauty." Gao Mingting chanted twice, her eyes a bit averted. "Very good. Celebrating beautiful things, also in line with our strategy of specializing in women's clothing." Despite what she said, she couldn't help but feel her heart beating a little faster. Ode should refer to Tang Song, and Mei shouldn't refer to Mei Ting, right? Is this a metaphor for both of them? Then it's settled. Song Mei Clothing Trading Company Limited. Tang Song fell backward and leaned his entire body against the sofa, looking at the empty ceiling as if he saw Secretary Jin's figure. As the first business started in the real world, he still wanted some linkage to the game. Smile, Ode to Beauty, and hope that the never-before-seen MS. Kim feels her heart, preferably bursting with rewards. Jingle bells dash. The cell phone rang suddenly. Gao Mingting hurriedly stood up and pulled her cell phone out of her bag. "It's an unknown number that I don't recognize. Get on the phone." A familiar voice rang in her ears. "Meng Ting, this is Huiwan. How have you been?" Gao Mingting's hand clenched hard and hung up the phone directly. Her brows knitted tightly. Tang Song got up and came to her side, asking, "What happened?" "Nothing. A call from my ex-partner." Jingle bells dash. The bell rang again. Gao Mingting bit her lip and still picked up the phone. In a calm tone, he said, "Just say what you have to say. My time is precious." The caller was silent for a moment and said, "Meng Ting, I know you've been having a hard time lately, and I'm calling this time because I want to give you a hand. Help me?" Gao Mingting was infuriated and laughed. "Shen Huiwan, do you have the face to say such words? Do your own math on how much I've helped you over the years? And how have you treated me? I don't want to reminisce about the past with you right now, and I do want to help you this time by calling. The clothes in your warehouse should be hard to handle, right? I discussed it with Jingmen and I can help you digest some of it, but at a 70% discount. This way you have the money to get through the hard times and we get the right goods. A win-win situation for everyone. How about it?" Gao Mingting spat. "Dream on." After saying that, he simply hung up the phone, his eyes still glittering with anger. Her biggest headache at the moment is the backlog of inventory. Although the clothes are all of good quality and branded, she doesn't have the right channels to dispose of them. These two also knew this best, which is why they wanted to take advantage of the fire and get her goods at a low price. Tang Song, who was standing next to him, heard some of the call intermittently. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "How many clothes do you have left over there in the store plus the warehouse?" "More than 4,000 pieces of clothing, high school and low grade. Total value of more than $300,000. I have been in contact with previous suppliers to help deal with it, and the last time I sold my car was to raise money to unblock the channel relationship. There's no need to deal with it first. When the company's registration is complete, your batch of clothes will just come in handy, and we'll have plenty of time to pick other supply channels." Hearing this, Gao Mingting immediately understood what he meant. She pursed her lips, looked up at him, and said seriously, "Thank you. I'll turn around and put together a list of goods for you, but just value the acquisition at $160,000, and discount the rest of the dresses by $100,000 as a personal my investment in the partnership, so I can take equity with peace of mind. You don't have to worry about the company registration. I'll start preparing the materials and contacting the agents tomorrow, and it'll definitely be done by next Wednesday." "Yes." Tang Song didn't hesitate and extended his hand again. "Happy cooperation, Meng Ting. Happy cooperation, Tang Song." Chapter 50, Bringing Up the Car. Monday, April 24th, 2023. Overcast, 8 to 13 degrees Celsius. At 6 a.m. The excellent biological clock woke up Don Song. Change into workout clothes, drink a glass of warm water, go to the bathroom, smile, and start your daily fasted cardio. After breakfast and a short break, another half hour of postural training was done. Tang Song packed up his things and took a taxi to Yancheng Bada BMW 4S store. It took almost half an hour to reach the destination due to the distance and the rush hour commute. Walking through the inductive glass doors, the enthusiastic salesgirl immediately greeted me. "Hello sir, what can I do for you? Is Akina Yu from the sales department in? I have an appointment with her." The salesgirl yelled in one direction. "Nana, your client is here. Yuchiona standing in the counter hurriedly trotted over. In her early 20s, with pretty features, short medium hair, wearing a black lady's suit overskirt, looking very spirited, Tang Song directly took out his ID card from his pocket and handed it over. "Hello, I'm here to pick up the car." Yuchiona took the ID card and glanced at it. Her heart skipped a beat, and the expression on her face immediately became vivid. "Mr. Tang, you first go to the rest area and wait for a few moments. I will immediately go and arrange the car pickup process for you." "Okay, thanks." Tang Song sat down on the large sofa in the corner, his eyes scanning the spacious and luxurious oversized showroom, as well as a flowing BMW car. "I have a mental picture of my own 3:30 Obsidian night and can't wait to see it in the flesh." After waiting for 10 or so minutes, Yuchiona walked quickly and bent down to his side. "Mr. Tang, your car has arrived at the pickup area. I'll take you there." "Okay, thanks." The brightly lit pickup area was adorned with a variety of flowers, balloons, and ornaments, and a car covered in a black dust sheet was hibernating quietly. The smooth and natural body lines are hidden and full of a different kind of beauty. Yuchiona smiled and said, "Mr. Tang, do you want to lift the dust cloth yourself? I'll take a picture to record it for you." "Okay, hard work." Tang Song nodded gently. After all, it was the first time he had experienced the car lifting ceremony, and it felt quite new. Grab the soft texture of the dust cloth, pull back hard, and the black and translucent body is gradually revealed. The BMW 330i, which is directly under the light, exudes a deep luster, like obsidian, which is both calm and atmospheric, and elegant and dynamic. The wide front grille echoes the sharp headlights on both sides, delivering a strong visual impact. The black paint job makes the body lines more distinct and look smooth, natural and very sophisticated. Tang Song took a deep breath and felt his heartbeat accelerate. It's a standard axle 332.0 T 245 horsepower, rear-wheel drive. Charcoal black exterior with volcano red interior is very nice. 360 panoramic view, 16 Harman Kardon stereos, head-up display, blue brow headlights. The options section basically pulls out all the stops with 19-inch smoked alloy wheels. Driver assistance system, winter package, comfort package. Tang Song listened to the salesgirl's introduction while checking the car inside and out. After confirming that there were no problems, I signed the acceptance form with alacrity. With that, a bright voice came from behind. "Sorry, Mr. Tang, I'm late." Tang Song turned back and saw a man in his 30s walking over, wearing a suit and uniform, with a straight figure and meticulously tousled hair. Sales Yuchiona looked aghast and hurriedly bent down to greet Mr. Zhao. Hearing this name, Tang Song also reacted. This should be the same Mr. Zhao who helped him transfer the car from the field. A warm smile raised on Mr. Zhao's face as he took the initiative to reach out his hand. "Hello, Mr. Tang. I'm the sales director of Yancheng Bada Auto Sales and Service Company, Zhao Wenyu. Thank you for your trust in our car dealership. Please forgive me if there are any areas of poor service." "Hello, Mr. Cho." The two men gently shook hands and exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Zhao Wenyu introduced the car to him again in detail, and finally added, "In order to let Mr. Tang get his favorite car as soon as possible, we specially contacted the head office and transferred a current car from Rongqing with the same options and color scheme as yours, so we hope you will be satisfied." "Thanks, I'm happy with it." "You are too polite. We have internal channels on our side. Licensing and insurance can be done for you before noon. If you're not busy, you can go to the rest area on the second floor to have some fun. There's billiards, a movie theater, massage chairs, and coffee snacks over there." Tang Song looked at the time and smiled. "Okay." Zhao Wenyu didn't stay much longer, talking and doing things with a sense of proportion, and left directly after brushing his favor and showing his face in front of him. Inside the rest area on the second floor, Tang Song was surprised to find a large bookshelf. A number of literary works and fashion magazines were neatly arranged on it. After selecting for a while, he drew a copy of The Old Man and the Sea from it, sat down on a massage chair, and read it carefully while sipping the coffee handed to him by sales. After a while, the cell phone suddenly rang. Tang Song put down the book in his hand and pulled out his cell phone to look at it. It was a local landline number. "Get on the phone." A sweet voice came from the opposite side. "Hello Tang Song, I'm Tian Jing from the Human Resources Department. Is it convenient to talk now?" Tang Song raised his eyebrows. "Convenient. Fairview Trading Company." Tian Jing sat in her office, shaking her legs a little nervously, thinking about what to say next. This was the first time she had done such a dishonorable thing since she was promoted to payroll supervisor. and she really couldn't get over that hurdle in her heart. After hesitating for a while, she opened WeChat and clicked into a group called Secondary Yuan. There was a discussion going on in there about cosplay styles. She left a direct message. Mayday, mayday, mayday. At Charles at Rhyme. 2 workplace gurus help me. Something's wrong. Since it was at work point and her tone was urgent, someone soon replied. Ching, what's wrong, Jing? Is someone bullying you in the company? Silk, it's not like I'm being bullied in the workplace. Is it? I'm still in school and I'm shaking with color. Tianjing, I am not now responsible for the company's salary management. The head of the technical department to discuss with me. Want to knock an ordinary staff? Let me talk to him. If you agree to a 10% pay cut can stay. Do not agree to go directly to the exit procedures. I always feel that such a practice is very despicable. Cannot say. How to do. Rhyming, oh. Isn't this a typical black-hearted leader? Xiao Jing. Are you going to aid and abet the evil? Tian Jing, but. This is my job, eh? Our human resources director agreed to it. There will definitely be similar things finding their way to my head in the future. So distressed. What do you guys think I should say to make him less sad? Rhyme, why don't you put on a maid cosplay and go talk to him so you can mend his broken heart? Silk, I've got a set of high-cut ones here. At Shizuku, do you want them? 99 shipped. There were instantly more flirtatious replies below. What with the tails, bells and belts coming out? It made Tianjing blush. Tapping the keyboard angrily, he said, You, shut up, you little baka. I'm talking about business. At Ching Ching, aren't you in charge of dozens of people in your company? Teach me, big brother. After waiting for a while, Haruka finally gave a reply. Ching Ching, you can first express your appreciation and love for his character and ability. Make a strong effort to praise his merits. Chat with him in a friend-like manner. Let him relax, and then finally reveal your true intentions politely. With the approval of such a budding girl like you, I believe he will be a lot more comfortable. Tianjing read it carefully twice, and her heart was finally a little bit more confident. Picked up the phone on the desk and dialed. Chapter 51. Shizuku was trying to get stronger. There was a pause of a few seconds on the other side of the phone, and Tianjing's voice came again. Song, it's been 5 months since you joined our company, right? 5 months and 7 days. I joined Fairview Trading on November 17th last year. Tang Song's eyes showed faint memories. On November 7th, the day of winter, he himself ate dumplings with white moonlight in the Imperial City. She then set off for Deep City, spending 10 days on her own looking for a job, renting an apartment, and starting a job to get her feet wet in Yencheng. Every company that is able to pay salaries on time and pay the full amount of insurance and benefits is to be admired. He never had any ill feelings towards Fairview Trading and appreciated the security the company brought him during that time. You remember so clearly, eh? Tianjing was a bit surprised. Her voice was a bit timid as she said, I've always had a very good impression of you over these 5 months. Down to earth and serious. Outstanding work ability. A very, very good boy. Tang Song froze. Why did that sound a bit strange? Like he was about to confess? What a joke. Tianjing is the goddess of the company. The standard white rich beauty. How could she have a good feeling about him? A small transparent in the company. He bit his lip and said, Thank you, Supervisor Tian, for your affirmation. No need to be so polite. Just call me Xiao Jing. I've seen your attendance. You've never been late or left early, and from time to time you'll work late. I heard from Ming Li that you are a standard full-stack engineer, front-end, back-end and shell. Having previously worked in a major internet factory in the Imperial City, I admire tech gurus like you. Tianjing didn't speak very fast and stumbled every now and then, but her voice was sweet and delicate, and she complimented him on his good points the whole time, which made her sound very comfortable. Tang Song just leaned back in the massage chair, upturning the corners of his mouth to listen quietly. It is really admirable that you can lose weight so quickly, and you must share your experience with me when you have the chance. Then add WeChat later, and communicate together sometime. Good ah. Seemingly hearing that Tang Song was in a good mood, Tianjing continued. Also, there's a little bit of work to communicate with you ha. Oh, what is it? Tang Song sat up a little straighter, knowing that he was about to get to the point, and in his heart he probably guessed it. But this payroll supervisor is also really interesting. Opening his mouth first to himself a fierce praise. This is what a tart operation. It's like this. It's mainly about your salary. I don't know if Director Chen has communicated with you. Tang Song directly interrupted. Yes, a month ago, after the SCM project I did was successfully launched, Director Chen promised to give me a 10% salary adjustment. I've been waiting for Manpower's notification, but now it's been realized. Thank you, Jing. Tianjing's side seems to be stuck for a moment. Forehead for a while. Froze, unable to speak. Shizuku, are you okay? After taking several deep breaths, Tianjing said stiffly, it's true that there is a salary adjustment, but it's a 10% downward adjustment. How can I say this? I don't think that it has anything to do with you per se. After all, you're so good. But the company as a whole, the leaders may have their own considerations, and it's very hard for me to say this. After a moment of silence, Tang Song spoke, okay, I understand. Well, then, if you're okay with it, I'll see you tomorrow to sign the transfer contract. No, I won't accept it. Just go straight through the redundancy process. I'll mention it myself in the OA. Ah, Tianjing froze and said, well then, because you have been employed for less than half a year, you can only be given 5 months of compensation. Separation date, you write the end of the month on the line. The rest of these days, even if it is to do separation, hand over it. Attendance don't care. We'll count your full attendance. If you want to interview directly, go. Thanks. No need to thank you. It should be that, said Tianjing, wanting to speak. Ever since she said the 10% downward adjustment, Tang Song's voice had always been very calm, seeming to be truly devoid of sadness or joy. But this perverse behavior gave Tianjing a strong intuition that the other party was as heartbroken as death. She had learned about Tang Song's situation, an ordinary small-town youth with an average family. The company's popularity was actually very good and hardworking. She didn't understand why Superintendent Chen was hammering him, but it was her job duty and there was no escaping it. A strong sense of guilt weighs her down. Biting her lip with force, thinking of her groupmate's advice, Tianjing continued, when you finish your separation, let me treat you to a meal. I personally appreciate you very much, and I hope you won't be discouraged and find a new job soon. Way to go. Hearing that she wanted to invite herself to dinner, Tang Song instantly perked up and said with interest, yes, thank you, Xiao Jing. I actually appreciate you very much as well. I was also planning to leave my job, but now not only can I wool gather 5 months salary, but I can also have dinner with my goddess co-workers. Hearing Tang Song's voice that turned pleasant, Tianjing's heart finally let go, and sweetly said, that's all for now then. Feel free to find me if you have any problems. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Tang Song directly clicked on the company's large group, found Tianjing's avatar, and applied for WeChat friends. Innate JK sacred body, cold white skin, sweet looking, lovely character, rich girl. He, like other male colleagues, did appreciate Xiao Jing very much. Ding dong dash, the friend request went through. Boo! Tang Song snapped his fingers and stood up from the massage chair, looking at the rows of cars outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Now that the BMW 330i has arrived and the business is on track, the whole thing is in a state of confident exuberance. After passing Tang Song's friend request and informing the director of the technical department and the director of human resources about this matter one by one, Tianjing let out a long sigh of relief. Although she was upset at being forced by her dad to become a payroll supervisor, she would still try to be a competent little leader. Enter the WeChat group. Second time's the charm. Tianjing typed quickly. At Ching Ching, Big Brother is awesome. I did what you taught me. He's accepted the layoffs and ended up quite happy. He. The message was just sent out, and instantly caused a lot of groupies to crowd around. Silk, no thanks to the big sister in our group. At Ching, when I graduate and can't find a job, I'm going to defect to you. Cream, I want Haruka-san to maintain it too. Hakuno Tani, Yuna holding her face against the light. JPG, Ching, much, lowers head and sighs. The enthusiasm of the juniors is a bit too much for me to bear. At Shizuku, keep up the good work. Gazing at the stars, one day you'll be the CHO of a big group. Shizuku is trying to get stronger. After chatting in the group for a while longer, Tianjing was greatly encouraged and felt that she had learned a lot. She got into this group when she was in college, and over the years, a lot of people have left and come in. Usually, we mainly talk about secondary topics, fandoms, COS, and games. Everyone in the group has an identity they play, and it's not known if it's true or not. For example, Rhyme is a veteran game planner who joined this group to get a feel for what young people think and to better find inspiration. Jing is currently playing in H. Roho is new to the job market. On the other hand, this Ching Ching is a partner of a law firm, young and talented, with many trainee lawyers and assistant lawyers under her control. She also has a lover who is the president of a domestic group. From time to time, Haruka would update the group with some stories of the twists and turns between herself and this lover. At first, People naturally did not believe. And then she wrote more and more detailed, and even interspersed with some cases of trial, sadistic love, and workplace fights, and gradually gained everyone's recognition. If not a barrister, at least a business elite. Chapter 52, Halo Blitz. Hand cream for men. At 11:20 a.m. Sales Yuchona trotted over and informed him that he could pick up his car outside the gates of the 4S store. The blacked-out BMW 330i is dripping with color, with blue sky and white cloud markers dotting the body. Tang Song came to the car accompanied by a couple of salesmen. The license plate number was unexpectedly nice, pure numbers with 2 8s at the end. Yuchona handed over a thick file bag and said with a smile, "Mr. Tang, the car's driving license, contract, insurance and other information are all here, and these are the 2 car keys, please keep them." Tang Song reached out and took it, gazing at his new car, his fingers gently rubbing the keys casing. "Mr. Tang." Yuchona quickly walked to the rear of the car and gestured towards the trunk. "Our general manager Zhao has specially arranged to give you some gifts. I hope you'll like them. Thank Mr. Zhao for me." Tang Song smiled and opened the trunk, his eyes instantly lighting up. Bear dolls, umbrellas, thermos, boarding luggage, black and white bear keychains, mugs, car models. There is so much stuff that it takes up most of the trunk, so it should give all it can. Grip the cold door handle and get in the main car. The leather sports seats are wonderfully supportive and enveloping, with a subtle softness to the touch. The 3-spoke multifunction steering wheel is comfortable to grip, supports power adjustment and memory, and comes with shift paddles. The interior assembly is very well crafted, and the volcano red color scheme is very soft, not a strong bright red, and looks upscale and comfortable. Adjusted the seat, steering wheel position. Depress the brake and press the ignition button. A low engine rumbled. The floating dual-link screens are illuminated at the same time and the 12.3-inch LCD instrument cluster looks gorgeous. Sales Yuchona had a warm smile on her face. "Mr. Tang, I wish you a happy car. May the vast blue sky and white clouds favor your beauty and longing, and may your road ahead be smooth. Bye." Tang Song smiled and waved at her, closing the window and somewhat uncomfortably flicking the electronic shifter. The BMW 330i starts slowly, pulls out of the 4S store gates and merges onto the main road. Boom, 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 buzz, buzz. The car drove up to the 3rd ring road, and there were a lot fewer cars on the road. Tang Song tries to push the gas pedal deep and pull the car up to speed, feeling the ride and handling. After braking in the Wuling Honda manual, his driving skills have improved greatly, and with the BMW's excellent mechanical qualities and handling, it really does feel like a handful. A car brushed past him, and a smile of satisfaction and excitement welled up on Tang Song's face as he gripped the steering wheel. He simply lowered the window a crack to get a closer look at the windy ride of the moment. After playing in the open road for a while and finding a barbecue restaurant to quench his hunger, Tang Song departed for home, parked the car downstairs, locked it and walked away. And just 2 steps later, couldn't help but look back. Your own little 3 is real handsome. And of course, the little 5-liner next to it was in great spirits. Back home, Tang Song rested for a while, turned on his computer and began to sort out his business venture. With Gao Mingting's help, he already had a clear plan in his head. All he needed to do now was to organize it in as much detail as possible, and then use the system props to get a complete project feasibility report. During this time he would also do some exercise every now and then, or go out on the balcony for a while, enjoying the view from the window while reading his 7th literary book, To Kill a Mockingbird. Feeling like life has never been more full and satisfying. Before going to bed, Tang Song opened the system interface and checked his personal information. Player, Tang Song, 35 foot, role, Fairview Trading, Development Engineer, height, 182 cm, weight, 80 kilograms, physique, 59, endurance, 57, agility, 51, enlightenment, 76, status of assets, balance, $43,000, investment, $1 million, enterprises, none, property, 200 square foot office space in Cloud Creek Building, car, BMW 330i. With an official height of 182 centimeters, you can hold your head up in front of your own beautician friends in the future. Stamina and agility increased by 1 point, and the seat became a BMW. Accordingly, the combined charisma value has increased by 1 point, getting closer to the 40-point charisma rating. Check out the details of the title, Popular Me. Current cash incentive, $15. 100, total $117. 100. Since he hadn't updated his notes or videos in the last 2 days, The growth of his followers was much slower, but the accumulated cash was still very impressive. A veritable cash cow, so to speak. Thinking about this made Tang Song a little foolish. Once you get yourself practiced in postural correction, the strong contrast difference should come in handy. Tuesday, April 25, 2023. Cloudy. Just after getting up, Tang Song saw an unread message on his cell phone. Gao Mingting, the materials needed have been submitted to the agency. Now Yin Province is very friendly to business registration. Wednesday should be able to receive a business license. The next is the record engraved seal. Bank account opening. Songmei Clothing Trading Company was established in the near future. The message was sent at 11 o'clock last night, but he was asleep at the time, so he didn't see it. Immediately replied. Received. Hard work. The body is the most important. Do not be too tired. Putting down his cell phone, Tang Song stood in front of the window, looking at the gradually brightening sky, a faint smile on his face. Ding dong dash, the text message beeps, and today's share of $400 arrives. Immediately afterward, a crisp system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations player, the aura special effect has taken effect and you have triggered the extra blast bonus. Ding! You have obtained the special item, hand cream for men. Hearing the system beep twice in a row, Tang Song froze, his eyes filled with surprise. The aura blitz that only had a 1% chance of triggering turned out to be triggered. Quickly open the system interface, enter the warehouse, and check the item details. Hand cream for men. After using it, it can effectively improve the aesthetics of the hands, make the hand skin smooth and delicate, no roughness, optimize the hand muscles, lines, nails, making the overall hand shape more slender and elegant. Note, as a man of God, you have strong and elastic hand muscles, able to complete a variety of fine movements, flexible and coordinated fingers, loved by women. Awesome! Another prop that can adjust body parts. Tang Song's hand shape is not ugly, but it's not that great. It's only okay. The proportions and lines are middleman. The main problems are dry, rough, dull skin with occasional peeling or cracking. After starting his revamped skincare, he launched a simultaneous hand treatment, though it was not very effective and needed to be nourished slowly. Now with the system props, it was a direct one-step process that saved him a lot of time and energy. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he selected hand cream for men and clicked use now. Immediately afterward, his hands were cool, and a layer of milky white viscous liquid was added to the surface of his skin, wrapping his hands tightly. Soon, his hands began to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter. Tang Song's gaze tightened on his hands as he sat on the bed waiting apprehensively to witness the moment of miracle. After about half an hour, the milky white liquid became fainter and fainter, and gradually disappeared. Tang Song raised his hands and scrutinized them against the light. A look of amazement passed through his eyes. The fingers are long and even, with clear and well-defined bones, and the skin is fair and translucent, with a natural luster. The lines between the palm and fingers are smooth without any abruptness, and the proportions have been slightly adjusted, so the whole looks very harmonious. Move your fingers and you can clearly feel more flexibility, strength and coordination. This is definitely a pair of comic hands that will make hand control drool. Chapter 53 Relaxation. The presses of the mechanical keyboard continued to sound, and lines of text appeared on the screen. Typing speed, 135 words/minute. Tang Song breathed a long sigh of relief, and an excited surprise showed in his eyes. His typing speed is purposefully practiced, though the previous record high for full spelling was 106 words per minute. The higher you go, the harder it is to improve, and many times the instructions are given in your head, but your hand speed just can't keep up, and if you go any faster, you'll make a mistake. The change brought about by hand cream for men was greater than he had imagined. Flexibility, coordination, and precision are at an extremely high level, no worse than those of professional surgeons. With such an excellent pair of hands, even if you go to learn a musical instrument, painting, pen turning, or threading a flower rope, you can get twice the result with half the effort. After a good while of self-appreciation, Tang Song carefully clipped his nails again before he was content to start working out, losing fat, and correcting his posture. Pack up your stuff and carry your empty duffel bag. Grabbing the keys to his blade-shaped BMW, he jogged down the stairs. The blacked-out BMW 330i stood out in the parking spot. The clean, clear windows reflect snow-white clouds and blue skies, complementing the badge. Grip the warm door handle, the lights flash, and the vehicle unlocks. Getting into the car, the engine fires up with a rumble. White, Slender hands gripped a black steering wheel with a dark-toned interior space. From his viewpoint, the strong contrasts and setoffs make an extreme impact. Tang Song couldn't help but feel so handsome again. If the skin on his face was as good as his hands, he really would be a proper hunk. Immediately afterward, Tang Song's heart fluttered. This should be much better viewed and distributed than remodeled if it's made into a video. Pulling out his cell phone, he turned on the camera function and recorded a short video of 10 seconds or so, repeated the preview a few times and reshot it again by adjusting the angle and exposure. The contrast is stronger this time around and the look and feel is better, but it's still close to something. Got it. Tang Song reached out and snapped his fingers crisply. I opened my cell phone, searched for music, and finally picked a hit song from QQ Speed. Right now, connect the car via Bluetooth and click play. Adjust the angle and start recording. 16 Harman Kardon high-quality stereos explode with the sound of dynamic music. Tang Song gripped the three-spoke steering wheel with his left hand, his fingers bouncing gently in time with the music's jams. Stop recording and pause the music. Play the video. The sunlight poured down through the clouds and enveloped half of his hand, making it appear whiter and more moist. The tech-savvy LCD dashboard, head-up display, bony comic book hands, sophisticated interior, black steering wheel, BMW logo, and rhythmic music sounds. Perfect, Tang Song exclaimed softly. Now he was only well built, his hair and skin weren't great, and the only thing he had going for him were these hands. The interior of the brand new BMW 330i Obsidian Night Edition is fantastic to look at and an absolute crowd pleaser. Opening the little red book app and just about to upload the video, Tang Song stopped again. On this platform, by listening to persuasive remodeling, he has accumulated 1,074 followers and is a standard nurturing blogger. The intention is also to make your appearance more and more attractive under the supervision of netizens. It would defeat its own purpose to suddenly turn into a video with the attributes of showing off and being cool. And Little Red Book and Jitterbug are two completely different platforms. Little Red Book places more emphasis on content stickiness and word-of-mouth communication, and fan acquisition is extremely difficult. Shakeology, on the other hand, is more in line with the needs of modern people's fast-paced lives, and this kind of video is also more likely to attract the attention of users. That's why his videos on Shakeology have had a mediocre response and only 110 followers so far. After pondering for a moment, Tang Song finally made up his mind. Simply operate the two platforms separately. Zaya Honshu focuses on self-improvement and communication with netizens, while Shake is responsible for showing results and attracting fans. Tang Song then uploaded the short 20-second video he had just made to Jitterbug. Introduction: the joy of listening to music with your hands on the wheel. Topics: hashtag one-handed steering, hashtag BMW 330i, hashtag comic hands, hashtag boys dreams, hashtag first views. Then he deleted his previous posting of 3 remodeling videos. After doing so, Tang Song stepped on the brakes, put on D gear, and drove towards the exit. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but I can always feel a lot of gazes from passers-by. Step into the 20th floor of the Lincoln building again. Familiar hallways, familiar company doors, familiar floors, familiar punch cards, familiar front desk background. Tang Song, however, sensed a completely different mindset, like a third-party perspective that was no longer part of the company. Good morning, Yuing. Tang Song finished punching his card and greeted the front desk lady with a smile. Du Yuing froze and hurriedly returned. Good morning. This was the first time Tang Song had taken the initiative to greet her, and his expression was extraordinarily bright, making her somewhat unresponsive. Looking at the back of his departure, Du Yuing blinked. Why did not I realize before? This male colleague of the technical department is quite handsome, 1 meter 8 or so tall, well-proportioned body type, correct features, upright posture, knitted cardigan with white t-shirt. Even compared to Du Shaokai it's not that far off. The key is that there is also a sense of looseness in the body, a proper ambience of a handsome little man. Du Yuing pulled out her cell phone and pondered whether to take the initiative to add his WeChat. Hesitation for a moment or give up. Back to have his delivery can help deliver a little, one after another. He will certainly take the initiative to add their own. As a little beauty, a sense of reserve was in order. Good morning, Chang. Good morning, Cho. Morning. Along the way, Tang Song took the initiative to greet every colleague he encountered. Many people would subconsciously turn around and take a look, always feeling that the technical department's Xiao Tang was a bit different. Brother Song, take it. Colleague Zhao Yu threw over a packet of crabapple fava beans and said with concern, I know you must have eaten another fat loss meal in the morning, so relieve your cravings. Tang Song shook his hand on the beans, opened the package, pinched up a taste, crunch crisp, with a strong flavor, smiling at Zhou Yu. Very nice. Looking at Tang Song's warm smile and white, slender hands, Zhao Yu's eyes drifted for a moment, and surprisingly, her heart beat a little faster. Turns out, Song isn't so bad when he's slimmed down. Dressing, hair, and demeanor have all changed drastically from what they used to be. The nose is high and straight, the lips are thin and well-defined, large eyes and standard eyebrows, especially those hands. So beautiful. She blushed and picked up an orange from her seat, gently placing it on Tang Song's table, surreptitiously surveying his hand. Brother Song, this jelly orange is delicious. Try it. Thank you, beautiful woman. Tang Song smoothly pulled out a black and thick beef sausage from the drawer and handed it over. Try this. 27% protein, low calorie, low salt, low sugar and high protein. And it tastes good too. Alright, thanks for feeding Brother Song. Zhao Yu gave him a heart and quickly walked back to her workstation. Tang Song retracted his gaze and shook his head, smiling. Technically, there was no beef between the two and they had always been on good terms before. Although Zhao Yu's behavior of raising fish was a bit irritating, it wasn't much too much. At least he hadn't asked for gifts or red envelopes from him, and at most, he had asked for his help to change a bug. Now that he was about to leave his job, he naturally wouldn't bother with a little girl anymore. Chapter 54, Xiao Jing, something's wrong with me. As the start of the workday approached, people were arriving more and more. Co-workers were discussing all kinds of news, gossip, and anecdotes as usual. Did you see Dunk the Stars? Which was released a few days ago. Didn't watch it, hurry up. It's really good. Coach, I want to play basketball. Don't play the stunt. It's so good. It brought tears to my eyes, especially the last 10 seconds or so. Next to him, Wang Chaoyang patted his shoulder and said excitedly, Tang Song, do you want to organize a group to go see one? That's our youth. Tang Song winked at him. Of course you should ask a girl to watch a movie like this. What's there to see with you? A big man. Wang Chaoyang bristled. Saying it like you have a girl to date. That's not necessarily true. Tang Song smiled, opened WeChat, and clicked on Zhao Yeqian's chat box. The message said, Mr. Zhao, it's going to be the May Day holiday soon. Do you want to go to a movie together? After sending the message and waiting for a while, I still didn't see a reply from my beautician friend. Tang Song put down his cell phone and opened the company's internal OA system. Fill out the exit request form and click submit. Looked at the approval link. Commissioner of Human Resources Lu Huihui, Director Chen Yunting, Director of Human Resources Su Lin, Executive Vice President Jiang Weiguo. With a big company leader in the process, it's probably not going to happen overnight. Immediately afterward, they began to carefully organize the handover documents. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a notification popped up in the corporate email. OA alert, your request for separation submitted on April 25, 2023 has been reviewed. After a few more minutes, the phone vibrated. Tianjing, Song, your application to leave has been approved. I've printed it out for you. Please come over and sign it. Got up and headed for the manpower office. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Pushing open the frosted glass door, Tang Song turned his gleaming gaze toward Tianjing. Today's outfit is also very online. Long black, tight round neck tee, white wide leg pants. Looks clean and fresh, and pure and desire. Tianjing took a careful look at Tang Song, and after seeing that he didn't have a pained expression, she was relieved. Picking up a document and placing it on the edge of the table, he whispered, just sign here. There are a total of 6 documents. By the way, I've already talked to Huihui about your attendance. This month is directly counted as full attendance. Next to Lu Huihui laughed, our supervisor Tian is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Your matter, she urged me several times. Tianjing knocked on the table. Huihui, you speak properly. Be careful, I'll dock your salary. Don't dare. I'm going to make a cup of coffee. You guys take your time. Tianjing pulled out a black signing pen from the pen container and handed it to Tang Song, saying sweetly, use this. Thanks. Tang Song reached out and took it. The two men's fingers touched. Tianjing's gaze inadvertently swept over his hand, and her eyes instantly widened a bit. What kind of hands are these? It's simply not too good looking. It's like the hands of the male lead in a secondary manga, bony and slender like jade, with a slightly chilly complexion and crescent moons on the fingernail caps that are the curvature of her heart's desire. As a secondary hand controller, it's simply irresistible. Okay. The fingers were slightly harder, the delicate fingertips bobbing up and down, Rustle-the sound of a pen tip rubbing against paper rang out. Tianjing subconsciously moved her legs, a blush welling up on her face. Feeling out of place. This is fine, right? After signing all the agreements, Tang Song put down his pen and asked softly. Tianjing's eyes dodged for a while, and she drew out another piece of white paper and said, "You copy this paragraph underneath the confirmation letter. I want to keep a record." Tang Song froze. Is there still this process? Tianjing stood up directly and said with some small nervousness, "You sit here with me and write." Okay. Tang Song didn't refuse. It wasn't easy to write these 100 words. Sitting down on the soft, warm cushions, the faint scent of fruity-toned perfume flooded her nose. There is also a faint smell of pear and apple, and the scent is very advanced, with a little freshness that is nice to smell. Tang Song took a deep breath, squared the A4 paper, and wrote carefully, "I have terminated my labor relationship with Yanqing Jinxiu Trading Company Limited, hereinafter referred to as the company." At the same time, Tianjing, who was on the side, took out her cell phone, opened the camera, and pressed the sinful photo button on Tang Song's hand. The click sounded loud and clear in the quiet office. Tang Song looked up in surprise. Tianjing's hand shook, and click, 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 click several times. So discreet? And a photographic record? He. You know it's my first time doing this and I'm afraid of making mistakes. Tianjing's face was red and hot, her eyes fluttering around. Tang Song didn't dwell on this either, and quietly finished copying the rest. After receiving the separation certificate and compensation agreement handed over by Tianjing, he was just about to leave when Du Shaokai directly pushed the door and walked in. He said cheerfully, "Yo, old Song. Finished? Quite neat After saying that and winking at him smugly, he put a beautifully packaged takeout onto Tianjing's table. "Supervisor Tian, today's afternoon tea is delivered. Try it. Fresh fruit cuts from the 100 Fruit Garden. All your favorite fruits. Thanks." Tianjing said her thanks somewhat absent-mindedly, her eyes drifting around, crossing Tang Song's dangling hands every now and then. Looking at Du Shaokai's attentive appearance, Tang Song raised his eyebrows, came over to Tianjing and said, "Right Xiaojing, it's going to be the May Day holiday soon. Don't forget about having dinner together." Tianjing's eyes flashed, her legs tightened together, and she whispered, "Okay, let's discuss the time and place later. Mainly because I don't know what you want to eat." "Okay." Tang Song nodded, feeling that this company goddess was really nice, keeping her word and not painting a big picture. Before he left he slapped Du Shaokai's shoulder again in passing. "Let's go. Bye." The corner of Du Shaokai's mouth twitched. "Xiaojing, why did you eat with him? I made an appointment before, so I can't renege on my debt." Tianjing casually made a perfunctory remark. Her eyes looked at the computer screen, but her gaze was a bit lax. "How did you get such perfect hands? I want to touch it so badly. Or be squeezed by it." Du Shaokai opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Tianjing's look, he didn't dare to say anything. Wait until Du Shaokai left. Tianjing quickly opened the group chat of Second Gen No Good. The message reads, I saw a pair of real manga hands today and they were super nice. People are numb. Full marks for skin, texture, bone structure, and proportions. Perfect. Silk, I don't believe it. Hurry up and prove it. Tatsuya, Uchijikai, calm down. I think Shizuku is just shallow-eyed and hasn't seen really good-looking hands. One of my seniors, those are really modeling hands. Every time I see him I want to use them. Nanako, at Shizuku, do you have a picture? I want to see a diagram. Licking her dry lips, Tianjing opened a photo, intercepted the area of her hands, and shared it with the group. The message reads, "Original iPhone camera, without any beauty." As soon as the photo was posted, the group was abuzz. "Ikai, punch it. I'm already under the covers. What great hands. Want to see them in person. Touch them. Lick them. Rub them. Shizuku-san, please do introduce me to her. Please." Tianjing flushed and chatted with her groupmates about colorful topics for a while. I couldn't help but open the album again, admiring the pictures I'd taken. And suddenly I was dying to go to the bathroom. Chapter 55, The Human Condition. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sunlight is cast in from outside the glass curtain wall on the west side. Many of my coworkers brewed a steaming cup of coffee and began their daily touchdown. The entire office area seems quiet and warm. A new message was suddenly received in the workgroup of the technical department. Director, Qing Yunting, at backend developer, Tang Song, officially leaving the company today. Thanks for all the hard work over the past few months. Only a few people saw it at first. Soon the entire technical department office area became noisy. Tang Song is leaving his job. What's going on? Didn't you just get regularized? Why are you leaving? Tang Song, are you looking for your next home? It's not corporate finance that's going to go after our tech department, is it? Layoffs? Don't scare me. My daughter-in-law just lost her job. The news of Tang Song's departure came so suddenly that it could be said that there was no warning. Instantly ignited this ordinary Tuesday afternoon. Some are concerned about his condition. Some are afraid of the ripple effect. And of course some are gloating. It was at this moment that the thin-haired superintendent Chen Yunting walked out of the office. Everyone immediately shut up and looked at their computer screens without looking away. Chen Yunting swept his gaze over Tang Song's direction and said in a flat tone, "Chao Yang, you should first do a work handover with Tang Song. There will be a new colleague joining the team after the May Day holiday, and you will hand over the project to him at that time." "Okay, Mr. Chen." Wang Chaoyang hurriedly agreed. Chen Yunting gently nodded his head and directly turned around to leave. The co-workers instantly looked at each other, sensing that something was wrong. Although Mr. Chen hadn't said anything over the top, he could tell from his attitude and demeanor that Tang Song had definitely offended him. Normal colleagues leave, as the director of the Chen Yunting will take the initiative to open up, go off work to get together a meal, drink some wine and so on. But this time, it seems to be extraordinarily indifferent. Just a simple arrangement for the handover of the departure. For a moment, the entire office area became so quiet that no one dared to talk about it anymore. Ding dong dash, another message was received in the department's large group. Director, Chen Yunting, everyone concentrate on their own work. Do not think nonsense. The company is in a period of rapid development. Has begun the structural adjustment of the main departments. Technical support department will be announced after the May Day holiday. Specific programs for everyone is a very good opportunity. Cheers. After a few moments, co-workers responded. Development, Du Shao Kai, roger that. Go for it. Front-end, Zhao Yu, roger that. Hashtag cheer. Front-end, Ming Li Hu, roger. This is a sort of reassurance to everyone that the company will definitely not have any layoff initiatives, and many people are relieved. Fairview Trading is a large company with good benefits. Many people have been with a company for years and have gotten into their comfort zone and are worried about being laid off. Scanning the messages in the group, Tang Song directly exited the group chat, then quit all the other workgroup chats. From time to time on WeChat, a colleague who is on good terms with him asks him why he left his job. Tang Song didn't go into detail about the conflict with Du Shao Kai, but only briefly mentioned the pay cuts and layoffs. Near the end of the day, HR Lu Hui came over. Tang Song turned in all of the company's access cards, laptops, mice, and other office supplies and signed for them. The separation process is fully completed. He opened his duffel bag and filled it with personal items such as water cups, paper drawers, snacks, and chargers. Looking at the empty desk, the heart inexplicably have some disappointment. Of course, more still on the future of the hesitation. Xiao Song, let's find a place to get together. Guo Peng patted him on the shoulder and said with a sigh, I really can't let you go. You're a good person with good skills. If you leave, no one will help me keep an eye on the servers when I'm on vacation. Tang Song smiled at Guo and stood up. Comrades, thank you for your continued support. I'm inviting you all to go to the Lanting Iron Plate Buffet to rub a meal. If you want to go, sign up now. Hu Mingli hurriedly opened his mouth. You are leaving your job or getting rich. $2.99/bit buffet is too extravagant. If I say let's go next to the Northeastern Cuisine restaurant, the whole iron pot stew on the line. Hot and lively. Wu Peng also followed. Your kid do not show off, just bought a car, and left the job. The day is not? Tang Song shook his head and laughed. There will be fewer chances to meet after leaving the company, so it's only right to treat everyone to a good meal. Don't worry, this amount of money is still available. I'm not feeling well today, so I won't go, haha. A coworker suddenly spoke up. I have an appointment with my daughter-in-law to take the kids shopping, and I can't go. I've recently lost weight. You guys go ahead. Xiao Song, I'll find you alone for a drink someday. The others followed suit, offering various reasons for declining to attend the potluck. Zhao Yu hesitated for a while and said with an apologetic face, Brother Song, I have a few bugs to deal with on my side. If I can finish correcting them before 7 o'clock I'll join you guys, but I feel like it's hard enough. You guys eat and drink well. Take more pictures and send them to the group, so that I can void my appetite. Her impression of Tang Song had just been reversed, and she had originally thought to go deeper, but she didn't expect him to leave his job and offend Director Chen. It felt like a shame, but she made the best choice. Tang Song scanned the circle and found that most of his co-workers were a bit averted in their gaze. The mind can guess why. The departing dinner of the technical department has always been organized by Qing Yunting, and this time he didn't open this mouth, which obviously means that he has a lot of opinions about Tang Song. It's a critical point in the restructuring of the technology department, and everyone has a chance for a promotion. If this matter was noticed by Qing Yunting, he might lose this valuable opportunity. We are all just co-workers after all, and since Tang Song has already left, they are not willing to take any chances. The human condition is no different. Tang Song pursed his lips and smiled unconcernedly. It's okay, those who have something to do will continue to be busy, and those colleagues who are going are ready to go. Guo Peng directly closed the computer, stood up and said, Go go go. I've always wanted to go to the Lanting Teppan buffet to have a meal there. Today I can finally get what I want. I'll go too. Haven't sat in your Wuling Hongguan, we don't live far away. Come back just to rub a car. Hu Mingli picked up her bag and waved at him. The technical support department of 16 people ended up with only these 2 people, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward for a while. Du Shaokai stretched out his arm and waved, smilingly saying, Old Song, don't forget to come back to see us when you have time. I'll miss you. Next to him, Wang Qiayang scratched his head and stood up with some embarrassment, helping Tang Song to take the lumbar cushion. Tang Song, I'll see you off, and help you get something on the way. He and Tang Song were colleagues who joined the same batch and were about the same age, and their relationship had always been good. Now people want to leave their jobs, not to participate in the potluck dinner, even if it is not even send. He was a little too much in his heart. Hu Mingli patted Zhao Yu's shoulder. Xiao Yu, aren't you going to send them off? People usually don't help you much. Looked at Hu Mingli, then at Tang Song. Zhao Yu bit her lip and stood up. Then I'll go send it off as well and come back later to change the bugs. Chapter 56, The Lost Heartbeat. Waiting for the elevator. Hu Mingli looked at Tang Song and sked inside. You've changed a lot in this month. Calling it a makeover. A proper handsome man. She touched Zhao Yu with her shoulder and squeezed her eyebrows. Speaking of which, Tang Song started trying to lose weight because of your previous advice. Isn't that an achievement? Zhao Yu froze, remembering what she had said in the car the night after the April 1st reunion. Song, in fact, you are quite good. Outstanding ability. Good features. Tall, but a little overweight. If you lose weight and build up your muscles, the girls in our company will surely chase after you. He really seemed to start losing weight, dressing and doing his hair that day. Now that people have lost weight and their skin has gotten better, they've kind of stood out in terms of appearance. The only problem is that the family is poor and now unemployed. She laughed and said, It's super fulfilling. Brother Song is so good. When you get to the new company, those little girls will definitely rush after you. Cheers. Get off the hook soon. Guo Peng also followed, with your ability to find a job easily. Maybe the next job directly as a leader. Several of them were saying nice things, intentionally or unintentionally, as if they wanted to relieve Tang Song. After talking and laughing for a while, the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Since it was rush hour, it took several waits for the elevator to squeeze in. After walking and stopping for a while, we finally arrived at the B2 parking lot. Stepping out of the elevator bay, he was greeted by an Audi A5 in an icy berry pink color scheme, a 2-door coupe with a smooth, sporty body that looks great. Guo Peng couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Supervisor Tian is really powerful. Over $400,000 of A5 and such a good parking space. Is this the car that Supervisor Tian has? It's so pretty. I heard that her family lives in the Yanjing Huating neighborhood, or a large flat. Wang Qiaoyan's eyes showed strong envy and admiration. Young as a payroll supervisor, or the standard white rich girl. This if you can chase hands, directly less struggle for 20 years. Zhao Yu gritted her teeth and said sourly, Who let others have good reincarnation skills? We can't compare. The heart, however, secretly thought that in the future, must find a boyfriend who drives a luxury car, to fight back this breath. Several people followed Tang Song through the basement. Guo Peng and Wang Qiayang are both car enthusiasts, nodding and commenting on a car from time to time. That Cadillac CT5 belongs to our President Joe. According to him, the steering wheel is always off, always turning towards the bath center. The stand-marked Mercedes E looks just atmospheric. That BMW isn't bad either. Solid black is so powerful. It should still be new. That paint is so shiny. A man's life can't get around a 3 Series. So when I'm rich, I'll definitely buy one. Seeing Tang Song suddenly stopped, Hu Mingli asked curiously, Where are your cars parked? How come you haven't seen it yet? She'd seen pictures of Tang Song's car in the group, and the styling was so chic that it should have stood out in the basement of the Linjin mansion, but it wasn't seen around here. Guo Peng looked around and didn't see the familiar little Wuling. Tang Song smiled and pointed to the black BMW in front of the few people. This is it. Just picked up the car. Speaking of which, Sister Mingli, you are still its first passenger. Hu Mingli winked and laughed. That would be an honor. And you'll let me actually sit in it if you can. Guo Peng smiled and joked. Cannot. Tang Song did not think you are still a hidden rich second generation. This time, you're not leaving your job to take over the family business, right? Zhao Yu gazed hopefully at the dark and translucent BMW inside. This car is so beautiful. It seems to look different from the usual 3 Series. Wang Chiang, a car fan, explained, looking at the surroundings and wheels. It should be the 330 IM Sport Obsidian Night Set Edition. And with the options, the landed price is in the early 40s, which is about the same as the A5 of the Tian Supervisor, and a lot more expensive than the average BMW 3 Series. Hearing this, Zhao Yu's eyes brightened even more, and she couldn't help but reach out and touch the decal on the hood. Picture yourself opening the car door, getting out of it, and, if she could have such a car, she would definitely be able to overshadow Tianjing in the company. Thinking about this, Zhao Yu strengthened her heart. You should never commit yourself in the matter of finding a boyfriend. Tang Song took the lumbar cushion in Wang Qiaoyang's hand, walked over to the car, and said, it is indeed a 330i Obsidian Night, going for the internal discount price, landing at less than 400,000. As he spoke, he put his hand on the rear door handle, clicked, the vehicle unlocks and the LED indicator lights flash. Pulling open the car door, he shoved his backpack and lumbar cushion inside. Boom! Casually closing the car door, Tang Song waved at Hu Mingli. Sister Mingli, are you sitting in the back or the passenger seat? Hu Mingli opened her mouth and said in shock. No, Tang Song, are you for real? Wang Qiaoyang swallowed heavily and said incredulously. Is this really your car? Guo Pangsum did not react. He was followed by Tang Song to order the Wuling Hongguang S. How a turn of the eye and changed into a BMW 330. Tang Song patted the roof of the car and laughed. Like a fake. Just picked up the car yesterday. Charcoal black plus volcano red. Isn't it cool? Young people in their 20s are more or less a bit of a show-off. Although Tang Song didn't want to deliberately pretend to be a bully in front of his old colleagues, seeing their shocked and envious eyes, his heart was still quite happy. Let's get going. I'm starving now from the fat loss meal I had for lunch. This buffet today will be an indulgent meal. Hu Mingli took a deep breath and pulled open the passenger door and made in. Good guy. Little Song, you are really deep. Guo Peng rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, I'm not driving my own car today, so I'll rub up against your BMW. When he finished, he got into the back and touched here and there. Zhao Yu stared blankly at the car and then at Tang Song, her gaze somewhat lost in thought. The black body lies low and dormant, like an elegant beast in a dimly lit basement. Smooth lines outline a stylish and dynamic shape, and the high-grade paint reflects an arc of light. And standing beside the car, Tang Song, with his upright posture and elegant ease, the whole person is full of a sense of relaxation and atmosphere. I had always thought that he was pretending to be strong and using it to hide his sadness at being laid off, but I didn't realize that he had a real bottom line. Song, a $400,000 BMW, the hidden high roller. Stringing these 3 keywords together, Zhao Yu's heart beat violently. Qiaoyang, Zhao Yu, you guys go back and get busy. Come to the company to play with you guys when you have time. Tang Song greeted the two, pulled open the car door and sat in. Rumble dash, the roar of the engine sounded, and the bright lights instantly lit up, waking up Zhao Yu, who was still in a daze. She moved aside in a hurry. Squeal dash, the sound of tires scraping against the ground rang out. Tang Song lowered the car window and waved goodbye to his 2 old colleagues. The fingers were long and glistening, and in the dimly lit basement they looked unusually white and full of otherworldly beauty. Zhao Yu felt her heartbeat lose a few beats. She took a few steps forward and opened her mouth as if to say something, but the car had already disappeared around the corner. Chapter 57 Introduction. Lanting Teppan Buffet. This is a 3-story, detached, club-style, upscale restaurant in a beautiful setting with an open kitchen and bath. Take a seat in the booth. Hu Mingli took out her cell phone and began to take pictures to punch the clock. And in the meantime, send a circle of friends. Tang Song took the tablet handed to him by the waiter and chose 399 renminbi premium buffet set meals. Golden brick foie gras, crayfish, grilled durian, abalone, wagyu beef, fine fruits, wine, unlimited food, all you can eat. Guo Ping opened his mouth and originally wanted to say that the 299 package was enough, but thinking of Tang Song's BMW 330i, he shut up wisely. The three of them talked for a while and ordered all the things they each wanted to eat. Waiting for the food to be served, Guo Ping couldn't help but lament. Mr. Chen is also really shameless. Stealing your credit and squeezing you out, Tang Song said. I can probably guess his intention. It should be to take advantage of this opportunity to be promoted to CTO. Du Xiaokai's aunt is in charge of the channel business of Mr. Li. He wants to pull more votes. In case if a CTO is parachuted in, then our Mr. Chen will definitely have to collapse. Hu Mingli squeezed his eyebrows and said, it's really possible. People invested in our business. It is impossible to a little manpower are not inserted. I am now looking forward to a good character CTO. The old Chen ruthless suppression. Friction. Being said so by you, Mingli. I'm really a little excited to enjoy our Mr. Chen's expression at that moment. Soon, the meals made on site were served one after another. The richness of the aroma is so appetizing. The melt-in-your-mouth foie gras is silky smooth and the charred wagyu beef is juicy. The aroma of food mingled with laughter in the bustling little booth. After eating and drinking, Guo Ping covered his round belly and asked, Xiao Song, what are you going to do after leaving the company? Starting a business. Tang Song wiped his hands and smiled. Currently, I already have a direction, and I've also found a reliable partner, and I'm already preparing for it. When their own boss at least do not have to suffer, if the family conditions allow, and their own ideas, is a good choice. Guo Ping eyes full of emotion, then added, the early stage or to be cautious. Do not invest too much, now the general environment is not good. He has come into contact with a lot of people over the years and knows many friends who are in debt because of their business ventures, so he couldn't help but talk a little more. Thank you, Guo, for your golden words. Hu Mingli put down her cell phone and said with a smile, I really didn't see it before. Tang Song is the best quality boy in the company. To be honest, I'm now very regretful that I didn't take the initiative to chase you before. Guo Ping snickered. It's late. It's useless to regret now. Why don't you consider thinking about this potential stock of mine? Hu Mingli blinked and said, Brother Guo, your stock is already in the downhill stage. Not related to the potential stock. I'm afraid that my investment will go down the drain. Oh, Mingli, you're also 27 this year, right? The family should be in quite a hurry, right? Yo, Gui, you're trying to hurt each other. Tang Song listened to the two flirting with each other from the sidelines, interjecting a sentence or two from time to time with a smile. At 8:30 p.m., the trio walked out the front door of the restaurant. Guo Ping shook his cell phone and laughed. The car I called arrived right away. I really don't need you to send it. You two just happened to be on the way. There's no need to delay for me for half an hour. That's fine. Guo, take care on the road and say hello when you get home. Okay. Guo Ping forcefully patted Tang Song's shoulder. Lamented. Remember to find me drinking when you have time. Leaving the job, everyone is also in a city. Not far. Tang Song nodded. Thank you for Guo's care these past few months. Keep in touch more often. More contact. Yo, my car is here. Bye little Song. Bye Mingli. Guo Ping waved his hand and jogged towards the road. Got into a new energy car with double flashing lights. Let's go. Hu Mingli stretched and took a step down the steps. Due to the rain just a few days ago, the temperature never came up. Hu Mingli tightened the short jacket she was wearing. Turning back around, he was just about to say something witty when his whole body instantly froze in place. Tang Song put one hand in his pocket and walked towards her with the April evening breeze. The orange light illuminated half of his body. His upright, handsome features bright and dark, his apricot-colored knit cardigan swaying gently. There was an aura about him if nothing else, like the color of the night tonight, cold and quiet. Dress up, cool night, special effect trigger. Hu Mingli just stared blankly at the old co-worker, her mind buzzing. Outrageous. It's just a weight-loss skincare regimen. How can it make such a big difference? She admitted that Tang Song's looks were really good, but his skin was rather poor, and his features didn't have any outstanding points, not refined and three-dimensional enough, and there were still some gaps from a really big handsome man. But at this moment, Tang Song, this unique temperament was just too much of a plus, making her a bit dumbfounded. What's wrong, Sister Mingli? Tang Song stretched out his right hand and waved it in front of her. Hu Mingli carefully surveyed him for a while. Sighed, Tang Song, you wear this clothes walking in the wind is really handsome. Let me all make a nymphomania. If not know their own a few kilograms and two. I'd quite like to try to chase you backwards. It was more of a flirtation at the dinner table before, but now it was really in my mind. However, she is self-aware. Her figure and looks are still a bit worse than Zhao Yu, so a rich and handsome man like Tang Song will definitely not be able to look at her. Being praised by her, Tang Song blushed and said somewhat coyly, that I must admit. Hu Mingli couldn't help but let out a pfft laugh, thought for a moment, and then suddenly opened her mouth and said, come on, stand in front of the car. I'll take a picture for you. Sister Mingli, you're not going to do something bad with my picture, are you? Asterisk. You. Am I that horny? Hu Mingli pushed him and rolled her eyes. It's a good thing. I'll tell you later. Tang Song smiled and consciously stood in front of his BMW. Kaching dash. It's too dark. You move to the right. Okay, right here. Kaching dash. Okay, this one will do. Come on, eyes up. One more. After tossing and turning for a while, Hu Mingli was finally satisfied. Get in the car. Tang Song curiously said, Sister Mingli, what exactly do you need my picture for? Hu Mingli blinked and asked rhetorically, Tang Song, I remember you've always been single, right? How can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? I'm not maternally single. I've had a relationship before. It's not as bad as you say. Tang Song corrected righteously. He really wasn't lying about that. The summer after high school graduation, he got very close to White Moonlight. Although both parties did not explicitly say so, that youthful ignorance was real. She even got drunk once and slept in her arms for over an hour in a karaoke bar, and she didn't even get mad. That blushing first experience of falling in love is still fresh in my mind. Hu Mingli laughed. Okay. I mean, you're single now. I'll introduce you to an object. Do you want it? Drawled Tang Song, somewhat speechless. Haven't you been working out lately? This friend of mine is also a fitness enthusiast, the professional kind, and can totally help you. Tang Song was silent for a moment, weighing his words. Sister Mingli, thank you for your kind words, but I'm concentrating on my career right now, so I'd better forget it. It's hard to mess up something like a friend's introduction to a person, and it's hard to mess it up for all three people. Besides, there's no shortage of great girls around him right now. It's okay, you can take a look at the photos before deciding. Hu Mingli had a mysterious smile on her face. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that you looked so handsome today, I wouldn't have dared to introduce you two to each other. This friend of mine is considered half face control, and is very picky. Tang Song looked puzzled. Why don't you wait until I've stabilized? After all, I've just left my job and haven't started my business yet, so it's not good to talk about it. Hu Mingli didn't say anything and lowered her head to operate her cell phone for a while. Chapter 58, Warmth and Softness. Ding dong dash. Tang Song's cell phone vibrated. Hu Mingli smiled and said, the photo was sent to you on WeChat. First see if you like this one, and then say the rest. Okay. Tang Song nodded, picked up his cell phone, opened the WeChat message, and checked the picture. The photo was of a girl in a light gray wraparound dress. Long hair, shoulder length, mature and voluptuous looking. Large breasts, slim waist, full hips, plump thighs, standard hourglass figure. The overall look is plump and fleshy. Tang Song sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The looks were fine. It was this body that was a bit exaggerated, like the drawing style in a Korean manga. Hu Mingli whispered, how about Tang Song? Do you want to consider it? Secretly, I'm telling you, she has a waistline. Kata. Tang Song pulled the car door open a crack, his eyes gleaming as he said, Sister Mingli, why don't we take a new picture? I feel like my posture just now was a bit two-dimensional. Oh, I think just now is very good. The temperament is very outstanding. Hu Mingli scratched the cell phone album, said, first of all, I'm just helping you guys to introduce. Success or not dare not guarantee. She has a very high vision. That's okay, I just wanted to meet a few more friends and share my fitness knowledge with her on the way. Hu Mingli said in a bad mood, go to the side. I still don't know what's in your head. Let's go. Let's walk and talk. I still have to stay up late today to change the code. Rumble dash. Tang Song started the car and navigated to Hu Mingli's address. Sister Mingli, why don't you introduce the woman? Her name is Wunsoft. Is my last company's colleagues, before together with the rent for 2 years, is considered a very good relationship with friends. Currently in a media company to do marketing planning. Character ability or not to say. Body looks you also see. The only problem is that the age is on the older side. This year 29 years old. Parents urge marriage tight. Tang Song said softly, 29 is okay. The most attractive age for a woman. Good guy. Double standard play really 6. Just you can with Guo brother said that I am old and yellow to come. Hu Mingli blankly glanced at him and continued. Turn around. I'll send your photo and WeChat to her, so you guys can chat by yourselves. She's quite discerning and has remained single because she doesn't want to settle, has a wide range of hobbies, likes running, rock climbing, road biking, music, traveling, has a very spontaneous personality, says what she has to say, not petty at all. Since we shared a room with her, we basically never had a fight, and she would say anything straight away. The black BMW 330 pulled out of the parking lot and merged into the street traffic. From a distance, the bright lights connected into a golden thread. In the quiet of the car, the two had a word-for-word conversation. Tang Song gradually sketched out a clear image of warm and soft in his mind, and also roughly understood what kind of person she was. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at its destination. Let's go, Tang Song. Remember to pay attention to the WeChat friend request at home. Bye. Hu Mingli pushed open the car door and walked down. Bye. Immediately after, Hu Mingli suddenly turned back and said with a smile, "This little girl, Zhao Yu, is probably still stifling her head and crying. You usually helped her so much, but she didn't participate in your gathering after leaving the company. It's quite boring. He. I'll send your picture to the girl small group later, so that she can cry more thoroughly." After that, he left with a smile on his face. Back to the rental house, stowed his clutter from the office and took a hot shower, picked up my phone and looked at it. No friend notifications. The beautician's friend didn't respond to his invitation to see the movie either. Tang Song couldn't help but remember what Zhao Yaqian had said last time in his head. We'll always be good friends, right? It's not like he's a cutie pie. Naturally hearing the subtext of that statement, with Tang Song's understanding of her, the reason why Zhao Yaqian didn't reply should be that she didn't want to take an excuse to deceive him, but she didn't know how to refuse, so she simply didn't reply. Just like the last time she asked her to go shopping. Pursing his lips, Tang Song did not continue to pursue the question. Pulling To Kill a Mockingbird from the shelf, he leaned back against the bed and continued reading. Many times the feelings are mutual. Good to a person also need to have their own scale. One-dimensional pleasing in pay, not necessarily will continue to draw closer to each other. Relationships, especially between men and women, are too rusty for him right now and need to be constantly learned and explored. That's why he's made Human Weakness his 8th book to read next. At 22:00 p.m. Don Song put the book down, leaning over the bed. I opened the Shakeology app to see the results of my battle with that video this morning. Immediately afterward, the eye-catching 99 plus unread messages came into view. Tang Song's heart jumped and he hurriedly entered his personal center. Number of fans, 525. In one day, 420 followers were added because of one video. It netted $42,000 with the title, Popular Me, added. Scary as hell. Opened the video with 1,074 likes and 321 comments. A new number with such numbers without any promotion is considered very okay. Clicking on the comments and reading them, they were basically complimenting him on his nice hands, and quite a few were talking about the interior of the car. Tang Song scrolled through the comments section for a while, feeling refreshed. Sure enough, his strategy of operating separately was right. Buzz dash the phone vibrated. A new friend notification popped up. His nickname is Warm and Soft and his avatar is a bicycle. Tang Song quickly clicked through, goes into the chat screen and debates what he should say. Buzz dash the phone vibrated. Warm and Soft, I passed your friend verification request, now we can start chatting. Tang Song's eyebrows jumped. Good man, you're setting me up, so how do I respond? In the aspect of flirting with girls, he was really bad at it and couldn't say anything flirty. After thinking about it, he said stiffly, "Hello, I'm Tang Song, Ming Li's ex-colleague." Buzz. Windsor, hi, I'm Windsor, Akari's former co-worker. Seeing her message, Tang Song couldn't help but grin and relax. At least it proved that this sister did have a good personality. There's no end to the friending, and chatting shouldn't be awkward. After pondering for a moment, Tang Song replied, "The code word has been matched. It seems to be one of our own. Warm and Soft, 6 flipped. JPG, Warm and Soft, I heard Lily say that you lost 20 pounds in more than half a month. True or false?" Tang Song, nodding frantically. GIF, Don Song, I'm still working out consistently, and you're a professional in this area, so I hope to mentor in the future. Warm and Soft, I'm just a fitness enthusiast. I can't talk about professionalism. I can exchange ideas when I have time. The two just chatted for a while on the topic of weight loss and fitness, and gradually the strangeness was removed. Winsome Soft showed great restraint in his words and didn't ask him about his specifics, as if he really just wanted to get to know him. Warm and Soft, yawn. JPG, Warm and Soft, it's time to go to bed. Stay up longer. It's not good for your cell phone. Tang Song smiled and returned a good night emoticon, which was the end of their first chat. The process was uneventful, but impressive. Tang Song clicked on the other person's avatar and entered the circle of friends. Only the last 3 days are shown. Chapter 59, Taking Off. Wednesday, April 26, 2023. Sunny to cloudy. 11 to 20 degrees Celsius. After carefully doing the skin care, Tang Song stood in the bathroom and carefully surveyed his face. Under the male god aura, LV2, his dark circles had completely disappeared, and the puffy bags under his eyes had become hidden. The acne marks on your face are already very light, and a layer of moisturizer covers them perfectly. The closed mouth acne on my chin has almost disappeared with the help of Joaquin. Skin tone has improved somewhat, but is still a bit dull. Overall, such skin wasn't bad enough among the boys he'd come in contact with. Combined with his nice features, well-proportioned physique, and 182 height, he's basically back to his sophomore year face level. With the right outfit and face coating concealer, it's just absolutely, positively dapper level, and you can get some headway walking down the street. Nice. Tang Song pulled out his phone and took a real selfie of himself and shared it with Zhao Yaqian. The message said, "I feel like my skin is in great shape right now. Qianxian, can you see if there's anything else I need to adjust?" It was now 9 o'clock in the morning, and Zhao Yaqian was supposed to be swiping her cell phone on her way to work, replying extraordinarily fast. "Zhao Yaqian, the progress is very great. Keep up the good work. I think the biggest problem at the moment is large pores, and if I solve this problem, the skin look and feel can go up a notch." Tang Song, so what should I do better? Zhao Yaqian, regular cleansing and exfoliation opens the pores to absorb more moisture and nutrients. This is a step I do when I do your treatments, so don't worry about it. Zhao Yaqian, for you, what you need to do is to pay attention to sun protection and use a pore-shrinking skincare product again. I'll find you a product that suits your skin type and share it with you later. Tang Song, okay, thanks. Zhao Yaqian, brother Song, there's no need to be polite to me. Just call me if you need anything. Hashtag smiley face. Seeing this message, Tang Song smiled and replied, "Then why don't you share a selfie? Let me see MS. Zhao's skin condition and today's outfit." After a while, Zhao Yaqian finally sent a picture. It should be freshly baked and is sitting in the bus with a lot of people standing around it. The sunlight cast in from the side window enveloped her. Her features were bright and colorful. Her hair fell in a loose drape. Her skin was fair and translucent, and her collarbone was exquisite and delicate. The whole thing looks warm and pretty. Although he didn't see the iconic wineglass legs, Tang Song was still content and felt more relaxed. This esthetician friend was still very nice and honest with herself, except that she didn't want to go any further in a male/female relationship. After chatting with her for a while longer, Tang Song put down his cell phone. Sit down at your computer and begin to continue organizing your entrepreneurial project documents. The company is about to be established. Project feasibility report. This prop should play its role. Lam Kim Mansion, Fairview Trading Company. Hu Mingli looked at the empty seat next to her and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh lightly. Zhao, you really didn't come to take leave today. It seems that the photo last night had a strong aftertaste, so I guess she lost sleep directly until dawn. The two were in the same department and lived not far from each other, and there were many opportunities for daily contact, and she knew Zhao Yu very well. Talk about not bad. Just a little green tea and self-serving. He must be regretting it now, and is thinking about how to salvage his image in Tang Song's heart. After keeping a fish for so long, Tang Song is considered one of the best in it, and it's just that she didn't catch it. Unfortunately, there was no use regretting it now. Winsome Soft had struck out. These two people, regardless of their personality, character, ability, and stature, are not of the same magnitude. Thinking of this, Hu Mingli opened WeChat and sent a message in her girlfriend's group. At Strong, how's the chat with Tang Song going? Any progress? Warm and Soft, just talked about fitness last night, kind of got to know each other. People were nice. At least they didn't say anything flirty. Hu Mingli, people are indeed very good. Free time you can ask him out to meet, as a sister should take the initiative. According to my observation, he has not been in love. Zhang Ziki, at Strong. Wow, 25 years old pure love boy, driving a BMW 330, temperament so outstanding. Should be very consistent with your view of choosing a spouse. Do not take it hard. Warm and Soft, let's talk first, mainly to see if we get along and find common interests. After chatting a few more times in the group, Hu Mingli's eyes rolled and she took a screenshot of the chat and shared it with Tang Song. The message said, "Nice start. Come on Song. Use more heart. I'm looking out for you." After a few minutes, buzz buzz dash the phone vibrated. Tang Song, Sister Mingli, I ordered you a fresh fruit cut, a cup of cappuccino, and an 8-inch durian lasagna cake. Remember to collect it later. Hu Mingli let out a pfft laugh and couldn't help but give Tang Song a nod in her heart. That's what I'm talking about. I've been so good to him. In the future, you can consider revealing more internal screenshots to him to help speed up his rating. Buzz buzz dash the phone vibrated again. Tang Song, I just bought you an SK2 skincare set from Jingdong and mailed it directly to the company. Thanks to Sister Mingli for helping to introduce you to someone. Nice guy. Hu Mingli straight up called good guys. Taking a deep breath, he began to type a reply. When the weather is good. When Soft is cycling to and from work. The route is from the south gate of the Oasis View Garden neighborhood. Along the. Her favorite songs are. She has an annual card at Rhythmic Fitness, Huayan Mansion Store. The message had just been sent out when Hu Mingli's ears suddenly twitched. Hastily, he put away his cell phone and sat upright. Da 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 da. Tap 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 dash. The sound of dense footsteps came from the front desk, edging closer to the office area. The employees dropped what they were doing and looked in the direction the sound came from. In the hallway, a line of a dozen men and women in suits headed this way. Chairman Run Huining, President Feng Zhongping and Vice President Li Zhonghua are among them. There were 7 or 8 other raw faces left. With calm feet, poise, and meticulously combed hair, they walked and talked in low voices as they faded around the corner of the corridor and into the company's large T1 conference room. With that, a suppressed murmur rang through the office area. These are the representatives of the investment organizations that our company has brought in, right? They look so serious. The group just sent out a notice. All meeting rooms are suspended today. What the hell is going on? Xiao Kai, do you have any concrete news from your side? Everyone in the area where the technical support department was located had their eyes focused on Du Xiao Kai. The fact that he had a backstage in the company was well known to everyone. Otherwise, with his flamboyant, show-off nature, how could he be so comfortable in the company? Du Xiaokai lowered his voice and said, a shareholders meeting will be held today to elect 2 new directors, both appointed by this investment company. The company is really going to change. Any idea which company? Du Xiaokai said mysteriously, we'll know after the May Day holiday. Just wait at ease. Our company is going to take off. Chapter 60, A Leap in Character. 8 o'clock at night. Tang Song stopped the movement of his hands and stretched a long lazy waist. It took a week off and on to finally put together a detailed narrative report. Company positioning and objectives, market expansion strategy, product selection, service system. Sort of encompasses all of his and Gao Mingting's plans for the future of the company. The next moment is to witness a miracle. Tang Song put his hands together, opened the system interface, and entered the warehouse. Check, project feasibility report, for immediate use. Brush. A white sheet of paper floated in front of Tang Song. A light blue halo flowed around it, looking very dreamy. System prompt. Please enter the details of the project to be implemented. It was also the first time that Tang Song had used this kind of prop in the real world, and his eyes turned to the computer screen, trying to use his consciousness to input one word at a time. But as soon as his eyes caught the first page of the Word document, lines of text immediately appeared on the floating white paper. Scanning directly into it was more convenient than he had expected. Tang Song gazed at the screen and operated the mouse to scroll down. In less than a minute, the information was all entered. Tang Song clicks the confirm button. The curtain of light flows. Project feasibility report is being generated. Has been completed. Whether to withdraw immediately. Click extract now. Immediately afterward, the white paper disappeared into a ray of light. Tang Song's heart fluttered and he felt something more in his head. This thought had just risen when a full report appeared clearly in his memory. It not only elaborates the feasibility of the project from a macro perspective, but also argues the best development direction and strategy in details. Tang Song closed his eyes and seriously recalled it, a look of surprise welling up in his eyes. Worthy of the system, this is simply a full set of the company's development strategy, live content innovation, branding, financial planning, selection strategy, team building, cost control. It even specifies the number of anchors, field controllers, operations, customer service and other personnel and the requirements for their positions. With this project feasibility report, the company will be on track as fast as possible, with fewer detours. Excitedly, he wandered around the room for a while. Tang Song changed into a sports outfit and started running around the neighborhood. Only after it was too much to hold on did this slowly stop. Sitting on the edge of the flower bed, I opened my cell phone and looked at it. The average pace was 06 foot 11 for a total of 5 miles in 52 minutes and 33 seconds. After being strengthened by the lung strengthening potion, his athletic ability was greatly improved, and after adapting to it, his running performance became better and better. After thinking about it, Tang Song shared a screenshot of the exercise track with Winsoft, the fitness expert. Leave a comment on I feel like my body fat percentage has been dropping a little slow lately. Any advice? According to Hu Mingli, Winsoft was a runner, the kind that could run a half marathon in one piece. It's hard to imagine that with a body like hers. Her endurance is still so strong. Her talent is real. Ding dong. Warm and soft. If you're looking for more efficiency in fat loss, you can add anaerobic exercise once or twice a week in addition to cardio like running and jumping rope. Warm and soft. It's best to be in a gym with specialized equipment to lose fat and get in shape at the same time. Don Song, thanks for the advice, and wanted to ask, if I want to run a half marathon, what pace should I achieve for the 5K? Warm and soft. If it's a 2-hour finish, a 5:30 pace is fine. Tang Song wiped the beads of sweat rolling down his face and leaned forward, elbows resting against his knees, feeling the cool night air and having a word with Winsome about running and music. Thursday, April 26, 2023. Sunny, 11 a.m. Cloud Creek Mansion. Tang Song parked his car and jogged into the elevator room. As he waited for the elevator, his hands loosened and tightened, and his eyes stayed fixed on the floor numbers on the LED screen. Walk quickly into the elevator. After walking around for a while, we finally reached the 30th floor. Swiping his card to enter the company and bypassing the front desk, he saw Gao Mingting, who was seriously operating with her laptop at her workstation, at a glance. Noticing Tang Song, who walked in, Gao Mingting quickly stood up, seemingly in celebration of this unusual day. She was dressed with extra sophistication. The face carries a low saturation makeup that makes the features look more delicate and soft. White country-style blouse plus wrap skirt plus black stockings plus beige heels. Standing in a bright and spacious office, it looks polished and ambient. She flashed him a bright smile and opened her right hand, raising it high in the air and waving it at him. Tang Song's gaze was slightly lost in thought for a moment. Her outfit, dress, and expression today, coupled with the scene she was in, made him feel as if he saw some of the shadows of Secretary Jean in the game. Shaking his head, Tang Song held out his right hand and took a few quick steps. Pa! The palms of the hands clashed with a crisp ringing sound. Gao Mingting pointed to the thick folder on the table and smiled. Mr. Tang, everything is here. The front and back copies of the business license, organization code certificate, engraved seals, tax registration certificate, bank contract, and you done. Tang Song reached out and opened them one by one to look at them, and for a moment his heart was a little pounding. Songmei Clothing Trading Company, Ltd., with a registered capital of 1 million yuan RMB. Tang Song holds 75% of the shares personally and Gao Mingting holds 25% of the shares while acting as the legal representative. The company was registered yesterday and the tax registration was just completed this morning, so we can transfer money to the public in 3 days. Hard work, Mingting. Tang Song gave her a thumbs up, a little faster than I thought. To be honest, I've been thinking about registering a company since college, and now that I've finally gotten what I wanted, it's quite an accomplishment. The first step in the long march has just been taken, and there are still many difficulties waiting for us next, so go for it. Gao Mingting leaned her upturned ass on the solid wood desk and looked at him with a smile. I'll honor my promise first. Tang Song opened the bank's contract and found the company's public account. In the China Merchants Bank app, the system provided 1 million investment funds transferred, while adding the note paid investment funds. After doing so, Tang Song smiled. The $1 million I promised has been transferred to the public account. The next office decoration, equipment purchase, personnel recruitment, and the $160,000 I promised you, all come out of the company's account. He paused and added, go for it, partner. Cheer up. Gao Mingting pursed her lips and stood in front of the south-facing floor-to-ceiling window. Tang Song took a deep breath and stood side by side with her, his eyes looking out the window at the beautiful view of the city. Swish! The system light screen unfolded again. On April 26, 2023, after a long period of preparation, planning and hard work, you create your first business of your own, transforming your ideals and visions into reality. At the same time, you will face more challenges and opportunities, and you begin to think from the perspective of a manager, which is an unprecedented experience that you are excited and apprehensive about. You have completed the plan tasks 1. Your character makes a leap. Jinsho Commerce Development Engineer equals Songmei Clothing President. The new character is now in effect, and the character comes with the special effect leader. Leader, when you are making personnel decisions for Songmei Clothing and Trading Company, Ltd., you will have sharper intuition and insight, a strong sense of risk, and be able to recognize and assess whether employees and interviewees are potentially at risk. Chapter 61, A Little Competition Between Women. The two men standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the warm, quiet office fell silent in unison. Each one feels the joy and the openness of the heart at this moment. After a while, Mr. Tang, say, TSK, the company is really different after it was founded, and you speak with such vigor. Gao Mingting clasped her hands on her chest and looked at him sideways. Any arrangements next? First thing, hire all the employees we need as fast as we can. Finance, personnel, anchors, operations, planning, customer service. Gao Mingting pondered for a moment and said, our business is very simple in the early stage. The finance can recruit part-time accountants, and I can handle the anchor, operation and personnel by myself, so that we can have a large amount of overhead left. The starting number stage returns are very low and you can even lose a lot of money. She had stumbled her way through the process and had long had expectations in mind, but Tang Song was different. He was a first-time entrepreneur. She wants to cut costs to the maximum extent possible to avoid Tang Song losing its fight because of money losses. Tang Song seriously said, you don't need to worry about the funds. Since we have already set up the company, naturally we need to be more formal. A person's energy is limited after all. I hope the company can get on the right track as soon as possible. Gao Mingting bit her lower lip with her shell teeth and gently nodded. I understand. A very detailed development strategy has been put together based on the business plan we both explored earlier, and it will be sent to you later so you can see if there are any issues. Okay, Mr. Tang. Hearing this name again, the corner of Tang Song's mouth raised in a big arc. His mood so good that it was beyond description. This is the advantage of being your own boss. You can make the strategic plan and development direction of the company according to your own wishes. He felt this way while playing the game Growing Up Male. In fact, in order to smoothly advance the plot in the game, he had also looked up a lot of knowledge related to management, finance, economy, and market, but it was still far from enough, and was only on paper. It's kind of fun to be involved in the creation, planning, and development of a company from start to finish these days, not to mention having such a beautiful and capable partner who is a pleasure to work with. Thinking of this, Tang Song thought of Secretary Jean again. In the game, she was the one who accompanied him all the way from the startup, as a secretary but more like a partner. In reality, the object was changed to Gao Mingting. Tang Song turned to meet her gaze and smiled. Our company's future will far exceed your imagination, and you won't regret your decision, I'm sure. Gao Mingting averted her gaze somewhat unnaturally and pursed her lips to look out the window. The first time I saw him was at the Mingjun Auto Body Shop. The impression was of a very ordinary boy with an average demeanor, and she had seen and known many such boys. But at this moment, Tang Song has become very different. Not only is his appearance more handsome and upright, but he also has more of an inexplicable elegance. This grace was not unfamiliar to her, having once had it in herself. That self-belief, so strong that it spills over. Such a man, even if he is unkempt, you can still feel the difference as long as you make eye contact with him. Gao Mingting had never been a face controller, and also valued a boy's substance and ability more. The current Tang Song gave her a very charming feeling. Tang Song snapped his fingers crisply and smiled at Gao Mingting. It's almost dinner time. Let's go, partner. Treat you to a big meal. Then I must slaughter you. With all the burdens removed from her body and the company just established, Gao Mingting was in a very good mood. Opening his tote bag, he loaded the company's documents into it, closed his computer, and followed Tang Song out of the office. While waiting for the elevator, the two men agreed on a location. Gao Mingting has been working on this site for 3 years, and knows all the big and small restaurants in the neighborhood. With such a celebratory day today, she didn't make any pretense and chose an upscale Western restaurant with a good reputation. Step inside the bright and spacious elevator and press B2. The two leaned against the silver wall on the inside, chatting in hushed tones about recruitment. Ding dash, the elevator came to a steady stop on the 19th floor. The elevator doors opened slowly. A fresh, watery aroma came from it, like the smell of the sea breeze and the air after rain. Tang Song's nose twitched and subconsciously raised his head. I saw a somewhat familiar figure, dressed in a dark gray lady's suit, stepping on black thin high heels, her bare legs white and slender. She carried a blue work badge in her hand. When he got a good look at her pretty face, Tang Song quickly recalled it. It was the Yuki that I had seen at the Shingakaku dinner. The reason why Tang Song was impressed was still because of the drastic contrast she had created earlier. A friend in a Porsche, who claimed to have a Mercedes Big G to pick him up, ended up hitting a Corolla instead. I didn't expect that I would run into her today at Yunchi Mansion. It seems that she works here as well. It's quite fateful. Tang Song looked down the open elevator door into the hallway. Yenqing Rongxin Venture Capital Company. It seemed to be quite large, taking up an entire floor of the office building. Walking into the elevator, seemingly seeing that there were fewer people, Yuki stood directly in front of the mirror, shifting from side to side as if no one else was there. He pulled his cell phone out of his pocket and posed for a few selfies. Noticing Tang Song's gaze, Gao Mingting beside him also looked at Xiao Shui. Large eyes, high nose, flat eyebrows, pointed chin, fair skin. The height is a bit taller than her. It should be 173 centimeters. Together with the high heels and the suit-set dress looks very tall and sexy, very much like an urban white-collar elite. Gao Mingting raised her eyebrows and subconsciously stood up straight. She was also very well dressed today, and with her dimpled figure, it wasn't really that much worse. However, her looks are on the soft and atmospheric side. Not a picture of this kind of Netflix face, and not as flamboyant aura. Seemingly sensing something, Yuki put down her cell phone and rested her left hand on the elbow of her right arm, revealing the bright white gold watch on her wrist. Ding dash! The elevator slowed to a stop on the first floor. Xiao Shui swept a glance at Gao Mingting with a smile on her lips, her chin slightly raised, and she took a not-so-small step towards the outside. The graceful physique, with its twisting waist and hips, instantly attracted the attention of many men. The corner of Gao Mingting's eye twitched, her gaze tilted slightly, and she saw Tang Song still staring at the other party's back. The heart was inexplicably frustrated. Looking down at her stockinged legs, it didn't seem that much worse, did it? Let's go, Montine. Oh, Gao Mingting gave a reply back and followed Tang Song towards the outside. Click, get in the car. Gao Mingting pulled open the car door and got into the passenger seat. Closing the car door, Tang Song laughed sideways. I thought you'd be surprised for a moment. Failing at pretending. Ha ha. Gao Mingting glanced at him and suddenly spread her face and laughed. It's indeed quite surprising that with Mr. Tang's status, his seat is just a 3 Series. I thought it was at least a Bentley. Eh? The corner of Tang Song's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Gao Mingting blinked and adjusted her seat to herself, fastening her seatbelt and stretching her legs out. Legs wrapped in black stockings interlocked with each other, vaguely revealing the delicate luster of the skin. The leg curves are smooth and natural, and the muscle lines are hidden, exuding a healthy and energetic atmosphere. Tang Song's gaze gradually shifted downward and couldn't help but take a few more glances. Let's go, Mr. Tang. Gao Mingting smiled and put the large tote bag on her lap, blocking his view. Chapter 62, Where Dreams Begin. After lunch, the two rejoined the office and officially got to work. Create an account, sign up for Shake Shop, and submit for review. Discuss the decoration and planning of the live room. Selection of office equipment and supplies, computers and accessories, printers, water dispensers, refrigerators, microwaves, live equipment, supplies. These things are essential to have in place before an employee starts. The total cost was $90,000 due to the small size of the company and the small number of employees in the early stages. Gao Mingting did offer to buy a second-hand one, but it was directly rejected by Tang Song. Since the public account can't be paid externally until 3 days later, they just picked out their stuff online first. Wait a couple of days before placing an order and get the remittance identification number to pay the public. 6 o'clock in the evening. Tang Song leaned against the cloudy sofa in the corner, admiring Gao Mingting's side face as she worked earnestly. It's time to get off work, isn't it? Wait for me for another 10 minutes. Gao Mingting continued. The company's front desk logo wall is very important. It can intuitively represent the company's brand image. I just contacted a schoolmate and asked her to help with the design. Do you have any requirements for Songmei Clothing's logo? Requirements, said Tang Song, touching his chin. Looks simple and beautiful on the line. Or we find a professional design company to do it? Gao Mingting turned the ergonomic chair, looked at him and smiled. This schoolmate of mine is very talented in art design. She has helped me design logos and packaging before. Full of aura. No worse than the professional designers outside. The key is more attentive. Try it first. If you are not satisfied, we will change again. Okay, Mr. Gao. At your service. Tang Song waved his hand at her. The corners of Gao Mingting's mouth rose, and her high heels gently bucked. Another moment passed. Gao Mingting closed the computer and stood up, somewhat excitedly saying, Let's go. Get off work. Since graduation, I've been starting my own business and opening a store, and I've never really experienced this feeling of getting off work at the end of the day, which is a bit of a novelty. After briefly packing up their things, the two of them headed towards the door. When she walked to the front desk area, Gao Mingting suddenly stopped and said, "Wait for me, I almost forgot the main thing." "What business?" Tang Song was curious. Gao Mingting took out her cell phone, first snapping a few pictures of the office area, then waving at Tang Song. Laughing, he said, "Let's have a group photo to commemorate the founding of our company. It really should be a souvenir." Tang Song nodded and stood to the left of Gao Mingting. Behind them was the company's front office, empty but very stylish and atmospheric. Gao Mingting raised her cell phone and crossed it in front of the two. Looking at the picture on the viewfinder frame, she hesitated for a moment and reached out her left hand to encircle Tang Song's right arm, her head slightly tilted to the left. Tang Song stiffened and quickly returned to normal, warm to the touch, light body odor. In her high heels, her head came just to the bridge of his nose. Eggplant. Kaching dash. The first photo of the two together was born. Gao Mingting let go of his arm and took a few steps forward, turning back to look at him face to face, smiling like a flower. Tang Song, a few years from now, when Songmei Clothing is successfully listed and we ring the big bell on the exchange, come back and see this group photo. This is where our dream started. At that time, we will not only be a small live banding company, but we will have our own office building, our own clothing brand, design company, and production factory. We have branches all over China and we are the leading national fashion clothing brand in the market. We'll also launch our own luxury brand, get endorsements from the biggest stars, title various variety shows and concerts. She just spoke of her bright ideas for the future, her voice soft and firm. She has never lacked the courage and conviction to climb up the ladder, and now that the opportunity is in front of her, she is incredibly hungry for success. Tang Song took a deep breath, also infected by her words. This moment can't be too far away. If Gao Mingting was still just imagining things, then he was really looking forward to this moment. There are systems in place, huge assets waiting to be inherited, and carefully trained elite talent. All three of a man's major life goals, business, money, and women, will be realized. Gao Mingting lives in the Juxi neighborhood of Qiaoxi district, which is close to Mingjun Auto Repair Factory. Park the car downstairs. Gao Mingting asked, "Do you want to go up for dinner? I often cook for myself and my skills are not bad." "Then I'm sorry to bother you." Tang Song directly agreed. "Ha ha, I thought you'd be polite." Tang Song turned the car off and unbuckled his seatbelt. Turning his head, he laughed. "There's a quote in a book I'm reading that says you can't really know anyone until you walk in their shoes for a while. I want to get to know my partner better, so I want to walk in her shoes." Galmontin smiled. Maycomb is very much a town of some years, and in my first memories it was a tired old town. In college I loved Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird so much I read it 3 times. I loved the book too, and it just so happens that we're exchanging readings tonight. Under the dim light, Gao Mingting suddenly blushed a little. With a soft he pushed open the car door and stepped out. "Take the elevator to reach the 12th floor." Snap! Tang Song clapped his hands and lit up the voice-activated lights. Gao Mingting was a bit fumbling as she pulled out the key from her tote bag, opened the door to her room, and lit the lights in the living room. The shoe cabinet in the foyer is full of shoes, all styles and colors. There were also 2 pairs of slippers, but they were both ladies and in very small sizes. No need to change shoes, just come straight in. Gao Mingting's expression was a bit unnatural. "Okay." Tang Song smiled and walked straight in. The house is a 2-bedroom, 1 bathroom with a not-so-small living room. The decor is very simple, with big white walls, white floor tiles and IKEA-style furniture. In the corner of the balcony near the south-facing balcony, there is a chic solid wood bookcase filled with books. Gao Mingting hung her bag on the coat rack and turned back to ask, "What would you like to drink? Hot water, Coke, mango juice, sparkling water?" "Coke will do." Gao Mingting took out a 300 milliliters red can of Coke from the refrigerator and handed it over. "There's not a lot of food in the house, so unfortunately you won't be able to order today. So I'll see to it. Want some help?" Tang Song took the Coke, opened it and took a sip. "No, I can do it myself. You rest on the sofa for a while. By the way, there are buns at home that my mom mailed over. Pork and radish stuffed, slightly spicy. Do you want to try them? I really like pork and radish stuffed buns, so today is a blessing." "Okay, then instead of steaming rice, fry 2 veggies and eat them with meat buns. It'll be done in no time." As she spoke, Gao Mingting put on her apron and began to work in the kitchen. Tang Song stepped over to the bookshelf and casually pulled out a few books to look at them, all of which could be found with obvious reading marks. It was obvious that Gao Mingting really liked reading and had kept this habit for a long time. In it he also found human weakness, which he was to read next. Sitting on the gray fabric sofa, Tang Song held a book and began to read. Buzz 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 dash, the range hood starts up. Zip zip zip. The waterlogged vegetables come into close contact with the hot oil. The faint aroma of the dish gradually wafted over. Tang Song's nose twitched and he caught the smell of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Through the kitchen door, she could see her partner's friend's bumpy back and stocking-covered legs. The red apron cinched her slender waist and formed a graceful curve with her upturned hips. Tang Song gently closed the book, quietly enjoying the scene. Chapter 63. You're actually quite handsome. The food will be ready soon. So remember to wash your hands first. The restroom is around the corner over there. Okay. Tang Song put the book back on the shelf, walked to the bathroom, and turned on the light. It was about 4 or 5 square meters in size and cleaned up. There are a number of shelves hanging on the wall, which neatly list various toiletries, skin care products, bath towels. It was obvious that Gao Mingting was a very careful and clean girl. Wash your hands carefully and return to the living room. Gao Mingting just happened to walk over with a big steaming bun. The range hood is a bit old, and the house smells of fried food. Don't mind it. It smells pretty good. Don't mind at all. Gao Mingting smiled, put the plate down gently, and pulled back the curtains of the balcony with a clatter, opening the windows twice. The air was instantly freshened by the cool dinner gusts. A 3-course meal was set on the simple, solid wood dining table. Scrambled eggs with tomatoes, shiitake mushrooms and greens, and patted cucumbers. It looks cozy with the warm lighting. Come on, Mr. Tang, taste if my fried food is good. Hard work. Looks very appetizing. Receiving the chopsticks handed by Gao Mingting, Tang Song tasted them in turn. Coated in tomato juice, the eggs are salty, sweet and creamy. The rich aroma of shiitake mushrooms mingles with the refreshing flavor of greens for a rich taste. The cucumber is crunchy, juicy, refreshingly sour and spicy. It's all plain, home-cooked food, but it's extraordinarily comforting to eat. Tang Song stretched out his thumb and sincerely praised. Super delicious. Gao Mingting was a bit embarrassed. I don't know many dishes. These 3 dishes are considered the most skillful, and they are also very simple to make. Try the buns. My mom's pastry skills are very good. Phew, it's hot. So hot. Tang Song grinned and took a bite. His eyes instantly lit up. It's too flavorful. This spiciness is just right too. Mingting, now I want to rely on your house and not leave. We're partners. You're trying to make me babysit for you. Gao Mingting blushed slightly and subconsciously averted her gaze. There are still 8 buns in the refrigerator. I'll take them all away for you later. It's no good taking them all. Just get me 4. At that moment, there was a sudden tinkling guitar sound from the balcony window, accompanied by a magnetic singing voice. BGM, you're a early morning white rice porridge. You know the seasons. Know how to be a constant companion. Eyes have colorful. Gao Mingting arched her eyebrows and pointed to the wall behind her. It's the neighbor next to me who sings, and because the balcony is so close, I often get to enjoy free live performances. Sings well and plays the guitar well. Tang Song also loved to listen to songs, and in the past, he had even practiced guitar with the wind for a while in order to make a name for himself in front of Bai Yueguang. Unfortunately, he had mediocre talent and could never hold it. He's a resident singer at a bar and an internet sensation. Pretty awesome. Accompanied by a pleasant song. The two of them ate and chatted at the same time, chatting from cooking to To Kill a Mockingbird and then moving on to the clothing industry. During that time, Gao Mingting's cell phone would light up every now and then, receiving new messages. She mostly just scanned it casually and barely replied. Finish dinner and clean up the kitchen. Gao Mingting went to the bathroom and brushed her teeth, then cut a fruit plate and put it in front of Tang Song. The two leaned back on the fabric couch in the living room and made small talk. Bam, 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 the Microsoft phone rang. Gao Mingting hesitated for a moment, but still connected. Hey, wakey wakey. I'm fine. I'm better already. Thanks for asking. How have you been? Congratulations. That's great. Looks like I'll have to address you as Supervisor Lee from now on. Okay. If I go to Mordor, I'll definitely go find you to play. Just don't mind me rubbing my nose in it. I have friends over here. We'll talk later. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Gao Mingting let out a long breath and rubbed her brow. Tang Song was concerned. Is everything alright? Gao Mingting leaned on the armrest on one side of the sofa and looked at the ceiling. Mom once said that it turns out that a lot of care is just to poke around to find out just how miserable you're living. That quote is where I am now. The women, who hadn't been in touch a few times since graduation, are now starting to talk to me, one after the other, to find out what I'm up to now. Speaking of this, she shook her head in self-deprecation. Maybe I was too high profile in the past, making a lot of noise and making them uncomfortable in their hearts. That can only mean that you're too good, which is why I chose you as a partner. Tang Song moved his position and leaned towards her side, his gaze sincerely looking at her beautiful face. The corner of Gao Mingting's mouth lifted and she smiled lightly. Thank you for Mr. Tang's recognition. I won't let you down. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door came suddenly. Gao Mingting hurriedly stood up and raised her volume. Who is it? Ms. Gao. It's me, returning the book. A somewhat familiar voice sounded outside the door. One moment. Gao Mingting glanced out along the cat's eye for a while and eased the door to the room open. Standing outside the door was a handsome young man, in his early 20s, with medium-length hair, dressed all in black. It looks like it has a lot of character. Thank you for the book. I finished the first book of this Gone with the Wind, and I feel a lot of emotions. The young man handed over a blue and black book and said softly, in addition to returning the book, I'd like to borrow away the next book again this time. Is that okay? Okay, wait a moment, haha. Gao Mingting took the book and took a step in the direction of the bookshelf. The young man's eyes followed her figure forward and immediately saw Tang Song sitting on the sofa. His eyes met and he couldn't help but frown. Tap tap tap. Gao Mingting fetched the book and walked briskly to the door. Here you go. That was a great song just now. Thanks. The young man took the book, pointed to the house, and asked curiously, friends in the house today? A bright smile appeared on Gao Mingting's face. Yeah, good friend. Seeing the smile on her face, the young man nodded and said, I'll be going back then. Thanks for the book, Ms. Gao. If there's any song you want to listen to, you can let me know. Okay, bye, bye. Closing the door to her room, Gao Mingting explained smoothly. He's the neighbor who just sang on the balcony. Lu Wenning, who just moved here not long ago. Quite a handsome young man. Tang Song had an intuition that this Lu Wenning must like his partner's friend, because he had wanted to come over here more often in the name of borrowing books. But that's normal. Gao Mingting was outstanding in terms of her looks, figure and temperament. A girl like this certainly has no shortage of suitors in her life. Gao Mingting pursed her full lips and said, actually, you are quite handsome. Tang Song froze and said in a serious manner, I like dealing with someone as discerning as you. Gao Mingting covered her mouth and smiled. Sitting on the armrest of the sofa near the balcony, her straight long legs swaying gently, facing the cool evening breeze, chatting with him about literature. Tang Song doesn't know much in this area, but is mostly listening and watching. Chapter 64, Shaojing, Private Marseille. 9 o'clock at night. Tang Song drove back to the Qing Xin home neighborhood, danced a bit to fat-burning exercises, took a shower, and collapsed comfortably on the bed. The system light screen slowly unfolded to view personal information. Player, Tang Song, 37 foot, role, Sanmi clothing, president, height, 182 cm, weight, 80 kilograms, physique, 59, endurance, 57, agility, 51, enlightenment, 76, status of assets, balance, $38,000, company, Songmei Clothing, property, 200 square foot office space in Cloud Creek Building, car, BMW 330i. With the company officially established, the character jumps up and the charisma score goes straight to 37. If you can get the staff fully recruited and the company profitable, then you can certainly break 40 and collect the next stage of assets straight away. It's a little exciting to think about. Looking at the pitiful balance, Tang Song smiled. It's okay, I'll let you rise right away. Check out the details of the title, Popular Me. Current cash award, 112. 600 yuan, total 214. 600 yuan. Click on withdrawal. Ding dong dash the text message beeped. China Merchants Bank, your account with tail number 6800 earned 112 renminbi. 600. 00 at 21:51 on April 27. Balance, $150. 600. The discretionary balance, for the first time, surpassed $100. $000. Say goodbye to the tight life for good. Looking at the long numbers in the bank card, Tang Song was a little emotional for a moment. I remember the last time I was home, my mother pulled herself into the house. Take out a property flyer with numbers written all over it and read to yourself for the better part of an hour. The newly opened King's New Garden neighborhood, off the county's South Loop, has pedestrian and vehicular traffic, is surrounded by hospitals, and is also a school district. The unit price is $5,000 for a 100 sq ft, 2-bedroom with 30% down, just under $150,000. Because of the value for money, sales have been so brisk that there are reportedly not many units left. Tang Song still remembered the longing and loss in his mother's eyes. At that time, the family had just paid off the loan and could not afford the money. After a long sigh, Tang Song had no desire to sleep either. Put the pillows up, lean back against the bed, and pick up the cell phone. Open the Jitterbug app. Go to Personal Center. Fans, 1037. It's close to the amount of followers he has on Little Red Book, but the rate of increase has slowed down. It's time to get ready for the new video. As your own biggest source of cash flow at the moment, it has to be taken seriously. Tang Song lay on his bed and pondered for a moment, searching for hand and driving related topics in Shake Shack to learn the shooting techniques and content of the popular explosive videos. It took a while to pick out the theme for the shoot and finally it was completely finalized. First view driving video with one-handed steering wheel turns, joined by dazzling city night scenes. This allows for a much more enhanced view of the video. Sort of an extension of my own last video. Determining his thoughts, Tang Song opened the shopping app and bought the shooting equipment, car sunroof mounts and professional sports cameras. The phone he's using now is perfectly adequate for daytime shots, but for good night shots and shake-proofing, he'll still have to get on a professional camera. After writing down your shot ideas in a memo, Tang Song casually opened his circle of friends to find out what his friends were up to. I didn't realize that the first dynamic would be a speed bump for him. Warm and soft, recent pieces of life. There are a few photos posted below of the gym, writing, work, and potluck. Tang Song clicked on a fitness photo and zoomed in to see the details. I have to admit, Warm and Soft is really talented. The gluteus maximus is something and the line is fantastic. Even in conservative workout clothes, they are seductive. Better than the female fitness bloggers he follows. Save the image to an album and click the like button by the way. Keep paddling down. Zhao Yaqian, for today's takeout. The merchant sent an extra marinated egg. So happy. Authentic beef plate noodles. JPG, my beautician friend is still so easily satisfied. Tang Song guffawed and left a message. Dabble in the joy. LV Kai, New Lane Open Air Grill is having a great opening. Forward your friends to collect 50 likes and you can enjoy 20% off. There are even free drinks. Please, likes. There are a couple more promo photos below. The camping style environment. The waiters in handbox. The greenery and flowers everywhere. The artful backdrop. The grilled meat covered in spices. It does look very good. Giving a nod to the college friend, Tang Song thought again about his beautician friend. It seemed like she was always chanting about going to a barbecue or steak when she got her paycheck, and her mouth watered every time she craved it. Tang Song shared the restaurant's promotional image with Zhao Yaqian and left a message. May Day vacation is coming soon. Treat you to barbecue. Going or not? Brushed my friends again for a while. Buzz buzz dash the phone vibrated. Zhao Yaqian, brother Song has helped me so much. I'm sorry to make you spend money on treats again. This Sunday is the end of the month. Our boss promised to pay the salary. When I get the money I'll treat you to a meal. Okay? Seeing this reply, Tang Song paused and replied, good. Immediately afterward, the phone vibrated again. Tianjing, finally. I'm busy with the company's business, and it's going to be the May Day vacation. How about it? Do you have a restaurant you want to go to? Take your pick from Yancheng. My treat. #shades. Tang Song raised his eyebrows. This corporate goddess was true to her word and even offered an invitation. Immediately replied, New Lane Open Air Grill. JPG, this restaurant just opened and looks very good. Want to go and try it together? Tadashi, okay de. If it's time, is 7 p.m. the day after tomorrow okay? It was at this moment that the crisp system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! You have triggered the challenge quest, dating first experience. Please go to the quest center to check it out. Yanjing Huating Neighborhood, Building 1. Fluffy, soft pink large round bed. Tianjing was lying on the quilt in her nightgown, her snow-white calves kicking around. Ding dong. Tang Song, I'll see you the day after tomorrow then. Tang Song, expectations. GIF. Tianjing laughed softly and opened the group chat the second best. The message said, done. I've asked out the man with the man's hand. Wait for me to update the photos. After sending the message, he tossed his phone aside. Tianjing pulled a palmistry-related book from under her pillow. While browsing, he thought to what excuse he should logically use to make a request to read his poem. The cell phone vibrated a few times from time to time and the group was very lively. Tianjing cocked her head. as if she had thought of something. Gingerly, he got out of bed. Click dash the door to the room was unlocked. Bare feet back under the covers. Adjust the room lights to nighttime warm color mode. Grabbing his cell phone, he opened the gallery and found the photo he had taken earlier in the office. The light from the screen lit up her pale face. Flushed and very cute. Tianjing bit her moist lips and whispered, "Private Marseille, sorry." Chapter 65, Ling Ling's WeChat. After replying to Tianjing's message, Tang Song hurriedly opened the system interface to check the details of the quest. Dating first experience. Task description: you, who have a startup company and plenty of savings, have received a date invitation from a beautiful girl, and your heart is full of anticipation and joy. As a guy, you should pay attention to your dressing, speech and manners, show your confidence and charm, listen to her ideas and give enough care and respect. Challenge to make your date a good experience on this date. Mission reward, dating gift pack *1. Satisfaction, 0 out of 100. Note, the higher the satisfaction peak of the date in the date, the richer the gift pack reward. Following, restraint and persistence. The challenge quest was finally triggered again. Unlike other quests, challenge quests are more of a test of the game for the player. The better you complete the process, the greater the reward. The only shame is that the date wasn't with Alyssa Chiu. He didn't know much about Tianjing, the former company payroll supervisor, and he didn't have much contact with her. And as a standard rich white girl, she's not short of money or bragging rights, making it difficult to get the best date experience out of her. It would be much simpler if it was Zhao Yaqian. Tang Song had absolute confidence that her satisfaction level would reach 100. Oh, hairdresser friend, why are you so uncontested? When I have the chance later, I'll definitely spank your ass hard, at least 50 times. After gazing at his brows and pondering for a moment, Tang Song's heart stirred. How could I have forgotten you, my dear cyber army men? It's your turn to make an appearance. It's just about time to update my notes, so I'll upload my remodeling tomorrow and consult them for advice. Dating a former company goddess is kind of a very good gimmick to attract traffic and increase fans' attention. Winning hemp in one fell swoop. Snap. Tang Song clenched his hands hard. Turn off the light. Lie down. Tuck in. And go to sleep. Friday, April 28, 2023. Cloudy. 11 to 23 degrees Celsius. After completing 50 minutes of postural correction, Tang Song earnestly began skincare and hairstyling. After picking through the closet for a while, he eventually pulled out a set of everyday outfits out of the closet. Gray cable jacket plus black sweatpants. It's the same outfit he wore on the first day of his makeover on April 2nd. It's been almost 1 month since the remodel, so since we're making a comparison effect, here's a comprehensive one. Secure your phone with a stand. Set the automatic photo countdown and stand in the same position. Tang Song took a deep breath, lifted his chest, relaxed his body, and looked forward. Kaching dash. A no beauty straight out photo appears in the album. Tang Song opened it and looked at it, nodding in satisfaction. Because of the 20-pound weight loss, the suit looks baggy on him, but it still reveals a well-proportioned body. Without the mask, he had square, handsome features, a gradually defined jawline, and a slimmed down neck. No dark circles, no acne, no big bags under the eyes. Despite average skin, it looks like it could be considered handsome in the original camera. If you add beauty to it, you can also go the route of a face netizen. Think about the shame of instantly deleting the photo when he took it a month ago. Tang Song felt a pang of emotion in his heart. Now he doesn't need to wear a mask anymore, and with a casual glance, he is a fresh, clean and full of energy handsome guy. He also didn't reshoot with the mask on again in order to get better input from his cyber army. It's not like you can't hold your own now anyway. Open that photo taken on April 2nd, put it together in PS, and add a light blue lightning bolt in the middle to separate it. The comparison between before and after was more intuitive and drastic, and he had a strong premonition that his post was definitely going to be on fire. Another consolidation of workout and correction photos from the last few days. Tang Song opened the little red book app. The fanbase is rather unique. 111. Due to the lack of updates in the last few days, the followers have been going up very slowly indeed, and the number of comments and likes is much lower. I was just about to create a note when several unread private messages came into view with very familiar avatars. Demon Ling, little brother recently how not to update. It is not to give up, right? Still waiting for you to remodel the reverse. Demon Ling, I made a bet with my roommates. If you give up in the middle, I have to treat them to a month's worth of conch chowder. Demon Ling, don't be discouraged. There are any difficulties, let's add microblogging. I enlighten you. My microsignal is YLL01****. It was 3 posts off and on from the night before to last night. I never saw it because Dansong hasn't been on much. I could tell she was in a hurry. Throwing herself out on WeChat. Tang Song smiled, opened WeChat, added friends, and searched for the account. Nicknamed Ling Ling, her avatar is a selfie with a stuffed animal, looking a bit playful. Send a friend request and leave a message saying, "Hello Demon Ling, this is Little Red Book Blogger, April." Back to the Little Red Book app. Dansong continues to create notes. Upload all of the few pictures that are done, with the remodeling comparison photo at the top of the list. Title, 26th day of listening to advice on remodeling. Going on a date with a rich white woman. Asking for advice. Body, listen to everyone's advice. Recently this period of time in addition to skin care, but also began the physical correction. Feel the effect is not bad. The skin has obviously become better. The head tilted forward. Slumped shoulders and hunchback and other problems have also been improved. Also, I have a date with the company goddess the night after tomorrow. She's a standard rich white girl, and I feel so much pressure. Want to present myself better and want to make it a good experience for her. What do you all think I should do? Topics, #remodeling, #listening to advice, #dating, #goddesses. Click to publish. Sitting down in front of the computer, with a typing speed of 135 words per minute, he transcribed the project feasibility report provided by the system. Send it to Gao Mingting's email. Looking at the time, it was almost 9 o'clock. Time to go to work. It's nice to be your own boss and not have to clock in and out on time. After packing up his things and hesitating for a while, Tang Song still took the car keys of the Wuling Hongguang. The warehouse that Gao Mingting rented was rather remote, and after the company started operating, it would definitely need to transport some clothes to Yunxi Mansion frequently. The car can be kept on the company side for now and given to your partner. When the company expands later, you can buy a specialized minivan. Come on, stop putting on lipstick. You're going to be late. It's not because you had to make me stay up all night with you to catch up on the show. Ling Ling, you have to be conscientious. I went to bed at 12 o'clock, and you brushed yourself until 2 o'clock. Blame me? Alright, let's go Shumin. I'm good. Changing their shoes and picking up their bags and helmets, the two of them walked quickly down the stairs. Running to the parking shed, Yao Lingling quickly pulled out the electric motorcycle key and started the car. Li Shumin hurriedly jumped into the back seat, hugged her waist, and clamped her legs hard. Loudly, he said, "Punch and Judy. I don't want to lose my full attendance on the last working day of the month." "Don't worry, there's still 18 minutes left, totally in time." Yao Lingling pulled down the lens of the helmet, twisted the handlebar, and the small black and white electric motorcycle started instantly. She bent slightly, like a charging knight. Chapter 66 An Embrace in the Evening Breeze. As it was the morning rush hour at work, the road was slightly congested. Locked the electric motor downstairs at the office and looked at the clock. Only 3 minutes. Min, it's going to be too late. Run! Yao Lingling shouted and started running wildly with her legs open. Wearing a floral dress and high heels, Li Shumin's face went white then. "Wait for me." Yao Lingling turned back and waved at her, and in the twinkling of an eye, she drilled into the office building. Swipe the door to disable it, and the elevator room is crowded with people outside each elevator door. Shenyuan building was built more than 10 years ago. The elevator does not have a high area, low area respectively, the peak period to wait for a long time. Looked at the clock. Only 2 minutes left. Come on, man. Yao Lingling was so anxious that she stomped her feet. Ding dash, an elevator in the corner arrives. Yao Lingling hurriedly followed the crowd towards that side, but unfortunately, she still didn't squeeze in. My shiny $200 of full time. Is it just going to leave me? No. Ding dash, another elevator arrived. Yao Lingling held her bag against her body and squeezed in through gritted teeth. It was a slight relief to watch the door slowly close. Looking at the clock, there was still the last minute. Come on. After walking around for a while, we finally reached the 8th floor. It was so urgent that she wanted to go to the bathroom. Although the time on her cell phone was still 9 o'clock, Yao Lingling knew she was running out of time. With a tight face, he rushed through the company's front door and extended his index finger to press heavily on the fingerprint identification area. Tick. Punch card successful. Looked at the time on the punching machine. 9:01. Yao Lingling nervously rubbed her hands together, her heart a little afflicted. Was the card punched at 9 o'clock or 9:01? It's a small number, but it's worth 200. With a heavy heart, he returned to his workstation. Splat dash several sheets of A4 paper landed on the desk in front of him. Designer Liang Jiani frowned. Yao Lingling, did I tell you to use a material for the chest pocket flap? 5 cm shrunken rubber band on the cuffs. Yao Lingling hurriedly stood up and explained in a low voice. Sister Liang, the latest version of the list you gave me wasn't labeled, so I thought it was consistent with the previous version. Won't you ask with your long mouth? Liang Jiani gritted her teeth and sternly said, redraw the layout list to me again. The more detailed the floor plan, process description, fabrics and accessories, the better, and don't give me this kind of low-level problem for the next paper pattern. Okay, Sister Liang. Witnessing this designer leave, Yao Lingling's face immediately drooped. What? If there's a problem, you're going to come after me, the assistant, because you're not satisfied with what the pattern maker has done. Gather up the stuff on the table and go to the bathroom. Pull out your cell phone and start your daily paid pooping routine. There's a new friend request? Tang Song? Yao Lingling muttered and clicked to check. Nice one, April. You can kind of show your head. Click through and leave a comment. Little brother, hurry up and update your notes. Waiting for your makeover. Ding dong. Tang Song, thanks for the support. The little red book has been updated, so you can go make suggestions. Yao Lingling's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly opened the little red book app and found April from the follow list. Sure enough, it's updated. Wallet preserved. Seeing the before and after remodeling comparison pictures on the notes, Yao Lingling blinked. Is this a show? It seems kinda nice. She discussed this with others before in April's comments section, and they all agreed that the odds were that he was a little ashamed of his looks and embarrassed to show his face. Hence the mask. Click for details and enlarge the picture to see it. That's a hell of a change, isn't it? On the left, that guy, on the right, this handsome guy. In addition to the plus points of the face, there is a well-proportioned and upright body, full of essence, especially when he smiled. He felt kinda weirdly good-looking class. It's not quite top-notch handsome, but it's on the level of being able to be actively hit on in reality. Seeing the fruits of her nurturing game harvest, Yao Lingling instantly smiled, enjoyed it for a while and started checking out the main text. Corporate goddess? Rich white girl? Dating? I count. This is the third, right? Good guy. I thought you were a naive licking dog, but it turned out to be a war wolf. Tap on the comments section and read it. Moonlight Night murmurs. April nah. You're gradually becoming unattainable to my likeness. Next stop Paradise. The looks are so much more than expected. Momo, this is one of the most successful remodels I've ever witnessed overseeing a remodel. And one of the most well executed. Blank bubbles, right on. It's the right flavor. After raising an epet for so long, I've finally succeeded. It's so cozy. They were all praising the results of his remodeling and the value of his face. Not that many people made comments. Yao Lingling moved and adjusted her sitting position. Typed the comment. The makeover was a great success. If you want to look better on a date, consider a simple makeover with the following steps. Step 1. 30th floor of Yunshi Building. Sanmi Clothing. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there a flower on my face? Tang Song asked in surprise. Gao Mingting opened her mouth and looked at her notebook. Then at Tang Song. After a long moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, this project feasibility report of yours makes me feel like a rookie chicken, and the analysis of the target market in it is very detailed, especially the operation strategy, financial management and team building of the company's startup stage, which is simply a full score answer sheet. Gao Mingting took a deep breath and looked at him with admiration. As long as we follow this plan a little bit, we will soon be able to gain a firm foothold and grow bigger and stronger. Mr. Tang, I admit that I have underestimated you. Tang Song blushed slightly. As long as you think it's okay. Over the next full day, the two put together the initial team's job postings and posted them in turn to the major job boards. Again, from the list of Gomanting's inventory, he began to select the first batch of goods for sale. 19 p.m. The two took the elevator to reach the B2 parking lot. Tang Song took out the car keys of the Wuling Hongguang from his pants pocket and shook them. Then, thanks. Gao Mingting reached out silently and caught it steadily. Get in the car and buckle up. Tang Song set the navigation and laughed. Take me home first. This car is considered a bus. With so much trunk space, it'll be useful when you go to the warehouse to transport clothes. This, after hesitating for a moment, Gao Mingting nodded and said, fine, I won't be pretentious with you then. Departure. The car pulled out of the underground garage and merged into the city's congested traffic. Tang Song leaned back comfortably in his seat, quietly admiring his partner in the driver's seat. Her outfit today is a bit like Yuki's yesterday. Slim-fit women's blazer with white v-neck bottom and gray wrap half skirt. It looks elegant and competent. Very nice. Noticing his gaze, Gao Mingting twisted her buttocks somewhat unnaturally and subconsciously sat up straight, tapped on the car's music player while waiting for a stoplight. The rhythmic song played, soothing her mind. The night before the May Day holiday in Yancheng was extraordinarily congested. It took more than half an hour to reach the destination just walking around. Yao Mingting surveyed the neighborhood against the hunting evening breeze. Not quite what she expected. Not exactly an upscale neighborhood. Tang Song stood next to her and invited. Want to go up and sit down? No. I have to go back and organize my inventory list. And I'll see if there are any resumes on the way. Gao Mingting smiled and turned to hug the Wuling Hongguang. Thank you. It's nice to be able to drive it home again. Tang Song casually joked. Why don't you hug me too? It's more sincere. The evening breeze lifted her hair, and Gao Mingting pursed her lips and spread her face. Yes, partner. After saying that, he took the initiative to go forward and gently hugged him with open arms. Tang Song's body trembled, feeling the soft warmth and smelling the faint body odor mixed with the smell of shampoo. Chapter 67, Go for it. Beautician friend. Seeing the Wuling Hongguang disappear from sight, Tang Song's mind was still recalling the hug he had just given, and his heart was a bit regretful. He had just acted a bit dorky himself and should have offered to give her a hug on the spot in passing. I have to say, Gao Mingting is a person with a really good character. Generous and natural. A very good friend. Immediately afterward, Tang Song thought of Zhao Yaqian, his beautician friend. Opened the system interface and checked the betting agreement. Remaining time, 9 days. On that day, April 8th, I acquired this prop for myself, thus summoning up the courage to make friends with Zhao Yaqian, a beautician. In the blink of an eye, 21 days have passed. They went from strangers to close friends, chatting, skincare, eating and traveling. Zhao Yaqian's character is frank and sincere, a little naive, never play careful eyes, and quite good to him, even if he wasn't craving her body. Tang Song was fond of this friend. Unfortunately, the other man never thought of him in terms of men and women. Tang Song couldn't help but remember what Zhao Yaqian had said last time in his head. We'll always be good friends, right? It's not like he's a cutie pie. Naturally hearing the subtext of that statement, taking a deep breath, Tang Song got into the BMW 330 and set off for Yunsheng Plaza. This time, I went over for a facial and stopped by to talk to the esthetician. If she really doesn't have that in mind, then simply terminate the betting agreement and withdraw the betting money. With the title, Popular Me, the $300,000 of the betting agreement is not as tempting as it was before, and with less constraints from this prop, the relationship between the two can be simpler. Parked outside Yunsheng Plaza, Tang Song followed the bustling crowd to the familiar handmade fried skewer store. Bring some of each of Zhao Yaqian's favorite skewers, and buy 2 cups of fruit tea. A walk along a familiar pedestrian street. Tang Song raised his head and looked at the darkened storefront and lighted sign. Frowning. Yitzi Beauty Salon usually closes after 9 p.m. And the light sign is always on even when it's closed. It's only 8 p.m. Tang Song's heart jumped. Shouldn't it just go out of business? Picking up his cell phone, he directly sent a voice call invitation to Zhao Yaqian. Thump 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 thump. After waiting for a while, the call was finally connected. Hey, Song, I'm here. Although she was trying her best to hide it, her voice was still a bit mumbled, so she should have just cried. Sure enough, Tang Song pursed his lips and said softly, Qianxian, are you okay? There was a pause on the other end of the phone, and Zhao Yaqian's whimpering sounded. Brother Song, Yitzi Beauty collapsed, went out of business, and your membership card can't be refunded. I'm sorry, Tang Song hurriedly consoled. Don't cry, how big a deal? Just change another beauty store and keep working. My membership card doesn't matter, as long as you continue to guide me. The sound of blowing her nose came through the receiver, and Zhao Yaqian choked for a while. Opening his mouth, he said, before closing the store, the boss only paid 1 month's salary and still owes me 2 months. It was just this afternoon. All the equipment in the store was pulled away, and all I took was a box of skincare products and a couple of small instruments. Brother Song, I'll send you some masks and essences later. I'm really sorry, Tang Song softly said. You don't need to say sorry. It's not your fault. To blame you that boss. Right, I blame that old. Pissed me off, Zhao Yaqian said angrily. I and a few other colleagues intend to apply for labor arbitration together, but it may be a bit difficult to get the money back. He owes a debt now. He's the old scoundrel one. Just joined. When it comes to this black-hearted boss who owes her wages, Zhao Yaqian can't stop spouting. Not caring to cry, she began to spit out to Tang Song about the unfair treatment she had encountered in the past 6 months of work and berated her boss. Tang Song stood outside the door of the Yitzi beauty salon, looking at the people coming and going, and from time to time following and echoing a few sentences to comfort and console her. 10 minutes or so later, Zhao Yaqian let out a long breath, as if she had finally slowed down. Brother Song, I'm fine. Thank you for being understanding and for listening to me whine for so long. My cousin worked overtime today, and it was very hard to hold it in alone, and after telling you about it, she felt much better. You can call me if you run into trouble in the future. Tang Song turned toward the exit carrying the fried skewers, the cool evening breeze pounding on his face. I'm not afraid of disturbing your work. After all, you're usually quite busy. It's not good for me to pour negative energy with you again. That's okay. Zhao Yaqian's voice was low. I still don't know what to do next. Tomorrow is the May Day holiday. These days I'll prepare well for the preparation, and try to find a job in a big beauty salon, the kind with 5 insurance. Tang Song took a deep breath and encouraged. There is no low point in the long run. Life has its own period. Cheer up, my beautician friend. If you really can't find a job you can defect to me. I'll support you. Zhao Yaqian laughed directly and said, I'm not easy to support. Skin care products, cosmetics, rent, buying clothes. Every month I have to spend several $1,000s. It's only a couple $1,000s. That's too little. You've drifted. Brother Song. In my cousin's words, supporting me can be harder than supporting a mortgage. The two of them chatted like this as Tang Song gradually walked to the center of Yunqing Square. People were coming and going around. There were a lot of people holding up their cell phones and live streaming, and there were a lot of young couples hugging, kissing, and holding hands. Tang Song stopped where he was and said in a light tone, Zhao Yaqian, do you have a crush on me? I mean the boyfriend/girlfriend kind. Ah! A startled cry came over the receiver, followed by a long silence and the sound of confused breathing. Obviously, she was caught off guard by the sudden straight ball attack. Tang Song looked up at the sky that looked like a huge blue satin and smiled towards the bright moon. Since the game system came down, his life has been completely turned upside down and he has been through a lot. Appearance makeover, restraint and persistence, smile holding, cognitive awakening, car lift and home ownership, unlocking stage 1 rewards, leaving a job, starting a business. Growth is never a fanfare, but a settling and self-renewal after the experience. There was a real difference between the man he was now, and the man he was a month ago. At least at this moment, he can say what he wants to say with confidence and candor. On the phone, there was only the sound of breathing. Tang Song asked, Are you still there? In it. The voice was small and astringent, accompanied by the sound of her tongue licking her lips and teeth. Song, you. After waiting a few moments, she still hadn't said a word. So difficult then. Well, I think I know the answer. Tang Song smiled and continued to walk forward. Talking to you about this is just to briefly confirm it. You should be quite tired today. Have a good sleep. Bye. Hanging up the phone, Tang Song looked at the fried skewers and milk tea in his hand, took a picture and shared it with Zhou Qian. Open the door. Get in the car. Tang Song pulled out a skewer of popping juice camphor and ate it. Slightly cooled, but still very fragrant. Leaning back in the seat and eating a few skewers, Tang Song drew a wet wipe to clean his hands. Starting the car and just about to set off, a crisp system beep sounded in his ears. Ding! Betting agreement, agreed condition 3 has been fulfilled. The current parley is inflated to $300,000. Tang Song blinked, somewhat puzzled. What's going on here? Condition in the Get Zhao Yaqian favor requirements are very strict. Must be the kind of favor between lovers. This cannot be fake. Then why was she silent just now? After dwelling on it for a while, Tang Song still gave up his wild thoughts. It's also a good thing that, at least, proves that things are starting to go sour between them. Thinking of Zhao Yaqian's wineglass legs, Tang Song clicked on the music player in a happy mood. Listen to the pleasant sound of music and click on withdraw. Ding dash the text message beeped. The $300,000 match was successfully accounted for. Chapter 68 Opening a copy. Back to the Chingson Homes neighborhood. Bring in the Kyoto delivery by the door that I bought yesterday. Tang Song unwrapped them in turn and looked at them. The black cell phone holder is well made and has good stability. The sports camera is very small and delicate and playable. After figuring out the functions clearly, Tang Song followed the online tutorial and set up the parameters for shooting night scenes. Standing on his balcony, He took a video of the city skyscrapers in the distance. The results are really much better than a cell phone, with a clear and stable picture. But there are too many cars on the road now, so I'll have to wait until later in the day to take the picture, which is much prettier and more effective. Charge the sports camera. Tang Song sat on the sofa, opened little red book, and immediately saw the eye-catching 99 plus unread messages. View note details. Nearly 20,000 reads, 900 plus likes and 400 plus comments. Sure enough, that latest note exploded. The strong makeover contrast in the main image, coupled with the hot topics of goddesses and rich white women, works surprisingly well. Tang Song sat down at his desk and sifted through and organized the dating suggestions from his online friends. Overall, they can be divided into 4 categories: gifts, chatting tips, makeup, hair. According to the netizens, makeup itself is a form of personal expression and self-improvement, and both men and women can use it to accentuate their strengths and fix their weaknesses. He still has quite a few blemishes on his skin now, and would totally consider wearing light makeup to take his face up a notch. On top of that, the shape of his face changed considerably as his weight returned to normal, and with the natural growth of his hair, his previous American front spikes looked a little out of place. It's time for a new look. But makeup, he was a real amateur and his hair was pitched by Mr. Tony. Looking at the comments section again, Tang Song opened WeChat, sent a message to Ling Ling, a friend she just added. Hello miss, I read your review. It's very professional and detailed, but I don't quite understand some parts of it. Can you guide me online tomorrow? Demon Ling is a small blogger with more than 1,000 followers, occasionally updating a few tutorials on makeup and dressing. She looks quite professional, so you shouldn't step on the mine if you seek her advice. After sending the message, Tang Song began to bore himself with the chatting techniques sent by the military advisors. Buzz, the phone vibrated. Zhao Yu, brother Song, we're on vacation tomorrow, and I found a delicious treasure restaurant that serves the best stir-fried meat. Isn't this your favorite dish? Do you want to go there together? Hashtag craving. Zhao Yu, cute selfie with cupped face. JPG, Zhao Yu, dear Song restaurant. JPG, looking at the overly beautified photo, Tang Song grinned, somewhat speechless. It's not like you've never seen a real person. Is that necessary? After thinking about it, he replied, I've been particularly busy lately. I really don't have the time. We'll go together sometime in the future, haha. Zhao Yu, I heard from Sister Mingli that brother Song has started his own business. So awesome. Go go go. Zhao Yu, there's also the fact that I've encountered a few small problems at work recently, and I'd like to ask you for advice. Brother Song. Seeing that she wanted to continue the conversation, Tang Song's eyes flashed as he replied, by the way Zhao Yu, there's something I want to inquire about. Do you know if Tianjing has any special favorites? The message went out and immediately triggered a silence effect. After a while, the phone vibrated again. Ling Ling, yes. You can contact me if you have any questions, huh? I'll reply when I see it. Tang Song, thank you very much. Is your friend Minmin free? About the new hairstyle. I'd like to ask her to help with her opinion. Starflower Garden Subdivision. Building 8, 501. Yao Lingling and Li Shumen swiped through the drama with unhappy faces. Zhang Jiahan laughed, it's just that the full attendance award is gone. So keep up the good work next month. Li Shumen glanced at Yao Lingling without any good humor. After working hard for 29 days, only to be dragged down by Lingling on the last day. I'm definitely going to lose sleep tonight. Yao Lingling scrunched her neck and said wryly, I can only say that the timing is bad, but if we cross the traffic light smoothly, we won't be late. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. The two fought on the couch for a while. Ding dong dash, the cell phone screen lit up. Yao Lingling hastily drew back her hand that was doing strange things and picked it up to look at it. It's that makeover blogger from Little Red Book who asked me for help with makeup pointers. And hey, he showed up in the notes today. Quite a handsome chap. Zhang Jiahong was surprised. WeChat has been added? You two aren't going to run to the present, are you? Yao Lingling smiled and said, being said by you, I am really a little excited. He is also in Yancheng. Turn around, you can have a base under the line and make a friend. This little brother is quite progressive, and his execution is superb. Li Shumen slapped her ass and teased, I just don't know how his stamina is and if he can satisfy you. Pervert men. Yao Lingling blushed. Watch less juvenile Japanese movies. I have it here in Mandarin. Why don't I burrow under your covers at night and we'll watch it together while you learn from the experience ahead of time? I don't need it. Yao Lingling slapped her on the head and said, this little brother wants to change his hairstyle. I'll pull a group together and you guys come and give your opinions. After saying that, He directly pulled Tang Song and his 2 housemates in. Sent, at Tang Song, these 2 are my friends. You should have seen them in the comments section as well. Just send any questions directly to the group. We'll reply when we see them. Ding dong dash, the 3 men's cell phones lit up at the same time. Don Son, thank you very much, please, Zhang Jiahong said in a bad mood. I don't have that much free time. I still have to prepare for the public examination. Li Shumin shook her head. I'm in a bad mood and I don't care. Ling Ling, you're on your own. Ding dong. Tang Song, red packet. Whoa, there's a red packet. Zhang Lingling's eyes were quick and clicked to collect it. Her eyes immediately straightened. No way. It's so big. When Zhang Jiahong and Li Shumin heard this, they immediately came over and said in unison, it's huge. After saying that, he hurriedly picked up his own cell phone and opened the red envelope. Cheers rang through the living room. 200 red packets. Little brother is really on the ball. Li Shumin flushed and said, I got my full attendance award back. I can go shopping tomorrow. Yao Lingling huffed. Aren't you guys unwilling to help? Hurry up and return the red packets to the others. This handsome guy is so nice and roadworthy. Who wouldn't want to help? Ling Ling, don't talk nonsense. I'm April's hardcore fan. Li Shumin had a righteous face. I'll immediately go find a hairstyle that suits him. I must make my April handsome. 10 o'clock at night. Tang Song returned to the rental house, exported the video taken from the sports camera, and watched it carefully on the big screen a few times. Inside the car is the elegantly slender hand of a man of God, the dark-toned interior, the gorgeous car's engine and dashboard. Outside the car were the city's skyscrapers, neon lights flashing brightly, comparison and contrast with each other. The overall view is very good, but the color tone is still poor. It is best to use post-production software to fix it. He doesn't have much experience in this area and needs to look up information online. Looking at the time, I still gave up the idea of staying up all night and fighting hard. Sleep is the most important. After a brief wash, he turned off the light and lay down on the bed, opened the system panel and looked at it, instantly filled with a sense of security. Balance, $447. 400. With that, he mentally moved to enter the system warehouse and check the props. Simulation copy generation card. After using it, you can open a simulation copy of the plot. Players will enter the copy in the form of a dream, randomly assigning roles and exploring the plot. And after the copy is cleared, it will be comprehensively rated according to the degree of completion. And the higher the score, the more rewarding it will be. In Growing Up Male, the difficulty of the copies grows with the charm value. With a balance of 440,000, that should be enough for a pre-copy, or at least passing is no problem. Thinking of this, Tang Song's eyes showed thick excitement and anticipation. It's time to open the first analog copy. Just for tonight. Chapter 69, Experiencing the Plot, Reaping the Rewards. Tang Song adjusted his sleeping position and covered the quilt. Check, analog copy generation card, and use it immediately. Whoosh, the system interface halo flowed. A grand concert picture appears. The lights are bright and the glow sticks converge into a river of stars. Fireworks bloomed in the sky, colorful, dreamy and gorgeous. Immediately afterward, lines of text jumped out. Dreams are an expression and exploration of the depths of people's minds. In a dream, you can escape from the constraints of reality, travel through time and space, or encounter fantastical sights that you have never seen before. You will enter a free and magical space of imagination, which is full of infinite possibilities and creativity. Please play to your heart's content. On April 28, 2023 at 22:34 you opened the first plot copy. Loading episodes. Roles are being assigned. Welcome to the plot copy, Tomorrow Superstar. Chapter 1. Knockout games against all odds. Starting soon. Immediately afterward, the curtain of light dissipated into starlight, and a raging sleepiness struck. Tang Song's body quickly relaxed and his breathing became even and long. I was born into an ordinary working-class family. Not rich, but my family was healthy and harmonious. In the 3rd grade, a very cute little girl was transferred to my class and happened to be placed at my desk. She is very smart, learns everything her teacher teaches at once, scores perfect marks on every test, and can draw, play the piano, and dance. She loves to read and shares some interesting stories with me from time to time. Without realizing it, ours became close friends. After entering middle school, we went to different schools and had new circles of friends, and our contact gradually became less and less, with only occasional encounters in the library, at the stationery store, and on the road. When we went to high school, we became classmates again, and although we weren't in the same class, we would often talk on the playground. in the stairwells, and under the shade of the trees. She was still so good that she was in the top 3 of the school every time in her studies, while I was just in the middle of the pack. She liked to listen to music when she solved math problems, so I bought a guitar with the money I saved for living expenses and started teaching myself. Unexpectedly, I realized that I was very musical. I could talk the guitar very well and sing songs very well. When we went to college, we were separated again, this time by more than 350 kilometers. I joined the music club and was exposed to more instruments. I started trying to write my own songs, sing them and make videos, put them on a short video app and share them with her. I was approached by an entertainment company that saw my musical talent and good looks and wanted to sign me as a singer. I agreed. I love music and I'm eager to prove myself and be a star. After professional training and coaching, my musical skills have once again skyrocketed. I was put on a show called Tomorrow's Superstars by my agent. It's a music talent show of a global nature and is the hottest variety show out there. She gave me a very expensive guitar and encouraged me to go for it. I successfully passed the preliminary rounds and selection rounds and entered the elimination rounds of the Chinese region, which also means that I can finally appear on the screen. And I will bloom in the explosive variety show Tomorrow's Superstars, which belongs to my own luster. But the upcoming first round doesn't seem to be easy. I'm probably going to be eliminated. Plot task: maintain the persona and pass the first round of elimination. Evaluation criteria: stage performance ability, personal charisma display, character matching. Tang Song slowly opened his eyes and rubbed his face. It was as if he had just experienced another person's life, seemingly in a flash, yet substituting very clearly and without any sense of dissonance at all. Passionate about music, extremely talented, with an outstanding voice condition and knows many instruments. The guitar level, in particular, is good enough to go into a band. It can be said to be an absolute powerhouse. This is the reason why he was able to successfully emerge from the Chinese race. In the first round of the elimination round, however, he ran into a VIP player, perhaps because of the fear of his strength, the agency behind the other side. Through internal transactions, their group of matches arranged for a music festival in the Cherry Blossom Province site. The contestants sing and the audience and judges vote. As a province of China, people here speak Mandarin, but Japanese as a dialect is still popular. This VIP contestant is a native of Sakura Province and is very good at Japanese songs. Ding! The copy mall has been opened. The props and skill books purchased are limited to use in that copy only. Here it comes. The equipment for playing copies is finally on the shelves. Even though my opponent is a VIP, I'm the hangman, in my dreams, and still letting you bully me. Open the system interface and enter the copy mall that just appeared. View item details in order. Explosive Japanese song *1. Use this to get the lyrics and arrangement of one explosive Japanese song for 100,000 yen. Japanese skill book. After using it, you can automatically master Japanese spelling rules, vocabulary, grammar, voice intonation, and be able to listen, read and write fluently to reach the level of professional translator. Priced at 200,000 RMB. Recovery potion *10. After using it, you can quickly restore your essence to the best state, helping you to better cope with the game. Priced at 300,000 RMB. Tang Song didn't continue to look down. After all, he only had 440,000 in savings now. Ding! You have obtained explosive Japanese song. Ding! You have obtained the Japanese skill book. The $300,000 of betting money that had just been raised was immediately gone, and Tang Song was slightly distressed. But there's no way around it. You have to have the right equipment if you want to pass the copy successfully. Enter the system warehouse, select Japanese skill book, and use it immediately. When Tang Song thought a little, many phrases, pronunciations, and grammar immediately popped up in his mind, and he was able to speak fluent Japanese off the top of his head. Unfortunately, this skill is only temporary and can only be used in that copy. Otherwise, you don't need subtitles to watch a drama or sitcom in the future. And you can just gnaw on all kinds of raw meat, and the experience will be long. After lamenting for a while, he selected explosive Japanese song and used it immediately. In a flash, the full score and the contents of the arrangement appeared in his mind. With his musical talents from the dream world, he immediately digested and understood the song, picked up the guitar and played and sang a few smooth lines. Putting the guitar down gently, Tang Song stepped to the window and looked out, enjoying the view of the streets of Osaka. Skyscrapers, rail transportation, colorful billboards, ladies in JK, secondary elements everywhere. There are many differences between this dream world and the real world, but there are also quite a few similarities. Although I was tempted to experience the unique foreign culture and chat with the pretty Sakura girls, I gave up considering my current persona. For the next 2 days, Tang Song tried to play his role according to the originally established rhythm. Adjust your mindset, polish your songs, voice training, learn stage presence, and enter competitions. As the results of the race were announced, the image in front of Tang Song's eyes was instantly frozen. Dark brown guitars, a dazzling stage, bright spotlights, cheers, applause and shouts from the audience. Swish, the system light screen unfolded. Drama copy cleared. Evaluation settlement in progress. Overall rating, S, excellent. You have gained an attribute bonus, enlightenment +1. You have earned a language bonus, elementary Japanese. You've gained a skill bonus, guitar playing. Chapter 70, Passing the Vice Book. Yen City, Tin Key Barbecue Restaurant. Tang Song patted his burning face and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air with a hint of alcohol. Turning on the faucet, he cupped the cold tap water and wiped his face, pulled out his cell phone and looked at the time. 22:02. This departmental reunion that lasted all day is finally coming to an end. Back to the box. Pretend to quickly get into the conversation with your coworkers. Tang Song had a harmless smile on his face, and from time to time, he followed and chimed in with a few words. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Director Chen Yunting picked up the wine glass, red-faced, said a few words of scene, casually painted a big cake, but also for today's reunion drew a perfect conclusion. Walk out the door of the barbecue. A slightly chilly evening breeze hit the air as co-workers said goodbye to each other. See you Monday, bye. Remember to say something in the group when you get home. Take care on the road. Mr. Chen, bye. Together Tang Song, we just happened to be on the way. Black on the Nissan Skyline. 2 female co-workers were chatting away in the back row. Tang Song leaned on the back of the seat in the passenger seat, his eyes half closed, his face expressionless. More than 4 months after joining Fairview Trading, his whole energy has been devoted to the development of the company's new version of SEM, Supply Chain Management, system. One person is multitasking, from requirements analysis, system architecture, to functional development and code deployment, all of which he has done independently. After the system was put online, it greatly improved the working efficiency and effectively reduced the cost of goods procurement, which was highly appreciated by the company's big leaders. This filled Tang Song, who was a new employee, with a sense of accomplishment, thinking about the promotions and raises promised by his leaders. Yet reality hit him hard. The success of the SCM system ultimately became a credit to the department's director, Chen, with circular awards, grade promotions, and reportedly option incentives. The maintenance of the project was also transferred to the hands of Du Xiaokai, a colleague with Backstage. Tang Song, on the other hand, has been placed in the development of new projects and continues to shine for the company. A series of unfair treatments made him feel so bad that the idea of quitting a job arose, perhaps reading his thoughts. During the reunion today, Superintendent Chan said privately that he would apply for a 10% salary adjustment next month. Let him get down to work, and he will never be treated badly in the future. After struggling for a while, Tang Song finally accepted. Just turned 1 month or so ago, rented a room near the company, bought an electric car, and got acquainted with my co-workers. Sunk costs are too high if you leave now. Besides, the general environment is not good. Fairview Trading has been the best choice for him. 2 days ago, his mother called. The old side of the home opened a new property. Let him take the time to go back to see. While pondering, Zhao Yu in the back row suddenly patted his shoulder. Brother Song, it feels like you're listless today. It's not because you've fallen out of love, is it? Tang Song gathered his emotions and laughed to himself. First, I have to have a date. Zhao Yu covered her mouth and laughed softly. Brother Song, in fact, you're quite excellent. Outstanding ability, decent features, high height, just a little overweight. Hurry up to lose weight and gain muscle. Our company's little girls will surely rush to chase you. Tang Song touched the thick fat on his stomach and said helplessly, then I'll try. Go for it. Zhou Yu made a cute face with her fists clenched. Next to her, Hu Mingli blinked and appropriated the metaphor. Xiao Yu, Tang Song is such a good potential stock. Why don't you hurry up and take it? Sister Mingli, I suspect you're testing me. You don't have thoughts about Song, do you? Ha ha, why don't we play fair? Then I have to admit defeat. After all, you bear. The 2 slightly inebriated female co-workers nudged and joked with each other, though neither took it seriously. Tang Song people are really good, enthusiastic and sincere progressive. Workability is not to say. used to work in the empire of large internet companies, is recognized as the best technical backend of their departments. However, his family conditions are a bit poor. Ordinary rural youth. Yin City to buy a house is out of reach. There's not much to it in terms of appearance. With casual clothes, scruffy hair, and a bit of chubbiness, it's absolutely fine to be treated as a coworker or a friend. As for going deeper, let's just forget about it. Qingxing Home's neighborhood. Tang Song threw the duffel bag casually and planted his entire body on the bed. The alcohol gradually rose to the surface, and exhaustion, loss, and hopelessness engulfed him in an instant. After a while, he turned sideways, opened WeChat, and said, "Arrived home in the departmental group." Then clicked on the lucky red packet sent by Director Chen. Received $3.20, and sent a thank you boss emoticon. Open your friends and swipe the screen aimlessly. He was like an outsider, silently browsing the movements of familiar and unfamiliar friends. Some people have a daily routine. Some people have a date. Some people have a good time. Some people are up for it. It seemed like everyone was having a good time except him. Unbeknownst to me, a familiar photo came into view. Deng Yaji, accidentally flipped through my high school graduation photos. Old classmates, how are you? The sliding fingers unconsciously stopped. Tang Song quickly found himself among them, his gaze slightly lost in thought. At that time he was about to enter the university. Youthful, optimistic and cheerful, surrounded by white moonshine, feeling life full of hope. And the 25-year-old? Single and fat, no car, no house, work life a mess. Casually giving a like to this dynamic, Tang Song put his cell phone down, sat down at the computer desk, put on his headphones, and prepared to play a game for a while to relax. Every stage of life has something that can only be experienced at that stage. In the past few years since graduation, he has recognized the reality and has been smoothed by life. To put it another way, he matured, liking things still, but no longer forcing them, so he left the empire and said goodbye to white moonlight. The nastiness is still nasty, but tolerable, so he blends into the group and accepts the unfairness. The game Growing Up Male suddenly appeared on Tang Song's computer during his senior year of college. It may have been accidentally downloaded while browsing for study materials, because the icon was big and white. Tang Song clicked in with a critical attitude to find out what was going on. I didn't realize it was 3 years of fun, which was a major factor in his gaining weight. This is a game that focuses on simulation and management to raise male gods. The painting style is beautiful. The sound effects are top-notch. The setting is perfect. The gameplay is extremely unique, and you don't have to charge money. The plot of the game is set in the real world. This includes maps, events, financial markets, businesses, policies, environments, and more, all aligned with the real world. More crucially, the in-game timeline starts in 2016, being in the year 2020. With a search engine in hand, Tang Song has the golden finger of foresight in the game. He knows the trend of stocks and futures, the next industrial windfall, which companies will become unicorns, which movie and TV songs and artists will be a big hit in the future. And each character in the game has their own storyline, so players can see their growth, life and sorrows. The generation is pulled straight through. The game Tang Song fulfills his dream of being a male god, and also properly experiences the fun of being a billionaire, surrounded by beautiful women, and at the pinnacle of power. But a game is still a game. In reality, he's just a miserable wage earner with no house, no car and no girlfriend, living a messy life and having to put up with it at work. Tang Song shook his head and stopped rambling. Enter the game, view unread notifications, collect quest rewards, buy new props. With some skillful maneuvering, return to the main screen. The mouse in Tang Song's hand paused, and his gaze went to the timeline within the game. April 1st, 2023, and the internet time is now April 1st, 2023 at 23:50. Due to the difference in the flow of time, the timelines of the game and reality are about to see an overlap. As a game set in the real world, Tang Song was curious to see how the plot would develop next. Licked the corners of his dry lips, grabbed a bottle of fat happy water, called the beloved secretary Kim over for a debriefing, while drinking tons and tons of happy water, enjoying the stocking legs, waist and buttocks on the screen. All your worries dissipate and your mood brightens instantly. While everything in the game was fake, the joy it brought him was real. As the time crossed midnight, the rhythmic BGM in the headphones suddenly stopped. The date within the game followed the change. April 2nd, 2023. Immediately after that, a beautiful game animation began to play automatically on the screen. Starting with the story of 2016, a game character comes out. An exciting storyline is enacted, and earned achievements, titles, badges, and items slide by from time to time. Review the entire game's history. The scene fell silent, only the sound of footsteps from far and near. Player Tang Song walks slowly from off-camera. The suit is straight, the posture is elegant and proper, and the gait is confident and calm. He stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the building, overlooking the glittering city at night at his feet, and carrying an indescribable charm about him. The camera flows from top to bottom and the image eventually settles on his back. A striking line of text appears in the center of the screen. The story seems to have ended here, and you have awakened from a long dream to embrace the real world once again. Congratulations to the player. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's not a pass, is it? It's ing over. Tang Song was so alarmed that his body leaned forward, picked up the mouse and clicked furiously a few times, and then hit the keyboard heavily. There are no changes to the game's graphics. Tang Song's heart went cold. He is deeply invested in this game. The real background and unique sense of immersion make it seem as if he is really cultivating elites, developing businesses, gathering wealth and improving himself. And from now on, the ups and downs of the game come to a screeching halt as a vivid character disconnects from him. A strong sense of loss and cutting came rushing back. Tang Song's breathing became heavy. Ding dash, a crisp beep suddenly sounded. The game on the computer screen disappeared straight away and the interface turned into a Windows desktop. Tang Song's vision blurred for a moment. Swish! A curtain of light filled with sci-fi colors unfolded in front of him. Confirmed player. System resources loading. 1%. 50%. 100%. Completed. Chapter 70. Light makeup. Short hair. Saturday, April 29, 2023. Sunny, 12 to 23 degrees Celsius. At 6 o'clock in the morning, Tang Song slowly opened his eyes and, immediately afterward, a strong sense of temporal dislocation enveloped him. Both trance and clarity, release and despair. Sitting up, a smile on his face, accompanied by a pleasant text message beep, Tang Song quickly extracted himself from his deep dream. Looking around, everything became real and distinct. Simulation copies are truly magical. Obviously there is a sense of urgency and immersion when you're in them, but when you go back to the real world, you can immediately throw off the emotions. It's like a real dream. Of course, the rewards are very objective. Probably because the first time a copy was opened, not only was the difficulty extremely low, the rewards given were exceptionally high. The first thing was that the basic attribute, enlightenment, which was the most difficult to raise, had increased by 1 point. There is also beginner's Japanese and guitar playing. The copy rewards beginner's Japanese, which is roughly the N4 level of the Japanese language proficiency test, JLPT. Just mastered the basic pronunciation, basic vocabulary and simple grammar of Japanese, and could carry on simple daily conversations and readings. Far from the level in the dream world, the guitar playing skill is intact at the level it was in the replica, and it's definitely a playing level. Tang Song seriously experienced it, and there were even experiences and feelings in his mind from the dream where he had honed hard and participated in the performance, as if that was what he had personally experienced. His skills are not a forced infusion of nothingness, but the precious fruit of talent, love and sweat. Long, white fingers moved in the void, simulating fluctuating strings, as if a crisp guitar tone was ringing in sync in his head, possessing the hand of the male god. The dexterity, precision, strength and endurance of his fingers were even more powerful than those of the character in the dream world. For a moment, Tang Song was still a bit tickled, back to having to buy a guitar while it lasts. Took a shower and looked in the mirror naked. The stomach had flattened out completely, and you could still see some muscle lines with slight exertion. The fat on my arms and thighs is also much thinner. It seems that the whole body becomes younger. Seriously, finish your skincare and get dressed. Tang Song drove to the last barbershop and found the familiar Mr. Tony. Straight away, he opened the photo Minmin had sent and handed it to Tony. I'd like to try this short chopped hair, not too light on the sides, 6 to 7 centimeters at the top, with a bit of fluffy bunched up front spikes on top. Mr. Tony took a good look at the photo and nodded. No problem, this hairstyle really suits you, but for the best effect, you need to add a little Morgan perm. Can you live with that? Yes, come on. Click 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 dash buzz 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 buzz. Nearly 2 hours later, Mr. Tony dried his hair, set it, and smiled. See how it turned out? I think it's great. Tang Song opened his eyes and twisted his head from side to side. The result is a bit more than expected. With a natural, casual look to the irregularly chopped hair, with the addition of the Morgan perm, It has a premium fluffy look with smooth, rich layers. Leaving the barber store, Tang Song went directly to Yunsheng Plaza. After shopping in the beauty area on the first floor for quite a while, I bought all the list of cosmetics that Demon Ling had sent. Unlike girls who are looking for sophistication in their makeup, guys just need to get their foundation right. So there's not a lot needed and it's all pretty common. Back to the clear and cozy home. Tang Song took a picture of the cosmetics and sent it to the group, leaving a message. At Lingling, I've already bought all the equipment. Let me know when you're free. I need you to video guide me. The message was answered very quickly. Lingling, okay, we are eating at the mall. We will go home later. Tang Song, there's no rush. You guys take your time. 1 p.m. Bam, bam, bam. The WeChat video beep sounded. Tang Song connected to the video and put the phone on the stand, right in front of his face. Immediately afterward, the upper half of a girl's face appears in the frame, somewhat probing. For her first video, Demon Ling seemed a little shy, far less jumpy and bold than she is on the internet. Tang Song waved at the front camera. Good afternoon, Ling Ling. Before Yao Lingling could say anything, another girl poked her head out and pushed her out of the way. Hello April, I'm Minmin. The new hairstyle really suits you. There's one thing to say, you're even more handsome in the video than in the picture. Our Lingling is shy. Asterisk 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 you. Yao Lingling pushed her head away as she pushed her head away, her somewhat slightly red face appearing in the picture. Melon face, high ponytail, fresh and clean looking, even skin tone, soft features. It's not particularly pretty, but the overall look is comfortable and durable. Yao Lingling blinked and smiled. Alright little brother, business is important. Let's start now. Okay. Tang Song hurriedly lined up the cosmetics in order in front of him, and put the newly purchased makeup mirror next to his cell phone. The first thing you do is brighten your skin tone. Take out the foundation and squeeze on a pump. This is light and quick drying, better for guys. Spread it evenly with your fingers. Yes, 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 that's it. Gently tap it from the center of your face. The second step is concealer. Compare that color to the one closest to your skin tone. Alright, finish setting your makeup. The rest of the retouching is a bit complicated. You won't be able to learn it for a while, so this will do. Immediately afterward, the other two girls came over. Li Shumin's eyes shone brightly as she exclaimed, wow, it's really different with makeup. So handsome. It's still a good base and handsome in its own right. Tang Song faced the window and looked in the mirror. With light makeup, his skin became even and fair, and some of the tiny acne marks, spots, and blackheads on his face were no longer visible. It's like having some beauty effects on, not over the top, but effective. It looks fresh and handsome with the freshly groomed short-chopped hair. I'm sure it will also make Tianjing, a rich white woman, look at the date a little better. Tang Song gave a thumbs up towards the camera. It's even better than I thought. Thanks for the help, Ling Ling Beauty. Yao Lingling rested her hands on her cheeks and smiled. No need to thank you. No need to thank you. Watching you remodel a little bit to reverse the trend, there's a kind of thrill of nurturing. Keep up the good work. Hanging up the video, Tang Song smoothly sent a spelling hand-read envelope in the group. The message said, I'm quite embarrassed to interrupt your shopping at the mall, so I'll buy you a cup of milk tea. Minmin, thank you boss. GIF, Little Red Riding Hood, thanks boss. GIF, Ling Ling, thank you boss. GIF, Minmin, hashtag squinty eye smile, at Lingling, how come you only have 4 pieces? I'm 10 times your size. Ha ha ha. Little Red Riding Hood, at Lingling, I'm 14 times your size. Ling Ling, I don't care. Little brother is treating us to milk tea together. This $100 is counted as the milk tea fund for the 3 of us. It has to be combined. A red packet was sent out and the group instantly became lively. Tang Song couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched the 3 girls infight in the group. After thinking about it, he clicked on Ling Ling's avatar and sent her another small red envelope separately. This user has been following him since his first notes, has made a lot of good suggestions along the way, and took the time to video coach himself today, so he has to differentiate himself a bit. Chapter 71 Watches. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tengkoku Garden Neighborhood. Qianxian. Why are you always dumb today? It's just that you're unemployed. Prepare well. The new job will definitely be better. Cheer up. He lighting patted her head. Zhao Yaqian let out an O sound and directly lay down on the sofa, looking at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. Alas. You. He lighting rubbed her eyebrows and continued to comfort. Well, at least it's not a month's salary. You are now considered a little rich woman with more than 5,000 deposits. Why don't we go out shopping and have a big meal? I don't want to move. Zhao Yaqian rolled over and picked up her cell phone from the coffee table. Somehow it clicked on Tang Song's chat box. Eyes froze at the photo of the fried skewer of milk tea above. Apparently, Tang Song bought her favorite food to visit her last night, and that's how he found out about Yitzi Beauty's closure. Then they call to care for themselves and comfort them, chatting away. Just thinking of this, what Tang Song had said immediately surfaced in her mind. Zhao Yaqian, do you have a crush on me? I mean the boyfriend/girlfriend kind. So difficult. Well, I think I know the answer. I don't know why, but every time I think about that last sentence, I get a little panicky. It's like the feeling of having failed a test before. A little scared, a little apprehensive, and fantasizing about being able to retake it all over again. But if you take the test again, what is the correct answer? Zhao Yaqian scratched her head. The corners of her eyes drooped down, her mouth pouted high, and she had an aggrieved look on her face. After a few moments, she violently stood up from the sofa, startling He Lighting next to her. Ting Zi, let's go to the Liyuan Mall later. I'll take a shower first. He Lighting laughed. You figured it out? That's right, I'll help you do your hair later. Zhao Yaqian exhaled, but her mind went to the men's wristwatch she had been eyeing earlier. Tang Song had given her a Swarovski bracelet before and had been thinking of giving him something back. Then when I was shopping with a friend, I kept an eye out, but she really didn't have any money on her before and never bought it. Now for some reason she had a strong urge to buy it for him. Put on your makeup and get your hair done. He Lighting laughed. Qian, you have not bought clothes for 2 months. Seasonal clothes or last year's. This time to go to the Liyuan Mall, just to pick a new clothes for yourself. We often go to the store on May 1st. There are activities. Discounts are quite big. It depends. Zhao Yaqian absent-mindedly replied back, putting on the clothes that she had picked out, and then had put on the bracelet that Tang Song had gifted her. A tight gray bottom shirt, baggy jeans, and black and white sneakers. She has a great body and even ordinary outfits are sexy and pretty when put on her. The two of them carried their bags down the stairs, out of the neighborhood, and forward along the boulevard. Liyuan Mall is less than a kilometer away, and it's only a 10-minute walk. He Lighting saw Zhao Yaqian's abnormality and from time to time said something interesting that happened in her company, trying to make her happy. This distant cousin of his own was usually big-headed and a bit of a tiger. Even when things got hard, crying and laughing made it go away. It was never this dull and lost, and it worried her. Following the surging crowd into the mall, Zhao Yaqian had a clear goal and headed directly toward the southeast corner of the first floor. He Lighting froze and quickly followed. Walking into the citizen's counter, Zhao Yaqian's eyes scanned a watch through the translucent counter glass. He Lighting curiously asked, Qian, how did you remember to buy a wristwatch? It was bought to give away. Zhao Yaqian bit her lip and asked directly towards the sales in the store. Hello, I was looking at a men's wristwatch before. I don't remember the model number. It's in this position, with a date display, and it's labeled at 899 renminbi. How come I can't see it at the counter? The sales lady laughed. Sorry beauty, that watch was on special offer at the time. There were only 1 or 2 of them, and they were already sold out. Zhao Yaqian's face expression stagnated. Her eyes reddened, and she whispered, how could it be sold out? Next to her, He Lighting's eyes flashed and said, Qian, I think you bought the watch to give to that programmer friend, right? Since the watch is out of stock, forget about it and buy it next time there is an event. I'll take another look. Zhao Yaqian pursed her lips, leaned her body forward, and continued to pick it out, finally taking a deep breath and pointing to one of them too. Let's see this one. The salesgirl took the watch out and handed it to her, saying enthusiastically, this is our hot model this year. A 40-inch mechanical wristwatch with a reinforced glass mirror, stainless steel case, and a calfskin strap, also with a date display, priced at $1.99, which is very appropriate. He Lighting hurriedly pulled her arm and gave her a wink. He was still in debt and it was inappropriate to buy such an expensive gift in return for a bracelet. Zhao Yaqian carefully examined it, and then put it on her hand and tried it on, and took a deep breath and said, this is it. Help me put it in a gift box. Okay beautiful, you have a good eye. He Lighting opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Tick dash. After paying $1,099, Zhao Yaqian's entire body relaxed, a happy smile on her face as she lovingly surveyed the exquisite black gift bag in her hand. I don't know why, but if she didn't do something about it, it was especially hard on her heart. Yan King Villa, large flat. Tianjing, who was carrying a large bag, just walked into the house. Sitting in the living room, her father Tianqingye then called out to her, Jing, Come over here. There's something I need to talk to you about. Tianjing walked over with cheerful footsteps and said with a playful face, "What's wrong, old Tian? The new board of directors for Fairview Commerce has been elected, and the first board meeting will be held next Thursday, after the May Day holiday." Hearing that it was about work, the smile on Tianjing's face immediately disappeared. "Dad, I've been busy for so long. It's not easy for me to take a vacation. And you, a shareholder, still want to arrange work for me. I'm so annoyed." Ignoring his daughter's complaints, Tianjing yet picked up his teacup and took a sip, smiling. "This meeting will comprehensively adjust the company's development strategy, and Jinqiu Commerce will also usher in a batch of personnel adjustments. And you, as the head of payroll." When he finally stopped, Tianjing hurriedly stood up and said loudly, "Dad, I've memorized everything you said. Bye." With that, she picked up her shopping bag and dug into her room. Boom! The door to the room was slammed shut and unlocked with force. Tianjing threw the shopping bag onto the bed and pulled out a delicate watch box from it. Opening it up and taking a closer look, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The Longines Fashion Collection men's watch is a blend of business and fashion, with a minimalist style, elegant and refined, in stainless steel throughout and water-resistant. At a little over $10,000. It's not that expensive. Originally, she had just wanted to buy a random men's bracelet and take the opportunity of helping him wear it to make a small request for a palm reading, but he never found a satisfactory one. After all, his hands are so beautiful, too bad to match. In the end, it was better to just go one step ahead and pick something that looked good. Then, from another shopping bag, she carried a white dress, a beautiful new little dress from Burberry. She flopped down on the large, light pink round bed, clutching her dress, and her mind wandered to the hand of the boy she was going to see today. After a while, she rolled on the soft bed and stood barefoot on the blanket beside it. Rustling sounds of undressing. The white glowing skin brightened up the bedroom a few notches. She gestured with her white dress in front of her body for a while, and her bare body turned several times in the floor-length mirror. It was so pretty. Walking into the bathroom on my toes and humming, I began to soak in my bath. Skincare and makeup. Chapter 72, Not Good Enough. Liyuan Mall, 2nd floor. After buying the watch, Zhao Yaqian, the whole person became lively, and even took the initiative to hold on to He Lighting's arm, pulling her to the store to look at the clothes. "I'm going to try on this dress. It just happens to have the right number." Zhao Yaqian handed her the bag and watch gift bag and carried the clothes into the fitting room. It took a while before he came out gleefully. Standing in the aisle where people were coming and going, he shook his head from side to side in the mirror. The black floral dress came just to mid-thigh, draped well and cinched at the waist, making it more and more delicate and shapely. It's almost May and the temperatures are getting warmer, so this dress is just right. "Tinko, does it look good? Does the back fit?" Zhao Yaqian spun around in front of He Lighting. He Lighting nodded her head and said, "It really suits you. It's white and thin." Zhao Yaqian nodded happily and picked up her cell phone to take a picture of how beautiful she looked. Just kind of wanted to share it with Song for some reason. Changing back into her original dress and spending $230 to take the dress down, the smile on Zhao Yaqian's face grew even wider. After shopping for a while longer and helping He Lighting pick out a dress, the two of them came to the milk tea store on the 1st floor. Zhao Yaqian ordered a cup of hot pearl milk tea and drank it beautifully. He Lighting hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Qianxian, tell me the truth. Your previous unhappiness was because of that Tang song, right?" She still knew this cousin well enough to be keenly aware of the problem from the other's series of reactions. Zhao Yaqian's hand trembled as she lowered her head and continued shivering her milk tea. "No, it's just that she's simply in a bad mood." "You're very wrong, oh." He Lighting's eyes gleamed as she said, "I can guess even if you don't say it. Qianxian, we're not just relatives, but also good girlfriends. What can't you tell me?" Zhao Yaqian bit her lip and whispered, "I don't know what's going on. It's just that he said something to me last night, and I've been panicking and feeling confused. It's a feeling I've never had before." "What's the word?" Zhao Yaqian sadly briefly explained what happened last night. "So it's a confession." He Lighting instantly revealed a look of realization. It's right to reject him. After all, you guys are not suitable, but you haven't been confessed to by boys since you were little. Why did you react so much this time? Zhao Yaqian's eyes averted and she stammered for words. He Lighting tapped her on the head and said, "You're not turning on that programmer friend, are you? What is it about him that attracts you?" Zhao Yaqian took a big hard suck of milk tea and cupped her cheeks in her hands. After a long moment of silence, his gaze froze. "Maybe it's a good feeling. With him, I always feel I don't know how to describe it, probably a sense of security. When you go on a trip, he'll arrange everything and prepare lots of little surprises. I also worry about my commute when it's raining and I'm sending red envelopes and driving around. Come for a treatment and bring your favorite fried skewer milk tea. WeChat also often cares about his work and life, and there's a unique sense of looseness and calmness about him, as if he's full of confidence and purpose for the future. When you spend time with him, you will always be infected without realizing it. Hearing her words, he lighting pinched her cheeks hard. Calm down. You're just getting out of society. You'll meet a lot of good boys in the future. Song is also very good at his job. He's exceptionally good at his job and knows a lot. He's successfully lost weight now, and his skin has gotten much better. I think it's quite handsome. Zhao Yaqian said a lot of Tang Song's merits in one breath, as if she wanted to refute her best friend's words. He lighting took her cell phone and looked at the photos Tang Song had recently sent. Surprised, he said, the change with before is indeed not small. Feel younger. Now the appearance is still okay. There's a credit for me in it. Oh. Zhao Yaqian raised her eyebrows with a smug look on her face. He lighting shook her head and said, only this won't be enough. Zhao Yaqian was just about to say something when her face suddenly changed and she directly stood up. What's wrong, Cynthia? Zhao Yaqian tightened her legs and said awkwardly, I'm having my period. I didn't bring any sanitary napkins. He lighting hurriedly pulled out a small pack of paper towels and handed it over. Pat it first. Aha. Zhao Yaqian took the tissue and walked quickly towards the mall restroom. Luckily, I had just had a hot drink. If it had been cold, my stomach would have been in an uproar for the past few days. Waiting for the palpitating Zhao Yaqian to return to the milk tea store, he lighting's cell phone just happened to ring. Get on the phone. Hey FAI. I'm at the Honey Snow Ice City on the first floor of the mall with my girlfriends. My best friend isn't feeling well and we were just heading home. Okay, then it's a lot of work. We'll go straight to the Westgate curb and wait for you. The road is wide over there, so it's good for parking. Hang up the phone. He lighting winked at her and laughed. A co-worker who joined our company some time ago has been chasing me wildly lately. I just sent out a friend circle, and he ran over here. Oh, Zhao Yaqian gossiped. How is he? How far have you gotten? He lighting laughed. We just met not long ago. How far can we go? It's just an ordinary co-worker relationship. As for the person, he has a car and a house in Yen City, and he is quite handsome. Better than your programmer friend. Ha ha. Hearing this, Zhao Yaqian unhappily skimmed her mouth, feeling that there was something in this cousin's words. Let's go. Just in time for him to drive you home, so that you don't catch a cold and get a stomachache on the way. He lighting smiled and wrapped her arm, walking out of the south entrance of the mall. It was getting dark, the slightly cool evening breeze blew, and Zhao Yaqian, who had just had her period, hurriedly held her bag in front of her belly. The two men stood on the curb and waited for no more than a moment. A white Accord pulled up and slowed to a stop in front of the two. Immediately afterward, a 26 or 27-year-old boy got out of the driver's seat, dressed in a light-colored leisure suit. He is small and handsome, about 175 centimeters tall. Lydia, the boy smiled and waved. Still so beautifully dressed today. I saw you right away. As he spoke, his eyes couldn't help but sweep Zhao Yaqian again. Tight bottoms with jeans outlines the perfect waist curve. With long, slightly curled hair and bright features, coupled with a height of 180 centimeters, she is actually more conspicuous than Lydia Ho. He lighting laughed. Introducing, this is my best friend Zhao Yaqian. It's been hard on brother Hui, and you had to make a special trip to send her. Just raising my hand. Li Xinghui smiled and took the initiative to greet. Hello Yaqian. I'm Li Ting's colleague, Li Xinghui. Hello, FAI. After a few brief pleasantries, the three of them got into the car. Li Xinghui drove while saying, it's dinner time. Why don't I treat the two beauties to a big meal? You guys can go home later. Zhao Yaqian hurriedly shook her head and said, I won't go. It's hard on my body. The blood was trickling a little, and she was genuinely afraid that it would ooze out, and that would be embarrassing. Then go back and have a good rest. Lighting, the new open-air barbecue near the company has a good reputation. A few co-workers have been there, and it's said that the environment is great, so let's go and have a meal too. Seeing that she was a bit hesitant through the car's rearview mirror, Li Xinghui continued, it was hard for me to make the trip over here, so you shouldn't refuse, right? He lighting pursed her lips and said, thank you brother Hui then. Oh, you're welcome. Chapter 73, Heart in Turmoil. 6 p.m. Tang Song saved the work documents, spoke to Gao Mingting on WeChat, and got up to start changing his clothes. Today's date is outside in the open air, and dress up cooler nights will just come in handy. With the special effects, I'm sure it will add a lot to Tianjing's date satisfaction. Stand in front of the mirror and take a look. Dark apricot cardigan version loose. V-neck. Inside the round neck white tee slightly slim, plus gray and black casual pants. The overall look is very tall and thin. Then, a little bit of men's perfume was sprayed on the body, which had a fine woody scent that smelled good. Packing up his things, Tang Song picked up the small gift he had prepared and quickly walked downstairs. According to the advice of the military advisors, it is not advisable to give something too expensive on the first date, as it will seem that you are too eager and you may be rejected instead. Preferably small, not so private charms, cosmetics, and practical items. Tang Song ended up buying a Gucci sunglasses for women, counter price of $2,000. For Tianjing, this white rich beauty is not expensive, and both practicality and beauty, very suitable for the gift between friends. With the roar of the engine, the pitch-black BMW 330i weaves its way past buildings and heads for its destination against the magnificent sunset in the sky. The white Honda Accord came to a stop at Tenkaku Garden. The two girls got out of the car. He lighting handed Zhao Yaki her shopping bag, came to the front and whispered, "Qianqian." In fact, as a friend in the office is also quite good. Feelings is originally a mutual choice. Can only say that now he is not good enough. Don't think nonsense, go back and rest. Drink some hot soup to warm your stomach. Zhao Yaki gently slowly entered the door of the unit. Li Xinghui withdrew his sight and laughed. "Let's go lighting. Get in the car." Lydia Ho smiled, pulled open the passenger door and got in, adjusting the seat. The barbecue place is said to be camping style, with a 3-story detached rooftop with a cafe and bar downstairs, directly across the street from the park, and a fantastic setting. I've asked round and the others, and that place has very good beef panko and baked sweet potatoes with cheese. On the road, Li Xinghui drove while introducing the restaurant. As he passed by a certain busy commercial district, he smiled and pointed to a certain red high-rise in the distance, casually saying, "My home is right over there, the Shandong Huafu neighborhood. Right now it's with mom and dad, and I like to listen to rock and roll, and I've annoyed them so much that they're thinking of buying me a new house and kicking me out." He lighting looked at the magnificent view of the city under the setting sun and said enviously, "It's so nice. A suite of rooms will cost at least more than $1 million. The Tianqua Garden, where she and her cousin rented, was a typical old-fashioned neighborhood, all small 6-story buildings without elevators. The building is a bit old and the landscaping, facilities and property management are poor, but even in a neighborhood like this, a 2-bedroom apartment of 80 square feet costs $1.2 million. They can't afford it on their own for sure in their lifetime." Li Xinghui swept his eyes over He Lighting's concave and convex body, raised the corner of his mouth and said, "I definitely won't buy a suburban house or an old and broken house. I'll buy it in the city, choose a popular business district, complete with supporting facilities, and go out to the subway, superstores, and hospitals. FAI's family is so powerful. I can't envy them." "Oh, what are you envious of? You girls don't need to buy a house. Just pick the right boyfriend." About 20 minutes later, the car slowly drove into Spring Garden Road, and from a distance, we saw a single building wrapped with LED light strips. The orange walls and translucent white lighted sign are very pretty. This time of day coincides with rush hour and street parking is very tight. After Li Xinghui wrapped around and didn't find it, he had to park in a paid parking lot a little farther away. "Okay, well, it's only 300 meters or so from the barbecue on this side, so it's just a 2-step walk." The two got out of the car and walked west along the sidewalk. The sun was gradually falling towards the horizon and the shadows of everything were stretched out. When approaching the downstairs of the New Lane restaurant, Li Xinghui pointed to a parking space in front of him and said, "We're a bit unlucky. There were no empty spaces on this side just now." "That's okay, it's nice to walk now that it's the right temperature." Buzz 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 dash a black BMW drove past them, turned a corner, and parked in the empty space. The clean black body was like a piece of obsidian, reflecting a deep shine in the orange-red haze. The two walked to the car just as the door was opened. A tall and straight figure walked out, carrying a vintage green gift box in his hand, on which the logo Gucci was clearly written. "Boo!" The boy slammed the car door with his hand. Crisp, crunchy hair and an apricot-colored cardigan swayed gently in the evening breeze. The side of the face rises and falls like a mountain peak. The nose is high and the lip line is well defined. He Lighting's eyes showed strong envy, driving a BMW 330. Giving gifts from Gucci, and being so tall and handsome. I don't know which girl is so lucky. He Lighting pursed her lips, and after passing the BMW, She couldn't help but look back at his proper face, with handsome features, even skin tone, and a tall, straight body. He looks refreshingly handsome and ambient. There's just something familiar about it. The corner of her lighting's eye twitched, instantly stopping in her tracks and turning around to look straight at the boy. He locked his car and walked this way into the twilight of the setting sun, with a beauty of interlocking light and shadow about him. Li Xinghue frowned, not moving to block her view. He lighting took a deep breath and looked at the BMW 330 not far away, and then at the figure that brushed past them. For a moment his mind was in turmoil. The Tang and Song dynasties. It's a little different from the photo, but it's definitely him. But Qianqian did not say that he drove a 5-ling Hongwang, living in a rental house, a monthly salary of several thousand. Lighting, what's wrong with you? Li Xinghue somewhat couldn't help but open his mouth and reminded. Let's hurry up and go upstairs. It's going to be dark soon, and we can still enjoy the sunset when we go up now. I just got a little dizzy all of a sudden, probably from motion sickness. He lighting returned absent-mindedly, her mind buzzing. Then go up later for a cup of hot water and rest. Up the wooden staircase covered with light strips to the 3rd floor. After reporting the reservation's cell phone number to the waitress, Tang Song was taken to his seat. There are camping elements everywhere. Flowers and greenery, wooden tables, canvas chairs, warm light strips, and a painted graffiti canvas propped above each seat. On the side of the restaurant, there is also a small stage with an industrial style and a very artistic atmosphere. Tang Song casually snapped a picture and shared it with Tianjing, leaving a message. Xiao Jing, I'm here. Putting the phone down, I wondered if it was an illusion. Tang Song always felt that someone was secretly staring at him. Looking around, a familiar figure came into view. A college friend, Kai Lui. After not seeing him for 3 years, he's put on a lot of weight and his hairline has receded. Speaking of which, I decided to come here myself after seeing his friend's Circle Collection message. It's the first day of vacation, so it's only natural to run into each other here. Chapter 74, A Girl on a Date. Eyes relative. Lu Kai stared at him with wide eyes, sizing him up, seemingly a little afraid to recognize him. Tang Song let out a light laugh and walked directly to his table, patting his shoulder vigorously. Long time no see, Kai. Asterisk. Tang Song, it's really you. I didn't dare to recognize you when I saw you walk in just now. Lu Kai stood up violently, his face full of incredulity. You kid went to Korea this time? Before graduation, Tang Song always had an unkempt look, which was completely unrelated to the current image of a hipster. I've been working out and losing weight since I got back from the Empire, and it's kind of paying off. Good lord, how is this somewhat fruitful? It's clearly an evolution. The two sat down face to face and chatted briefly about recent events. Lu Kai said with a look of emotion. You worked so hard in college, we all thought you would stay in the imperial capital, but going back to Yanqing is also quite good. The pressure isn't that great, and with your ability, you can do well anywhere. Tang Song during the college is considered to be their college well-known person. Study very hard, excellent, busy every day out of sight and sound. Everyone used to think he would definitely get into graduate school at a 985 university and go down the academic route. In fact, he signed up for that year's graduate school exams as well. But what everyone didn't expect was that he ended up not even taking the exam and ran directly to the big internet factory in the imperial capital for an internship. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Kai asked, do you want to share a table together? I have a 20% off coupon on my side. It's quite suitable. Forget it today. I have a date with a girl. Tang Song quickly waved his hand. He and Tianjing weren't even very familiar with each other. Plus old classmates. That was too messy. The dating experience was greatly reduced. It's okay, you know you're looking for someone. Is that girl pretty? Tang Song blinked. It's quite pretty. Lu Kai smiled, mysteriously said. It just so happens that I also asked a girl, also quite beautiful. You know, he. Oh, who's the date? LV Kai's face immediately became a frown. Remember Zhang Xinrue? It's that beautiful girl who majored in electronic information engineering. We are now working in a company, and our relationship is very nice. Tang Song recalled, and an image of a girl immediately popped up in his head. Not too tall, slightly chubby, kind of cute looking, ponytail. Since they were all in the same department and often took big classes together, the impression was pretty clear. Tang Song asked suspiciously, I remember you paid quite a bit of attention to her in college and often complimented her on her good looks. Brother Kai, you wouldn't have inquired about people's workplaces and looked for a job with a purpose, right? Lu Kai blushed. It's not as obscene as you think. We've been in contact since graduation. I get it. I get it. Grab it and take it. Lu Kai's nodded with a simple smile, and then immediately stood up violently, waved his hand vigorously, and said excitedly, "She's here." Tang Song self-consciously got out of his seat and turned to look that way. With a blouse, bustier, heels, and a full face of makeup, she looked quite a bit more mature. The body has lost a little weight, but still looks a little round. Soon, the sound of footsteps approached. Kai. Sorry traffic jam on the road. It's fine. It's fine. Today is a vacation after all. There are indeed many cars on the road. LV Kai smiled back and patted Tang Song. How is it? Is Shinrui more beautiful than when she was in college? Tang Song smiled and nodded. Greeting Zhang Shinrui, long time no see. Still remember me no? Zhang Shinrui looked at the tall and handsome boy next to her, and after carefully recalling it, she still couldn't remember. With a surprised face, he said, "You're a bit familiar. Our college alumni?" Based on the boy's looks, he should have been the center of conversation in the girls' dormitory during college. She shouldn't have been unable to recall it. Lu Kai said, "Ha, he's Tang Song ah. That's the Tang Song who has the best academic performance and is the most boring in our major." Zhang Shinrui froze and suddenly realized. So it's you. This is too much of a change, isn't it? Lydia, feeling better? Well, much better. I've added a couple of my signature dishes, so see if there's anything else you want. He lighting took the menu and casually ticked off a vegetable. This will do. I don't have a large meal. Ordering more would be a waste. Okay. Li Xinghui handed the menu to the waitress and began to chat with her about the restaurant's environment. He lighting's gaze unconsciously glanced to Tang Song, who was chatting with a man on the other side. It was nothing like she expected. With a very good temperament and dressy looks. I just don't know if he owns that BMW. If so, it's definitely considered a very high-quality boy. Thinking of this, she raised her cell phone to take a picture, hesitated, and still didn't send it to Zhao Yaqian. She wasn't in a good mood to begin with, so if she knew that Tang Song had come out to dinner with other girls, she would probably have a hard time. I just don't know what the girl he's dating looks like. This thought had just risen when he saw a girl walk over to Tang Song's side and chat with him. He lighting's heart tightened and she looked up and down for a while. Instant relief. That girl is not tall. Wearing high heels is just 1.6 meters or so. The body is also a little fat. Looks although it can be, but and their own cousin cannot be compared. Crushing out. It seems that he was forced to lower his target because of the delay in taking a stand on Qian Qian's side. Casually snapping a picture. Lydia's eyes twinkled. If he really was what he showed today, then they could really get along. With Qian Qian's figure and appearance, she can definitely snatch him back. Ding dong dash, the cell phone rang. Tang Song picked it up and looked at it, saying, "The appointment will arrive soon. I'll go back first. We'll talk later." Okay. Hurry up. Lu Kai laughed and pushed him. I'm really curious about what that girl looks like. Ha. Seeing Tang Song back to his position, Zhang Xinrui's eyes shone brightly as she said, "Brother Kai, what kind of work does Tang Song do now?" "I've been working in the imperial capital before, and when I returned to Yancheng, I was working as a developer in a trading company, but I just left a few days ago." "Oh, so," Zhang Xinrui nodded lightly. "Come on, Xinrui, you order the food. It will be dark soon. There will be a musical performance then. Let's eat barbecue and listen to songs while looking at the scenery." Lu Kai handed over the menu, his eyes looking toward the entrance. He was genuinely curious as to what kind of god could make Tang Song, a stuffy man, take such initiative. This time of the day happens to be the peak loading time, and it's eye-catching to see a stylishly dressed and sexy young lady walking around. After a few moments, a white light flashed across his vision. The corners of Lu Kai's eyes trembled, his gaze a little lost. The white dress shimmered like a shooting star, and the bare skin was a healthy cool white. As it was getting dark, the light strips in the terrace restaurant were all lit up, and the whole roof of the building was a warm color. The girl just stood out. Add to that sweet looks, soft bangs, a slender snow-white neck, and long, straight legs. It has the feel of a secondary manga heroine. Simply, Lu Kai couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "It's so damn beautiful." The key was that the clothes looked expensive and there was a bling bag in her hand. Absolute white beauty, the ideal type for men. Immediately afterward, he watched as that cold white-skinned beauty walked over to where Tang Song was and sweetly greeted him. Lu Kai's heart pumped and his eyes instantly widened. Chapter 75, Emptying the Blood Tank. On the terrace, Tianjing's appearance was like a bright white moon falling into a dark lake. recklessly radiating light and gathering a gaze. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've been looking for a parking spot for quite a while. Tianjing smiled sweetly and sat down in the camping chair across from him, leaning to one side with her legs together. Unlike in the company, at the moment she appeared to be a bit more flamboyant and outgoing. The gorgeous chapeau, the beautiful shawl, the sparkling necklace and earrings look like they have an overflowing elegance and nobility. Especially looking at her face to face in such a slightly dim environment, one could feel the amazing charm of the other party even more. It's really not good to park over here. Tang Song pursed his lips and sincerely complimented. I have to say, it's really pretty today. This dress matches you. Just bought a skirt. I like it very much. Tianjing gently shook her snow-white body, then stared at Tang Song and curiously said, haven't seen you for a few days. Why do I feel you've become handsome? Tang Song subconsciously touched his face and laughed. Having to dine with a great beauty like you was a bit stressful, so I put on a light makeup. Thanks for the compliment. I'm happy to hear you say that and feel valued. Tianjing shot him a wink and gently ruffled her long, silky hair on her shoulders again. Tang Song's heart skipped a beat. Fresh and sweet face, slender and aesthetic arms, delicate collarbone, full breasts, and a well-groomed waist. No wonder it was called the innate JK sacred body by his former colleagues. With a body like that, it's definitely comfortable to hold in your arms. After a brief chat, Tang Song picked up the menu and pen and handed it over. See what you want to eat. Tianjing's eyes rolled, and she said sweetly, I just had my nails done. Why don't I do the talking and you do the checking? Okay? Yeah. As soon as the words fell, Tianjing stood up directly and paced to his side. Faint fruity tones of perfume flavor surged into the nose. Tang Song took a deep breath, holding the pen and said, this Holmes beef 5 flowers is good. Can you eat? That'll do. And this big green shrimp. And a side of beef plate tendon. 2. Tianjing spoke casually, her gaze aimed precisely at his hand. The curves, the proportions were just right. White and slender, well-boned, still so perfect it was as if it had been painted. Looking at his fingertips bobbing up and down, Tianjing couldn't help but just tighten her legs together and blush. Xiao Jing, isn't this too much? Tang Song looked at the densely packed pair of checkmarks, and the man went numb. That's not ordering, that's chiming in. Tianjing spat out her pink tongue and whispered, I'll go for a few more then. No baked corn, no honey buttered bread. The two of them just dawdled for several minutes before finally ordering their meals. Tianjing joyfully sat back to her seat, and just as she was about to take out the gift she had bought from her bag, she saw Tang Song put a green gift bag in front of her. A little present for you. See if you like it. Tianjing froze. This is not a coincidence. Receiving the gift box graciously, she smiled and said, thank you. So you also prepared a surprise. Really thoughtful. Remove the gift box and open the packaging to reveal the beautiful Gucci sunglasses inside. It's lightweight and has the double G Gucci logo on the temples for a simple yet stylish and personalized look. Tianjing put her sunglasses on her face and turned on the front camera of her cell phone to take a few selfies. Satisfied, he said, I love it. It just so happens that I have a little gift for you too. With those words, he pulled out a black box from his bag and handed it over with both hands. Tang Song dumbly received the gift box. The genius did not expect that he also had a gift, and it was still such an expensive gift. That's not the same as what the internet says. The gift box is square, with an outstanding texture, a familiar logo and a string of English letters Longins. He couldn't remember what brand it was for a moment though. Tianjing's eyes shone brightly as she urged, open it and take a look. Tang Song gently opened the lid of the box and saw the simple, delicate, elegant and atmospheric silver watch. The white matte dial with polished silver-colored hands is made of stainless steel throughout. The moment he saw the watch, Tang Song also remembered the name of the logo, Longins. Landlord and college friend Lu Ziming has a piece of it and often watches him post it to his friends. Being a Swiss watch, it basically sells for over $10,000. Tang Song was a bit confused by this sudden expensive gift. Tianjing, a rich white woman, gave away what must be the genuine article. The key two are not really familiar with each other, and before that, they were just ordinary colleagues. He was so attentive for the sake of the system task, dating first experience. And what does she mean? It can't be that she has a crush on me. Tang Song, who had encountered this kind of treatment for the first time, felt his heart beating so fast. Isn't it pretty? Longins fashion series. I have a piece too. Tianjing playfully winked at him. Tang Song licked his dry lips and whispered, Xiao Jing, isn't this too expensive? It's okay, not too expensive for me. And you gave me Gucci sunglasses. so we're kind of exchanging gifts. With those words, Tianjing stood up and sat directly beside him, somewhat impatiently saying, "This is a trifold clasp. Let me help you put it on." "Good." Tang Song obediently put his left hand on the table. "Can't quite figure out why, but it's not like it's a bad thing." Tianjing directly took hold of his fingers and pulled them toward him. The snowy soft fingertips gently rubbed against his palm, pretending to be surprised. Song, your palmistry is so unique. It's very similar to the one recorded in a book. I'll have to take a closer look." Immediately afterward, as if she had discovered some great secret, she directly interlaced her fingers with his and cupped his palm in front of her, her eyes sparkling as she looked up and down. Tang Song's body trembled. Except for white moonlight, this was the first time he held hands with a girl, delicate and smooth, like the early spring sunshine, soft and not hot. Taking a deep breath, Tang Song's fingers began to move as well. It shouldn't be considered taking advantage. After all, she initiated it. He lighting looked blankly in Tang Song's direction. Originally, she was still glad that the other party's date was much worse than Shanshan, but she didn't expect a big boss to come in the blink of an eye. The body looks are outstanding, and the key is that the clothes on the body are remarkable at first glance. She just took a sneaky picture to check. The bag that she had casually placed on the table was a Chanel 22 bag. Over $50,000. That dress is Burberry's new model this year, worn by several actresses, and is super hot online, selling for over $30,000. I can't check on the shawl, but I can also tell from the texture that it's definitely not cheap. There are also sets of necklaces, earrings, and hair accessories. This is worth at least $100,000, right? And this girl is well protected at first glance, elegant and stylish, simple and cheerful, belonging to the ideal type that normal boys will absolutely be moved. Compared to her, Qianxian, an unemployed beautician who didn't go to college, had no competitive edge, and would be crushed by the kind that cleared her blood slot when they met. Seeing the two exchanging gifts, especially the watch given out by the rich white woman, He Lighting's head was in a trance. "I don't think I can give away the WRT that Cynthia bought through her teeth." Chapter 76, Too Shallow-Sighted. Kai, I ordered it. Zhang Xinrui gently called him twice. "Oh, okay." Lu Kai had a very stiff expression on his face, gulping. It felt like eating a whole lemon raw. It was so sour. Handing the menu to the waiter, Zhang Xinrui turned to look at where Tang Song was, as if she wanted to see what the girl he was dating looked like. Immediately afterward, he was a bit stunned and said with an unnatural expression, "That girl is so pretty, and the two of them are quite compatible." "Yeah." Lu Kai nodded his head vigorously. This Tang Song guy is really deep in the dark, finding such an excellent girlfriend without saying a word. Thinking that he had just spoken of Zhang Xinrui with a bragging tone, Lu Kai felt a little flushed. When they went to college, their college itself was more men than women, and a little bit of beauty was considered beautiful. Zhang Xinrui, an electronic information engineering major, is relatively considered one of the more outstanding ones, but it really doesn't compare to that cold white-skinned girl. But Lu Kai is self-aware. That kind of girl he does not even have the heart to think about. At most it is just sour. In comparison, it's the girl in front of me who had a college crush that's a little more real. Just then, the waiter brought up their meal. Lu Kai clamped a few slices of beef onto the grill plate and greeted them warmly. Come, open and eat. I'll grill it. You just eat. I think grilling would be fun. Let's do it together." Zhang Xinrui smiled and took the initiative to pick up the iron clamp and start operating it. "Don't you move. I have to take a picture." Tianjing's face was serious as she pulled out her cell phone. "Yes, stretch out both hands. Be natural and relax your fingers. Kaching dash. The three main lines are lines that everyone has, and your three lines are very special. And then there are the small lines that are cluttered and zigzagged around them, which have a certain pathological significance, suggesting certain physical problems, such as this meter mark. Jing, you know so much. Let me look at your palm and compare." "Yeah." Tang Song smoothly grabbed her hand and slid it along the texture of her skin, sliding it across her palm and squeezing her soft, slender fingers. "The feel is really good and has a unique flavor that makes you want to bite into it." Tianjing's body trembled and an excited blush welled up on her face. It's kind of exciting to be gripped by the hand of a god. A single serving of ingredients is brought to the shelves next to the table. The time crossed 7:30 p.m. Before I knew it, the sun sank completely into the horizon, and the sky darkened completely. The aroma of barbecue filled the entire terrace. The two men and the woman with evil intentions finally stopped studying their palms. Tianjing carefully put the watch on him and took a few more pictures before returning to her position with satisfaction. The two grilled and made small talk. Tianjing, who had touched enough hands and taken enough pictures, was in an excellent mood, offered to help introduce him to jobs, promising a salary package no worse than Fairview Trading. Being a rich kid, she has a lot of friends in her circle who work in the family business. There is still no problem in solving his employment. Hearing that he was planning to start his own business, Tianjing clinked her drink with him and encouraged. Good luck for early success. Cheer up. Thanks. This cheesy baked sweet potato is fantastic. The savory flavor of the cheese goes well with the natural sweetness of the sweet potato. The ingredients of this family's beef flour are fresh, and the grilling time doesn't have to be too long. This is just right, with a crispy exterior and tender texture. Try it. During the meal, Tang Song behaved in a gentlemanly and considerate manner, taking the initiative to help with the barbecue and pouring drinks. And because he had done his homework in advance, he was familiar with the signature dishes of the place. The bright moon gradually illuminates the starry sky and makes the night more fascinating. The smile on Tianjing's face never fell. The two had gotten a lot closer without realizing it, and were considered real friends. A few people walked up to the stage on the edge of the roof at some point. The diners around them immediately began to discuss it excitedly. The musical act is about to start. Looks like it's still the resident singer from the bar downstairs, playing live. I love it. Quickly, open your cell phone to take pictures and videos. I want to send it to my friends later. On the stage, the handsome restaurant manager held up the microphone and shouted, "Good evening everyone. Thank you for coming to New Lane. Tonight's performance for you is our old friend Carl, the freedom-loving shooter man, specializing in blues, pop, and ballads. Our Jitterbug live streaming room is also live streaming the stage performance synchronously. Welcome to come to the live streaming room to order the songs. Come on." The music started instantly with his passionate opening. A singer in a leather jacket and jeans walks onto the stage with a guitar in his hand. Tianjing curiously looked in the direction of the stage and laughed. Now that the restaurant industry is becoming more and more involutional, it's really hard to stand out without some specialties, and such an open-air barbecue has found a resident singer. But it's also quite good, being able to listen to a song while eating. Indeed roll. Tang Song nodded, but his gaze went to the guitar in the leather-clad man's hand, his hand itching. After coming out of his dream copy, he still retained all his experiences, insights and skills about the guitar and is a true guitar genius. Looking at the guitar not too far away at this point is a bit silly. The singer Carl, who had set up the equipment on stage, gently plucked the strings, and the tinkling sound of the guitar spread through the stereo. He slightly lowered his head, his voice lowered. A song, "You Are the April Day on Earth for Everyone. I hope that in this April, everyone can be together with the people they like." The words were followed by a soft and lilting intro. BGM, "Across the mountains and rivers to embrace you. We'll be together even in the greatest storms. Hearing the most beautiful memories of all the news about you." The song has a light, smooth melody and beautiful lyrics that are simple and easy to sing and pass on. Below the stage, many patrons had their cell phones up, and others were humming softly along. Tianjing also smiled and snapped a few pictures, commenting, "Sounds good, and the guitar is great too." After saying this, he sang a couple lines to the music himself. The voice is fresh and sweet and very melodious. Tang Song chucked a slice of meat onto her plate and asked, "You sing very well too. You should usually like music, right?" "Well nah. Our department reunion often goes to sing." "Your department's Du Shao Kai also participates occasionally. To be honest, he's quite thick-skinned and uses our department's reunion fee." "Ha ha." Tang Song gently nodded his head, his heart suddenly having an idea. Dating first experience. This quest is clearly labeled that the higher the peak satisfaction of the date in the date, the richer the gift bag reward. In dating, the satisfaction of the object is really about the level of surprise of the other party. His own current looks, wealth, and connotation were not considered outstanding in front of Tianjing. The only thing that counts as exceptional is this guitar playing skill and talent brought back from the dream world. Thinking of this, Tang Song's gaze toward Xiao Jing became fiery. "Rich white friend, you're still too shallow to have seen a true guitar virtuoso." Chapter 77, Short Paper. Long Love. BGM, "I'm afraid I'll fall in love with you. Don't let yourself get too close." On stage, singer Carl has changed songs several times. There's pop, there's folk, and overall it's all rather soothing and very much in keeping with the setting. A late April night in Yencheng, grilling around the fireplace, the two chatted from music to manga to Japanese. Hearing a few simple Japanese phrases popping out of Tang Song's mouth, Tianjing's eyes lit up and she followed suit with a few lines from a Japanese manga. She took a Japanese class in college out of interest, but because she didn't pay attention, her level of proficiency was lousy. Seeing that she was interested, Tang Song continued to chat along with the topic. Neither of the two spoke good Japanese, but the conversation was fun and laughable instead. On stage, the music faded to a halt. The handsome manager appeared again, holding the microphone and said, "We all know that the masters are among the people. There is no lack of hidden talents among the customers on the spot. Next we have a little game for you, inviting you to sing in the dining room, accompanied by our musician Carl. Don't worry people, it doesn't have to be the whole song, a verse will do. The table with the best performance gets all of today's purchases free." The words were met with a good deal of applause, hooting and whistling. "Okay, our staff will wander around the restaurant with a microphone, and customers who are interested in participating can just reach out and grab the microphone. Welcome to participate. Game on." Soon, two staff members joined Carl and walked into the diners with microphones. I got it. This way. Look this way." Most of the diners on the scene were young couples, all acting casually and boldly in such an environment and atmosphere. Soon, a round-faced girl grabbed the microphone and communicated with Carl before a crisp guitar sounded. The round-faced girl winked at her boyfriend across the room and sang, "I have a dream like a rainbow after the rain, trading all my tears for a smile. Dare to be the first to grab the strength of the natural wheat is not bad. The voice is beautiful. Breath is very stable. Absolute KTV wheat level." The song stopped and the diners applauded. Then a few more young people took the initiative to grab the mic, mostly only singing the climax of the song, but also completely igniting the atmosphere. There was a lot of laughter, singing, and picture-taking. Looking at the restaurant staff who slowly approached this way, Tang Song's eyes keenly glanced at the guitar in Carl's hand. I was originally thinking of asking the other guy to borrow his guitar during a break in his performance, but now I've saved myself a lot of trouble. He looked at Tianjing, whose eyes were shining brightly, and proposed, "Xiao Jing, do you want to participate as well? You're the host today, so it would be quite interesting if you win the free bill in this way, and since you're so pretty and your voice is so sweet, I think the probability is high." Tianjing bit her lip and spread her smile. Yes. After saying that, she took the initiative to stand up and tiptoe towards the staff to wave. This way. Handsome guy, look over here." She didn't really think much of the waiver, but mostly thought that it would be fun to participate in a singing game in such an atmosphere. It would be fun to win the game again. Wearing a white dress, the sweet and lovely Tianjing had always been the center of attention in the entire restaurant. As her voice rang out, "And I was drawn this way," and others took the opportunity to point their cameras this way, the staff's eyes lit up, and their intention was to use this contest to increase user stickiness and promote the restaurant. With this level of great beauty to participate, that discussion and spread directly pull full off. Quickly, he came to their table, not even having to grab it, and offered to hand her the microphone. Carl, who was carrying a guitar, had an excited look on his face. I had just noticed this girl when I was on the stage, and now that I was closer, I felt even more beautiful, especially since she had an air of a good rich girl about her. His favorite type. The corner of his mouth curled into a confident smile as Carl tapped his guitar and said, "Missy, I can accompany any song you want to sing, as long as it's not too far off the beaten path." Tianjing bit her lip and thought for a moment and laughed. "Then let's have a simple one. Is Paper Short Love okay?" "Of course." Carl flicked his hair. "The female version of this song is great too. Looking forward to Missy's performance." It was at this moment that Tang Song spoke directly. "Hello, I'd like to accompany my friend on the guitar. Is that okay?" The site host froze and nodded readily. "Yes, you're very welcome." After all, it was their client, and he had no reason to refuse when people made requests that were more programmatic. Tianjing blinked her big watery eyes and said in surprise, "Song, you still play the guitar? Ah, how about a little cooperation? Take the match." Tang Song snapped his fingers at her. "That's really good." Tianjing subconsciously looked towards Tang Song's male god's hand, her legs under her skirt gently rubbing together. Such beautiful hands, and they play the guitar. They must be very flexible and strong, right? That's just. The smile on singer Carl's face faded. At the host's gesture, he handed over his guitar. "Look at him with scrutinizing eyes. Self-playing is actually okay, and you can find your way back if you get off track. Accompanying someone else is not the same. If you can't keep up the tempo, it can all fall apart and the results can be catastrophic." Receiving the guitar handed by Carl, Tang Song lowered his head and gently stroked the strings. a heartfelt joy and familiarity instantly surging through his heart. The 41-inch electric case folk guitar with pickups directly linked to the stereo is loud, clear, and perfect for this performance environment. A light breeze had picked up on the terrace at some point, and the canvas on the top of the dining table swayed gently. Tang Song sat down in a chair and placed the guitar on his lap with the headstock facing forward and the body forming a 45-degree angle with his body. The left hand holds down the strings and the right hand is placed in the sound hole position. The movements were natural, confident, spontaneous, loose, and looked very presentable. A performance in the dream world had left him without any timidity or flinch, ignoring all the stares around him and focusing on holding his guitar. Meanwhile, the April evening breeze ruffled his shorn hair and coat. Special effects trigger. In the warm yellow light, holding the guitar, Tang Song looks cool and serene, melancholy and sad. A unique artistic atmosphere lingers. The surrounding diners who were originally uproarious also quieted down, and all of them looked towards the outstandingly temperamental Tang Song. I'm ready. Tang Song nodded at her, his tone calm and serene. Tianjing gently nodded her head and took a step to stand across from Tang Song, seemingly wanting to watch him play the guitar. The brightly lit city skyscrapers, the bright and flawless moonlight, and the deep and brilliant starry sky all became his background. Ding dong dong dong. Clean, crisp notes flow from the fingertips, and coherent, precise chords carry strong emotions. Tianjing's heart began to beat faster, and her hand gripping the microphone was slightly harder. What's going on? What's going on? How does Tang Song, who got the guitar, feel the same as Ultraman, who got the transformation prop? Chapter 78, Sense of Accomplishment. A perfect intro ended the song, instantly grabbing the attention of everyone in the room. Tang Song nodded gently toward Tianjing. Immediately afterward, a fresh and sweet female voice swept through the stereo. You walk with me into the cicada summer, past the hustle and bustle of the city. Tianjing's singing level is quite good, plus she knows the song well. Her pitch and rhythm are accurately grasped. The only problem might be the lack of emotional expression. After all, she hadn't experienced any lingering love herself and had to rely on imagination and substitution. Tang Song, who incorporates the guitar-playing abilities of Dreamland, blends technique and emotion as he pleases, using broken-down chordal accompaniment to create a flowing musicality, while also fully expressing the song's deep emotion and helplessness. Tianjing, who was at the center of the crowd, listened to the gentle and deep guitar tone, and her voice was gradually colored with emotions. I really miss you. In every rainy season, good music is infectious, especially when it's played live and face-to-face. The diners grew quiet and concentrated on the song. Many people shifted their gazes from the dazzling Tianjing to Tang Song sitting on the stool. At this moment, he was like a phantom spring flowing in the mountains, cold and sweet, full of ascetic flavor. As their eyes met, a slight tremor appeared in Tianjing's singing voice. Due to her white skin, a clear blush instantly surfaced on her face and neck. Noticing her abnormality, Tang Song flashed a warm smile at her. This date involved a system quest after all, and the main purpose was to make Tianjing happy. Then he rose straight from his chair and moved a little closer to her, breathing in the fragrance of her body, looking into her big watery eyes, humming softly along. You walk with me into the cicadas of summer, past the hustle and bustle of the city. The song still wanders, your durian eyes. Tianjing instantly relaxed, a big smile bursting across her face as she sang and gently rocked her body. The breeze ruffled her thin bangs, and her crystal snow-white face was even better than the moon tonight. Tang Song followed the rhythm of the song, sweeping and tapping the strings, jamming with extreme precision. The clear sound of the piano accompanied by the stomping sound of the acoustic guitar has a unique rhythm. The chords are just the torso. The rhythm is the soul. Great rhythmic grooves will make the playing more dynamic and alive. Tang Song improvised a rhythmic element that was completely different from the original song, instantly making the whole song a refreshing change. The song ends with the sound of guitars flowing like a clear spring. The terrace erupted in applause and cheers. Eating barbecue, blowing off dinner, enjoying the view, and listening to such great music, definitely a no-brainer. Many people have already started launching circles of friends and jitterbugs. The host of the scene took the microphone and exclaimed, our customers are indeed hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and the performances these two handsome men and women just gave were just too wonderful. This is also an honor for our new lane restaurant. Let's continue the game below. I hope everyone will come and challenge us. Tang Song handed the guitar to Carl and thanked him, gradually detaching himself from the emotion of what he had just played. He smiled and looked across the room at Shizuku. Nice work. The singing was great. It's all because of you. Tianjing poked her tongue out at him. So it's a deep-seated god who can play the guitar so well that he can debut in place. Just a guitarist won't do. Why don't we form a group and just put out an album? Yeah, how about the name? Sweet Sugar? It's settled. At the table, Lighting's dull gaze gradually returned to normal. For a while there were mixed feelings in his heart. She didn't know how to play the guitar, but she could tell from the singer Carl's expression and reaction just now that he was definitely at a high level. Drives a BMW, is tall and handsome, plays a good guitar, and has a great demeanor. This was definitely a very good boy, and one of the most attractive of the people she had come in contact with in the beginning, but he was the one who persuaded her to stay away from Tang Song, laying out the facts and reasoning for her to have less contact with the other party. Looking back on it now, I can only feel a strong wave of guilt coming over me. But last night Chantian had already rejected Tang Song, and he had such a rich white woman with him. Everything was already too late. Li Xinghui looked at the lively crowd beside him and proposed. Lighting, I remember you sing very well. Why don't you join in? Make a scene. No. Lighting absent-mindedly replied. Then added, Brother Hui, I'm not feeling too well, so I might have to go home and rest first later. Li Xinghui froze. In that case, then let me send you back. No need. No need. A round trip is quite delayed, and we still have so many dishes left. You eat slowly. I'll just take a taxi back. After saying that, Lighting picked up her bag and stood up. All right, then be careful on your way and remember to say something when you arrive home. Li Xinghui didn't insist anymore. The two have not known each other for a long time. Just an ordinary colleague relationship. Lighting refused to be so resolute, and he had no way to retain. Lighting finally swept her eyes in Tang Song's direction and waved her hand. Thank you so much for today, Brother Hui. I'll treat you to a meal as well later on. I'll leave first. Bye. After another 10 minutes or so, the restaurant trivia game ended and the handsome manager took the stage again. Everyone is invited to vote by leaving a comment on the Jitterbug livestream. Tianjing was undoubtedly victorious and managed to get a free card that could be used directly at the checkout. The two raised their glasses in a small celebration. When she was almost done eating, Tianjing sat down next to him again and asked Tang Song to teach her the fingerings of the guitar. After all, she had been a music-loving child since she was a child, and had taken a few days of guitar lessons, but she just hadn't had a famous teacher before to get her foot in the door. Tang Song also did not hide, personally on the hand to guide, holding her hand empty simulation of the action. Tianjing's face was getting hotter and hotter as she looked at his hand and whispered, Just now, I saw your sweeping, striking, and clapping of the strings were particularly handsome. Can you take me to do it a few times? When he finished, he turned slightly sideways, his back to him, and put his hands up. Of course there's no problem. Tang Song pursed his lips and gently held her hands from behind. Long silky hair, narrow shoulders, slim waist, thin back. A feeling of pleasure came over him instantly. He was still very impressed with Tianjing, the company goddess. She is the prettiest sight in the activity area every Friday afternoon tea. Dressed in a delicate and beautiful dress, she took a knife and helped everyone divide the cake. Sweet-talking and adorable, she is loved by her male colleagues. She has a great sense of proportion in her socializing, though, and always keeps her male co-workers at arm's length. Even Du Shaokai, who was courting her every day, had a hard time getting close to her. At that time, Tang Song would only secretly admire a few eyes and talk about a few sentences in the group, never thinking that something would happen with her. Now it's this intimate and the heart is full of fulfillment. Tianjing behaved very cooperatively, seemingly unaware of his rapid breathing and violent heartbeat, following his movements up and down and clapping. Chapter 79, Going in the Wrong Direction. As the clock neared 9 p.m., the meal officially came to a close. Packing up his things, Tang Song stood up and pointed in a direction. There are two of my college classmates over there. I have to go over and say hello before I leave. Tianjing also picked up her own bag and Gucci gift bag and said sweetly, Together then. Walking over to the table, Tang Song hadn't come to say anything. Lu Kai directly stood up and gave him a thumbs up. His face excitedly said, You guy, how come I didn't know you could play the guitar before? It's okay, it made me handsome, it's very star-like. Then he secretly swept a glance at Tianjing, who was standing obediently, and vigorously scowled at him. Tang Song smiled and took the initiative to introduce. This is my friend Tianjing. Jing, this is my college classmates LV Kai and Zhang Xinrui. The three greeted each other and exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Tang Song smiled and waved his hand. Brother Kai, Xinrui, the two of us are leaving first huh? Let's get together sometime. Tianjing followed suit and waved. Brother Kai, Sister Shinrue, bye. Bye 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 bye. Looking at the two handsome men and women leaving side by side, Lu Kai could not hide the envy in his eyes. He touched his double chin and then looked at Zhang Shinrue across the room. Mentally, I resolved that I had to put fitness and weight loss on my agenda, as well as change my hair and learn how to dress, not to mention finding a girlfriend like Tianjing, but at least taking down the girl he had a crush on in college. Stepping out of the front door of the New Lane restaurant, the two of them walked forward along the sidewalk as a soft breeze hit their faces. Song, let me be honest with you. I used to actually have a very low impression of you, Tianjing playfully said. I just remembered that I could always see your busy figure in the afternoon tea activities every Friday. It was only later when Mr. Chen wanted to hammer you that I looked up your information in detail. I know. Tang Song nodded gently. Not mad, are you? No. I've been bogged down in development projects and have had very little contact with my female co-workers, let alone you, the company goddess. Goddess. I'm quite happy to hear you say that, but it's right. After all, I'm the face of the Jinsho trade. Tianjing stretched out a hand and compared it at her chin. Ha ha, it's recognized. The male co-workers are actually discussed a lot in the small group of girls at the company, and sometimes they talk pretty tough. Did it say anything about me? The two just chatted about their time at the company and the atmosphere was very pleasant. After walking so slowly for more than 10 minutes, Tang Song suddenly stopped in his tracks. With a surprised look on her face, she asked, by the way Xiao Jing, where is your car parked? How come it hasn't arrived yet? Yeah oh? Where is my car? Let's see. Tianjing made a confused expression. Can't remember roughly which direction? Or check the car's location on the app. What if I don't have an app for the car when I'm driving my mom's car here this time? Then there's nothing to do. We'll just have to press the car keys as we go. Seeing Tang Song's dumbfounded and helpless look, Tianjing didn't hold back and snorted out a laugh. When she looked at each other, she immediately said, I'm sorry, I just remembered that the car was parked on the other side of the New Lane restaurant. We seem to be going in the wrong direction. No wonder I haven't seen it. After saying that, she held her bag with both hands hanging down in front of her body, turned around and looked at him with an expression of admitting fault. Song, you won't blame me, right? It's fine. A walk after dinner is fine, as long as you're not in a hurry to go home. The corner of Tang Song's mouth twitched, feeling like he needed to reacquaint himself with this friend. In the company, she is the sweet and kind coworker and the conscientious payroll supervisor. On the date, she was a gorgeous, atmospheric, rich white woman who gave a 10,000 plus watch straight away and studied palmistry and fingering with herself, and now suddenly a little drama queen, and I wonder what the real her really looks like. Thank you, you're so nice. Tianjing smiled sweetly. Then let's go. Aha. The two of them turned around and just walked a few steps, when Tianjing stopped with an U. She leaned against a car, her brow furrowed as she said, it seems like we just walked a long way, and I'm wearing heels today, and I feel like my ankles are hurting so bad. Would you rub them with your hands for me? Oh, no problem. Although he guessed that she was acting, but after looking at her feet and legs, Tang Song still obligingly squatted down. Taking off her shoes under Tianjing's guidance, she revealed her snow-white crystalline left foot, delicate and small, with neatly aligned toes, smooth and delicate skin, and an overall beautiful silhouette with a light sheen. Even if he wasn't a foot controller, Tang Song had to admit that she had beautiful feet. Is it here? Yes, that's the spot. It hurts. Tang Song took a deep breath and gently kneaded her heels with both hands. Tianjing hastily covered her mouth, but she still let out a faint moan. I'll be fine. Use some force. Feeling the gentle kneading of his warm hands, Tianjing's eyes gradually floated with watery mist. She surreptitiously pulled out her cell phone, turned on the mute button, and started taking pictures to document the situation. The man's hands are massaging my feet. Hey, if I post this to the group, the girls will be so jealous. After a while, Tang Song's hand massage area grew larger and larger, and even began to actively press on the Achilles tendon of her calf. Tianjing felt her body getting hotter and hotter, and she couldn't control the slight trembling somewhat. Hastily speaking, he said, but, it's okay. Before, he was only interested in Tang Song's hand, simply wanting to touch his hand, but after today's series of events, it somehow started to interest him as a whole. If he keeps rubbing it like that, something is going to happen. Tang Song pinched on her calves again, before he couldn't get enough of helping her put on her high heels. Concerned? Better? Tianjing bit her moist lips and nodded gently. Much better. Thank you, Song. The two continued to walk back down the sidewalk, at which point Tianjing became extraordinarily quiet and seemed to be thinking about something. Tang Song looked at her and suddenly spoke. Ask you a question. Why do you keep calling me Song? The first communication between them had been on the pay transfer call, and that's what she'd called it at the time. A bit of affectionate overkill. It's this question Tianjing froze, arched her eyebrows and said, because I know you too well. I purposely pulled out your entry form before I called to see that your English name is Song. I have a habit of giving priority to calling a colleague I don't know very well by his English name when talking about work. So it is. Once again. I passed the entrance to the New Lane restaurant. Walking forward for a while, Tianjing took out the car key from her bag and gently pressed it. Not far from the parking space, a Porsche Cayenne lit up. That's it then. I'm going home. I had a great time on my date tonight. Aligardo, thank you. Tang Song no Nissen, brother. Tianjing held her bag in both hands and raised her head, her eyes blinking at him. The soft light from the street lamp fell on her eyes like stars twinkling. Drive carefully on the road. Tang Song hesitated for a second before taking the initiative to open his arms and hug her. He wasn't a retarded male protagonist in the second dimension, so he could naturally feel Xiao Jing's favorable feelings towards him. Surely you wouldn't mind a hug on the occasion of parting. As expected, it was not bad for the JK sacred body. The body type was soft and slender. The chest was also particularly material, coupled with the smell of high-class perfume on the body. It was very comfortable to hug. Tianjing blushed. Be careful on the road. Bye.